Chapter 11:26 One fell from the sky. By the time Zhang Tuohai arrived at the governor's mansion, it was already the beginning of the lights. Zhang Tuohai squatted outside for a while, and found that the people who came seemed to be familiar faces. And they were all riding in carriages, and holding invitations in their hands. The arrival of the carriage is easy, but the invitation is not. Just because there is no invitation, Zhang Tuohai won't go in. It can't be. Zhang Tuohai decided to display his traditional art skills climbing over the wall. After walking around the governor's mansion for more than half a circle, Zhang Tuohai finally discovered that the defense in the backyard was relatively weak, with only a 3-meter-high wall and 3 teams of patrolling lobster soldiers. Zhang Tuohai calculated the patrol cycle and events, and picked a gap between 2 teams of patrols. A quick step came out of the alley, jumped onto the high wall, and then turned over and jumped over. The whole process was smooth, without the slightest jerkiness. After climbing over the high wall, Zhang Tuohai fell into the bushes. After carefully walking through the bushes, Zhang Tuohai was just about to walk inside when he saw a rope made of sheets coming down from the 3rd-floor window, and a man was climbing down the rope. "Is it okay to meet a colleague?" Zhang Tuohai was stunned. However, he immediately overturned his conclusion. How can anyone walk up a wall and still wear a long skirt? And it's very clumsy. It's only 3 floors, and it took a long time to get halfway down. In this river? This is unreasonable. Zhang Tuohai walked over quietly, holding his shoulders and looking down, ready to give this novice some life guidance. Zhang Tuohai waited below for a long time before the man in the long skirt slowly fell from the bed sheet rope to the ground. Because he couldn't stand firmly, he sat down on the ground. By the moonlight, Zhang Tuohai could clearly see the other person's appearance. She has flaxen hair with a beautiful hairstyle, a beautiful face, and smooth and supple skin. She looks about 17 or 18 years old. She wears a shining sapphire around her neck, dotted among the snow-capped mountains and canyons. She was wearing a long white dress with bustles, studded with shining gems, sparkling. On her hand was a huge diamond ring, as big as a pigeon egg. "You actually dare to come to the governor's mansion to steal. You are very brave." Zhang Tuohai took the lead. "I'm sorry, sir. This is my first time." "Well, no. This is my home. Why should I apologize? Who are you? I should be the one asking you this." "Right." The woman in the white skirt was angry. Said, "Oh, that seems to be the case. Then let me introduce myself. I am a pirate, the captain of the White Bird." Zhang Tuohai took off his hat and gave a slight greeting. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's self-introduction, the girl not only did not scream in fear, but her eyes were filled with excitement. She jumped up from the ground, rushed to Zhang Tuohai and asked, "Are you really a pirate?" The girl's enthusiastic look startled Zhang Tuohai. "Is this man mentally ill?" Zhang Tuohai muttered in his heart, but he still said with a smile, "If it's true, my name is on the Empire's wanted notice, and the reward is 100,000 dinars. "What? It's only 100,000 dinars. It's not even enough for my monthly pocket money. It doesn't look like he's a big pirate," the girl whispered. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tuohai choked and coughed after hearing what the girl said. He and the first mate had learned about the world's economic conditions. A pound of pork only costs 10 dinars. A large glass of beer only costs 2 dinars. A homeless man in a tavern only costs 200 dinars. And a skilled worker working in a workshop only earns 800 to 1,000 dinars for a month of exhausting work. No, the average gig worker earns even less. This woman's monthly pocket money is more than 100,000 dinars. She is so wealthy and beautiful. Zhang Tuohai guessed that this woman was definitely not a simple person. She was probably an important person in the governor's mansion, or an important female guest. However, now that you are out, let's start from the bottom down. A small pirate ship can also be used. The lower the starting point, the greater the achievements will be in the future, and the more shocking everyone's attention will be. This is what the bards say. Well, it's such a happy decision. I've decided to join your pirate group. Mr. Pirate. The woman hit her left hand with her right hand and made her decision. Zhang Tuohai, he hasn't said anything yet. So why does this woman want to join his pirate group? Is the expansion not right? Madam, have you not figured out my identity? I am a pirate, not a gentleman or a licker who hangs around you. Please pay attention to your behavior and don't make me feel dangerous. Otherwise, there may be some bad things. Things happen. Zhang Tuohai said and drew out the stabbing sword from his waist. Are you testing my ability? I know that being a pirate requires you to be able to fight. I have been learning from my guard captain for a long time. And now I can fight 2 nights. As the woman spoke, she clapped her hands together. And suddenly a shiny barbecue spit appeared in her hands. The woman held a barbecue spit with both hands and made a hip horse posture. Come on. Zhang Tuohai. He knew that there was something wrong with this woman's head. Forget it. Normal people can't argue with madmen. They kill people without repaying their lives. If they can't offend me, why can't they hide away? Zhang Tuohai turned around and left. You are not allowed to leave. The woman grabbed Zhang Tuohai. If you dare to leave, I will shout loudly. Today is a special day. There are 300 Imperial Infantry Guards in the governor's mansion, plus 3 palace bachelors, who are here to participate. There are hundreds of guests, and each one is accompanied by at least 2 personal guards. Each of these guards is at the level of an infantry captain. Are you sure you can deal with so many people? What are you going to do? Zhang Tuohai was speechless. I want to join your pirate group, the woman said stubbornly. My pirate group doesn't support idlers. Zhang Tuohai was helpless. I can do everything. I can settle accounts, manage servants, know makeup techniques, aristocratic etiquette, and how to refuse gracefully and politely. The woman said. Then can you teach me how to reject you gracefully and politely? Zhang Tuohai asked. Sorry. This is not ladylike behavior. Have you ever seen a lady with a barbecue spit? Just tell me whether you want me to join or not. What if not? Then I'll yell. Attract everyone. And everyone will die together. The worst is, I'll run away from the wedding next time. Anyway, if it's like this today, the wedding will definitely not be held. I can still delay it for a while. As for you, Mr. Pirate, I'm afraid I can only live in prison. Are you really serious about joining the pirate group? Of course. The first rule of joining the pirate group is to obey the captain in everything and not disobey the captain's orders. Can I get a discount? No. Okay. I agree. Okay. The first order of the pirate group. You immediately climb back to the room along this rope. Girl. Chapter 11:27 Fish School Summons. Are you lying to me? The girl was a little angry. Truly, the conscience of heaven and earth. Zhang Tuohai swore, pointing to the sky. Boom! A thunder exploded. Girl. Zhang Tuohai. Okay. I admit, I lied to you a little bit. But it's still for your own good. Life at sea is not as good as you thought. Nor is it as exciting as in the Bard story. You need to fight with a group of dirty people. The dirty, foot-picking man was crowded into a dilapidated boat. He was poorly fed and lived in filthy conditions. He could not take a shower once a month. He was always facing the threat of the navy, hurricanes, waves, rainy days, and fellow pirates. A bounty hunter might kill you. It's still very precarious. Only those who can't survive will choose to become pirates. Are you sure you want to join the pirate group? Zhang Tuohai said seriously. I'm sure. The girl nodded seriously. I have a reason to do this. I'll give this to you. It's my ticket to board the ship. Okay. The girl clapped her hands together, and the barbecue spit disappeared. There was a thick bronze-covered book in her hand, which was a banned book. There are 4 big characters written on the cover, calling the School of Fish. Wait a minute. You have a piece of space equipment. Zhang Tuohai discovered Hua Dian. Of course. My 18th birthday present, the girl said with her neck raised. Your governor's mansion has brought all the roast chicken chefs in the city to work as assistant cooks in the governor's mansion? Zhang Tuohai continued to ask. Of course. Because I like to eat roast chicken. My father hired all the roast chicken chefs in the city. Then you can go into the kitchen. Of course. Wait. Are you going to? The girl realized something. It's hard to get chicken at sea. So, I understand. Come with me. The girl pulled Zhang Tuohai and ran towards a corner. The girl opened a small door, and 2 people walked in. Zhang Tuohai discovered that this was actually a kitchen. Dozens of chefs were busy. Broiler chickens had been slaughtered. Some chefs were cutting them up. Some chefs were pickling them. And some chefs were roasting them. The whole kitchen was busy. Scene. Anyway, none of those people understand the taste of roast chicken. Instead of staying here and being ruined by them, it's better to take them all away. Is that what you mean? The girl said. Yes. I found that you have the potential to become a pirate. Zhang Tuohai said sincerely. That's right. I'm a born pirate. The girl puffed out her chest proudly. Zhang Tuohai felt like his head was full of black lines. And he really didn't understand what there was to be proud of. Give it all. Give it all. The girl walked over, collected all the roast chickens that had been processed but not finished, and put them into the diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg, which was obviously a space equipment. Wait a minute. Put away those chicken gizzards too, Zhang Tuohai said. Why do you want these internal organs? The girl looked puzzled. These are all good things. Buying them individually is much more expensive than chicken, Zhang Tuohai said. Is this really edible? The girl showed a look of disbelief. Don't worry. I'll do it to you again. I guarantee you'll fall in love with it, Zhang Tuohai said bewilderedly. This? Okay. The girl still resisted in her heart. But who made Zhang Tuohai the captain? She could only nod in agreement. With quick hands, the girl swept away the roast chicken in the kitchen under the dumbfounded gazes of the chefs. Not only in the kitchen, but also in the banquet hall. No one will eat the things on the table. They are all wasted there, Zhang Tuohai said at the side. Those things in the banquet hall are nothing. They are just for display. No one will actually eat them anyway. The real good things are all here. The girl led Zhang Tuohai into the basement. The basement is a cold storage filled with various ingredients. All kinds of fresh meat. Sea fish, scallops, sea urchins, wild boars, and even peacocks and elephants. The girl received these things one by one into the space ring. Almost the entire basement was wiped out. It's almost time. It's time to go, the girl said as she glanced at the empty basement. The two people walked quickly towards the exit of the basement. However, as soon as the two reached the exit of the basement, they met a middle-aged man, followed by a large group of Imperial infantry. You are really my good daughter. You actually ran away on your wedding night and followed a pirate. Someone come and capture her and I will hang that pirate, the middle-aged man said coldly. I will handle it myself. A young man wearing an Imperial Navy uniform stood up and drew the sword from his waist. Zhang Tuohai let out a devil's roar and aimed it at the middle-aged man. He is my father! Please don't kill him! Okay? The girl suddenly grabbed Zhang Tuohai's arm. Also, Zhang Tuohai took out the banned book. Summon a school of fish. Wow! A large number of fish swarmed on the middle-aged man, directly submerging the middle-aged man and the surrounding Imperial infantry. Let's go! The girl pulled Zhang Tuohai and ran outside. Several Imperial infantrymen desperately climbed out of the fish school, raising their guns and aiming. Summon a school of fish. Zhang Tuohai cast another spell. Wow! Another massive fish swarm came down, drowning these Imperial infantrymen. It's a pity that instead of summoning sea urchins, even summoning pufferfish would be fine. Zhang Tuohai felt a little regretful. Zhang Tuohai used summon fish schools several times while running. A large number of sea fish blocked the road behind the two people. Even if someone wanted to catch up, they would be forced to limit their speed because of the fish all over the ground. The two men quickly climbed over the high wall and jumped out of the governor's mansion. Drip, drip, drip. A series of sharp whistles sounded. The sound of leather boots was heard in the distance. And a large number of Imperial infantry and patrol guards came from all directions. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai took the girl and ran towards the slum. This kind of place is narrow and winding, with many alleyways, making it a good place to avoid pursuing soldiers. Don't run away if you can. I'm going to duel with you. A voice came from behind. Liam O turned around and found that it was the naval officer who had drawn his sword before. At this time, his stiff uniform was full of fishy smell, and there was a codfish hanging on his ribbon. The ghost is really lingering. Your family? Zhang Tuohai asked as he ran. He is my fiancé, although I don't like him very much. My family likes him very much. It is said that he is the star of the Empire and may become the youngest general in the history of the Empire. The girl curled her lips and said, If you can help me get rid of him, I will be very grateful to you. The girl said, To be honest, I'm starting to regret taking you with me. Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Chapter 1128 Breaking Out of the Blockade. Hey, anyway, I am your crew now. I helped the crew solve some minor troubles. Isn't that what the captain should do? The girl said. I think you have some misunderstandings about the captain. Zhang Tuohai looked back at the Royal Navy officer holding a rapier. However, I really don't like him. Remember, you owe me 2 conditions. Zhang Tuohai drew out the devil's roar and pulled the trigger at the Royal Navy officer. Bang bang. 2 bullets shot out and shot at the Royal Navy officer. In fact, with Zhang Tuohai's marksmanship, the shot would not go wrong. But the Royal Navy officer happened to take half a step forward at this time, accidentally stepped on a fish, and fell onto his back. 2 bullets grazed the Royal Navy officer's face. Then, the officer fell into the fish pile, and he didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Zhang Tuohai intended to shoot again, but the footsteps around him were getting closer and closer. He was afraid of being surrounded. Zhang Tuohai gave up and continued to shoot again. He pulled the girl into the slum. At the same time, the first few intersections were filled with fish, blocking the way, the pace of the pursuers behind. After entering the slum, Zhang Tuohai took the girl through alleys one after another. Although he has never been to this alley, he can still judge the direction of the port with his strong sense of direction. Along the way, Zhang Tuohai transformed into the god of war in the furniture city, pulling the girl all the way over the eaves and walls, easily dodging the pursuit of several pursuers, and successfully rushed to the harbor area. Orlan's urban defense system is still very strong. At least they were more organized than the defenders of Cheese City. As soon as the gunfire rang out in the wealthy area, the port defenders were dispatched. They did not rush to the wealthy area, but led the team to clear the crowds on the streets of the port area and declared that the port area was under martial law and everyone must enter a room, be it a tavern, an inn, or a red house. Those who were still on the street at this time were all treated as pirates and hanged on the cliff. Therefore, by the time Zhang Tuohai and the girl rushed to the dock, the entire area was under martial law, and the streets were filled with lobster soldiers who were ready. They could not get through the chaos and get to the ship. What should I do? Do you want to find a house to hide in? I have a small house in the port area. It is a place where I usually store some things. Let's go there and hide, the girl said. Do you think your father knows about those places, and will he send people to search them? Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes at the girl. Isn't it said that the most dangerous place is the safest place? What if they think we are not stupid enough to hide there and give up the search? The girl said. I will not pin my fate on other people's mistakes. Zhang Tuohai shook his head decisively. The most important thing he didn't say was that once the governor took the initiative and started a city-wide manhunt, all the ships in the port area would be searched, and the White Bird would definitely be found out. After losing the White Bird, he lost his foundation. Is he going to grab another ship to come back? So, no matter what, he had to return to the White Bird and escape. I'm about to take action. What you're about to see are real pirates. It's up to you whether you want to follow or not. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he pinched his hands together and materialized a powder keg. Then, under the girl's horrified gaze, the powder keg was thrown into the pile of soldiers on the street. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion. The group of soldiers who were bombed fell onto their backs, and broken limbs were scattered everywhere. Some people near the edge were covering their wounds and wailing. Zhang Tuohai rubbed another gunpowder barrel and threw it out. Then he went straight into the alley next to him without looking at the result. Aren't you going to escape from here? The girl asked as she followed. Of course. When there is an explosion here, other defenders will definitely know that there is an attack here, and they will definitely outflank here. If I escape from here, I will run into more defenders. So, I will do the opposite. And in doing so, we use the gaps where they mobilize their troops to penetrate and rush through the defense zone. Zhang Tuohai said while running. What if they don't transfer? The girl asked. That would be even better. If the order they receive is to stick to their position and not move, I can just blow up the position and rush over. There is no need to worry about the surrounding defenders moving around. If that's the case, I would be happier. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he took a few sips from a bottle of rum to give himself a buff state. After drinking rum, Zhang Tuohai's attack, defense, and recovery speed were all improved. The two men spared a few streets and saw a small group of defenders guarding an intersection. Zhang Tuohai rubbed a powder keg in an alley and threw it over, then turned around and ran away again. He could clearly hear the sound of leather boots ringing around him. After several pulls by Zhang Tuohai, several teams of guards stationed in charge were severely damaged. The garrison in the port area became seriously insufficient, coupled with frequent mobilizations. Several huge gaps were torn out of the originally tight defense line. Zhang Tuohai saw that the pursuers behind him were approaching, so he didn't bother with the defenders anymore. He found a gap, passed through the defense of the port defenders, and rushed into the dock area. Zhang Tuohai didn't even board the ship directly from the pier, but found a bay to launch his boat, swam to the side of the White Bird, and climbed up the rope ladder. Welcome, Captain, back to your loyal White Bird. Parrot Polly flew in front of Zhang Tuohai and said, Who is this beautiful lady? Is she the new captain's wife? Asked Polly the parrot. Zhang Tuohai turned around and found that the girl had actually followed him. But now she was a little embarrassed. Her carefully styled hair was messy, and her beautiful white dress was wet and wrapped around her body, making her look a little embarrassed. You really followed up. Zhang Tuohai looked at the girl in disbelief. That's right. What I, Elizabeth, have said. I always keep true to my word. If you say you want to be a pirate, you must be a pirate. The girl raised her neck as proudly as a peacock. Weigh anchor and set sail immediately. By the way, how many crew members are left on the ship? Zhang Tuohai asked while walking towards the bridge. Most of the crew members stayed on the ship. 2 of them got off the ship to drink and have not returned yet. Parrot Polly said. Get off the ship and drink? I remember asking the first mate to buy wine and get on the ship. Right. Moreover, when I left, I also reminded that the ship will set sail at any time and will never stop. In this case, let them have a good drink in the port area. Let's go! Yes. The White Bird raised its sails and headed out of the port area. Chapter 11:29 Shelling the port area. As the White Bird sailed toward the outside of the port area, the pursuers from the shore also arrived. Elizabeth's fiancé, the rising star of the Empire, and the captain of the Dauntless, Mountbatten, stared at the White Bird. Bring me the cannon and sink that ship, Mountbatten shouted. Captain, Miss Elizabeth is still on board, a guard warned. Snapped. A loud slap hit the guard's face. There are only pirates on the pirate ship. No one else. Pull up the cannon, or I will stuff you into the barrel and shoot you out, Mountbatten roared. Yes. The guard quickly went to convey the order. Several small artillery pieces were pulled to the shore, and the artillerymen quickly loaded their ammunition. Mountbatten grabbed a torch and lit the fuse himself. Boom! There was a sound of cannon, and a cannonball fell into the seawater not far from the White Bird, stirring up layers of waves. Some seawater even splashed onto the deck of the White Bird. Your fiancé is very dirty. Isn't he afraid of beating you to death? Zhang Tuohai said while steering the White Bird and turning the wheel. He is just a person that my father likes. I don't like him. He is too entitled and only sees me as a ladder to climb up. From the first time we met and got engaged, we only met 3 times. Again, I have never treated him as your fiancé. Otherwise he wouldn't have run away, Elizabeth said. Then I can start with confidence. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Prepare the starboard artillery. Zhang Tuohai's order was conveyed to the gun cabin. A few pirate sailors began loading the cannon. Put! Boom! 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 Cannonballs shot out towards the shore one after another. 3 cannonballs fell into the water, causing huge waves and drenching people on the shore. Several other shells landed on the shore and exploded around the artillery position. The fragments of the shells swept down a large number of people. Several lobster soldiers from the port garrison turned around and ran away. However, a gunshot sounded from behind them, and a lobster soldier was shot through the body and fell softly. Everyone looked back and saw that Mountbatten was holding a smoking musket. Who dares to leave? Anyone who dares to escape will be treated as a deserter. Everyone will return to their posts immediately and notify the coastal defense artillery to fire. Mountbatten's ruthless orders made the guards dare not run anymore, and they returned to their posts one after another, began to load the cannons, re-aimed and prepared to shoot. However, after their delay, the White Bird had already reloaded its shells, because trans-shooting has just been formed. This time we only need to fine-tune the parameters. After adjusting the parameters, the pirates lit the fuse. Boom! 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 Another series of artillery fire was fired. This time, a cannonball accurately landed on the powder barrel placed opposite the shore. The powder keg was completely ignited. Boom! With a huge explosion. The gunpowder pile, the shell pile, and the artillery were all twisted by the violent shock wave. The gun mount of one artillery was seriously damaged, and the other simply fell into the sea. The 2 artillery lost its effect. The pirates on the White Bird cheered when they saw this situation. However, at this moment, a cannonball fell next to the White Bird, causing a large amount of water splash. The pirates looked for the source of the shells in panic. Zhang Tuohai looked up at the high mountain not far away. There is a huge cannonball on the top of the mountain, and you can vaguely see people walking back and forth on it. That's the coastal defense battery. Because of the angle, the White Bird's artillery could not reach the coastal defense battery on the top of the mountain. However, the coastal defense guns on the top of the mountain can take advantage of their height to attack the White Bird. Faced with this unilateral attack, Zhang Tuohai immediately turned around and evacuated outside the port. Although the coastal defense artillery has a large caliber and can shoot far, it is also slow to adjust. The hit rate against moving ships is not good. Moreover, the coastal defense artillery in the port area is also very cautious, for fear of accidentally hitting friendly forces. The artillery fire is also cautious. This left a way for Zhang Tuohai to escape. As Zhang Tuohai drove the ship away from the port, he ordered the pirates to open fire on the Royal Navy ships he saw on both sides. These Royal Navy ships are moored in the harbor, and since they are so close, they are almost shooting face to face. If they miss again, the pirates can jump into the sea and commit suicide. Boom, boom, boom. The pirates open fire freely, punching holes in the Royal Navy ships. Although these holes would not cause the ship to sink, it would be enough to prevent them from leaving the port for a short period of time. By the time they were repaired, the White Bird would have disappeared without a trace. The White Bird hit all the Royal Navy ships parked on both sides of the channel, and then sailed along the harbor and along the coastline, trying to avoid the firing range of the coastal defense guns. Slowly, the White Bird sailed into the night, causing the coastal defense artillery to lose its target. "A bunch of rubbish," Mountbatten said coldly as he watched the White Bird disappear. "Go and check to see if those ships are still intact. Prepare supplies and troops immediately. If these pirates are not hanged, I will never set foot on dry land." A group of Marines began to prepare. Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the port of Orleans disappear into the night behind him. Although it looked easy just now, it was actually extremely dangerous. If his luck was a little bit worse, if he was hit by coastal defense artillery, he might not be able to escape so easily. "Count the manpower, count the number of supplies, and focus on counting the number of artillery and ammunition," Zhang Tuohai said to Parrot Polly. Polly the parrot went to convey the order, and soon the first mate reported the numbers. There are still 16 pirates, and the supplies are abundant. The food available is enough for these pirates to eat for a few weeks, and there is also a lot of wine. When the first mate disembarked, he bought enough wine for these pirates to drink for a week. However, the number of weapons was not sufficient. There were only 20 intact artillery pieces, 32 barrels of propellant, 100 rounds of solid bullets, and 322 rounds of explosive bullets. The number of weapons and equipment has been reduced to a very dangerous situation. The average reserve of each artillery piece is less than 20 rounds. These shells can barely support a naval battle dominated by artillery battles, and then they will be exhausted. This is quite sufficient for ordinary pirates, because pirates rarely engage in artillery battles. They usually join gangs and loot each other's property. But there were too few pirates in Zhang Tuohai's hands, and he was simply at a numerical disadvantage in joining gangs. If possible, Zhang Tuohai would not want to engage in a boarding battle. It would be nice to be able to use artillery to destroy the opponent from a distance. "It seems that we have to find opportunities to get more shells and propellant." Zhang Tuohai made up his mind and prepared to find a place to replenish some ammunition. Chapter 1130, The Shortcomings of the White Bird. Zhang Tuohai drove the White Bird and continued along the coastline. While driving, I thought about the nearby cities marked on the chart. What is a pity is that the nearby cities are all resource-based cities. One produces coffee, one produces sugar cane, and one produces bananas. There are not a large number of artillery and weapons. For a while, Zhang Tuohai didn't know where to go to replenish some artillery and ammunition. At this time, Elizabeth came over. "Great Captain, where is my residence? You are definitely not willing to squeeze into the berth with the sailors. Well, you are good at cooking Orleans roast chicken, so you will temporarily go to the kitchen to work as a cook. The cook Linda is also a girl, and you live with her. Let's get together," Zhang Tuohai said. "Are there other women on your pirate ship?" Elizabeth was a little curious. "He's just a poor man who escaped from the village. Go quickly. Maybe you can catch a midnight snack," Zhang Tuohai said. Elizabeth hadn't eaten much since she got up in the morning, and had been busy with wedding matters. She didn't find a chance to run out until the evening. She did so many exercises with Zhang Tuohai, including running and swimming. She was already hungry and felt her chest, my back was broken. And now I couldn't help it when I heard the midnight snack, and ran quickly towards the cabin. After taking a look at Elizabeth's back, Zhang Tuohai glanced at the energy in the crystal pyramid again. It was a little fuller, but it was still far from filling the bottom of the crystal pyramid, let alone filling the entire pyramid. It seems that it is a long way to go to fill up the energy. Placing the crystal pyramid on the slipway to continue absorbing energy, Zhang Tuohai drove the White Bird forward. Drifting on the vast sea, Zhang Tuohai thought about future plans. Now his ship is seriously lacking in force. First, there is a lack of artillery and shells. Second, there is a shortage of manpower. There is no suitable replenishment location in the area of artillery and shells. What about manpower? Is there any way to quickly add more manpower? At that time, even if we fight the enemy, we will still have the capital to engage in battle. Otherwise, it would be difficult to even sail a sailboat just relying on these 16 pirates. But replenishing manpower is a very difficult thing for the pirates. If you are not desperate, who would want to do this kind of life, where there is no tomorrow but today? It was once popular among pirate groups to kidnap innocent villagers onto ships. But the fighting power of those villagers was so poor that every time the ship docked, some would run away, and some would run to the port to report, causing several small pirate ships to be caught on the spot, and everyone hanged on the dock. Desperate, loyal, and with a certain amount of fighting ability, Zhang Tuohai had a headache looking at these elements. With so many conditions, it is really difficult to get it all together. No wonder the power of pirates is constantly shrinking. Just when Zhang Tuohai was feeling worried, his eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a kind of person who perfectly met these conditions, and that was a slave. Especially the kind of slaves who have been trained since childhood, who are ideologically obedient to their employers, brave in battle, and have good combat effectiveness. The most typical example is the Manluk cavalry. If we can get a group of slaves similar to Manluks, it seems to be a supplementary method. Zhang Tuohai began to search for cities with slave trade on the sea map. Once you search like this, the scope will expand a lot. This area belongs to the resource area of the empire, and has a large number of plantations. So it also requires a large number of slaves. So almost all cities have slave trade. But there are 3 largest cities. The closest to them is the harbor city of Pearl City. Pearl City, as its name suggests, is famous for its abundant pearls. The residents of this city are basically sea dwellers, who cultivate pearls and clams in large quantities, and then use slaves to collect pearls. Because of their diving work, slaves often suffer from water pressure syndrome and become paralyzed. For these slaves, employers threw them into the sea to save costs. Year after year, in addition to pearl clams, there are also numerous bones on the seabed offshore of Pearl City. Zhang Tuohai's ship sailed overseas to Pearl City, changed its ship's license plate, and mixed in with the merchant ships before sailing into the port of Pearl City. When she heard that Zhang Tuohai was going to Pearl City, Elizabeth volunteered to be a guide. According to herself, she spent more time in Pearl City than in Orleans, and knew every street of Pearl City well. Zhang Tuohai felt that having such a local snake could solve a lot of troubles. So he took Elizabeth with him. At the same time, she brought Linda, a small oil bottle, under Elizabeth's soft touch. The 3 of them put on the clothes collected by their predecessor on the boat, and got off the boat. If you didn't look carefully, they looked like a family of 3. But if you look closely, you will find that the 3 people have different looks, skin, and hair colors, and there is nothing the same between the 3 people. However, it is nothing in this kind of city. No one will care about this kind of thing. The 3 people's ordinary attire allowed them to pass the inspection and enter the city easily. On both sides of the streets in Pearl City, you can see various vendors selling trays of pearls. It occupies almost more than half of the vendors, and half of the remaining vendors are selling various byproducts of pearl clams, such as clam meat, clam shells, and so on. Although the pearl mussel meat is not delicious, it is large in quantity and cheap, so it is very popular among the captains. They buy various pickled clam meat in large quantities as side dishes for the sailors. Zhang Tuohai stopped and walked, tasting various clam meats from time to time, and then asked about the price. Finally, he summarized it and quietly told Polly to send a message to the first mate and ask the first mate to come ashore to purchase. As for Zhang Tuohai, under the guidance of Elizabeth, he came to the largest slave trading market in the city. As soon as I entered the slave trading market, an indescribable smell wafted out. Elizabeth subconsciously took out a handkerchief and covered her nose. Are you guys going to choose life slaves? There are newly trained female slaves here who are capable of cleaning work in any household. They are all in good shape, although they are a bit dark. Their texture is great. Their physical strength is long-lasting, and they are strong and durable. There won't be a situation where the game will go bad after 3 attempts or 2. A slave merchant saw Zhang Tuohai and his party, and came over to sell them. Elizabeth looked at the slave merchant with an unkind expression. Seeing Elizabeth's expression, the slave merchant misunderstood and said quickly, There are also male slaves, who can do daily physical work. Moreover, they are available in various sizes, so I guarantee you will be satisfied. Okay. Zhang Tuohai interrupted the slave merchant's ramblings. We have several manors that are often attacked by horse bandits. We are planning to buy a group of slaves who can fight. I wonder if you have any here. Zhang Tuohai said. Chapter 1131 The Unsullied. Slaves who can fight. It's not easy to cultivate. They are all selected from the best. And the price is higher. The slave merchant heard this, and his eyes lit up. I know that. You just need to tell me if it's in stock. And the price can be discussed, Zhang Tuohai said. The goods are available. Over here. The slave merchant led several people towards the inside of the slave market. The group of people passed through huge wooden cages. The cages contained slaves in ragged clothes. These slaves were men, women, young and old, and of all races. Some of them could vaguely see that the original clothes were very gorgeous and of good quality. There are two other people who can vaguely see that they are wearing the original uniforms of the lobster soldiers. But now they are in tatters and are no different from beggar uniforms. These are officials, wealthy businessmen or deserters who made mistakes. Some were simply framed by others who coveted their wealth. According to the laws of the empire, they are already dead. The executioner casually signed an execution order and then sold them. Here, squeeze out the last bit of oil and water. Elizabeth quietly talked to Zhang Tuohai about science. Are the officials of the empire not interested in this matter? Zhang Tuohai asked. Who cares? Everyone has a share of profit here. As for this slave market, officials of all sizes in Pearl City, from the governor down to the guards at the port, everyone has a share of income. Who will care? Who dares to take care of it? Whoever takes care of it will be in trouble with everyone's pocketbook. So no one takes care of it. And over time it has become like this, Elizabeth said. However, the slaves here are mainly captured from indigenous tribes, and the rest are vagrants and beggars. Didn't you notice that there is not a single beggar or vagrant in the entire Pearl City and surrounding towns? They are all here, Elizabeth said, pointing to the rows of cages. Linda couldn't help but shudder when she heard Elizabeth's words. If she hadn't boarded Zhang Tuohai's ship, she might have gone to the city to become a wanderer, and then be caught, locked in a cage, and sold as a slave. If you are lucky, you may be bought by a lustful male master, ravage it, and then throw it to your subordinates when you are tired of playing with it. When your subordinates get tired of playing with it, you may throw it to a slave to be his wife and give birth to the next generation of slaves. If you are unlucky, you will be sold to various clubs to work as technicians, and then tortured to death by those perverted customers. I shudder just thinking about it. Feeling Linda trembling, Zhang Tuohai smiled and rubbed her head and said, Don't worry. I won't sell you. Your skills are pretty good, and you need a helper in the kitchen. In addition, we agreed it also works. Within 3 months, if your body can gain weight, I will teach you the skills of killing horse bandits, Zhang Tuohai said. Thank you, Linda whispered, with a faint sound of sobbing. The group of people followed the slave merchant, passed through rows of wooden cages, and came to the very end, which was the highlight of the entire slave market. The main selling point is a group of carefully trained dancers and a group of fighting slaves. These slaves were born to slave parents. They are second or even third generation slaves. They were raised to be highly obedient. They were trained to be obedient from an early age. Only after they passed the test were they taught various skills and techniques. Each one of them was a slave, the best of the best. These are the battle slaves I have carefully cultivated. They are called the Unsullied. They are absolutely obedient. Even if I ask them to die, they will do it immediately. They are also very powerful in combat. Each of them can fight with a lion and win. Therefore, their price is also a bit higher. One costs 20,000 dinars. The slave merchant rubbed his hands and said. Zhang Tuohai looked at these slaves. Unlike the previous slaves in the cages, these combat slaves called the Unsullied were not in the cages. Everyone was sitting on the ground, and everyone was wearing leather armor. Through the leather armor, the sharp-edged muscles and scars on their bodies can be vaguely seen, and shield-throwing spears and scimitars are neatly placed beside them. Can you show me? Zhang Tuohai asked the slave merchant. Of course. The slave trader swung the whip in his hand and shouted. Unsullied, stand up! Uh-huh. The Unsullied stood up neatly, holding shields and weapons in their hands. Everyone moves in unison, like puppets. Form a shield array. Uh-huh. The Unsullied raised their large shields and moved closer together. The spears in their hands thrust out from the gaps in the shields, like a giant hedgehog. Go ahead. Uh-huh. 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 The Unsullied moved forward neatly, their shield arrays and spears advancing slowly. Even if their target was not Zhang Tuohai, Zhang Tuohai could still feel waves of murderous intent. Receive! Shouted the slave trader, cracking his whip. Uh-huh. All the Unsullied put away their weapons and shields and stood where they were. You can choose an Unsullied one to fight a lion. But the cost will be additional, said the slave trader. Can. Zhang Tuohai threw a bag of dinars over. The businessman took the bag and shook it gently twice to roughly know how many dinars were in the bag. With a smile on his face. It'll be ready soon. Soon. A lion was put into a wooden cage and pushed over. The lion was obviously just captured. It was very irritable and wild. It was obviously not the kind of creature that had been tamed by the circus for a long time. You? Go fight that lion. Zhang Tuohai pointed at a shorter unsullied person and said. The unsullied one did not move. Snapped. The slave trader whipped his whip to the ground. Obey your guest's orders. After receiving the order, the unsullied entered another huge cage. The cage containing the lion was pushed to the door of the big cage. And then someone opened the door. As soon as the lion saw the door being opened, he jumped out of the cage and rushed towards the unsullied one. The spear in the hand of the unsullied stabbed straight into the lion's throat and came out from the back of the head. Clean and neat. No unnecessary movements. Many people even just blinked, and it was over. The spear stabbed very steadily and accurately. It looks like he has practiced for at least 10 years. The slave merchant did not lie. Zhang Tuohai had a rough judgment on the strength of this unsullied one. How many do you plan to buy? The slave merchant asked, rubbing his hands. Buy them all. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the unsullied in the audience. There were 40 in total. And the total amount was 800,000 dinars. Well, it's equivalent to 8 of his bounties. Really? If the customer really buys all these unsullied ones, I can give you a song and dance girl for free. And you can choose anyone among these song and dance girls. The slave merchant rubbed his hands and said excitedly. Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Elizabeth. Pay the money. Chapter 1132 Slave Riot. What? You want me to pay? Elizabeth looked at Zhang Tuohai in shock. I really don't have much money. All the money is used to buy supplies and materials. As you know, I have a large boatload of people to support. It's not okay to have less supplies. It's only 800,000 dinars. It's less than one for you. A year's pocket money can come out just by digging into your pocket. Even if I borrow it from you, I will pay it back later when I have money. Zhang Tuohai said. Well, now I'm starting to regret getting on your boat. Elizabeth reluctantly took out a black velvet bag from the space ring, poured out a few gems from it, and handed it to the slave merchant. The slave merchant took the gem in his hand and recognized it at a glance as a ruby from the volcano. A specialty of the Emerald Sea. Because mining is difficult and output is scarce, prices have remained high. The market price of this kind in his hand is probably 100,000. But it can be sold for 30% more in Lei Meihai, local area. The business paid for itself. The slave merchant happily put away the gem, fearing that Elizabeth would regret it, and then handed the whip in his hand to Zhang Tuohai. Now these unsullied ones belong to you. As long as you give orders, they will obey them unconditionally. Go and pick out the gifts. Zhang Tuohai took the whip and said to Elizabeth, I don't want a slave. Elizabeth resisted. If you don't want them, they will be picked out like livestock. And you know best what will happen to them. If they are chosen by you, they may have a different fate. Zhang Tuohai said. Okay. Elizabeth made a selection in front of the group of singers and dancers, and selected the most beautiful one. In her impression, the more beautiful the singer and dancer, the worse the fate. If she could only save one, then she would choose to save the one with the worst fate. By the way, do you mind if I try the strength of these unsullied ones again? Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile while holding the whip. Of course. They are already your property. Now, you can do whatever you want with them. The slave merchant said with a smile. Very good. Zhang Tuohai flicked his whip. Unsullied, kill this slave trader. Those unsullied did not hesitate at all, and the spears in their hands pierced into the body of the slave merchant from all directions. The slave merchant's eyes widened, and he stared at Zhang Tuohai, wondering why Zhang Tuohai suddenly killed him. Are you curious? It's very simple. I am a pirate. Isn't it natural to kill people and steal wealth? Zhang Tuohai leaned into the slave merchant's ear and whispered. Later, Zhang Tuohai pushed the slave merchant's body to the ground, snatched the gems and the bag of money from the other party's hand, and also took away the slave merchant's own money bag. Unsullied, take all the singing and dancing girls away. Escort us out. Smash all the wooden cages along the way, and release all the slaves. Zhang Tuohai ordered loudly. The unsullied immediately formed a circular formation, protecting Zhang Tuohai, Elizabeth, Linda and 10 singing and dancing girls in the middle, and kept moving forward. The surrounding businessmen and buyers retreated and fled in all directions. Several lobster soldiers, who were maintaining order in the market, saw this situation, and just thought about it, when they were easily shot in the head by Zhang Tuohai with the roar of the devil. Seeing that the lobster soldier was shot, the slave traders and customers ran faster. As Zhang Tuohai walked, he continued to hunt and kill slave traders to create chaos. At the same time, the Unsullied continued to split open the wooden cages one by one and freed the slaves inside. Some of these slaves looked numb and remained in their cages, but some people got energetic, especially a few people who were suspected of being deserters from the lobster soldiers. They rushed out of the cage, picked up the lost weapons of the lobster soldiers, and fought back at the lobster soldiers coming from a distance. Every move has strong traces of training, just like those of the elite infantry of the Empire. Bang, bang, bang. These slave lobster soldiers kept firing back. Don't be obsessed with fighting. Let's go quickly and free more slaves. The more slaves we have, the stronger we will be and the more we can escape. Zhang Tuohai greeted, leading the Unsullied to free the slaves, and then retreated towards the port. The freed slaves were still running around at first, but after hearing Zhang Tuohai's greeting and seeing the lobster soldiers coming from all directions, they knew that they would not even be able to escape from the slave market on their own and would have to be captured if they wanted to escape. To go out, we can only rely on the power of the group. Many slaves began to gather together spontaneously, breaking open the doors of the wooden cages and releasing more and more slaves. The more slaves were freed, the faster slaves were freed. Then the number of freed slaves increased exponentially. There are more and more slaves. Some of them are blocking the pursuing lobster soldiers, while others are going to free the slaves. Although there is no clear division of cooperation, they are in perfect harmony. Go to the port. If you stay on the shore, you will only be arrested. Taking a boat is the only chance. Zhang Tuohai greeted everyone to retreat towards the port. After hearing this, the slaves ran towards the port. The road was a mess, with all kinds of things scattered everywhere. More and more lobster soldiers came from all directions. As the number of lobster soldiers increased, the casualties of slaves also began to increase rapidly. The road from the slave market to the port was almost paved with the corpses of slaves, and the streets were littered with corpses of slaves. Zhang Tuohai and his party were trapped in the center of the crowd and were not seriously injured. Get aboard the White Bird and evacuate this place immediately. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he picked up Linda and climbed up the rope ladder. Elizabeth followed next. Those singers and dancers have received all kinds of dance training since childhood, and their flexibility and physical strength are not bad. Climbing a rope ladder is no longer a problem. Those Unsullied are warriors who have been trained since childhood, so climbing the rope ladder is not difficult. After the Unsullied boarded the ship, many slaves climbed onto the rope ladder before the White Bird left the dock. When other slaves saw the White Bird sailing away, they began to climb onto other ships and try to escape in other ships. However, the guards in the port area soon caught up and started hunting the slaves. In the end, only two groups of slaves, with the lobster soldiers and the wealthy businessmen as the core, successfully robbed two ships and escaped. The remaining slaves either jumped into the water and swam to nowhere, or were captured back. Some of them were furious the guard was killed on the spot. The coastal defense guns built on the mountain also received the news and began shelling the ships leaving the port. Unfortunately, the coastal defense battery received the news too late. By the time they started firing, Zhang Tuohai's White Bird had long been out of range. However, at the same time, not far away, two Royal Navy warships were approaching quickly. Chapter 1133 Drifting at Sea. Navy! There's a navy! Cried Polly the parrot. When Zhang Tuohai looked back, there were indeed two Royal Navy warships chasing him quickly in his direction. Zhang Tuohai picked up the brass telescope and took a look, and found that the naval officer standing on the bow of the ship was Elizabeth's fiancé, Mountbatten, the rising star of the Navy. This kid is chasing him fast enough. Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly when he saw Mountbatten. At this time, Mountbatten also discovered Zhang Tuohai. He immediately detached a warship to intercept the other two escaped slave ships, and he drove the ship straight towards Zhang Tuohai. The ghost is really lingering. Didn't he kidnap your fiancé? Besides, your fiancé ran away on her own. Not me. If you want to blame her, you can only blame your own incompetence. Zhang Tuohai muttered while turning the steering wheel. Again, I am not his fiancé, and I don't like him at all. Elizabeth said to the group, please tell me that I don't have idle people on my ship, especially those slaves hanging on the rope ladder. If you are willing to fight with the Navy, you can come up and distribute weapons. If you are not willing, you can just throw them into the sea. Zhang Tuohai said to the parrot Polly. Polly the parrot flew down to deliver the order. Where are the showgirls? Asked Elizabeth. Similarly, I said before, don't raise idle people. Whether it's sailing or carrying cannonballs, there must always be something to do. Otherwise it will be thrown into the sea. You are helping in the kitchen. And they are no exception. Zhang Takumi said. I see. Elizabeth nodded. She knew that these slaves were lucky to survive. Although they were a little harder and tired on the ship. They were much happier than the life they had to go through after being sold. She also went down to arrange for the singing and dancing girls. Zhang Tuohai whipped his whip a few more times and gave orders to the Unsullied. The Unsullied took action and pulled the slaves up for questioning one by one. Those who were willing to fight with the Navy were issued weapons, but they were too trembling to speak. Was thrown directly into the sea. However, there were too many people on board, and with a warship known for its speed behind it, the White Bird was about to be overtaken. Load all artillery and get ready. Zhang Tuohai ordered. In the artillery deck, the crew began to load the artillery and propellant and got ready for firing. At this time, Mountbatten's warship was less than 100 meters away from Zhang Tuohai's White Bird. Zhang Tuohai saw that the two pursuit guns on the other side's bow had begun to be loaded. At this distance, it is impossible for the pursuit cannon to miss. If the rudder is destroyed, everything will be over. It seems that we can fight to the death. Lower the sails and lower the starboard anchor. Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly. This order is very strange, because lowering the sail means that the speed is reduced, and the ship is easier to catch up. Lowering the anchor means directly stopping the ship. Stopping the ship at this time means seeking death. But the pirates and the Unsullied had long been trained to obey and immediately executed Zhang Tuohai's orders. The huge sail was lowered and the anchor on the starboard side was thrown down. The huge anchor dragged along the bottom of the sea and then hung on to a raised rock. With the help of huge inertia, the ship was dragged into a 180-degree turn with the anchor as the center of the circle. The White Bird and the clipper behind it changed from chasing and escaping to heading towards each other. The White Bird actually completed a big drift at sea. Not only the Royal Navy on the opposite side were confused, but also the slaves and pirates on the ship were also confused. Many slaves who were not caught firmly were thrown away by the violent steering and hit the surrounding guardrails. Only the trained Unsullied remained in formation. In Mountbatten's stunned look, Zhang Tuohai gave the order to fire. All artillery. Fire! Boom! 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 Rows of artillery roared. The two ships were almost sailing close to each other, and it was impossible to miss at such a close distance. The shells directly penetrated the armor of the other ship and shot into the gun warehouse. Some shells penetrated the 2 layers of armor and exited the ship, while others hit things inside the ship and exploded inside the ship. The gun deck of the opposing ship was ablaze. Zhang Tuohai took out a huge gunpowder barrel and threw it, directly hitting the infantry square on the opponent's deck, blowing up the originally neat infantry square and turning him upside down. Then Zhang Tuohai took out the Devil's Roar, shot and killed an Imperial infantry officer and shouted, "Charge!" The pirates roared, threw their grappling hooks, and jumped onto each other's ships. The Unsullied formed a neat phalanx and rushed onto the opponent's deck. Some slaves were also aroused and rushed towards the opponent's deck with weapons in hand. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the battlefield. Under his own surprise attack, he had already gained the upper hand. Under the pressure of the Unsullied, the scattered lobster soldiers could no longer maintain their infantry phalanx and could only fight on their own. Hard support, strict discipline, and tenacious style have always been the core of the lobster soldiers. Without the support of the phalanx, the power of these lobster soldiers was greatly reduced, and they were retreating steadily in front of the Unsullied, who relied on the formation. Victory is only a matter of time. Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction and turned towards his deck. I found several slaves holding scimitars and cowering in a corner, not daring to do anything. Zhang Tuohai felt very angry and walked over. Why don't you come up? Why should we fight so hard? We are slaves. We just need to work hard. Fighting hard is the soldier's business, not ours, a leading slave said loudly. Don't force us. Otherwise, we will kill you, a slave said tremblingly, the scimitar in his hand trembling. Fight me with my knife? Zhang Tuohai sneered, pointed the demon's roar in his hand at several slaves, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots were fired, and the slaves hiding in the corner were executed by Zhang Tuohai. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a strong wind coming from behind. Zhang Tuohai turned sharply to avoid the sneak attack. He looked up and found that it was Mountbatten who had jumped onto his ship at some point, holding a stabbing sword in his hand. "Damn pirate! I will hang your head on the gate of Orleans." The stabbing sword in Mountbatten's hand stabbed Zhang Tuohai's chest. Boom! A gunshot rang out. Mountbatten was so excited that a huge bloody hole appeared in his chest. The scorching green flames burned away his internal organs. "Sir, times have changed," Zhang Tuohai said, raised his pistol, and pointed it at Mountbatten's head, and pulled the trigger again. Chapter 1134 Killing Mountbatten. Boom! Zhang Tuohai shattered Mountbatten's head with one shot, then climbed to a high place and launched a targeted attack on the navy on the deck. The devil's roar in Zhang Tuohai's hand is rifled, and its accuracy is several times more accurate than the flintlock rifles of this era. Coupled with the blessing of skills, it is even more accurate when shooting. Each lobster soldier was accurately harvested by Zhang Tuohai. After clearing the lobster soldiers on the deck, the Unsullied began to go deep into the cabin and eliminate the lobster soldiers inside one by one. Within half an hour, the battle was completely over. All the lobster soldiers from Mountbatten to below were killed. Zhang Tuohai looked at the warship that was still on fire and gave up the idea of capturing the ship. Put the pirates in charge of transshipping the cargo. He transferred the supplies from the other party's ship to his own ship, and at the same time collected all the standard weapons of the lobster soldiers. These are rare weapons for pirates, especially those artillery pieces and artillery shells, which were the supplies that Zhang Tuohai was in urgent need of. And they just got replenished this time. Zhang Tuohai supervised the pirates and Unsullied people moving supplies while checking the specific battle damage. After the battle, more than 30 slaves died. 12 were seriously injured, and 11 were slightly injured. 6 pirates died. 3 were seriously injured, and all were slightly injured. The Unsullied were well organized and had a complete formation. No one died, but they were seriously injured. 6. 12 slightly injured. If it were an ordinary pirate ship, minor injuries would be bandaged by oneself. For serious injuries, one can only rely on willpower to hold on. If you survive, you will survive. If you cannot survive, you will die. But here in Zhang Tuohai, this situation does not exist. Zhang Tuohai mixed a lot of rum and oranges and distributed them to each injured person. After eating oranges and drinking rum, these slaves, pirates and Unsullied were surprised to find that all their injuries were healed. Not even a scar was left. Although the old pirates under Zhang Tuohai have seen it several times, they still feel very magical every time they experience it in person. As for the Unsullied and the new slaves, they knelt down and regarded Zhang Tuohai as a god. The medical skills of this era are very worthy of criticism. Treatment basically relies on bloodletting, incense, spices and herbs. If you can survive, you can survive. If you can't resist, you are ungodly. You are a sinner, and you will be punished in hell. Therefore, whether a disease can be cured in this era depends entirely on luck. Now that they have a captain who can protect them from illness and injury, how can they not be excited? I can't wait to imprison Zhang Tuohai directly. At this time, the 2 slave ships also approached. They did not have the strength of Zhang Tuohai, nor did they have the strict organization of the Unsullied. They relied entirely on their huge numbers and bravery to fight off. Therefore, although they relied on their numbers to kill a ship of the Royal Navy, they also suffered heavy losses. Half of the 2 ships' worth of slaves were now left, and many of them were injured. However, they have a lot of supplies. Almost everyone wears Royal Navy lobster soldier uniforms and holds Royal Navy standard equipment. And with 3 boats in hand, it looks like there is strength in numbers. A ship docked next to Zhang Tuohai's White Bird, and a man wearing a Royal Navy officer's uniform jumped from the ship onto the deck of the White Bird. After landing on the deck, he straightened his wrinkled uniform and said to Zhang Tuohai with his head held high, "Which of you is in charge of this boat?" No one spoke, but everyone turned their attention to Zhang Tuohai. "Are you in charge?" the man asked. "Please call me captain," Zhang Tuohai said slowly. "Now I declare that your ship has been commandeered by us and belongs to the Bokassa pirates. Offer me your loyalty. Otherwise, I will send you to meet the Poseidon," the man said, and shook the huge axe in his hand. The slaves on the ship next to them also raised their muskets. "Uh-huh." The people on Zhang Tuohai's side also raised their muskets, while the Unsullied raised their throwing spears and large shields. And the battle was imminent. "Huh? How dare you not surrender? Didn't you know that we just killed a ship of the Imperial Navy? Don't you think you are afraid?" The man hadn't finished speaking yet, but Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore. Take out the devil's roar and shoot that person. Boom! The bullet penetrated the opponent's head and burned away the brain inside. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's move, the pirates and Unsullied on the White Bird immediately took action, raining down lead bullets and spears on the group of slaves. Although those slaves fought back desperately, how could they compare to the bravery of the Unsullied and the pirates? If you are injured, you have to carry it by yourself. But if you are injured, just drink a bottle of wine and it will heal. It is obvious which side has higher morale. As the pirates and the Unsullied fought desperately with their wounds, they quickly rushed onto the other side's deck and drove the other side into the cabin. When the Unsullied were about to rush into the cabin, they were stopped by Zhang Tuohai. Keep them here to attract the attention of the Royal Navy and give us more time to escape. Zhang Tuohai said so. Now his supplies are basically replenished. And with the addition of the newly boarded Unsullied, Dancer, and slaves, it is basically full. And even if there are new supplies, it will not be able to hold it. Moreover, after the Royal Navy suffered such a heavy loss, it would definitely not give up. It would definitely continue to send large forces to pursue it, just to keep these people behind and delay the steps of the Royal Navy. Yes! Those Unsullied obeyed Zhang Tuohai's words and immediately lined up and returned to the White Bird. Zhang Tuohai and everyone set sail and sailed toward the depths of the sea. Seeing that the ship and port behind him had disappeared, Zhang Tuohai summoned everyone to the deck. Let everyone take off their clothes. This is not Zhang Tuohai's perversion, but that in this era, in order to identify slaves, all slave traders would brand tattoos on slaves to identify whose slaves they belonged to. Therefore, once someone is branded with tattoos and beaten into slavery, it will be difficult to get rid of their status as a slave for life. But Zhang Tuohai is different. He simply asked everyone to cut off all the slave tattoos on their bodies, and then gave everyone a bottle of rum. After drinking the wine, the cut flesh quickly grew back, and the slave tattoo that was originally branded on his body disappeared. Now, you are free people, Zhang Tuohai said, and threw the whip in his hand into the sea. I will give you a chance to choose. If you want to leave, stay for a while, and I will send you to a port. You can go ashore and start your new life. If you don't want to leave, just follow me and become a pirate. I will feed you. Yes, there will be a bowl of soup for you to drink. The choice is in your hands. Now you can decide your own future destiny. Chapter 11:35 Meeting Su Mu again. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the Unsullied and the Dancer were the first to make their choices. They knelt down and expressed their loyalty to Zhang Tuohai and followed him to the ends of the earth. They are all second-generation slaves. They have been trained since childhood and have become accustomed to having a master leading them. They have been completely solidified. It is no longer possible to integrate into normal human life. If they are allowed to leave on their own, they will not even be able to integrate into the circle of normal people, or even survive on their own abilities. Therefore, these people naturally chose to regard Zhang Tuohai as their new master. Even if Zhang Tuohai doesn't have a whip in his hand, those pirates who first followed Zhang Tuohai also meant the same thing. They have no legitimate means of making a living, and as long as there is a way, they will not live a life of pirates licking blood from the tip of a knife. Even if he leaves, he will just change his ship and continue to be a pirate, instead of going to a strange ship. It would be better to continue hanging out with Zhang Tuohai on the ship. At least Zhang Tuohai's men don't have to worry about being thrown into the sea by their accomplices after being injured. Finally, there are the slaves. These slaves hesitated and divided into two groups. Some of them had no means to make a living and stayed on the ship to make a living with Zhang Tuohai. Another group of craftsmen don't want to be precarious pirates all the time. They want to return to the crowd and be ordinary people. With their skills, they can make a living even if they find a workshop as a worker. It's better than licking blood every day with a knife. Powerful. The idea of these people was to get ashore. Although Zhang Tuohai was a little reluctant to let go of these craftsmen, he decided to let them go ashore. Now that they have given up their minds, staying on the ship will only be a waste of food. At a critical moment, they may even sell themselves for their own worth and life. Therefore, instead of keeping these people on the ship, it is better to put them ashore, and the remaining space can be used to store more supplies. What surprised Zhang Tuohai was that the old chef actually wanted to go ashore. In this regard, the old chef's explanation was that he saw that Zhang Tuohai's goal was not in Lei Meihai and wanted to go further. But the old chef was already old and did not want to die outside. And his hometown was not far ahead. He wanted to visit his hometown. Zhang Tuohai nodded and agreed to the old chef's request, and gave the old chef a sum of money, which was regarded as his pension. After excluding those who were about to go ashore, Zhang Tuohai counted the number of people. The White Bird now has a total of 30 pirates, including newly joined slaves, 40 unsullied, 10 singing and dancing girls, and 1 little rich woman named Elizabeth, 1 for the little girl Linda, and 1 for Polly the parrot. Zhang Tuohai reorganized the line, division of labor. The pirates were responsible for sailing and cannon shooting, and the unsullied were responsible for gang-hopping operations and daily patrol maintenance. Elizabeth was promoted to chef de cuisine. Linda was the sous chef, and the showgirl was responsible for looking out, scrubbing the decks, and helping cook. The unsullied upgraded their leather armor into the metal breastplate worn by the elite Royal Infantry. At the same time, each person was issued a flintlock gun. Times have changed, and we cannot rely solely on cold weapons to fight. At critical moments, we should still use platoons of guns. After several battles, especially on the battleships of the Royal Navy, Zhang Tuohai grabbed a lot of lead bullets and gunpowder. So he took out a batch and specially gave the unsullied people musketry training. The singing and dancing girls knew that the relatively free life in front of them was hard one. So they worked very diligently. Except for one who was responsible for the lookout. The remaining few did a general cleaning on the ship. In addition to the deck, every corner of the ship was carefully scrubbed. And all the dead spots that had accumulated dust all year round were scrubbed clean. Even the dark dining table was wiped out of its original wood color. After driving for more than half a day, Liam O discovered a small village. It looked like it was built by players. It had farmland orchards, a small dock, and a few fishing boats. Several large chimneys were erected, emitting black smoke. I don't know what kind of workshop they are. It seems to be developing pretty well. Zhang Tuohai was in a good mood and had plenty of supplies in hand. In addition, the purpose of docking this time was to let those people disembark. So he gave up the idea of grabbing a handful. The ship docked at the pier. A long gangplank was set up on the pier, and the slaves disembarked from the ship one by one. The unsullied and the pirates lay on the bow of the ship, looking at the small village curiously. Zhang Tuohai also walked away. At this time, a group of people also walked out of the village. 5 or 6 militiamen armed with spears escorted the 2 women out. Zhang Tuohai had sharp eyes and recognized at a glance that these 2 people were old acquaintances, Su Mu and Su Qi. Unexpectedly, these 2 people also entered here. Zhang Tuohai remembered that the last time they met was in the spiritual space. After he wrested control from Liu Li, he raised the souls of the 2 people in the spiritual space. Who are you? What's the reason for coming to our village? Su Mu asked cautiously, one hand pressing the flintlock gun on his waist. Su Qi didn't say anything, but also tightened her grip on the spear in her hand. Zhang Tuohai lamented that things in the world are impermanent. The last time they met in the spiritual space was 3 people sleeping together, and the 2 sides knew each other's roots. As a result, this time the memory was forgotten. Like a stranger. I am a passing captain who wants to see what specialties are available here. Another group of people want to get off the ship and use the road to leave from here, Zhang Tuohai said. That's it. The 2 sisters Su Mu and Su Qi looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. Our specialties here are honey and drunken shrimps. They are all freshly pickled. Do you want to try them? Su Mu said and asked someone to bring 2 large clay pots and open them in front of Zhang Tuohai. One was slowly filled with honey, and the other was filled with drunken shrimps. The taste was very pure. That's right. 40 cans of honey and 60 cans of drunken shrimp, Zhang Tuohai said with a wave of his hand. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Su Mu's face turned red. I'm sorry, because the flower field has just started. There are only 8 cans of honey and 12 cans of drunken shrimp. However, if you give us some time, there will definitely be more. Is that all there is? Forget it. Load them all for us. I'm on my way in a hurry. Calculate how much it costs, and I'll ask the first mate to bring it down and give it to you directly. Su Mu did the math and found that the total was 2,600 dinars. Go and ask the first mate to bring the money down, and find a few people to move the goods back, Zhang Tuohai said to Polly the parrot beside him. Gaw! Polly the parrot flapped his wings and flew back to the boat. It's amazing. This parrot is so spiritual. Can you sell it to me? Su Qi's eyes lit up as she looked at Polly's figure. Sorry. This is my crew and not for sale. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. The first mate quickly ran out of the ship with his men. The 2 parties counted the goods, and both money and goods were paid. After chatting on the shore for a while, Zhang Tuohai learned that the 2 of them had just established a foothold here and were actively looking for sources of goods. They originally wanted to save a batch of goods and build their own ships to sell. But they met Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai also introduced several seaports that were relatively close to them to facilitate their trade. Before boarding the ship, Zhang Tuohai leaned close to Su Qi's ear and said, "In the future, don't use your measurements as a password." Chapter 11:36 Gain Experience. After saying that, Zhang Tuohai quickly ran onto the deck, put away the springboard and set sail, without giving Su Qi any time to react. "You bastard! Stop right here and speak clearly!" Su Qi was so angry on the pier. On the one hand, she was embarrassed that someone had revealed her secret. And on the other hand, she was curious. How did Zhang Tuohai know this secret? You know, she didn't even tell her sister Sumu the secret. "What's wrong?" Sumu came over and asked. "I want to build a ship. Go to sea. And go find him to find out." Su Qi pursed her lips and said, "Are you sure? If you are sure, I will have someone cut down the wood and build a ship." Sumu said from the side. "Elder sister. Actually, I always feel that he has a sense of familiarity. And I always feel that I have seen him somewhere," Sumu said while looking at the white bird that was gradually receding. Zhang Tuohai asked people to move the honey and drunken shrimps to the kitchen. Elizabeth was very happy when she saw the honey, and said that she would treat everyone to a meal of honey-glazed roast chicken. And then the whole jar of honey was consumed. Zhang Tuohai didn't feel bad at all. For him, these materials were all external things, and they were valuable only if they could improve combat effectiveness. He was reluctant to part with this or that. In the end, wasn't it an advantage for others? Just like the former captain, he didn't enjoy much of the ham he saved, and it was all at an advantage to Zhang Tuohai. After the crew members ate the honey-glazed roast chicken, they all praised Elizabeth's cooking skills, allowing Elizabeth to secure her position as head chef. In the next 3 days, everything was calm. In order to avoid the navy that might be chasing after him, Zhang Tuohai deliberately stayed away from the waterways and coastlines and sailed on the vast sea for 3 days. If an ordinary captain sailed like this, he would either be engulfed by the storm, or lose his way and be trapped at sea. But Zhang Tuohai is different. He can clearly remember all the roads he has walked and draw a map in his mind. He knew exactly where he was on the chart. After 3 days of training, the Unsullied were already familiar with the use of muskets, and were able to skillfully maintain the guns, load them, and fire volleys. Coupled with the strict discipline that the Unsullied have developed over the years, they cannot fall behind when facing the elite infantry of the Empire. After the Unsullied became familiar with the muskets, Zhang Tuohai changed course and headed towards the coast. If he drove further, he would arrive at Red Rock Island. Before entering Xiahai, he had to go to the last supply point, Panto. Let's replenish the local specialty kumis. Zhang Tuohai turned the wheel while injecting magic power into the succubus summons. The purple magic circle rotated, and a succubus was summoned. Before the succubus could see the world clearly, a gunshot rang out. There was a big hole in the succubus head, and the body fell to the ground, and then slowly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Kill a succubus and gain 6 experience points. A line of game prompts pops up. The crew members on the ship have become accustomed to it, and everyone even takes a look at it and continues to go about their own business. This is a method Zhang Tuohai recently found to gain experience. Every time you summon a succubus, you can get 6 experience points by killing it, and all you have to pay is magic power. You can continue to repeat this operation when the magic power is restored. With the help of Succubus, his current level has been upgraded to LV6, 22/600. With the extra 6 skill points, 2 points were obtained by killing with Musket Judgment. He clicked Torrent and Powder Keg to level 2 respectively, and clicked on the new skill Grappling Hook, while Musket Judgment was clicked to level 4. The effect of the 4th level Musket Trial is to increase the probability of obtaining skill points, increase the musket range from 50 meters to 100 meters, improve the accuracy, and strengthen the attack power, which can directly penetrate the breastplate of elite infantry. The explosion effect of the secondary powder barrel has been increased by 50%. Torrent's attack range has been roughly doubled, from 1 person to 2 people. The new skill Grappling Hook can throw a grappling hook to catch the enemy back. The current effective distance is 10 meters. In addition, the biggest gain from reaching level 6 is the unlocking of several new skills. What Zhang Tuohai likes most is the ghost ship attack. The skill effect is to summon a ghost ship for collision. It looks great, but the level 1 skill only summons a canoe for ramming. Zhang Tuohai resisted the urge to level this skill up to level 2, leaving 1 skill point as a spare. Anyway, if you kill more enemies, you will always get new skill points. Zhang Tuohai comforted himself like this. The ship traveled for a long time. And at noon, Zhang Tuohai's white bird anchored at Pantos. Pantos is a commercial port with the steppes at its back. Many nomadic tribes often stop here to trade with passing merchant ships, exchanging their dairy products for the weapons and salt they need. Zhang Tuohai landed on the land of Pantos under the protection of several unsullied ones. The first mate took a few people to buy kumis, and Elizabeth took Linda and a few singing and dancing girls to buy some women's products. After the group of people separated, Zhang Tuohai led others to wander on the streets of Pantos. As an important trading port, Zhang Tuohai found a lot of fruits here. Zhang Tuohai, who could only supplement his vitamins by eating oranges on the ship. His eyes turned red when he saw these fruits. I immediately bought a few hundred kilograms, and had a few unsullied people transport it back to the ship. Zhang Tuohai saw many bouquets placed on the roadside, and curiously asked the stall owner what was going on. Could it be a special custom of Pantos? The stall owner told Zhang Tuohai that it was because the Hmong, the strongest tribe nearby, wanted to marry his wife today. So he placed bouquets of flowers on the street. At the same time, the stall owner pointed the direction of the wedding to Zhang Tuohai, and told Zhang Tuohai that there was a lot of fun there. There's a wedding? Is there a table for dinner? I want to sit at the widow's table. Zhang Tuohai thought as he walked in the direction pointed by the stall owner. Zhang Tuohai walked forward until he was about to leave the city, and saw the wedding venue. On a high platform near the seaside cliff, a group of people dressed as nomads stood there, standing around the high platform, each with a machete on their waist. There were 2 people sitting on the high platform. The man was wearing nomadic clothing. He was unusually strong. He seemed to be more than 2 meters tall, and weighed about 300 pounds. His muscles were bulging, holding up his clothes, and he had long hair, beard, and a scimitar studded with gems at his waist. Next to him sat a petite woman, wearing a white gauze skirt, a wreath on her head, and her eyes were full of sadness. Under the high platform, on both sides, stood wealthy businessmen in fine clothes, walking up to the high platform one by one, followed by slaves holding various precious gifts in their hands. Chapter 1137 Bloody Wedding. Zhang Tuohai watched the excitement from below, watching each and every wealthy businessman contribute priceless treasures at the feet of the Horse King. There are pearls as big as fists, crowns carved with gold, saddles studded with jewels, and red coral collected from the deep sea. All kinds of priceless goodies are piled up like a mountain. However, the Horse King was very uninterested, and obviously didn't care much about these things. Zhang Tuohai also lacked interest. The main reason is that he has seen too many good things. And these treasures in the eyes of ordinary people are just that much to him. For him, it is more practical to start the dinner early. He also wants to taste local specialties early. At this moment, a businessman came over with a huge wooden box. The box contained 2 eggs, one black and one red. The eggs were bigger than a watermelon. They had mysterious patterns on them, and looked very extraordinary. What is this? The bride asked with a forced smile. This is the dragon egg I found in the Shadowland of Char. I hope Khaleesi likes it, the businessman said. Xiaya. The bride's expression moved slightly when she heard the name. This is the name of her hometown. She turned to the strong man and said, I like this gift very much. I want to put it in my room. The strong man just nodded slightly and said nothing. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one was sending any more gifts, the strong man greeted a guard beside him and said a few words casually. The guard nodded, took out a horn from his waist and blew it. Do-do-do. The long trumpet sound resounded throughout the city. A group of people dressed in nomadic costumes came out of the crowd, each holding a machete in their hands. When the horn sound stopped, these people suddenly shouted and slashed at their companions around them. For a moment, the sword flashed and flesh and blood flew everywhere. What are you doing? Zhang Tuohai grabbed a bystander and asked. The man glanced at Zhang Tuohai and said, You are from outside. This is a custom unique to the natives. During the wedding, there must be blood and people must die. Moreover, the more dead people, the more lively it will be. Besides, you'd better go there, stand at the back. People standing in the front row are easily injured by accident. And there are spectators who are accidentally killed every year. Let me tell you. Puff. Before the man finished speaking, a man was pushed and bumped into him. A long knife penetrated both men, stabbing the man next to Zhang Tuohai to his core. You really killed the spectators. Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the murderer pulled out his long knife, curled his lips, and then slashed at Zhang Tuohai, probably because he thought Zhang Tuohai was blocking the way. seeing this man slashing at him. Can Zhang Tuohai tolerate him? That can't be done. Zhang Tuohai turned sideways and grabbed the opponent's wrist. Broke it with both hands. Turned the knife in the opponent's hand over. Pushed forward fiercely. And pierced the man's heart with the long knife. The man stared at Zhang Tuohai in disbelief that he was actually killed by a bystander. Boom! Zhang Tuohai grabbed the handle of the knife and kicked the body out. You dare to play just these 2 times? Rubbish! Zhang Tuohai shook the blood off the knife and prepared to retreat. Unexpectedly, the few people who were still fighting on the field suddenly stopped holding the long knives in their hands. And all turned their heads to look at Zhang Tuohai. Several people looked at each other and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai with their knives raised. If you can't beat one, then fight in a group? Zhang Tuohai sneered, dodged his body, swiped the long knife in his hand, and cut off a person's head. When a strong man saw Zhang Tuohai's back turned to him, he immediately raised his machete and chopped off Zhang Tuohai's head. But who would have thought that Zhang Tuohai turned the long knife in his hand and stabbed it out from under his armpit, then struck the strong man in the heart first. Seeing this, the remaining 2 strong men attacked Zhang Tuohai on the left and right. Zhang Tuohai rolled on the spot and crashed into a man's chest. The long knife in his hand passed through the chest and disappeared into the handle. Then he pushed the strong man and rushed towards the last person, using the same technique as the one who killed the onlookers before. After killing all the people on the field, Zhang Tuohai took out his long knife and shook off the blood. After killing these people who wanted to kill him, Zhang Tuohai was about to turn around and leave. But before he could move, the Horse King on the high platform stood up. Wait a minute. What's wrong with you? Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Ma Wang on the high platform. Does the person who killed me just want to leave like this? Then what do you want? Zhang Tuohai asked lazily. He knew that at this time, all excuses were useless, and only the blade could make people reason. It's very simple. Fight me. If you win, everything here will be yours. If you lose, you will be buried with my people, the Horse King said. Then go ahead and don't say I bullied you. Zhang Tuohai shook his machete and said, Roar! The Horse King yelled, drew out the scimitar from his waist, and slashed towards Zhang Tuohai. The knife was so fast that ordinary people could only see a flash of white light, and could not even see clearly where the blade was. Where? Zhang Tuohai sideways dodged the blade, and the long knife in his hand swiped at Ma Wang's waist. Ma Wang withdrew his long knife with his backhand to block it, and the 2 knives intertwined and made a harsh sound. Your sword skills are pretty good, but times have changed, Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer. The next second, King Ma's body burst into flames. Just now, Zhang Tuohai focused his extra skills on fire torture. The effect of this skill is that everyone who is in close combat with him will be on fire after a while. King Ma didn't know the power of this skill. He was in great pain from the fire, and lay on the ground trying to put out the flames. Zhang Tuohai drew out the Devil's Roar, aimed at Ma Wang's head, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunfire rang out, and there was a hole in Ma Wang's head. The body fell to the ground motionless, and the fire quickly spread to the entire body, burning the body to ashes. He killed the Horse King! Several guards roared when they saw this, drew their scimitars and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Bang bang bang. Zhang Tuohai didn't even bother to look at these people. He directly pulled the trigger and smashed these people's heads one by one. Corpses fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, dozens more people dressed as guards rushed towards Zhang Tuohai from the high platform. Zhang Tuohai kept pulling the trigger, smashing the heads of these people one by one. The scene was in chaos, especially the surrounding spectators. They were just here to watch the fun, not to risk their lives. After seeing the shots being fired, they began to run away. Lost shoes were everywhere, leaving a messy scene. The nomads did not run away. They drew their weapons one after another and attacked Zhang Tuohai. But they were all beaten to death by Zhang Tuohai one by one. It's really unlucky that I didn't get enough to eat. And yet I did this. Zhang Tuohai put the gun back into his waist with some dissatisfaction and was about to leave. The bride, who had been sitting on the high platform just now, suddenly said, Please wait a moment. Chapter 1138 Pyroblast Mode. What's the matter with you? Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked. Can you take me with you? The bride said. Why? I don't seem to have any reason to bring you. Zhang Tuohai said. You killed the Horse King. According to the custom on the grassland, I will be buried with him. I don't want to die yet. As long as you take me away from here, I can give you everything, including myself, the bride said, pointing to the precious items on the ground. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the things on the ground. They seemed to be quite valuable. Although he was a pirate, he would inevitably have transactions sometimes. The more money, the better. As for one more woman on the ship, it's not a big deal. There are already 12 women anyway, so they don't care about one more. It's nothing more than an extra mouth to eat. Of course, what Zhang Tuohai is most concerned about are those 2 eggs. Those are legendary dragon eggs. What if they really hatch? It's interesting to think about. As for the possible revenge of those nomads, Zhang Tuohai didn't care at all. They are indeed powerful on land. But I am at sea, and have the ability to let them chase them to the sea. Okay, then you wait here for a while, Zhang Tuohai said to Polly the parrot, who had been squatting on his shoulders. Go and let the Unsullied come and transport these things away. Polly the parrot flew straight into the sky, heading towards the white bird. Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and looked at what he had gained during this period. After the fight just now, his experience has successfully increased to LV6, 133/600. He is still far from being upgraded. But when he killed the Horse King, he gained one more skill point. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and focused his skill on gunfire judgment, hoping to increase the explosion rate. As a result, when the gunfire trial point reached level 5, a prompt popped up. Congratulations! You have upgraded gunfire judgment to the full level, and will be rewarded with special effects and pyrotechnic mode. Pyroblast mode. The bullets fired by the gun in this mode will have a pyroblast effect and are as powerful as offensive grenades. At the same time, the firing range of gunfire trial has also been extended to 200 meters, which is already the combat range of a submachine gun. Can you get special effects by clicking on level 5? Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. He used to try to light up as many skills as possible to make the combat adaptability wider. But now, he can also take care of the skill levels appropriately. He looked at his skills, wondering which skill he should upgrade to level 5 next. At this time, the Unsullied came running over. Master! The leader of the Unsullied said respectfully. They were used to calling Zhang Tuohai master. Zhang Tuohai corrected him twice and found that they couldn't change. So he left them alone. Go! Move all these things away! Yes! The Unsullied picked up the belongings on the ground and moved them toward the ship. Zhang Tuohai took off the gem-encrusted scimitar from Ma Wang and tied it to himself. The group of people moved their things back. And when they were about to approach the dock, they ran into a group of lobster soldiers. What are you going to do? Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown. What you are holding in your hands is the wealth of the empire. On behalf of the governor, I ask you to put down what you are holding and leave immediately. Otherwise, everyone will be charged with treason. At the front of the lobster soldiers, a bachelor in gorgeous robe said, The wealth of the empire? I think you have taken a fancy to these things. You don't dare to snatch it from King Ma. Do you think that I who killed King Ma are easy to bully? Zhang Tuohai sneered. It seems. The bachelor was about to say a few harsh words when he was interrupted by a gunshot. Boom! The demon's roar, which turned on the pyroblast mode, hit the bachelor with a bullet, and then his upper body was blown to pieces. The violent explosion tore his body into pieces, evenly spreading to the ground within a 20-meter diameter range. Good guy! This is really powerful! Zhang Tuohai sighed and pulled the trigger one after another at the group of lobster soldiers. Those lobster soldiers had no idea that anyone would dare to openly confront the imperial soldiers in the city. They had their muskets in their hands and were completely unprepared for battle. Moreover, in order to improve the shooting accuracy, these people used dense formations, which gives the pyroblast mode the opportunity to exert its maximum power. Often a single blast of pyrotechnic bullets can send all the lobster soldiers in a circle into the sky. Boom! 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 Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger repeatedly, firing bullets into the ranks of the lobster soldiers, blowing them away piece by piece. The Unsullied behind Zhang Tuohai also reacted quickly, throwing out their spears one after another to kill the missed lobster soldiers. In just 10 seconds, a team of lobster soldiers was wiped out. Finish the attack. Pick up the weapon. Take your belongings. And leave immediately. Zhang Tuohai said to the Unsullied ones behind him. Yes. The Unsullied immediately picked up their belongings and guns and ran towards the port quickly. Everyone knew that since they had taken action in the city, they had become the city's enemies. If they didn't run away, they would face the city's defenders. The army troops attacked. The group of people rushed towards the dock and came to the White Bird. The Unsullied began to carry their belongings to the White Bird. Miss Bride, do you want to go with us? Once you get on the ship, you will be a traitor to the Empire. It's still too late to regret it. I can give you a sum of money to let you leave here, Zhang Tuohai said. There is no turning back for me. If you continue to stay here, you will die. Also, please call me Moriel, the bride said, and climbed up the rope ladder. Although it was shaky, I managed to climb up. The group returned to the White Bird. Zhang Tuohai quickly untied the cable, lowered the sails, and drove the ship towards the distance. Boom! Boom! The fort on the high mountain began to fire. But at this time, the White Bird had already sailed out of the range of the artillery. The fort's firing was of no use except to express its attitude. After confirming that the White Bird was safe, Zhang Tuohai whistled, and while controlling the steering wheel, he directed the Unsullied to move the belongings into the warehouse, waiting for an opportunity to exchange them for money and supplies. At this time, Moriel came over and said to Zhang Tuohai, I have a request. Can you return those 2 eggs to me? I am from Xiaya, and those 2 eggs are also from Xiaya. So, I want to take it with me and think about it. Is that okay? Zhang Tuohai just kept looking at Moriel without saying a word. Just looking at her like this. Moriel looked at Zhang Tuohai at first. But after a while, she couldn't hold on anymore and said helplessly, Okay, you win. I am actually a Dragonborn and know how to hatch dragon eggs. Chapter 1139 Dragonborn. Dragonborn? Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he heard this word in this world. Could it be that? Seeing that Zhang Tuohai didn't speak, Moriel continued, My surname is Shuizhen, which is the family with dragon blood. It's just that the blood has become weak when it comes to me. The reason why King Mal wants to marry me, but also for the dragon blood in my body. Although the dragon blood in my body is weak, there is still a way to reawaken the blood in my body as long as I find the real dragon. That's right. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Is there any evidence? Evidence? Moriel thought for a moment, opened her mouth suddenly, and exhaled. Dots of sparks appeared in the air, and then they were extinguished by the sea breeze. That's all we can do. Moriel's face turned a little red, and she didn't know whether it was because she used too much force or was ashamed of her lack of strength. When Moriel showed off her abilities, Zhang Tuohai kept staring at her, his eyes never leaving her for a moment. He could be sure that Moriel was truly capable and not a charlatan. He decided to give Moriel a chance. Okay, tell me how to hatch dragon eggs, Zhang Tuohai said. Put it in the fire to bake, and always guard it. Moriel recounted the key points. Zhang Tuohai randomly selected a few questions and found that what Moriel said was exactly the same as what she said before, and he could answer them one by one. So he believed it 70% to 80%. I can agree to your request, but after you hatch the true dragon, you need to serve me for 3 years. After 3 years, you can stay or go as you like, Zhang Tuohai said. Okay. Moriel agreed happily after hearing this. She has nowhere to go now. Even if she hatches a real dragon, she will not have any effective combat effectiveness within a certain period of time. Even if she faces the Empire's lobster soldiers, it is better to stay here with Zhang Tuohai. At least there is safety guarantee. You go to the kitchen. I will ask Elizabeth to give you enough firewood. I hope you will not disappoint me. Zhang Tuohai asked Moriel to go to the kitchen, and he himself drove the boat towards Red Rock Island. After wandering along the coast of the Thunder Sea for so long, the Targaryen family's fleet should have been divided into groups. The fleet that stayed on Red Rock Island for surveillance was already tired. Zhang Tuohai's White Bird was even different from what it used to be. From the 3 or 2 big cats and kittens before, there are more than 80 crew members, half of whom are elite Unsullied. Even Zhang Tuohai, the Royal Navy of the same size, would dare to touch it. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai's trip to Honsher Island at this time was different from the past. On the contrary, he felt eager to try it. The White Bird raised its sails and sailed towards Red Rock Island. Moriel walked into the cabin cautiously. She was worried at first, fearing that pirates would harass her. But she soon discovered that although the pirates were all staring at her, no one dared to come over or even get closer. She didn't know that Zhang Tuohai had issued strict orders, strictly prohibiting pirates from touching women on board. Otherwise they would be hung on the mast until death. Under such strict orders, the pirates did not dare to even touch Moriel. Moriel was a little curious, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions and continued walking into the boat. Soon, Moriel discovered the second weird thing. That is, Zhang Tuohai's boat was very clean. She is not a novice and has been on many sea ships. She also went on a Royal Navy warship once when she was very young. Her impression of the cabin was always that of darkness, crampedness, filth, mold, turbid air and drunken sailors. However, the white bird was extremely clean, with no floating dust at all. It was as clean as if it were a newly manufactured ship, although the sun still cannot shine in due to the structure of the ship's hull, and we can only rely on the gun windows for lighting. The air is very fresh, and does not smell turbid at all. Is this really a pirate ship? Even the Royal Navy is not this neat. Muriel felt something strange everywhere. After asking several pirates, Muriel finally found the kitchen. In the kitchen, Elizabeth was blanching the chicken in water, while Linda was washing fresh vegetables, and the two showgirls were arranging the dishes. Rows of plates are placed on the long table, and each plate is filled with clean vegetables, green leafy vegetables, red tomatoes, and orange carrots. The plates are placed there, looking very beautiful. I'm having chicken salad today. It's not time to eat yet. Hey, who are you? New here? Elizabeth turned around and saw Muriel and asked curiously. Well, I am indeed new here. The captain promised me enough firewood to hatch the dragon eggs. These two, Muriel said, showing Elizabeth the box in her arms. There were 2 huge eggs in the box, one black and one red. What kind of egg is this? Can it be eaten? Elizabeth asked, knocking it with a spoon. No, there is a dragon in it. It needs to be hatched. You can't eat it. Muriel quickly protected the egg in her hand. Are there any requirements for a stove fire? If not, just throw it into the stove. The fuel on the ship is still quite tight. It would be better to save some fuel, Elizabeth said, pointing to the stove. Yes, but you need to keep adding firewood to maintain the temperature. Muriel stretched her hand to the stove and tested the temperature. Okay, then you can put the eggs in. You will be responsible for looking after the stove at night. I also have to tell the captain to prepare and stock up on firewood as soon as possible, Elizabeth said with her hands on her hips. Like a housekeeper, she has adapted to the role of ship's cook. Okay, I understand. Muriel nodded, carefully put the 2 eggs into the stove, then hugged her knees with her hands, sat on the floor, quietly looked at the flames in the stove, and waited quietly. To hatch dragon eggs, the incubator needs to be constantly watching over them. This is the tradition and family motto of the Zhuogen family, and every generation of incubators does this. What is she doing? Linda touched Elizabeth and asked curiously. Who knows? But since the captain agreed, let's wait and see. Maybe it will be really powerful, Elizabeth said. In fact, she does not believe in dragons. After all, she has only heard of the existence of dragons in the epics of bards. It is said that the real dragons disappeared hundreds of years ago. However, since it was Zhang Tuohai who agreed, she was a little unsure. What if there really was a miracle? She had seen too many extraordinary things and miracles from Zhang Tuohai, and hatching a legendary dragon didn't seem impossible. Chapter 1140 Ghost Ship. The sky gradually darkened, and Zhang Tuohai drove the boat forward. Gradually mist rose from the sea. Looking at the steaming fog, Zhang Tuohai frowned. In this era without radar and satellite positioning, detection and direction determination can only rely on lookouts and sextants. The rising sea fog greatly interferes with the lookout hands. It is easy for the ship to deviate from the course or even get lost. This is very dangerous for ships. Zhang Tuohai photographed 2 singing and dancing girls climbing to the top of the mast to see if they could see stars there, and then used a sextant to identify the direction. But the sea fog was so great that even if the 2 singers climbed to the top of the mast, they couldn't see the sky clearly. Forget it. Keep sailing in a straight line for now, and then correct the course when it gets daylight. Zhang Tuohai turned the wheel and sailed towards the predetermined location, relying on the route memory in his mind. Anyway, this is a vast sea, surrounded by endless sea water. There is no need to worry about colliding with other ships. Just keep driving forward. The white bird moved forward in heavy fog. When the moon reached its zenith, the sea fog dispersed slightly, and the visibility went from less than 5 meters to about 20 meters. The fog has dispersed a lot. If we drive a little further forward, we will almost be able to escape the fog area. Zhang Tuohai worked harder and was about to continue sailing at a faster speed. Suddenly a muffled bang was heard. The white bird seemed to have hit something. Could it be that we hit a coral reef? But I remember that there are no coral reefs on this route. Zhang Tuohai felt strange and asked Polly the parrot to see what was going on. Polly the parrot spread his wings and flew over. In just a few seconds, Polly the parrot flew back quickly, shouting loudly as he flew back. Captain! Captain! There is a ship! We hit the ship! This can actually collide with a ship! Zhang Tuohai felt a little incredible. On the vast sea, This is not a busy trade road. But two ships can actually collide with each other. This chance can be used to buy lottery tickets. Everyone prepare for battle. The Unsullied prepare to board the ship. Zhang Tuo let out the roar of the devil around his waist. The Unsullied filed out of the cabin, each with a spear and a shield in their hands, and a long musket behind them. Superior! Zhang Tuohai waved his hand, and a group of Unsullied rushed onto the ship. Zhang Tuohai also jumped onto the other side's ship along the springboard. After boarding the other party's ship, Zhang Tuohai was shocked to find that there was no sound at all on the other party's ship. It was as quiet as a tomb. I looked around and saw no crew members. There are still signs of recent use on the cable, and blood stains were found, which are also fresh. An Unsullied found some clues. Where is it? Take me to see it, Zhang Tuohai said. Here. The Unsullied led Zhang Tuohai to a mast. There were traces of cable friction on the mast, and there was a splatter of blood next to it. The color was very light, and it should have been stained recently, indicating that the ship was recently occupied. Work in groups of 4. Check separately. Don't miss every corner. And report any findings immediately, Zhang Tuohai said. Yes. The Unsullied immediately took action and quickly searched the deck. A total of 6 places were found with blood. 5 on the deck and 1 on the platform. The items on board also showed signs of recent use. But there was just no one. What's going on? Did we encounter a ghost ship? Zhang Tuohai's mind changed rapidly. Enter the cabin and search, Zhang Tuohai said. Yes. The Unsullied entered the cabin with a spear and began to inspect each room. Zhang Tuohai followed the Unsullied and searched the cabin, except for some blood stains. He couldn't find half of the people. Did it get robbed by pirates? Zhang Tuohai guessed it was possible, but he quickly rejected it. The food and fresh water on the ship were all there, and the artillery shells were also complete. Zhang Tuohai even found a box of dinars in the cabin. These things are very important to pirates. If the ship is looted by pirates, there is no reason to throw these here. Everything on the ship is full of weirdness. What's going on? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. He led the Unsullied to continue searching, and finally came to the captain's cabin. In the captain's cabin, various navigational instruments are neatly placed on the desk. On the desk are several nautical charts and a sailing diary. Zhang Tuohai opened the chart first, looked at it carefully several times, and found that there were some things recorded on it that were not on his chart. He quickly recorded them one by one, then put the chart away and prepared to look back in detail. Then Zhang Tuohai opened the voyage diary. The first half of the diary is normal, detailing the cargo and voyage records on the ship. When I turned to the last page, the painting style changed suddenly. Sea mist has risen from the sea. Poseidon bless me. I hope that legend is not true. It's over. I heard that voice. The legend is true. Poseidon has abandoned us. Here they come. They come. The record ends here. Sea fog? Sound? Zhang Tuohai frowned. He was sure that the people on the ship must have encountered some irresistible disaster. And it was still when the sea fog was rising. Wait, isn't today the time when the sea fog rises? At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly heard a murmuring voice echoing in his ears, as if someone was whispering in his ears. And the voice was getting louder and louder. Zhang Tuohai wanted to hear, but couldn't hear the specific content. So he could only feel to someone shouting and arguing in his ears. How are you doing? Zhang Tuohai turned to the Unsullied and asked. Immediately, several Unsullied raised their hands and said they heard strange sounds, while others said they heard nothing. What on earth is going on? Zhang Tuohai was also a little confused. Go up first and then talk. Zhang Tuohai led the Unsullied people onto the deck. However, the moment they boarded the deck, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. At this time, the fog dissipated a lot, and a dilapidated sailboat docked next to their ship. The ship seemed to have just been fished out of the water. There were conches and aquatic plants everywhere on the ship, and there were a few things crawling on the sides of the ship. Thick layer of mussels. The sail is black and somewhat rotten, and a huge skull can be vaguely seen painted on the sail. On the deck stood a large group of monsters. These monsters have the appearance of humans, but their heads and bodies are the physical characteristics of various marine creatures. They either have shark heads, or their bodies are covered with scales, or their bodies are covered with thick carapace. The head of the leader is an octopus shape, with 8 tentacles constantly squirming. These people were holding strange weapons in their hands and looking at Zhang Tuohai and others with eager eyes. Chapter 1141 Demon Bomb. What is it? Sea monster? Mutant? Zhang Tuohai has seen countless kinds of monsters, and even more absurd monsters than this. He just can't distinguish the type of each other for a while, and can't find a targeted method. Kill them, and use their flesh and blood to sacrifice to the god of the sea, shouted the leading octopus head. Yes! The group of monsters responded and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai and the Unsullied with various weapons. It seems we are the enemy. The Unsullied, form a formation, Zhang Tuohai ordered. The Unsullied gathered together, their large shields connected together to form a shield wall, and the throwing spears in their hands stretched out from the gaps in the shields, ready to go. Boom! The group of monsters slammed into the shield wall, pushed the shield with brute force, and slammed the shield with their weapons, trying to break up the shield wall and then break through each one. The Unsullied, who have been trained since childhood, are quite skilled in combat skills, and various skills have been engraved into their bones. Although those monsters looked terrifying and were much stronger than the Unsullied still tried their best to maintain the shield wall, and at the same time kept thrusting the spears in their hands outwards, trying to kill those monsters away. Zhang Tuohai also took out 2 explosive barrels and threw them at the monster group. Boom! Boom! 2 huge explosions erupted from the group of monsters, and the shock wave knocked the group of monsters into pieces. The monster at the center of the explosion was even blown into pieces. But the scary thing is that the broken pieces are constantly squirming on the ground, gathering into meatballs. And then, one by one, the monsters reappear in front of everyone. Can't you kill him? Zhang Tuohai didn't believe in evil and took out the devil's roar. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets were fired, and several monsters that had just been assembled were headshot one after another, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. Then, under Zhang Tuohai's shocked gaze, the monsters whose heads had been shot stood up again and continued to stagger towards them. The brain was burned, but it can still recover? How weird! Zhang Tuohai looked at the monsters carefully and found that all of them were fearless, looking like they were ready to fight at any time. Retreat to the ship and disengage. Zhang Tuohai took the Unsullied and ran towards his ship. If he couldn't defeat him, could he still run away? The Unsullied retreated in formation. As the Unsullied slowly retreated, Zhang Tuohai suddenly discovered that some of these monsters were always blocking the way to his ship. Obviously, if these monsters rushed up, they would make his side even more passive. But these monsters just didn't do it, which was completely contrary to their fierce style. What's going on? Could it be that there is something on their ship that deserves their protection so much that they can even let go of their enemies? Could it be the secret to their immortality? Zhang Tuohai's heart moved and he decided to give it a try. He rubbed 2 powder barrels and threw them at the monsters. Those monsters didn't even try to hide. They withstood the damage and waited for resurrection. Zhang Tuohai took advantage of the gap when these monsters were unable to move, and rushed over, running towards the monster's ship. When the monsters guarding the ship saw it, they immediately panicked and hurriedly stepped forward to intercept it. Zhang Tuohai had already been prepared for this, using gunpowder barrels and demonic roars to knock these monsters to the ground one by one, and then took advantage of the moment when these monsters were resurrected to rush to the opponent's ship. After getting on the boat, Zhang Tuohai felt a thrill. There was something on the other party's boat, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Zhang Tuohai followed this uncomfortable feeling and went over. Zhang Tuohai rushed all the way to the captain's cabin. In the captain's cabin, Zhang Tuohai saw a metal box, and the uncomfortable feeling came from that metal box. At this time, the monsters had already rushed outside the captain's cabin door. When they saw Zhang Tuohai picking up the metal box, they all went crazy and banged against the captain's cabin door. But the door to the captain's cabin was so strong that it couldn't be opened for a while. Zhang Tuohai opened the lid of the box and found a strange piece of meat inside, which was constantly squirming as if it was alive. Is it this ghost thing? Zhang Tuohai pointed at the piece of meat and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots hit the piece of meat. The hellfire in the ice bullets burned away the flesh. A gold coin was revealed. The obverse of the coin features a flaming skull. Zhang Tuohai picked up the coin curiously. A line of game prompts popped up. Congratulations on successfully destroying the ghost ship, the Tulip, and obtaining the cursed gold coin, the Siren. Cursed gold coin. A gold coin stained with the blood of a legendary pirate captain. There are 7 coins in total. You may gain something after collecting them all. Congratulations on destroying the ghost ship Tulip, gaining 600 experience points, and raising your level to LV7. Congratulations on getting 3 skill points. 3 skill points are enough. Zhang Tuohai has filled up a certain second level skill point. Zhang Tuohai hesitated and filled the powder keg. The skill he relied on most just now was the powder keg of group damage effect. Zhang Tuohai is looking forward to the special effects of the powder keg being full. Zhang Tuohai put all his skill points on the powder keg. Congratulations. You have upgraded the skill powder keg to the full level, acquired the characteristic Demon Bomb, and created a Demon Bomb, which will cause double damage to the body and soul of surrounding enemies after the explosion. Huh? Zhang Tuohai tried to create a Devil Bomb. A brass metal ball appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. It looks about the same size as an ordinary cannonball, but it has some complex gears and mechanical devices on it. It's several times smaller than a powder keg. This is much more convenient than a powder keg, but I don't know how powerful it is. Zhang Tuohai walked out of the captain's room with the Devil Bomb. At this time, all the sea monsters outside the captain's room fell to the ground and turned into corpses. The original monster faces disappeared and changed back to human appearances. The ships were also in decay and were drifting on the sea. How many years? Zhang Tuohai casually threw the Demon Bomb towards the main mast, which was one of the strongest positions on the ship, carrying the power of the entire ship. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion. A ball of orange fire mixed with green rose up. The main mast, which was as thick as a person, was instantly blown off. The huge main mast fell to the deck, directly smashing a huge gap in the deck. The keel of the ship was even distorted by the earthquake, and water began to seep from the ship. This bomb is really powerful. Zhang Tuohai was a little stunned. You must know that the original gunpowder barrel could not blow up the mast, even though the ship was in a state of disrepair. It was clear that the power of the Demon Bomb should not be underestimated. Chapter 1142 Pretending to be a Navy. Back on the ship, the surrounding sea fog gradually dissipated, and the tulip slowly sank. A bright moon shone in the sky, and Zhang Tuohai was able to find his course again. Zhang Tuohai corrected his course and continued heading towards Hongshire Island. At the same time, he asked the crew to take shifts and rest. At this speed, they can reach Red Rock Island tomorrow. They may be intercepted by the Targaryen family's fleet, and there may be a hard battle. It's okay not to take a rest. The lights on the ship were extinguished, and there was almost no light except the kitchen fire, blown by the sea breeze. The White Bird rushed towards the Red Rock Island. Under Zhang Tuohai's uninterrupted sailing, Zhang Tuohai finally arrived at Hongshire Island. Although he had already seen the terrain on the chart, when he actually came to the vicinity of Red Rock Island, he truly understood why this was the choke point between the Card Lord Xia Sea and the Thunder Sea. There is not a wide waterway between the Xia Sea and the Thunder Sea. Instead, it is almost cut off by a long strip of land. This land becomes narrower towards the middle and ends abruptly about 10 kilometers away from the two pieces of land. And Red Rock Island is stuck in the middle of the two. In other words, if you want to enter the Xia Sea from the Thunder Sea, you must pass through the less than 5 kilometers of waterways on both sides of Hongshire Island. Looking at the tall forts and large-caliber coastal defense guns on Hongshire Island, Zhang Tuohai was sure that the entire waterway was within the range of the Hongshire Island coastal defense guns. If you want to pass Red Rock Island, you must withstand the attack of this kind of coastal defense artillery. Looking at the unclear number of coastal defense guns, Zhang Tuohai felt that his White Bird might be sunk halfway. Therefore, if you want to go to Xia Yahai through the waterway, you must destroy a fort. But the fort is built on a high mountain. If you want to destroy it, you must attack it from the land. But the mountain where the fort is located is surrounded by cliffs, and there is only a winding mountain road that can go up the mountain. This mountain road is hidden in the Redstone City in the center of the island. Sure enough, we are going ashore again. Zhang Tuohai woke up the crew, changed the ship's license plate, and everyone put on the uniforms of the captured lobster soldiers. Zhang Tuohai also changed into the clothes of an Imperial Navy captain, put on a huge three-cornered hat, and headed towards Redstone City. Sailing to the port, the ship slowly stopped at the dock of Red Rock City, and a group of unsullied ones wearing lobster uniforms filed off the ship and stood in a neat formation. Zhang Tuohai slowly walked off the boat, wearing white gloves in his hands, and a matching bayonet and musket hung around his waist. May I ask who you are, and why you came to Red Rock Island? A port manager ran over and asked. Snapped. Zhang Tuohai slapped the opponent directly, and then put the musket on the opponent's head. Can't you see who we are? The Imperial Royal Navy. Do we need to report to you what we do? Get out of here. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he kicked the guy aside, and then swaggered towards the city lord's mansion. The Unsullied followed Zhang Tuohai in a neat queue. The person in charge of the port looked at Zhang Tuohai's unscrupulous rampage and walked straight towards the city lord's palace. He estimated that this might be an important figure in the navy, and did not dare to ask any more questions. There is almost no difference between the Imperial Navy and pirates in this era. Moreover, this place is too far away from the core area of the Empire. Death is nothing at all, and no one will care. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, the person in charge of the port pretended not to have seen it, and left everything to the people above him to worry about. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief as he walked on the street with his head held high. He was worried just now about what would happen if the Targaryen family did not recognize his identity as an Imperial Marine. Now it seems that the tiger skin of the Imperial Royal Navy is still big enough to cover him. The group of people quickly walked to the door of the City Lord's mansion. Someone had already announced that the door of the City Lord's mansion was opened. And the owner inside, the City Lord Holden Targaryen, who was guarding the place, was already standing in front of the door. "Welcome to Red Rock City. We have prepared a reception dinner for you." Zhang Tuohai nodded pretendingly and strode inside, while Holden followed beside him. A long table had long been set up in the hall, with all kinds of delicacies placed on it. Holden respectfully invited Zhang Tuohai to the main seat. "I wonder what happened when the Great Royal Navy came to Red Rock City?" Holden asked doubtfully. "There is a pirate wanted by the Empire named Zhang Tuohai, who is causing trouble in the Thunder Sea with a pirate ship. Do you know?" Zhang Tuohai said. "I've heard of it." Holden nodded. Antonio, their family's court bachelor, had just told him 2 days ago that Zhang Tuohai had killed the direct heir of their family, and was now the sworn enemy of the entire Targaryen family. He asked him to guard Redstone Island and not let Zhang Tuohai pass. Bachelor Antonio was worried that Zhang Tuohai had passed through Red Rock Island ahead of time, so he had already led his fleet through Red Rock Island to search for traces. "I came here just for him this time. There is news that Zhang Tuohai wants to escape from the Thunder Sea through Red Rock Island. If he is allowed to escape, it will cause irreparable damage to the Xiaya Sea. Therefore, the order I received is that he is stuck on Red Rock Island and must not be allowed to escape from here. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Hongshire Island is impregnable. It has 2 heavy forts and 100 heavy guns of various types. Without my nod, no ship can pass," Holden assured, patting his chest. "No, I don't feel at ease just because of this. If you take me to the fort to see it, I can verify it with my own eyes. This is an order from the Empire." Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes and said, "That's it. Okay then. You come with me." Holden glanced at the Unsullied, who were following Zhang Tuohai. They were wearing straight military uniforms, and stood even straighter than the lobster soldiers. He secretly sighed in his heart. They are indeed the elite of the Empire, but they are different. He never suspected that Zhang Tuohai might be a pirate. He knew very well what pirates were like: lazy, greedy and alcoholic, without discipline. It was absolutely impossible to stand so straight and remain indifferent while looking at so much food and wine. What was it if it wasn't the elite army of the Empire? Holden immediately led the way and led Zhang Tuohai on the mountain road to the fort. A group of people held torches and climbed up the road to the fort on the top of the mountain. The mountain road is winding and winding, with narrow stone steps that can only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. At the end of the stone steps on the top of the mountain, there is a rock watchtower with narrow shooting holes on it. As long as a team of elite shooters are stationed inside, even if the enemy is 10 times or 100 times stronger, it will be difficult to defeat it. Zhang Tuohai was secretly dumbfounded when he looked at the defense on the mountain road. Fortunately, he used a trick to trick Holden and let him take him up the mountain. If he attacked by force, he really couldn't attack this fort with the few men he had. Chapter 1143 Entering Xia Yahai and the Ultimate Seafood Risotto. The group walked past the watchtower and entered the main body of the fort. Like most forts of this era, the forts here are also open air, and the artillery is also placed in the open air. The shells are piled next to it, and only the propellant is specially stored to prevent moisture. The garrison of the fort had received the order and stood neatly in a row, wearing the cleanest clothes, waiting for the review. "What do you think of this defense?" Holden introduced with a proud look on his face. "Very good." Zhang Tuohai nodded, then took out the Devil's Roar, held it against Holden's head, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and a big hole appeared in Holden's head, and Holden's face was full of disbelief. He never expected that the Imperial Navy officer in front of him would suddenly attack him. There was no reason at all. However, his questions were destined to remain unanswered. The moment Zhang Tuohai took action, other Unsullied people also took action. They raised their muskets and fired volleys at the artillerymen. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, the artillerymen fell into a pool of blood. To destroy the artillery. Zhang Tuohai said something, then rushed towards the watchtower, and threw 2 devil bombs along the shooting port of the watchtower. Boom! Boom! Along with 2 violent explosions. Billowing black smoke came out of the tower, and thick black smoke continued to pour out along the shooting holes. In this case, no one has come out yet, which means everyone inside is dead. Zhang Tuohai destroyed the watchtower, and the Unsullied also pushed the artillery pieces to the side of the fort and threw them down. Those shells were thrown down casually. All they wanted to do was to prevent the fort from functioning in a short period of time. As for what happened in the future, it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that the fort was almost destroyed, Zhang Tuohai called on the Unsullied to follow him and retreat. The group of people ran down the steps quickly. Halfway through, I saw the light of torches at the bottom of the mountain, and a group of people came from the bottom of the mountain towards the mountain. Who is coming out here? Zhang Tuohai originally wanted to have the Unsullied ambush nearby, but the mountain road was narrow, and there were steep hills on both sides. In order to facilitate the shooting from the towers, Horton also cut down the trees on both sides of the mountain road, leaving no way to escape. Place. Forget it. Let's go ahead. Zhang Tuohai asked the Unsullied to prepare for battle, and the group rushed downwards. Soon, the 2 teams met halfway up the mountain. The team was led by a man wearing a butler's uniform, followed by dozens of people carrying muskets. They were not wearing uniforms, and looked like they belonged to the Horton family. Servant. Mr. Officer, may I ask? As soon as the butler opened his mouth, he was greeted by Zhang Tuohai's musket. Boom! The demon's roar directly activated the pyroblast mode, blasting the butler's head to pieces. Then, Zhang Tuohai fired one after another, and pulled the trigger at the group of servants behind the butler. The pyroblast mode exerted its greatest power on this narrow mountain road, and those servants could only squeeze into the narrow mountain road, unable to dodge, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere after being hit by the pyroblast. Zhang Tuohai threw 2 more devil bombs. Boom! Boom! Along with a violent explosion, the mountain road became clear. Let's go down the mountain! Zhang Tuohai shouted. The Unsullied surrounded Zhang Tuohai and walked down the mountain. Soon, a group of people ran down the mountain. At this time, the entire Redstone City had fallen silent, with the doors and windows of every household closed, and the defenders of Redstone City walking quickly through the city. Zhang Tuohai stopped a group of defenders and said, Go! Inform everyone. Go to the fort on the top of the mountain to support. There are pirates climbing up from the cliff. After saying that, Zhang Tuohai and his men quickly ran towards the outside of the city. The garrison officer was left standing there in confusion. The garrison officer wanted to ask why Zhang Tuohai didn't guard the fort himself, but Zhang Tuohai had already run away. Zhang Tuohai didn't care at all whether the defenders could be transferred to the fort. He just wanted to cause a little more trouble for the defenders. By the time they reacted, he would have boarded the ship and escaped. As Zhang Tuohai continued to spread false news, the defenders in the city became confused. Some say pirates captured the fort. Some people say that pirates captured the city lord's palace. Others said that the pirates had burned down the granaries and ammunition depots and wanted to rob the entire Red Rock City. Anyway, all kinds of false news are flying all over the sky, and everyone is confused. In the chaos, Zhang Tuohai and the Unsullied escaped from Redstone City and returned to the White Bird. Start sailing! Zhang Tuohai turned the steering wheel and shouted loudly. The White Bird raised its sails and sailed into the distance. Amid the chaos in Red Rock City, Zhang Tuohai's White Bird crossed the strait and entered Xia Yahai. Congratulations to the player for discovering the new map Xia Yahai. As a reward, you will be rewarded with a rough sea map of Xia Yahai and a Xia Yahai specialty seafood risotto. With a flash of white light, a chart and a plate of risotto appeared on the slipway. Zhang Tuohai first unfolded the chart. The sea area of Xia Yahai was roughly marked on the chart. The markings were very rough, except for the geographical locations of several large islands and several famous cities. There was almost no effective information. There is no ocean current information, monsoon information, or the conditions of each island recorded by the captain. Less than he ever got from the Targaryens. It seems that we still have to try our best to obtain charts from the local indigenous people. The charts rewarded by this system are a bit rough. Zhang Tuohai looked at the chart and felt a little regretful. Just when he was about to close the map, suddenly, a mark in the upper left corner of the map caught his attention. In the upper left corner of the map, a black times is marked. What is this? Xia Yahai's regional boss. The headquarters of a secret force. Or a buried treasure? Zhang Tuohai became interested. You should know that he had never seen this symbol on the Targaryen family's chart. Moreover, this chart is given by the system, so it is definitely not unimportant information. Zhang Tuohai decided to go in that direction along the route and inquire about news in that direction to see if he could find out any information. After memorizing the location of the mark, Zhang Tuohai put away the chart and looked at the seafood risotto on the slipway. This seafood risotto is made with a solid layer of mussels, tuna, sweet shrimp, caviar, squid, scallops, oysters, and a huge lobster on top. It looks good. Zhang Tuohai happened to be hungry after a busy night, so he started eating seafood risotto. Don't tell me. It's really delicious. After finishing the last bite of rice, a game prompt popped up. The player ate a serving of the best seafood risotto and was awarded 3 skill points. Chapter 1144 The reward for the best roast chicken. Can you get skill points by eating the best seafood risotto? Zhang Tuohai's eyes flashed with excitement. Is this true only for those rewarded by the system? Or is it possible for anyone who is top-notch to do it? Zhang Tuohai couldn't wait to try it out. If it could be done with the best things made by humans, wouldn't he be able to earn unlimited skill points? When the time comes, when all the skills are maxed out, who will he be afraid of? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai left Polly the parrot to look after the steering wheel, and he happily ran to Elizabeth's room. What are you going to do? Elizabeth couldn't help but grab the quilt on her body when she saw Zhang Tuohai rushing into her room and standing at the head of the bed. Could it be that this pirate captain has finally discovered his beauty and is so animalistic that he is ready to attack this weak little lamb like him? Although he looks very manly. Is it too sudden? Not excessive at all. Not romantic at all. Should I give in and give in? Or should I just lie down and let what happens? Countless thoughts ran through Elizabeth's mind like a train. Well, you can cook chicken. Right, Zhang Tuohai said. If you want to do it, but you can't insult me. Elizabeth sat up straight angrily, and the quilt actually hung on her body and did not slip off. Make one for me, with the best materials and the best craftsmanship. If it satisfies me, I can grant your wish, Zhang Tuohai said excitedly. Wait, make one? Yes, I am alone. One is enough. I can't eat 2, Zhang Tuohai said matter-of-factly. You came to my room late at night just to ask me to cook you roast chicken? Elizabeth's voice rose an octave. If not, get out! Elizabeth threw the pillow at Zhang Tuohai, and then drove Zhang Tuohai out of the room. 10 minutes later, Elizabeth changed her clothes with excitement, walked into the kitchen muttering, and started to help Zhang Tuohai cook roast chicken. At this time, Muriel was still squatting in front of the oven, looking at the blazing flames in the oven and the 2 dragon eggs in the flames. Looking at Elizabeth and Zhang Tuohai who came in through the door, they quickly stood up. Is it time to make breakfast? I'm here to help, Muriel said as she stood up to help. You sit down. It's still early. He got crazy in the middle of the night and insisted on eating roast chicken, so he pulled me out of bed. Elizabeth yawned and walked to the long table and started working. He took out a prepared chicken from the space ring and started marinating it for seasoning. Bake 2 more and we can all have a snack together. Zhang Tuohai glanced at Muriel next to him and said, What do you mean? Elizabeth rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai, took out 2 more from the space ring, and started cooking. Zhang Tuohai was waiting eagerly beside him. An hour or so later, 3 roast chickens were freshly baked. Hiss! Zhang Tuohai blew open the outer wrapping leaves. The flavor of the spices has penetrated into every inch of the chicken. The excess fat has been roasted out, and the moisture in the leaves also ensures that the roasted chicken will not be cooked due to lack of water, ensuring the tender taste of the chicken. Zhang Tuohai tore off a chicken leg and took a bite. The meat on the chicken leg fell off and turned into a bare bone. The meat has fallen off the bones. It's not bad. Don't be stunned. Let's eat together. Zhang Tuohai invited Elizabeth and Muriel to eat together. Elizabeth shared the extra roasted chicken with Muriel. Come on. Let's eat some together. If it's not enough, there's still a lot more. On Zhang Tuohai's side, he ate all the roasted chicken, even the fat. After eating the last bite of chicken, Zhang Tuohai saw the game prompt. The player ate the best roast chicken and gained expertise, endurance. Endurance expertise. After obtaining this expertise, the endurance is doubled, the duration is doubled, and the resistance to negative states, such as pain and fatigue, is doubled. Don't you get skill points every time? Zhang Tuohai muttered while looking at the game prompts. However, this endurance feat is also good. It increases tolerance in various aspects and significantly improves his strength. Zhang Tuohai originally wanted Elizabeth to help cook another roast chicken to see if he could gain any other expertise. But when he saw the cannibalistic look in Elizabeth's eyes, he held back. Forget it. The days are still long. Do it slowly. Don't rush it. Zhang Tuohai thought so. Looking at the 3 skill points in his hand, Zhang Tuohai thought about it, and filled up the skill oranges. Orange. Eat an orange to cure diseases and restore health. This is the original skill effect. After it is full, a feature will appear. That is, every time you eat an orange, you will gain a little more magic resistance. The function of magic resistance is also very simple. That is, to increase resistance to magic damage. The normal conversion ratio is that 1 point of magic resistance resists 1 point of magic damage. However, if the special magic or the level difference between the two parties is too large, the calculation will change to a certain extent. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai rubbed 3 oranges in a row and gave 1 to each of Elizabeth and Moriel. Eat some oranges to relieve fatigue. By the way, can you keep the orange peel for me after you finish eating? Elizabeth asked, looking at the orange in her hand. What? I saw a duck roaster put dried orange peels inside the duck. It is said that doing so can reduce the fat and give the duck a unique orange flavor. I want to try it, Elizabeth said. Tangerine peel duck? Zhang Tuohai felt that this recipe looked familiar. I remember that I put dried orange peels, and they are a special type of orange. Not all oranges will work. However, you can try it. What if you make a new flavor of roast chicken? Zhang Tuohai applauds Elizabeth's innovative spirit. The more new dishes Elizabeth comes up with, the greater the possibility that he can gain skill points and expertise. Come on! Strive for early success. If you have any needs, just tell me. You can use whatever is on the ship. If not, I will help you purchase it. The research and development of new dishes cannot stop, Zhang Tuohai said. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai was so enthusiastic about the research and development of new dishes, Elizabeth wanted to touch Zhang Tuohai's head to see if he had a fever. However, before she could reach out her hand, there was a soft click. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was coming from the oven. The black dragon egg actually cracked a gap. The dragon is about to hatch? Zhang Tuohai showed an excited expression on his face. He had never seen a dragon being hatched. Moriel quickly dropped the half-eaten chicken drumstick in her hand and ran towards the stove. Chapter 11:45 Alduin and the Phoenix. A group of people gathered around the stove and looked at the black dragon egg. The cracks on the dragon egg became larger and larger, and the sound became louder and louder. And then a small claw stretched out from inside. Would you like to help it? Elizabeth stretched out her hand, wanting to help break open the dragon egg. No, this is its own business. Every dragon needs to break out of its shell on its own, rather than relying on help from outsiders. Moriel quickly stopped Elizabeth. Why? Elizabeth was curious. This is related to their potential. Only dragons that rely on their own strength to break out of their shells can achieve the greatest potential. Dragons that rely on external forces to be born will not be able to maximize their potential, and their ultimate achievements will be limited. Is there such a thing? Elizabeth blinked her big eyes, filled with curiosity. Of course. This is the conclusion reached by our family after hundreds of years of research and experiments. Only those who rely on their own strength to break the shell can gain the greatest potential and grow into a real dragon. Otherwise, it's just a flying lizard, Moriel said seriously. That's it. Elizabeth nodded. Her useless little knowledge added to her list. While the two of them were talking, the crack continued to grow, and another small claw stretched out, scratching the edge of the eggshell, and trying hard to hold it open. While the crack in the eggshell grew bit by bit, the three of them just huddled next to the stove and watched. After more than half an hour of hard work, the crack in the eggshell was finally torn wide enough, and a lizard head not much bigger than a thumb popped out. The lizard head opened its mouth and screamed. Roar. If it is an adult dragon that is more than 10 meters long, its cry may be frightening. But when the dragon shrinks down to a small enough size, this demonstration cry becomes very cute. Dots of sparks spurted out from the mouth of the lizard head. Then, the lizard head squeezed out and jumped to the ground. Only then did Zhang Tuohai see the other party's appearance clearly. This guy is less than 20 centimeters long. He is completely black and covered with fine scales. He has a pair of wings that are constantly flapping. If magnified dozens of times, he looks like a giant dragon. He puts his nose on the ground and keeps sniffing. Seems to be looking for something to eat. Moriel turned back to the long table, took over the half-eaten roast chicken, tore off a drumstick, and handed it to the black dragon, who had just broken out of the shell. Ouch! When the little black dragon saw the chicken leg, he licked his mouth, jumped up and bit the chicken leg, opening his big mouth and tearing the meat on it. After a while, the little black dragon ate the whole chicken leg, even chewing the bones and swallowing it. Not a single residue was left. Would you like some more? Elizabeth also brought over her roast chicken. No, it's not suitable for newborn dragons to eat too much. Just increase the amount of food you eat little by little. Muriel touched the little black dragon on her hand and stroked it. The little black dragon rubbed its head against Muriel's palm, curled up in Muriel's palm, and fell asleep. Sleep when you're full. Otherwise you'll be called a pig, Zhang Tuohai said from the side. No. According to the family's rules for naming dragons, it should be called Alduin, Muriel said. Does your family have rules for naming dragons? Does the dragon have a family tree? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. Of course there is, but I may be the last generation here. Muriel showed a somewhat sad look. That's right. Zhang Tuohai nodded. What about this egg? Why didn't it hatch? Do I still need to continue burning it? Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing to the red egg in the stove. These two eggs were put together in the furnace. It makes no sense that one hatched and the other didn't move at all. It is most likely a dead egg. There is no point in continuing to burn it, Muriel said. Dead eggs? Can they be used for cooking? I haven't eaten dragon eggs yet. How about roasted eggs? Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly. I don't know. My family always buries dead eggs. I've never eaten them. This question obviously asked about Muriel's knowledge blind spot. Don't be so rigid as a person. You have to try. Zhang Tuohai reached out and took out the red egg from the stove. Who knew that as soon as the red egg came into contact with Zhang Tuohai's hand, it turned into a ball of flames, burned, and then sank directly into Zhang Tuohai's arm and disappeared. What happened? Are you okay? Elizabeth saw the change and rushed to Zhang Tuohai's side, holding his arm and asking. Wait! Shake it gently and let me stroke it. Zhang Tuohai stopped Elizabeth from shaking his arm, closed his eyes, and slowly analyzed the knowledge pouring into his mind. Elizabeth and Muriel stood nearby, looking at Zhang Tuohai with worried faces. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Tuohai slowly opened his eyes. How is it? Elizabeth asked worriedly. This is not a dragon egg, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. What? This isn't a dragon egg? How is this possible? It's obviously the shape of a dragon egg, Muriel said in disbelief. Although the appearance is similar, the details are still a little different. Haven't you noticed that the patterns on the surface of those eggshells are not actually patterns, but flame runes? These are not dragon eggs, but phoenix eggs. This is a severely injured and sleeping phoenix that turned into an egg in order to accumulate strength and be reborn in nirvana. It's just that it was discovered somehow and was treated as a dragon egg. It was delivered to you along with the egg. Now, this phoenix has merged with me, Zhang Tuohai explained. Is that going to be any danger to you? Will it take over your body and turn into a phoenix or something? Elizabeth asked worriedly. This can't be true. This phoenix is too weak. It died due to lack of energy before it was transported. What is conceived in the egg is a new phoenix that has reached nirvana. If we must distinguish, this new phoenix, it should be the descendant of the previous phoenix. And it needs the help of my body to grow again. Because it has a symbiotic relationship with me. It will not hurt me, but I will gain part of the power of the phoenix. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he opened his hand. In his hand, there was a shadow of a phoenix, shaking continuously in his hand. At this time, the phoenix shrank into a ball in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Like a ball. It's a little chicken. So cute. Elizabeth stretched out her finger, wanting to poke the phoenix. Seeing this, Phoenix bit Elizabeth's finger. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Please let go! Elizabeth cried. Chapter 1146. Meeting Antonio by chance. Under Zhang Tuohai's instruction, little Phoenix opened her mouth, and Elizabeth finally withdrew her finger. By this time, her finger had been burned and a big blister formed. It hurts so much! Why are you so powerful? Elizabeth asked, blowing on her fingers. This is a phoenix, not a free-range chicken. Of course it's amazing. Zhang Tuohai closed his hands, and the phoenix disappeared. This guy is as bad as his owner. Elizabeth licked her fingers and scratched Alduin's belly with her nails. It's better for him. Please scratch his belly and be good. Alduin woke up after being scratched, swung his tail dissatisfied, and smacked Elizabeth's fingers, trying to drive her away. But Elizabeth's hands were very strong, and he couldn't resist, so he could only let Elizabeth scratch his belly. Be gentle, Don't get killed, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly as he looked at Elizabeth. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Elizabeth waved her hand. It's almost time to eat. So let's go cook. Zhang Tuohai returned to the slipway after giving instructions. Reporting to the captain. The ship sailed according to the established route without any abnormality, said Polly the parrot, standing at the wheel. Good job. Zhang Tuohai took out a few peanuts and gave them to Polly as a reward. Seeing the happy look of Polly the parrot, Zhang Tuohai thought about getting some almonds back in the future to reward this diligent subordinate. The ship continued to sail forward. Just when the sky was getting slightly brighter, the lookout suddenly reported that a fleet of ships was sighted in front of them and was heading towards them. Be on guard and check the opponent's flag. Zhang Tuohai's expression became solemn. Yes. The order was passed on. Soon, the lookout sent a message. It's the flag of House Targaryen. It's true that we are enemies on a narrow road. As soon as we ran out of the island controlled by their family, we ran into a patrol boat. Zhang Tuohai estimated that the leader of this fleet might be the bachelor Antonio, who had met him once. You have to find an opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, being chased by someone you know is too passive. Zhang Tuohai made a decision to attack this fleet and at least kill bachelor Antonio. Otherwise, this is the headquarters of the Targaryen family, and it would be really bad to have someone who knows him well. Everyone is ready for battle. Pull the ship close. And the lookout hands signal that we are short of fresh water and ask them to buy some fresh water supplies. Zhang Tuohai said that he was going to use this excuse to get closer and launch a sneak attack. It would be best to kill bachelor Antonio and solve his worries. Yes. After receiving the order, the lookout began to send a general semaphore. On the Sea of Flowers, Antonio was having breakfast. A lamb chop and a glass of red wine. Very simple. Bachelor Antonio, there are ships approaching us to buy fresh water. A messenger ran over and said, then sell it to them. Anyway, we are going to Red Rock Island soon, so we can replenish it at will. Bachelor Antonio suddenly paused here and frowned. Where did they come from? Bachelor Antonio suddenly raised his voice. Direction to Red Rock Island, the messenger said. It's strange. You obviously came from Red Rock Island. But why don't you replenish fresh water on Red Rock Island? Antonio frowned. Unless they can't use normal channels to buy fresh water. Is it a pirate? However, there is a fort on Red Rock Island, and pirates cannot pass, the messenger said. You cannot blindly trust the fort. There is no barrier that is impossible to break through. As long as you are human, there is a possibility of breaking through. Inform the infantry team to prepare for battle. I want to see who these people are. Antonio dropped his knife and fork. Yes. The orderly soldier conveyed the order. Soon, the Targaryen infantry team was ready. Each infantryman was equipped with a scimitar and a short-barreled flintlock. In addition to these, he also wore a breastplate, although it can only block the chest. For most unarmored targets in this era, it is much better. Even the lobster soldiers of the Empire are not equipped with armor for every branch or unit. Most of them wear cloth uniforms with almost no protection. How are the preparations going? Antonio asked as he walked onto the deck. Your Excellency, Bachelor, the infantry team has been prepared. The bosun pointed to the large piece of covered canvas on the deck, under which the infantry squadron was hidden. Pretend to promise them. Come over. Arrest them all. Torture them and ask them their origins. If they are pirates, they will be killed, Antonio said. What if it's not a pirate? Asked the bosun. How did you become the bosun? Antonio said dissatisfied. On the vast sea. The knife is in our hands. We call them pirates, and they are pirates. Understood, shouted the bosun. The other party agreed to let us get closer. The lookout said to Zhang Tuohai. Well, then lean over. Zhang Tuohai raised his binoculars and looked towards the bow of the other party's ship. He found an old man wearing a bachelor's robe standing on the bow of the ship. Upon closer inspection, he turned out to be Antonio. It's really this guy. Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes and grabbed a big three-cornered hat to cover his face. He was worried that Antonio would take action directly after seeing his face. The opponent has an advantage in the number of ships. With many artillery and fast ships, you can kill yourself by flying a kite. Only by approaching the ship can you have a chance of winning. Everyone, get ready. Everyone, come here and get 2 oranges and a devil bomb from me, Zhang Tuohai said. Distribute potions and bombs to everyone's hands. The White Bird and the Sea of Flowers slowly approached each other, and several other ships approached from all directions. Zhang Tuohai glanced around and knew that this group of people had bad intentions. But he focused his main attention on Antonio. As long as he is killed, more than half of the mission of this trip will be completed. Looking at the ship getting closer and closer, Antonio, who was standing on the bow, felt a palpitation in his heart for no reason. As if something bad was about to happen. Antonio took a step back involuntarily. Boom! A bullet knocked the wide-brimmed hat off his head. Boom, boom, boom! The artillery that had been prepared for a long time also fired. At such a close range, no shells would miss. There was even a shell fired through the gun window into the hull of the Huahai, hitting the propellant and causing an explosion. Boom! An explosion occurred inside the hull of the Sea of Flowers. Charge! The pirates threw out their grappling hooks and swung towards the Sea of Flowers. Chapter 1147 Canoe Impact. Ouch, 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 dash! The pirates howled and flew to the Sea of Flowers with their grappling hooks swinging in the air. Many of them dropped the demon bombs in their hands. Boom! Boom! A large swath of demon bombs exploded on the deck of the Sea of Flowers. Normally, the explosion of the demon bomb would at best blow through the deck. But it was different now. There was an elite infantry team hidden under the canvas on the deck. Those demon bombs fell directly on the infantry and exploded. Directly blow up the flesh and blood of those infantrymen. Worst of all, the demon bomb not only exploded, but also started a fire on the canvas. The raging flames quickly spread along the canvas and throughout the ship. The pirates who swung past saw the fire all over the ship and swung back again, fearing that they would become part of the fuel if they ran too slowly. Antonio originally ran toward the stern of the ship, but the blazing flames forced him back to the bow. Antonio took out his forbidden book and prepared to use magic to get out of the current danger. However, at this time, the grappling hook suddenly fell on his forbidden book, and before Antonio could react, the forbidden book was snatched away. Antonio looked in the direction of the grappling hook and found that it was a captain who used the grappling hook to grab his forbidden book. The man's face looked very familiar to him. It was Zhang Tuohai, whom he had met at Targaryen Manor not long ago. It's you? Antonio was furious. And just as he was about to take action, a thick stream of water suddenly appeared under his feet and swept him into the sky. Zhang Tuohai, who had been prepared for a long time, took out the Devil's Roar and fired a shot at the predetermined position. The ice bullet penetrated Antonio's lower abdomen, and the hellfire inside burned Antonio's internal organs. Antonio's body fell into the flames and burst into flames. Avoid the Huahai and kill the other ships! After Zhang Tuohai got rid of the biggest trouble, a stone fell in his heart, and he turned around and aimed at other ships. In addition to the Sea of Flowers, Antonio also brought 3 ships, all of which were clipper ships. They had low and slender hulls and were very fast. They were good at chasing, but not good at fighting. Especially the ship's side is low. If they want to jump onto the White Bird, they need to throw the grappling hook onto the side of the White Bird and then climb up. This gave those pirates an opportunity. The pirates waved their scimitars and cut off the ropes of the grappling hooks one by one. And then the sailors fell down screaming. The pirates continued to throw devil bombs at the ship below. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded, turning the ship into a sea of flames. After taking care of the 2 ships on the left and right, there are still 2 ships in front and behind. Seeing that both of their own ships had been killed, the 2 ships didn't know what to do. One turned around and prepared to escape, while the other became ferocious and turned around, preparing to bombard Zhang Tuohai's White Bird. Zhang Tuohai's White Bird is currently sandwiched between 2 ships. It will take a while to get out of control. If it is turned around by the other side, a salvo of artillery can clear the deck. After 2 or 3 salvos, I'm afraid the White Bird was about to sink. No. We have to find a way to stop the opponent from turning. Zhang Tuohai flipped through his skill list, and each skill was rejected. Suddenly, he saw a skill that he had almost forgotten. Level 1 Ghost Ship Impact. The skill effect is to summon a ghost ship to collide with the target. Because the skill only has 1 level, the summoned ship is just a canoe. Zhang Tuohai didn't like the effect of this skill, so he threw it aside. But now, it seems that only this skill can help him. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and used it to summon a ghost ship to collide with the opponent's rudder. In the void, a huge canoe with a diameter of 3 meters hit the rudder of the opposite ship. Boom! The heavy canoe hit the rudder. The rudder is just a wooden board that goes deep into the seawater. Due to the limitations of the working principle, it cannot be made very thick. Although the outside is covered with iron sheets, it only prevents damage from individual weapons. Facing this kind of canoe with a diameter of 3 meters, It is no different from paper. Zhang Tuohai even felt that this thing could no longer be called a canoe. It was 3 meters wide and 20 meters long. The impact force was comparable to that of a locomotive. Bang! With a dull sound, the rudder of the turning clipper ship was smashed, and a big hole even appeared in the stern. Raging seawater poured into the cabin, and the ship began to sink slowly. Seeing that another of our own ships had been severely damaged, the escaping ship ran faster, raised all its sails, and even extended its long oars, trying to escape as much as possible. The war has reached this point, and you still want to run away. Zhang Tuohai summoned another canoe and hit the remaining clipper boat. Boom! In the end, the rudder of the clipper ship was also smashed, and it lost the ability to adjust its direction. In order to help them relieve their pain as soon as possible, Zhang Tuohai summoned canoes to hit the 2 clipper boats one after another, causing more than a dozen large holes in the underwater position. Faced with this kind of damage, even the Krypton Gold damage control was unable to save it, and finally sank into the sea with a gurgling sound. Because he directly destroyed 2 ships, indirectly caused the death of hundreds of people, and killed Bachelor Antonio. Zhang Tuohai's experience increased to LV8, 12/800. Facing the extra skill point, Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment, and then clicked on the summoning ghost ship skill that had made great achievements just now. The description of summoning a ghost ship after reaching level 2 has changed. From summoning a canoe to summoning a 30-meter-long Viking ship carrying 20 Viking spirits. In addition to the basic impact, the Viking heroes on the ship are also responsible for helping in the fight. The duration is 5 minutes. The previous canoe can also be summoned, but only one can exist at the same time as the Viking ship, and there is no possibility of summoning 2 at the same time. More helpers? Not bad. Zhang Tuohai is very satisfied with this new skill. The level 2 summon ghost ship not only helps provide collisions, but also helps fight. Although there are only 20 people and can only last 5 minutes. It is free. It's great not to have to provide supplies yourself. And in many cases, 5 minutes is enough to turn the tide of the battle. Let the pirates repair the ships, wipe away traces of the battle, salvage supplies, and clean up the battlefield. Zhang Tuohai himself picked up the forbidden book from Antonio's hand. After flipping through the forbidden book, Zhang Tuohai found that it was a very interesting forbidden book with the skill of Frost Nova. During melee combat, release a frosty halo, freezing all enemies within range into ice sculptures. The power is very domineering. What a dangerous situation. I'm glad I didn't have a close fight with him. Otherwise, it would have easily capsized if I wasn't careful. After seeing the description of the forbidden book, Zhang Tuohai broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly thought that he was lucky, and at the same time made up his mind to carry out the long-distance battle route to the end. As long as possible, he would not fight at close range. Chapter 11:48 Player Attack. After putting away the newly obtained forbidden book, the pirates also almost cleaned the battlefield. Most of the supplies were burned or sank to the bottom of the sea with the ship. But the pirates still salvaged some wine barrels and board. On the sea, any piece of wood is a useful material. The pirates fished up everything that could be used, and Zhang Tuohai turned around and continued sailing toward the distance. This place is very close to Red Rock Island. Red Rock Island was attacked and Antonio was missing. The Targaryen family will definitely know that it is related to them, and will definitely send people to take revenge. What Zhang Tuohai can do is, before the Targaryen family reacts, try to weaken their local power so that they have no energy to call upon locally. As for the target, Zhang Tuohai has already chosen it, and that is Red Maple City. Red Maple City is a city built on the seaside, and is famous for the abundance of red maples around it. In the early years, this was just a small village mainly engaged in logging. After the Targaryen family occupied this place, they took advantage of the local timber and transformed it into a ship manufacturing plant and provided ship repair services. Because there are few private ship repair yards, nearby ships will be repaired here. As more and more ships become available, the place becomes prosperous. Slowly, this place became one of the pillars of the Targaryen family in Xiahai, and the revenue from various industries together accounted for more than a quarter of the Targaryen family's total income in Xiahai. As long as this place is destroyed, one leg of the Targaryen family's power in Xiahai will be cut off. This is it! Zhang Tuohai adjusted the course to the route to Red Maple City. The White Bird sailed forward, and in order to pretend, the White Bird changed its ship's license plate again. This time, Zhang Tuohai did not continue to disguise himself as the Imperial Navy, but disguised himself as an ordinary merchant ship. After all, this city is different from a strategic location like Red Rock Island. This kind of commercial city is a town run by the Targaryen family alone. It belongs to the Empire in name. But in fact it is a colony. As long as the Targaryen family pays the taxes on time. The tax is stipulated by the Empire. The Targaryen family are the Earth Emperors here. And no one from the Empire comes to cause trouble. It would not be appropriate to pretend to be an Imperial Navy anymore. Ordinary merchant ships are more reliable. Slowly approaching Red Maple City. There were more and more ships of various kinds. From time to time, Zhang Tuohai could see fleets of various sailboats appearing in his sight. There are large sailing ships that carry cargo. Shallow water galleys that can only sail near the coast. And even some fishing boats. Is this Yahai? It is much more prosperous than Thunder Sea. Zhang Tuohai looked at the sailboats passing by from time to time, and said that he rarely saw so many ships in the Thunder Sea. After driving for another 2 hours, Zhang Tuohai finally saw the city in the distance. The buildings in the city only had 2 colors. White and blue. Either pure white, pure blue, or half white and half blue. No other color. The city is surrounded by flaming red maple forests. Boundless. Not only is the city white, but many ships are painted white. This is quite a gesture. Zhang Tuohai held up his telescope and looked at the red maple city in the distance. He had seen this kind of city shape before, but it was a tourist city, and it was a modern society. The petrochemical industry was complete, and the cost of paint was reduced. So this could be done. But not here. The industrial level here is sky high. This was the era when the steam engine was just invented. Chemistry has not yet been separated from alchemy. The cost of dyeing is very high. How big is it to dye an entire city in 2 colors? The cost of? It seems like there's something about this city. Zhang Tuohai became interested in this city and wanted to learn more about it. Elizabeth, a city like this where business travelers gather must have a large number of products from all over the place. Why don't you go down and select ingredients to enrich the food variety? Zhang Tuohai invited Elizabeth. He also invited Moriel and Linda. But these 2 people had been teasing the Black Dragon Alduin and refused the offer to go ashore. The first mate still took people ashore to purchase various supplies needed on the ship. In the end, only Zhang Tuohai and Elizabeth walked together. The 2 people entered the dock along the Jian Bridge. A market spontaneously formed next to the pier, with vendors from all over the place bringing specialties from all over the place to sell. Zhang Tuohai even saw some snack stalls, buying some strange-looking things, such as coconut chicken nuggets, kefir nuggets, fried dough pancakes and so on. Regardless of how it tastes, the presence of such snacks is enough to show the abundance of supplies in this place. On the pier, Zhang Tuohai was keenly aware that although the market was full of people from all over the world and seemed to be of all kinds, there was a group of people who seemed to be incompatible with this place. Although they were wearing local clothes, their behavior always seemed strange. But Zhang Tuohai couldn't tell what was strange about it. It wasn't until he saw a woman with her pants cut into hole-in-the-wall clothes walking past Zhang Tuohai with model steps that Zhang Tuohai remembered what was wrong. It turned out to be a group of players. Zhang Tuohai was also a player himself, so he subconsciously rationalized the behavior of those players. So naturally he couldn't figure out what was weird. Why are there so many players here? Don't all the players choose to be lords? It looks interesting. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai noticed that all the players were suddenly walking in the same direction. Out of curiosity, Zhang Tuohai also followed. Zhang Tuohai found that more and more people were gathering, and many of them were carrying various weapons, including bayonet swords, scimitars, bows and arrows, and muskets. Almost everyone was carrying weapons. There were also people driving carriages, which contained large boxes or were covered with thick canvas, making it impossible to see what was inside. What are they going to do? Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that something important was about to happen. The group of people slowly gathered in the square in front of the governor's palace. There was a large open space here, and the ground was paved with large pieces of marble. It was clean and tidy. A group of private soldiers of the Targaryen family, wearing black clothes and black cloaks, stood at the gate of the governor's palace. Beforehand, be prepared for unexpected situations that may arise. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a breastplate walked up to the crowd, drew out the stabbing sword from his waist and shouted, "Players of the Tulip Guild! These damn NPCs bully them a lot just because they are locals. We players, it's time for us to take revenge today. We must rush into the governor's mansion, seize Red Maple City, and build a city that truly belongs to us players. Go ahead." Chapter 1149 Tracking. Following the player's shout, the impatient players in the front row drew out their weapons and rushed forward. The group of private soldiers standing in front of the gate were shocked. Red Maple City was the core territory of the Targaryen family, and all opposition forces had long been wiped out by them. Red Maple City has been at peace for a long time. They basically act as a guard of honor, and rarely do anything that really requires their hands. They themselves were used to this kind of life of standing guard and basking in the sun every day. But they didn't expect that so many people wanted to attack the governor's mansion today, and they were a little panicked for a while. However, after all, they were elite selected from each team, and their bodies responded instead of their brains. They immediately formed a battle formation, pulled out their short-barreled muskets, and fired a row of volleys at the players who were rushing over. Suddenly a dozen players were hit and fell to the ground. Then, they took out the stabbing swords from their waists. As the elite selected from each team, each of them is very good at swordsmanship, and is not inferior to the elites of the Royal Infantry. Against someone like the player who has barely learned swordsmanship seriously, he can easily defeat 5 or 6 of them. At this time, many players have been knocked to the ground by them. When subsequent players saw this situation, they couldn't help but flinch. "Humph. It seems we still have to rely on those things." The leading player snorted coldly and waved to the back, following a shout. The carriages were driven to the front of the team, and people lifted the canvas, which turned out to be artillery pieces. "A volley. Prepare. Fire!" the lead player shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery was ignited one after another. What Zhang Tuohai didn't expect was that what was fired from the muzzle turned out to be grape bullets. These iron ball lead bullets are only the size of grapes, and a cannon can fire dozens of them at a time. In addition, there is no rifling, so the shells fly around, forming a huge strike surface, covering the entire area. Whether they are players or private soldiers, they are all covered by the artillery. There is no team system in this world, and there is no friendly force to avoid injury. The private soldiers of the Targaryen family suffered heavy casualties under the attack of grape bullets, and the first players who went up to fight were not spared. Each and every one of them was beaten with grape bullets and had bloody holes as big as the mouth of a bowl. The players in the core area were directly beaten into pieces by the dense projectiles, and they were unable to fight. "Brothers, the obstacle has been cleared. The governor's palace is in front. Rush in. Everything belongs to us. Come on!" the lead player shouted. The other players looked at each other, drew their weapons, and rushed into the governor's mansion. Most of the people here are not from the same alliance. They are all stragglers who came near Red Maple City. They don't have deep feelings for each other. Others will die if they die, as long as you don't die by yourself. Therefore, even though they had just witnessed the leading player murdering other players, looking at the governor's mansion in front of them, they still rushed in without hesitation. The distribution of the spoils has been agreed upon before, and whoever grabs it will get it. If you can't tell clearly, the winner will be determined by a direct duel. It's fair and reasonable, but also cruel. However, it is the most fair way for these players who have no ownership relationship. "Come on!" A group of players rushed in. The governor's palace is also guarded by private soldiers, and there are even 2 palace bachelors. However, facing the tide of players, there is simply nothing that can be done. Perhaps their swordsmanship is so good that one person can deal with 3 or 5 players without any pressure. But this is only if you have enough room to dodge. Now the governor's mansion is crowded with players, and there is no place to dodge. Moreover, there are swords everywhere around them. Each of them has to face the siege of 10 or even 20 weapons at the same time. How to fight? Many masters were squeezed in the middle by a group of players and stabbed to death with daggers. I will never die with my eyes in peace. This is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that before they are even dead, most of their equipment has been stripped away by those quick players. Under the attack of wolf-like players, these elite private soldiers died tragically in the governor's mansion. Players stepped on the carpet stained red with blood, rushed into every room of the governor's mansion, killed every NPC they saw, and snatched everything they thought was valuable. Many people even started waving their weapons at the players, who rushed in just to grab something. The entire governor's mansion was in chaos, with shouts of killing everywhere, gunshots, and the sound of weapons cutting into bodies. Zhang Tuohai did not blindly follow the group of players and rush to the governor's mansion. Instead, he stared at the leading player. He was sure that this player was able to spend so much energy and organize so many players to attack the governor's mansion. It was definitely not aimless and had its own purpose. As long as he followed this guy closely, he would definitely gain a lot. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai did not step forward, but hid behind the landscape tree with Elizabeth, quietly staring at the leading player. Sure enough, when other players rushed towards the governor's mansion desperately, the leading player did not move. Nor did some of the players following him, just watching outside quietly. After a while, watching the other players become frenzied, the leading player led the players around him and quietly retreated outside the governor's mansion. "Follow them! I want to see what they are going to do," Zhang Tuohai whispered to Elizabeth. Elizabeth was interested in this kind of thing, and followed Zhang Tuohai carefully behind this group of people. Fortunately, the city was chaotic enough at this time. Many players were unable to rush into the governor's mansion and began to target the surrounding shops and houses. The city was in chaos and chaos. This also gave Zhang Tuohai and the others a chance to follow them. Space. The group of people gradually left the original main city and walked towards the old city. The streets in the old city are dilapidated, in disrepair, and neglected, and they have gradually turned into slums, where the poor live. After losing basic management, the buildings here became more and more chaotic. The streets were lined with shacks and various broken houses built illegally. These things gave Zhang Tuohai a hiding place. "What does it smell like? Why is it so disgusting?" Next to the leading player, a female player wearing revealing clothing asked. "This is the place I found out after a lot of effort. Everyone, please be patient. It will be here soon," said the leading player. Chapter 11, 50 New Uses of Canoes. Zhang Tuohai discovered that the leading player was walking freely in the old city, without hesitation at all on the cobweb maze-like streets. He seemed to be very familiar with this place, so he guessed that this player was definitely not out of the blue, and should have a lot of knowledge. He is more and more sure of the other party's goal, and he is increasingly looking forward to the other party's goal. It must not be easy for a player to invest so much effort in getting something. Zhang Tuohai became more cautious and followed cautiously. Elizabeth was originally interested in things like adventure, treasure hunting, and secret exploration as described by the bard, so naturally she would not let it go now, and followed Zhang Tuohai with excitement. The group of people walked through the streets and alleys, passing through numerous huts, until they reached the deepest part of the old city. There is a castle here. The castle is built with huge black stones, which are very strong. At the main entrance is a huge steel fence gate. The fence is made of steel as thick as an arm. It is extremely hard. Although it has been rusted, it is not man-made. What can be broken? The area around the castle was overgrown and lifeless. "There are actually castles here?" A player looked at the tall and deserted castle curiously. The black castle was very oppressive, making people feel uncomfortable involuntarily. This was the core building when Red Maple City was first established. The Targaryen family's defenders lived here. This was the center of Red Maple City, the leading player said with a smile. "Then why is it abandoned? It looks very strong. If they lived here instead of the governor's mansion, it would definitely not be that easy for us to break through," a player asked. "You don't have to ask. It must be because the lighting is not good. This kind of castle looks strong and majestic, but for the convenience of defense, the windows are all slender, and the lighting is very poor. Moreover, to prevent fire, there is a lack of soft furnishings such as wooden boards and carpets. It's cold and damp, and it breeds mosquitoes and rats. How can I live comfortably in the governor's mansion with bright windows and clean windows? If I were the manager here, I would definitely live in the governor's mansion," said a player. "This is just one reason." The leading player took over. "In addition to environmental factors, there is another important reason. That is, this castle is haunted." "Haunted?" The players behind him were stunned. They never expected it to be such a reason. "It's impossible. Right? This is an extraordinary world. Even if it's haunted, just find someone to get rid of it. Why would you just abandon this castle?" Other players were a little unconvinced. Do you think I don't have such doubts? I especially found the old maid of this castle. She told me personally that the guardians of the Targaryen family were very cruel, and there were some special things. His biggest hobby is to put people into cells in the basement of the castle for torture. Every day, corpses are taken out of the dungeon and transported to the woods to be sold. I wonder if too many people died, causing the ghosts to take hold. The roars of the ghosts can be heard in the castle all night long. The guardian at that time executed several servants who were talking privately, then personally led the people into the dungeon, and then never came out again. Later, when the new governor arrived, he dismissed the servants, abandoned the castle, and rebuilt the governor's palace in the new city. This area gradually became deserted and turned into a slum, the player said. After hearing what the player said, a group of players became excited. "What does it mean that there are ghosts in the extraordinary world?" "It means this is a copy." "What is the copy for?" "Produce equipment." "Boss, That's a ghost. Can we deal with it? A player asked. Don't worry. I have prepared it a long time ago. I specially found a palace bachelor to ask for the holy water. It is specially used to ward off evil spirits. It will definitely be fine. The player said as he took out a bottle from his pocket, which was full of golden liquid. Seeing the props that had been prepared, those players felt low and were immediately eager to try them. The city gates are locked, and the city wall is so high. How can we get past? A player asked. Don't worry. I've already checked it out. There is a drainage channel next to it. We can go in by following the drainage channel. That player led the other players to walk half a circle around the city, and then found a sewer. The sewer was full of sewage and unknown objects, with dead rats floating on it, and the water was already black. This sewer is outside the passage inside the castle. It was originally used for drainage, but now it is blocked due to lack of dredging. The sewer leading to the castle was originally equipped with iron bars, but they were already rusted. The player found the iron pliers and clamped them hard to open the barbed wire. Come in quickly with me. The player greeted everyone and walked towards the gutter. As soon as a player stepped 1 foot into the gutter, he let out a scream. When he pulled his foot out, it was full of leeches. Those leeches are each about the size of a thumb, attached to the legs, and are constantly squirming. There were so many leeches that they almost covered the opponent's entire leg. Why are there so many leeches? There weren't any leeches last time I came here. Come quickly and help treat them. The player said to the other players. A group of people gathered around and began to treat him. It's so scary. Do we have to go through that ditch too? Elizabeth looked at the densely packed leeches and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Of course not. Let's go in another direction. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and took Elizabeth to the other side of the castle. The terrain here is slightly higher, but there are no gaps in the city wall. Are we going to climb the wall? This seems very high. Can we climb it? Elizabeth asked, looking at the huge city wall. Don't worry. We have a ladder. Zhang Tuohai said and summoned a huge canoe. He did not intend to hit the strong city wall with the canoe, but set the canoe on the city wall. There were diagonal stripes inside the canoe, which were supposed to prevent slipping. But now they were used as ladders by Zhang Tuohai. Is this okay? Elizabeth looked at the canoe set up on the city wall with a shocked expression. As long as your thoughts don't slip. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Let's go. There are still many places waiting for us to explore. Zhang Tuohai said and climbed up first. Elizabeth looked around to make sure there was no one and then climbed up with Zhang Tuohai. The two people climbed to the top of the city wall effortlessly. Before leaving, Zhang Tuohai also cancelled the summons to prevent others from discovering the clues. Chapter 1151 Gargoyle. Zhang Tuohai and Elizabeth climbed onto the city wall, and then slipped along the corridor on the city wall to the direction where the players were advancing. Zhang Tuohai discovered that the players found some stones and wooden boards, built a few temporary stepping positions in the drainage ditch, and got in. The two of them watched a group of people enter the hall from the city wall. What shall we do? Elizabeth asked quietly. Follow them and see which way they go. Zhang Tuohai whispered. Yes, I understand. Elizabeth nodded, followed Zhang Tuohai down the city wall, and quietly came to the gate of the castle. At this time, the door of the castle had been knocked open, and the two people looked inside along the crack. It was empty. It seemed that all usable things had been moved away when they moved out. The two people climbed up the steps carefully, trying not to make any noise. After walking through the door, no one was left guarding the door in the hall. The ground was covered with thick dust, leaving a series of footprints on it. Follow their footsteps and follow them, Zhang Tuohai said. Although a trap is unlikely in a place like this, it's better to be careful. The two people followed the footprints to the back of the hall and found an open basement door with a staircase winding down. There were also faint sounds of footsteps in the stairwell. Follow slowly. Don't move too much. Let them hear the sound, Zhang Tuohai whispered to Elizabeth, and then slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing this, Elizabeth followed Zhang Tuohai's example and followed cautiously. This staircase is very long, and Zhang Tuohai calculated the height in his mind as he walked. When he reached more than 300 meters underground, Zhang Tuohai looked down, but he hadn't seen the bottom yet. At this time, Zhang Tuohai started to feel a little nervous. 300 meters underground may not sound like much, but you must know that any tall building in the world that exceeds 300 meters is considered a skyscraper. The foundation they laid was only a few dozen meters. But this is a medieval castle. Why go so deep? Normally there is no need at all. Moreover, What is the purpose of digging such a deep basement? Now it seems that it is not so simple. The subsequent successors abandoned the castle and rebuilt the governor's palace for a hidden reason, rather than a simple issue of comfort. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the handle of the gun at his waist, lowered his body, and carefully observed the surroundings to prevent possible sudden attacks. The dark staircase was narrow and long, seemingly endless. Elizabeth even lost her sense of direction, so she could only follow Zhang Tuohai instinctively. The two people walked down for more than 300 meters, and suddenly more light came from the front. Arrive? Zhang Tuohai's energy instantly rose, and he listened carefully to what was happening in front of him. Since the guests are already here, why don't they come in? A loud voice suddenly rang. Have we been discovered? Elizabeth was startled by the sudden sound and asked softly. Calm down and wait and see what happens. Zhang Tuohai made a silent gesture, indicating to Elizabeth to shut up and wait and see what the situation is. In the previous world, he had seen this kind of bluffing a lot. If you can bluff loudly instead of taking action directly, you are either not sure if there is anyone, or you are not confident in your own strength and dare not act rashly. Otherwise, instead of speaking out loud, you would directly take action. Anyway, they are in the dark now. They still have the advantage, and they have the qualification to wait. Elizabeth understood, and the two of them lowered their bodies and continued to wait. The two gentlemen and ladies who are hiding in the dark must have a wish since they are here. You cannot achieve your goals by hiding in the dark. If you continue to hide and cannot come out, you will lose this opportunity. Okay, are you sure you want to do this? The voice sounded again. Zhang Tuohai and Elizabeth glanced at each other, and they were sure that they were talking about themselves and were not bluffing. What should I do? Do you want to go out? Elizabeth asked cautiously. Now that you've discovered us, let's go out and take a look. Zhang Tuohai stood up. He was also somewhat interested in the wish the voice spoke of. Could it be that this is a place where wishes can come true? I just don't know if I can mention that wish of 3 more wishes. Zhang Tuohai stood up and led Elizabeth forward. The two people turned the corner and faced a wide square. The square is all made of black marble, wide and huge. At the end of the square is a huge black stone sculpture. The stone sculpture looks like a gargoyle, a bit like a humanoid, but with 2 horns on its head, a pair of huge bat wings on its back, and sharp claws on its hands and feet. The fangs are exposed at the corners of the mouth, looking ferocious and terrifying. There was a group of people standing in front of the huge statue, and it looked like they were the same group of players who had led them in before. The leading player's face turned ugly when he saw Zhang Tuohai and Elizabeth walking down the stairs at the corner. How did you get here? Are you following me? How did you get this news? The leading player asked loudly. The players following him also raised their weapons and pointed them at Zhang Tuohai. It is forbidden to use any force here. Otherwise the opportunity will be cancelled, the huge gargoyle statue said. After hearing the words of the gargoyle statue, the players put down their weapons. Seeing those players put down their weapons, the gargoyle showed a look of regret. What a pity. I didn't expect you to be so obedient. I was going to catch a few unruly people for dessert. How long has it been since I last ate people? I almost forgot the taste. After hearing the gargoyle's words, all the players looked frightened. Fortunately, they chose to stop because they were afraid of being disqualified. Otherwise, they might have been eaten by this damn gargoyle. Can this gargoyle eat people? It looks a bit sinister. You have to be careful for a while. Zhang Tuohai became more vigilant towards this huge gargoyle. Okay, everyone is in place. Then the game begins. The game time is 6 hours. Only the person who survives to the end will get the chance to make a wish. Remember, if there are more survivors than the total number before the game ends, if 1/4 of the total, everyone will lose the chance to make a wish, and everyone will be considered a loser and be eaten by me. Actually, I suggest you do this so that I can have a dessert after the meal, Gargoyle said with a smile. Chapter 1152 Mini Bomb. Okay, let me see your luck, Gargoyle said, raising one hand in the void, and a series of various gates appeared in front of him. The gargoyle fiddled lightly with his fingers, and the gates turned like a roulette wheel, making it dizzying. Finally, a brass door slowly stopped in front of the gargoyle. It seems you are not very lucky. It is this venue. The gargoyle showed a half-smiling expression. Following its words, the brass door slowly landed on the square. The brass door slowly opened, and a blue vortex appeared inside, sucking all the people in the square into it. Everyone felt dizzy for a while, and when they appeared again, they found themselves in a huge factory. It was still a relatively early factory, with rusted steel pipes and water vapor everywhere, and huge machines with leaking gears, quite characteristic of the steam age. All the people in the square were randomly scattered in various corners of the factory. Zhang Tuohai looked around and found that he was in the middle of two huge machines, with an unknown player standing in front of him. Elizabeth was nowhere to be seen. Randomly disrupt the transmission? Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. A line of text popped up. Go to the second floor of the factory. Press the off-duty bell. And the game is over. The game begins now. It's bad luck for you if you meet me. The player on the opposite side slowly pulled out the rapier from his waist and said proudly, Before I entered the game, I studied combat for a period of time. And I also specialized in rapier. With my swordsmanship, I even became the swordsmanship instructor of the governor's son. And no one knows how to stab the sword better than me. The player said, holding a sword flower. The tip of the sword flashed, making it difficult to see in which direction the real tip of the sword was pointing. Boom! The next second, the musket in Zhang Tuohai's hand went off. A bullet made of ice penetrated the other party's head. Sir, times have changed. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and walked cautiously outside with the devil's roar in hand. He now has two main tasks. One is to kill those players, and the other is to find Elizabeth. Those players know each other, and they will definitely kill themselves as an outsider first, and then decide the saint internally. Zhang Tuohai did a rough calculation and found that there were 22 players in the group, counting himself and Elizabeth. There were 24 players in total, based on a survival rate of at most 1/3. He had to kill at least 16 to pass. Zhang Tuohai carefully poked his head out from behind the machine. However, he had just raised his head when a bullet grazed his head. Boom! The bullet struck the metal plate of the machine next to it. Zhang Tuohai shrank his head in shock and took a look. It turned out to be a lead bullet. At this time, the lead bullet had deformed and was embedded in the copper plate. The lead bullet is so accurate! Is he possessed by the goddess of luck? Zhang Tuohai was speechless. The lead bullets are all smoothbore guns without rifling. The bullets fired from this gun cannot control the trajectory at all. To hit the target, you basically rely on dozens of muskets to fire together and hit people based on density. He was almost shot in the head with a rifled musket just now. He was really unlucky. Is there anyone? Zhang Tuohai took out a small mirror from his pocket, held it far away, and looked outside. You can see from the mirror that there are 3 players outside. These 3 players form a tactical team. One person is holding a stabbing sword to explore the way in front. One is holding a long musket to support behind. And the other is stabbing a sword in one hand and pressing a button with the other. Holding a glass bottle, he walked around to the side and prepared to outflank him. I bet it's not rum in the bottle. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the positions of several people, took a deep breath, and then rushed out of the gap in the machine. He used the player with the rapier to block the side of the player with the musket, then raised the musket in his hand and shot the player who was outflanking him. Boom! The musket shattered the glass bottle in the guy's hand. Call. The blazing flames flowed out of the bottle and sprinkled all over the player. That player instantly became a pyro. Ah! The player screamed and fell to the ground, rolling around in an attempt to put out the fire. But instead of being extinguished, the flames on his body only grew stronger. Damn it! When the player with the rapier saw this, he cursed angrily, then rushed over with the rapier raised, hoping to take the opportunity to close the distance. However, Zhang Tuohai would not give him a chance at all. The gun in his hand turned around and aimed at the player with the bayonet sword. Boom! An ice bullet hit the player directly in the chest. All the internal organs inside were completely burned away by the flames. Before the player fell, Zhang Tuohai rushed in front of the player, held up the player's body, and ran towards the last player who was supporting him from behind. Hack! The player who was supporting him with a musket in the distance was shocked when he saw this. He raised his musket and aimed it, trying to kill Zhang Tuohai. But Zhang Tuohai always held the player's body, blocking it firmly and unable to shoot at all. Seeing Zhang Tuohai getting closer and closer to him, the player also became anxious. He gritted his teeth and shot the player's body. Unfortunately, the bullet got stuck in the ribs and did not even penetrate the body. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai also rushed in front of the player, with his gun stretched out from the armpit of the corpse. Boom! The bullet hit the player's head and penetrated the other player's head. After killing the player, Zhang Tuohai carefully looked around to make sure there was no one else behind him, then picked up the player's musket and checked it. It turns out to be mini bullets. Zhang Tuohai showed a clear look when he saw the opponent's musket. The mini is an early rifled bullet. through the principle that the relatively soft lead alloy is easy to deform. When the propellant burns, the bullet will heat up and expand, and then be fired close to the barrel. This increases the accuracy of the gun. But the disadvantage is that the propellant has a slow rate of fire. In addition, due to it can only be made of soft alloy, which results in very weak power and poor penetration. Just hitting the player's ribs, and then stopping, was an obvious example. With modern guns, even pistols, it is not difficult to break a rib with one shot. In addition, special ammunition is required, making it difficult to replenish bullets. So this gun is useless to Zhang Tuohai. However, in the spirit of diligence and frugality, Zhang Tuohai picked up the gun and found all the bullets and loaded them. If you don't need it yourself, you can give it to other crew members. Chapter 1153 Viking Heroic Spirits. After killing 4 players in succession, Zhang Tuohai became more confident and began to search for factories. The factory is very large, with supporting pillars and machines everywhere. Moreover, these machines are not placed very regularly. They are scattered horizontally and vertically. The field of view is very narrow and limited. I want to find a few players in such a large factory. It's still a bit difficult. Ho! At this moment, a strange voice came over. Zhang Tuohai turned around and saw a dozen people dressed as early workers wearing overalls and hats slowly walking toward him. As he walked, he made a strange whooshing sound from his throat. Zombies? There are zombies in the steampunk factory? Are you kidding me? Zhang Tuohai looked shocked. He never expected that besides players, there would be such a thing in the factory. Try it. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger at the man dressed as a worker at the front. Boom! The bullet hit the other person's head. The man shook and fell to the ground motionless. The ability to resist blows is not very good. If you are hit in the head, you will die. I just don't know if it is contagious. Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. However, at this moment, more zombie-like people came out from behind each machine and surrounded Zhang Tuohai from all directions. So much! Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly rubbed a demon bomb and threw it towards the group of zombies, then turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Boom! The demon bomb blew up a group of zombies into the sky, and then more zombies chased in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. You actually have basic intelligence? It seems like it's not. Okay. To deceive them with your voice. Seeing the operations of these zombies, Zhang Tuohai sighed secretly. However, it's nothing. There are a lot of machines here, and he is faster than those zombies. Flying a kite is still no problem. Zhang Tuohai ran forward, looking left and right, trying to find a better place. At this moment, he rushed around a corner and found Elizabeth holding a barbecue spit and confronting 2 players. There were already 2 players' corpses on the ground, and blood was dripping from the barbecue spits. The 2 players glanced at each other and rushed towards Elizabeth from both directions at the same time. The stabbing sword in his hand also stabbed Elizabeth at the same time. At this time, Elizabeth was in a small corner with limited space to dodge. She could only block a stabbing sword with a barbecue fork in her hand, and then stabbed it into the player's chest. At this time, another player saw an opportunity and stabbed Elizabeth's lower abdomen with the stabbing sword in his hand. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai arrived. Without thinking, Zhang Tuohai raised his hand and shot the player. This gun also turns on the pyroblast mode. Boom! A fireball directly hit the player's head, blowing it open. Plop! The player's body fell to the ground. How is it? Zhang Tuohai asked. It's okay. But these few people still want to covet my beauty? I have received guidance from several swordsman masters. Although, I am more peace-loving. I don't like to fight. And I never carry a sword with me. Sword? Their swordsmanship is really bad. I can win with a barbecue spit. Elizabeth took out a cloth and wiped the blood on the spit. Stop talking and run quickly. There's a big one coming, Zhang Tuohai said, pulling Elizabeth and running out. Don't worry. I'm very powerful. Even though I only have a barbecue spit, I can still handle 10 or 8 of them. It's so frustrating. Why are there so many? How can you recruit them? As soon as Elizabeth came out of the turning corner, she saw a large number of zombies rushing this way, and she suddenly became uneasy. She can deal with a few people, but it depends on the terrain and equipment for a dozen people. But there are hundreds of people following behind, and there are still many people blocked by machines. With so many people, she is too exhausted to deal with them. It's not me. It's the monster that already exists here. Don't fight and find a way to the second floor first. Zhang Tuohai said. Okay. Elizabeth looked back at the zombies rushing towards Wuyong, and quickly followed Zhang Tuohai and ran forward. I appeared over there. There was a staircase that seemed to lead to the top. Elizabeth pointed to the steel stairs in the distance and said. Zhang Tuohai turned his head and looked in the direction Elizabeth pointed. Sure enough, there was a staircase not far away that led directly to the top. But at this time, a large number of zombies also appeared on the stairs, running down. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai turned around, rubbed a devil bomb, and threw it over. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, blowing large swaths of zombies to pieces. Let's go over and have a look, Zhang Tuohai said. The two people came to the stairs. At this moment, another group of players rushed over, and the leader was the player who led everyone here. Each of these players holds a musket in their hands. Thank you for helping us open this place. Now, please go on your way. The opportunity to make a wish is mine, the leading player said while holding a musket. There is a survival limit here. If the upper limit is exceeded, everyone will die. Are you following him? Aren't you afraid that he will kill you and take the reward for himself in the end? Zhang Tuohai said, looking at the player behind the player. Don't think about using this method to disintegrate us. To be honest, the people here are my diehards. They are just enough to survive. If we kill you, victory will be ours, the leading player said with a sneer. Really? Thanks for letting me know. Goodbye, Zhang Tuohai said, and used the skill to summon the ghost ship. A huge Viking warship rushed out of the void and ran over the leading player, directly crushing the opponent into pieces. Then, before the remaining players could react, 20 Viking heroes on the ship, wearing chainmail and holding bucklers and hatchets, jumped off the ship and rushed towards the 8 players. Bang bang! The players saw this and hurriedly fired back. But the Viking heroes held steel shields in their hands and wore chainmail armor. Under the double protection, their lead bullets had no effect at all. After a round of shooting, there was no damage to the Viking spirit at all. But the Viking spirit got close to him. Puff puff! Along with the sound of axes chopping flesh. The players were killed one by the Viking spirits. During this period, Zhang Tuohai discovered a piece of good news. That is, people killed by summoned objects were also counted on his head. And he also had the experience. This is not bad. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied, and then ordered the Viking heroes to rush up the stairs. After all, there are only 5 minutes, so it would be a waste not to use it. Chapter 1154 The Wonderful Use of Canoes. Roar! The Viking heroes roared, formed a battle formation and charged towards the stairs. I have to say that these Viking heroic spirits are really useful. The zombies are like paper in front of the Viking heroic spirit. A Viking heroic spirit can cut the zombie's head in half with one axe. Moreover, these heroic spirits are not afraid of death. Everywhere they passed was like a steamroller, sweeping away all the zombies. There were piles of zombie corpses at their feet. The efficiency is really good, but the summoning time is a bit short. Zhang Tuohai thought with some dissatisfaction as he looked at the Viking spirits in front of him. Gotta help them clean up quickly, Zhang Tuohai was thinking as he rubbed a few demon bombs to blow up the dense zombies in front, making it easier for the Viking heroes to clean up. With the dual efforts of the Viking heroic spirit and the demonic bomb, a path was finally opened up to the second floor. Zhang Tuohai and Elizabeth went to the second floor. The layout of the second floor is much simpler than that of the first floor. It is a huge zigzag shape, with rooms facing the outside. On the other side is the guardrail, and below the guardrail is the production workshop. Look for it quickly, Zhang Tuohai said as he kicked open a room. This is a clerk's office, equipped with a typewriter and a large number of documents. A zombie is walking staggeringly from inside to outside. Excuse me. Farewell. Zhang Tuohai shot the zombie through the head, then closed the door, and then kicked open the second door. The Viking heroes divided into 2 teams to clean up the zombies in the corridor. As for the stairs that came up, they were directly blown up by Zhang Tuohai with 3 devil bombs. There is no need to go down anyway, and it saves the zombies below from coming up to cause trouble. Zhang Tuohai searched from room to room, and Elizabeth stood beside Zhang Tuohai with a barbecue in her hand, carefully watching out for possible attackers around her. After half an hour of searching, Zhang Tuohai finally found the location of the off-duty bell switch after cleaning half of the corridor. This thing is on the factory director's desk, guarded by a giant zombie. This zombie was wearing a tuxedo, and his body was as fat as a ball. Oil was constantly seeping from the surface of his body and dripping to the ground. A thick layer of grease had accumulated on the ground. Seeing Zhang Tuohai come in, The ball-like zombie roared and then rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. However, it seemed to have forgotten the grease under its feet. It slipped and then rolled towards Zhang Tuohai like a big meatball. Please! Zhang Tuohai quickly moved away from the door. Then Meatball rushed out of the door uncontrollably, broke through the railing, rushed out of the second floor, and fell directly to the first floor. You should be able to fall to death this time. Right. Zhang Tuohai lay on the side of the broken railing and watched. At the same time, I was secretly glad that I was so excited that I dodged first. Otherwise the impact would not have been much lighter than a car collision. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to see the tragic situation of the meatball smashed into meat patties, something unexpected happened. The meatball didn't fall flat, but bounced up. Zhang Tuohai. He stared blankly as the huge meatball kept falling to the first floor like a bouncy ball, and then bounced up again. Moreover, it seems that it is bouncing higher and higher, and has a tendency to move towards him. What kind of skill is this? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. He has been through more than a dozen survival worlds and managed thousands of worlds. He has never seen any big storms or waves. But this is the first time he has seen this kind of attack method. Today is an eye-opener. We can't let it get any closer. Zhang Tuohai took out the Devil's Roar, switched to Pyroblast mode, and aimed at the huge meatball to deliver a punch. Bang bang bang. Along with the gunfire, a series of fireballs hit the huge meatball. The surface of the meatball was covered with grease, and it burned as soon as it encountered flames. The meatball turned into a fireball, but its elasticity remained unchanged and seemed to be more threatening. Looking at the more threatening meatball, Zhang Tuohai felt that he could not continue to waste time with him, so it would be better to decisively press the electric bell and leave the dungeon. Anyway, he and Elizabeth have killed a total of 16 players from the beginning to now, and have reached the separation standard. They can leave as long as they press the electric bell. Zhang Tuohai pulled Elizabeth into the office and pressed the switch on the table. Jingle bell. With a burst of bells, the entire factory seemed to have pressed the pause button. The originally noisy office suddenly became quiet. Immediately afterwards, zombies that were originally milling around on the first floor stopped roaring and walked neatly outside the factory. Everyone was stunned when Zhang Tuohai saw this scene. Do zombies even clock in and get off work on time these days? Then he should come after get off work. Along with the ringing of the bell, a bronze door appeared, but the location was not very good. It was in the lobby on the first floor. Day! Zhang Tuohai cursed and could only pull Elizabeth and run towards the first floor. But you just blew up the stairs leading to the first floor, Elizabeth said next to her. It doesn't matter. I have a solution. Zhang Tuohai ran to the gap, and then summoned a canoe to set up on the gap to temporarily act as a bridge. Needless to say, it worked really well. The two of them easily crossed the broken stairs on the canoe. The two people continued to run towards the bronze door in the center of the first floor. However, when he was approaching the gate, Zhang Tuohai found that the ball-like factory owner was still guarding the gate, bouncing up and down. He would not be able to pass through the gate unless he was dealt with. No! The bell has rang. So you won't get off work? Are you so dedicated? Zhang Tuohai was speechless. Bang bang bang. The big ball didn't answer, and kept bouncing towards Zhang Tuohai. You won't leave on your own. Right. Then I'll send you away. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath, saw the opportunity, and summoned the canoe. The canoe struck the ball like a club. Boom! The canoe hit the center of the ball, sending the meatball flying directly, and hitting the machine in the distance. Buzz! The machine started, rolling in a fat ball, and all kinds of flesh and blood splattered out. Gone! Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to look at the results of the battle, and pulled Elizabeth out of the bronze gate. After passing through the bronze gate, the two reappeared in the square paved with black stones. Did two people actually pass the flesh and blood factory? What a pity! The gargoyle spoke with a look of regret. Stop talking nonsense! The level has been passed. Where is our reward? Zhang Tuohai raised his head and asked the gargoyle. Chapter 1155 The Second Cursed Gold Coin. Okay. Tell me. What do you want? Extraordinary abilities. Forbidden books recording mysterious knowledge. Powerful weapons. Or inexhaustible wealth? Gargoyle said reluctantly. Is that all? Zhang Tuohai asked with some dissatisfaction. There are also some miscellaneous things that I can't remember. Anyway, let's make a wish first, and we'll see what the situation is, said the gargoyle. It turns out it's not omnipotent. Zhang Tuohai's expectations for the gargoyle instantly dropped a bit. Don't look at me like that. Believe it or not, I ate you like lunch. as if he had read Zhang Tuohai's thoughts. The gargoyle roared loudly. Seeing the furious look on the gargoyle's face, Zhang Tuohai became more and more certain that this guy must be bound by something or a rule. Otherwise, if he could eat it casually, he would have eaten it long ago, and he would not have talked nonsense for so long. Is there a potion that can make you invincible after just one pill? Zhang Tuohai asked. No, the gargoyle said with a face. If there was such a potion, it would have eaten it and run away long ago. Or would it have been locked up in this dark underground for thousands of years? What about the weapon that makes a person invincible? Zhang Tuohai took a step back. Neither does this. The gargoyle's face grew longer. Where is the forbidden book that records all the knowledge and secrets in the world? Zhang Tuohai took another step back and chose one he had seen. How can such a thing exist? Do you know how much knowledge there is in the world? How can a book be written? The gargoyle almost roared. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhang Tuohai pressed his nose. The gargoyle went crazy. He suspected that this kid was just here to cause trouble, specifically picking out something it didn't have. If it weren't for the constraints of the rules, it would have caught this kid and eaten him long ago. Forget it. Give me the most valuable one from your collection. Isn't it okay if I don't pick it? Zhang Tuohai said with a generous look. Do you believe that if it weren't for the rules, I would have slapped you to death? The gargoyle roared. I believe it. But aren't we bound by the rules now? Give me the things quickly. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Tuohai stretched out his hand. The gargoyle reluctantly opened the void, took out a gold coin, and threw it to Zhang Tuohai. Take it and get out, the gargoyle said angrily. Zhang Tuohai caught the gold coin. On the front is a gargoyle statue. Cursed gold coin, gargoyle. A gold coin stained with the blood of the legendary captain. There are 7 cursed gold coins in total. You may gain something after collecting them all. Cursed gold coin? Zhang Tuohai weighed the gold coins in his hand. He got one of these on the ghost ship Tulip. But that one was called Kraken. And this one is called a gargoyle. Apart from the stamp, the biggest difference between cursed gold coins and ordinary gold coins is that there is a weird energy lingering on cursed gold coins. If you have come into contact with it, you will definitely not recognize it. This is the second one. I don't know when I can collect them all, and I don't know what they will do if they are collected together. Zhang Tuohai bounced the gold coin up, caught it in the air, and stuffed it into his pocket. It's your turn. What do you want? The gargoyle turned to look at Elizabeth and said angrily. I want the roast chicken recipe in the world, Elizabeth said weakly. While she was speaking, she secretly glanced at the gargoyle's face, guessing the other person's mood at this time. Zhang Tuohai could tease the gargoyle, but she didn't dare. If not, the one from Xia Yahai district will do, Elizabeth added weakly. Gargoyle. That's it? The gargoyle looked at Elizabeth in disbelief. Do you know how precious the opportunity to make a wish is? Do you want a recipe? As precious as it can be, it doesn't matter what you want. Zhang Tuohai complained at the side. Shut up! Gargoyle roared at Zhang Tuohai. Is it difficult? How about changing to something simpler? Give me a better barbecue spit. Elizabeth lowered her demand again. You are looking down on me! The gargoyle was completely angry. It felt that he must not have read the almanac when he went out today. The 2 weirdos he met were making fun of him overtly and covertly, and even took the initiative to lower his standards. This is looking down upon it. No need to lower your standards. It's just a roast chicken recipe. I have it here. The gargoyle rummaged through the void, found a parchment book and a barbecue spit, and threw them in front of Elizabeth. This is the travel notes of the famous grilled chicken master McElraw. It records the recipes for various grilled chickens he saw when he traveled around the world. This barbecue fork is the one he used to make barbecue. It is regarded as a prize. I'll give it to you together. The gargoyle roared angrily. Really? Elizabeth excitedly picked up the barbecue spit and the parchment book and looked through it. Did you get the stuff? Let's go! Seeing Elizabeth get the things, Zhang Tuohai led Elizabeth away quickly. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that the gargoyles would really resurrect and cause trouble for them. The gargoyle didn't bother to pay attention to the 2 of them, wishing that they would leave immediately and not disturb him here. Zhang Tuohai and Elizabeth quickly returned to the castle along the stone steps, looking at the dark passage leading underground. Zhang Tuohai rubbed dozens of devil bombs and threw them into the passage, causing it to collapse. What is this for? Elizabeth asked, confused. I'm afraid it will react and cause trouble for us. We will blow up the passage to delay its pursuit. We will go back to the ship immediately. You don't want your roast chicken recipe to be taken back. Right. That's not possible. Elizabeth hugged the parchment in her arms tightly. Then let's go quickly. Zhang Tuohai took Elizabeth and ran towards the port area. At this time, the entire Red Maple City had turned into a mess. The hesitant player killed the governor sent here by the Targaryen family, resulting in the lack of a top commander here. The private soldiers closed the barracks door and couldn't get out. Although the power of these private soldiers is enough to suppress the rebellion and take over the entire city, this requires blood. For those private soldiers, their own lives are the most important. What does the chaos in Red Maple City have to do with them? If you die, there will be no pension. Even if they receive pensions, their lives will be lost. So what's the difference between having this money and not having it? A few hundred dinars a month. No matter how hard you work. However, it's not like they didn't do anything. They released homing pigeons and asked nearby cities to send reinforcements. Preferably a few more commanders. Chapter 1156. Rush out of Red Maple City. The private soldiers of Red Maple Leaf City stayed in the barracks and did not come out. The most powerful force in the entire Red Maple City became the player group. But because the leading player died in the castle, the entire player group is now leaderless. After rushing into the governor's mansion and killing the governor, the players gradually divided into two groups. One group believes that Red Maple City has a superior geographical location, a complete industrial structure, and various supporting facilities and infrastructure. It is a good place for development, and they can completely occupy it and operate it as a basic base. Another group of players believes that the Targaryen family will definitely not give up here. Both the Targaryen family and the Royal Navy will send troops to retake it. Instead of fighting with the Royal Navy here, it is better to pack up your things and run away, and continue to live happily in another place. Neither of the two factions could convince the other, and eventually they split completely. This is not the worst thing. The most critical problem is that the players of the Locust faction want to grab a wave in Red Maple City before leaving. Otherwise their coming will be in vain. The Construction faction regards the entire Red Maple City as its own property. So how could it be possible to allow the Locust faction to plunder? You can leave, but don't even think about taking away a single dinar. Not only can't you take them away, but you can also return the things you just robbed. They are all the wealth of Red Maple City. This was the core conflict and could not be reconciled at all. And then the two groups started fighting. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides at the governor's mansion, which was reduced to rubble. The fire is still burning. After the governor's palace was destroyed, the battle lines gradually spread outward and eventually spread to the entire city. The whole city is full of fighting battlefields, and players are fighting against each other. Those construction players had a bit of a bottom line at the beginning. After all, in their eyes, Red Maple City had become their industry, and they should protect it and fight more restrainedly. But those Locust faction players don't have so many worries. I will kill any player or NPC who stands in my way. Even players who are also members of the Locust faction will not be spared. It's almost like they are all enemies except me. The entire Hongfeng city was in chaos. There were battlefields everywhere. Stray bullets flew by from time to time. It was easy to be injured by stray bullets accidentally. In order to hinder the pursuit of the construction players, the Locust players even started setting fires, using fire and smoke to obscure other players. These guys! Zhang Tuohai looked at the chaotic battlefield and felt a little headache. He didn't want to get involved in the disputes between these players. However, it is probably impossible for him to pass through the war zone with such swagger. Both sides of the war will regard him as an enemy. Even taking a detour is unfeasible. The entire city has become a battlefield, and there is no way to avoid it. You bunch of insects! You always cause trouble for me, and it seems you have to push me away violently. Zhang Tuohai summoned a Viking warship and asked 20 Viking spirits to guard him. They formed a battle formation and headed towards the dock. The players who were fighting in the city were stunned when they saw a team suddenly coming towards them. Subconsciously, they thought it was the opponent's new force, and began to turn their guns and attack the Viking heroes. Dare to launch an attack on me? You asked for this. Zhang Tuohai watched the players start to fire on him. He became angry and said to the Viking heroes, Fight back with all your strength and find out who is firing on us. Just kill whoever you want. Yes. After receiving the order, the Viking spirit pulled out the throwing axe and throwing spear from his waist and threw it towards the players. The Vikings were not good at bows and arrows, but they were very good at throwing weapons such as throwing axes and spears, and they could hit the target 100 times within 20 meters. Moreover, these weapons are extremely heavy, and even if they are hit, they will be seriously injured even if they are not dead. Facing the garbage sea of Viking heroes, those players were immediately stunned. Many of them had their heads split open by sudden flying axes, or their chests were pierced by thrown spears before they could even realize what was happening. Although there were only 20 Viking heroes, after forming a formation, they penetrated directly into the city of Red Maple City like a steel knife. In just 5 minutes, they forced them to rush through 6 street intersections, killing and injuring more than 200 players. 5 minutes were up, and those Viking heroes suddenly disappeared. Those players who were forced to retreat found that the Viking heroes had disappeared, and felt that this was an opportunity. So they all came back. In front of Zhang Tuohai, a musketry team composed of players also appeared. These players all wore breastplates and held long muskets. They stood in a 3-segment line and blocked the streets leading to the port. Their original mission was to intercept Locust players, but they bumped into Zhang Tuohai, who was running away. "Can we discuss it and let us go there? We didn't set a fire. We just want to get back to our own ship and leave here," Zhang Tuohai said to the musketeers in front. "That's not possible. How do we know that you are not from the Locust faction? Hand over all the things and we will keep them together. They will be counted after the war. If it is really your stuff, we will naturally return it to you. But now, you have to take things out. Otherwise we won't be polite," the leader of the players said loudly. "Ha." Hearing what those players said, Zhang Tuohai smiled. If he really handed the things over to them, then there would be nothing left. Just listen to what he said would be returned to him after the war. "The reason I'm discussing with you is to save a lot of trouble, since you don't cherish the opportunity. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Zhang Tuohai didn't waste any more words and directly activated his skill to summon a Viking ship. The huge Viking ship suddenly appeared and rushed directly into the musketeers. No matter how light the 30-meter-long Viking ship is, it is measured in tons. Hitting those players is like a speeding train hitting a person. The player facing the Viking ship was directly crushed into a pulp. The players next to them were stunned. They didn't expect that a big ship suddenly appeared. But the Viking heroes on the ship didn't give them a chance to be stunned. They rushed off the ship and slashed at the players with their axes. Then, those players were in chaos. Some wanted to counterattack, while others retreated hastily. The originally neat and orderly phalanx of the musketeers instantly collapsed. Seeing that the Viking heroes helped him open a passage, Zhang Tuohai did not stop to check the results of the battle, but directly pulled Elizabeth across the street and ran towards the pier. At this time, the originally bustling dock was as quiet as a ghost. The sailboats moored at the pier also unmoored their anchors and sailed away from the port. "Walk!" Zhang Tuohai saw the white bird still parked firmly on the dock at a glance, and rushed onto the ship with Elizabeth. Chapter 1157 Controlling the Cable. "How is the situation on the ship?" Zhang Tuohai asked the Unsullied one who was guarding the ship. "Some people wanted to get on the boat, but I killed them all. Some people wanted to take action, but they were killed and their bodies were thrown into the bottom of the sea," the leader of the Unsullied said. "Well, that's right. From now on, whenever outsiders board the ship without permission, they will follow this rule." Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with the treatment of the Unsullied. "Set sail and prepare to leave Red Maple City," Zhang Tuohai said. Now that Red Maple City has been controlled by players, whether the players of the Construction faction or the Locust faction win, Red Maple City will no longer be able to provide benefits to the Targaryen family in a short period of time, and may even become a gold-swallowing beast. Targaryen thought to regain control of Red Maple City and restore Red Maple City to its peak state. This requires the investment of massive funds and resources. The Royal Navy will not let go of this opportunity to intervene in Red Maple City, and will definitely get involved. Just dealing with the Royal Navy and the players requires the Targaryen family to devote a lot of energy. He does not believe that the anxious Targaryen family still has time to deal with him. At that time, he will be freer. The white bird slowly sailed away from the port and away from Red Maple City. When driving away, Zhang Tuohai kept staring in the direction of the fort, fearing that he would be blocked by coastal defense artillery. Fortunately, Red Maple City was in chaos at this time, and no one paid attention to the fort. The people in the fort did not have orders, and did not dare to fire randomly. They just watched a ship leave the port from the top of the mountain. It was not until he was out of the range of the coastal defense artillery that Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief and had the opportunity to check his harvest. Apart from the cursed gold coin, Zhang Tuohai's biggest gain is that he has been upgraded to LV9. Most of them are provided by Viking heroes, and half are zombies and half players. Looking at the newly acquired skill points, Zhang Tuohai wondered where to use the skill points. After reviewing what happened on the shore, Zhang Tuohai felt that the skill of summoning the ghost ship was the most important. Without this skill, he might not have been so successful this time. Therefore, this precious skill point is given to summon Ghost Ship. Zhang Tuohai clicked and summoned the Ghost Ship to level 3. The skill description of summoning a Ghost Ship that has been upgraded to LV3 is to summon a Ghost Ship named Coconut. The Coconut Ghost Ship can perform cannon bombardment and battleship ramming, and can also provide 40 undead pirates for support. Each undead pirate's weapons are a scimitar, a musket, and a grappling hook. In addition, the Ghost Ship's existence time has been extended to a full 10 minutes. The effect is good. Zhang Tuohai read the skill description several times and nodded with satisfaction. The effect of the skill doubled. In addition, this skill finally deserves its reputation and can finally summon a real ghost ship. Although the effect of the Viking ship is also good, it still doesn't feel like a ghost ship after all. Zhang Tuohai wanted to find a place to try his skills immediately, but the soldiers on the empty sea did not allow him to do so. So Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to give up. Where to go next? Looking at the red maple city gradually disappearing from sight, Zhang Tuohai pondered where to go next. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuohai decided to follow the old method of Lei Meihai and drive along the coastline. Although the speed is slower, we can discover as many cities on the shore as possible. Also find a small port where the pirates and Unsullied on board can take turns to go ashore for repairs. We are all human beings. Being in such a big place on a ship and looking at the endless sea water every day will cause mental illness over time. Taking a vacation and relaxing are necessary. Before, Zhang Tuohai felt unsafe and only allowed a small number of pirates to disembark in ships. Now that he has become stronger and has sufficient manpower, he can also implement large-scale shifts. Zhang Tuohai decided to let the pirates go to the next port, so that they could release their energy and come back, thus saving them trouble on the ship. For example, Zhang Tuohai saw 2 pirates competing to see who could climb the mast faster with bare hands because they were bored. Watching the 2 pirates climbing to the top of the mast like monkeys, Zhang Tuohai discovered that boredom can really drive people crazy. Just as he was adjusting the course, one pirate's hand slipped and the other lost his grip and fell from the mast. "Ah, dash!" The pirate screamed and fell towards the deck. The mast is tens of meters high. If it falls from such a height, it will definitely die. Just when the pirates thought that the pirate was dead, suddenly a cable on the sail dropped from the height, quickly wrapped around the pirate, and pulled the pirate up. "Many pirates below?" they exclaimed, shocked that the pirate actually escaped from a certain death situation. Then they began to see who had thrown the cable and saved the pirate's life. The pirates looked along the cable for a long time, but didn't find even a single figure. "What happened? Where is the rescuer? Why can't I see him? Is he an invisible person in the transparent world? Don't make trouble. Those are all made up by bards. How can there be an invisible person? Then what do you think is going on? Why can't you see the person controlling the cable? Do you think the cable moved on its own? Don't be ridiculous. The cable is not alive. How can it move on its own? If you don't know, then ask the captain. How can there be any results from just guessing here?" A pirate suddenly said. "Yes, if you don't know anything, ask the captain." A group of pirates reached a consensus and looked at the captain. At this time, Zhang Tuohai had no time to pay attention to these pirates' thirst for knowledge. He was closing his eyes and feeling the information. He controlled the cable just now. This is not his own ability, but after long-term radiation from the Blue Pyramid, the ship has undergone certain changes, and the control of the cable is the first change. As the captain of the White Bird, Zhang Tuohai can control all the cables on the ship from anywhere on the ship, including the rope that controls the style, the rope that pulls the anchor, and all ropes. As long as they belong to the ship's accessory ropes, he can control them. This skill is pretty good. Zhang Tuohai experienced it carefully and felt that this skill has endless uses. Not only can it increase your combat effectiveness a lot during combat, it also saves you a lot of trouble when operating sails and locks. Normally controlling the ship requires the pirates to control the sails in addition to the steering wheel he controls. There is a process of cooperation. If the pirates do not cooperate or there is delay, he will not be able to control the ship. However, with this skill, he can control the ship with ease. Now he could sail the ship alone if he wanted to. Moreover, this is only the first step of change. As time goes by and the radiation from the Blue Pyramid increases, more and more changes will occur on the ship. Chapter 1158 City of Dolls. Zhang Tuohai carefully felt the changes in the pyramid and found that the pyramid was quite useful. Even though the energy accumulated was very slow, and the ship could not be transformed into a girl for the time being, The slow activation still enhanced the ship's combat effectiveness. He even wanted to see what the ship would look like if it was activated until the end. The pirates murmured for a while, and finally pushed the first mate out on behalf of him, asking about the cable. "It's just a trivial ability. I didn't show it before, but I just felt it was unnecessary. Do your own thing well, and don't ask too many questions that shouldn't be asked," Zhang Tuohai said lazily. He knows very well that in addition to subduing these pirates with force, they must also maintain a sense of mystery. Otherwise, those guys will become less and less awe-inspiring as they become familiar with them, which is not good. The first mate became more respectful when he saw Zhang Tuohai like this. Slowly retreated. "First mate, what did the captain say?" As soon as the first mate came back, the pirates came over. "It's just a little bit of ability. Captain, don't make a fuss. Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked in the future. Just do your own thing." The first mate knocked the pirate on the head and yelled. I completely forgot that he was also one of the people making the fuss just now. And he screamed louder than anyone else. One good thing about pirates is that they are absolutely obedient to the strong. After Zhang Tuohai showed his strength, they became obedient. As for the disobedient ones, they are all lying on the bottom of the sea. Zhang Tuohai controlled the white bird towards the coastline, while Elizabeth got into the kitchen and began to study the newly acquired recipes. Linda and Muriel were still playing with the newborn Alduin. The white bird headed all the way to the coast, sailing along the coastline, and soon saw a village built by players. This village is not big, with a few pieces of farmland, a few small fishing boats, and a not-so-high fence. Zhang Tuohai had no idea about this kind of village. There was too little oil and water, and he couldn't get any valuable supplies, which also delayed his trip. The ship drove forward and passed several small villages built on the seaside. These villages were all in similar development status, with a few fields, a few fishing boats, and only salted fish and black bread, although they were of little value. Zhang Tuohai still marked them on the chart. Nothing else. Just in case you need it later. The ship drove forward, and when it was almost night, we finally saw the outline of a city. The lighthouse at the port guided the passing ships to dock for repairs. "What kind of city is this? It's not marked on the chart," Zhang Tuohai asked the Unsullied and the dancer to inquire. But they were all slaves who had been trained since childhood and had no idea about the surrounding geography. So their inquiries were in vain. Not to mention those pirates. They have been in the Thunder Sea all year round, and they don't know as much about Xia Yahai as he does. There was no other way. Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to find Muriel to ask. She has been wandering around this area for many years, and should be familiar with the surrounding situation. "Is it this city?" Muriel looked at the lighthouse in the distance and thought for a while and said, "It's hard to see clearly at night, but if I guess correctly, it should be the City of Dolls." "City of Dolls? Is it a city that specializes in making dolls? Is there a city that specializes in this kind of industry?" Zhang Tuohai was shocked. It's not that he has never seen cities with specialized industries, not to mention large mining cities and heavy industry cities. There are also many people who specialize in making buttons, specializing in coffins, and specializing in the production of spicy strips. This industry can feed a whole city. But you must know that this is in the modern world with global trade chains. In this world, steam engines are still in the ascendant, and the mainstream means of transportation is still wooden sailing ships. Both the carrying capacity and the speed of transporting goods are unsatisfactory. This city is still producing non-essential goods like dolls. Can it really feed the entire city? Based on this idea, Zhang Tuohai became interested in this city of dolls, and wanted to see how this city supported himself. "Have you been there before?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "Is this true?" Muriel shook her head. "I just passed by here by boat before and heard some things about this city. However, the lighthouse in this city is very interesting. It is a huge doll holding a lantern. The shape is very distinctive." "Giant doll?" Zhang Tuohai did not expect that this city not only has a single industry, but also likes to play with spectacles. This aroused his curiosity even more. "Lean over and take a look." Zhang Tuohai adjusted his direction and leaned towards the lighthouse. As he got closer, with the light of the lighthouse, Zhang Tuohai gradually saw the whole lighthouse clearly. It is a humanoid sculpture like a Barbie doll, holding a huge lantern in its hand. Moreover, this Barbie doll is very exquisitely made. From the texture of the clothes to the details on the skin, it looks exactly like the real thing. "It's really a wonder. Such a big statue is so lifelike. How on earth was it made?" Zhang Tuohai looked up at the huge portrait with some curiosity. It is very difficult to make a statue of this level in the modern world. It is difficult to imagine how such a large statue could be produced in an era when productivity was not yet developed. Zhang Tuohai became more and more interested in the city of dolls. The ship passed the lighthouse and slowly approached the dock of the doll city. The city of dolls is like most cities of this era. The lights in the main city have been turned off, and it is pitch black, forming a huge black silhouette under the starlight. Only the port area still shone with the light of lanterns, where the taverns were open all night. The pirates on the ship couldn't bear it for a long time. Although Zhang Tuohai allowed them to drink 3 glasses of wine a day, how could this amount of wine be enough for them? Moreover, women on the ship were not allowed to touch without their permission, which made these pirates suffer. Therefore, after the ship docked, and with Zhang Tuohai's permission, the pirates, led by the first mate, swarmed off the ship and went to a tavern to drink all night. They would not return to the ship until the last dinar in their hands was spent in the tavern, leaving the Unsullied to take turns on the ship. Zhang Tuohai returned to the captain's cabin and lay down on the big bed to rest. He plans to wait for the shops in the city to open tomorrow and then take a good tour of the city. There was no talking all night. When it got up the next day, Zhang Tuohai washed up and came to the restaurant. Then he saw Elizabeth bringing up a large iron pot and Linda carrying a large pile of wooden bowls. What it is today seems to smell good. Zhang Tuohai lifted his nose and smelled a fragrance wafting in the air. Chapter 1159 Weird Doll. Dang dang. Today is a special gourmet chicken nugget porridge that I recreated based on Master Mackenzie's notes. Try it. Elizabeth took a big wooden spoon, filled a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that since there was no rice on the ship, the main part was gnocchi made with flour. The chicken was cut into pieces, as well as the usual carrot cubes, potato cubes and chopped onions. It didn't look like porridge, but more like porridge. A cross between chicken curry and pimple soup. How's it going? Elizabeth came over and asked excitedly. Well, next time, change the chicken to shredded chicken. It will be more flavorful. In addition, the spices on the ship are still a bit lacking. When we get ashore later, I will prepare some and teach you how to make curry chicken, Zhang Tuohai said. By the way, are those pirates back? You spent all your money after drinking all night yesterday. Right, Zhang Tuohai asked. I'm back, but something's not right, Elizabeth said hesitantly. What's wrong? Did you bring Luing on board? Or was the tavern owner chasing you on board to demand a bill? Could it be that you're sick? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. No. When these pirates got on the ship, everyone was holding a doll and carrying it close to their body. Everyone was too busy thinking about food. They didn't even come over to eat. They all hid in the cabin with them. The doll talks. Zhang Tuohai. He never expected that this would be the case. I gotta go see. Zhang Tuohai put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and walked quickly towards the cabin. Those pirates are murderous masters who only care about wine, women and money. Beyond that, there's nothing for them to care about. This is a group of desperados who dare to sell their souls to the devil. They are rebellious and lawless. To make them obey, the only way is to be stronger and more ruthless than them. He would never believe that these pirates would start playing with and talking to dolls like otakus. After passing through the neat cabin, Zhang Tuohai entered the pirates' cabin. Then, he was stunned by the scene in the entire cabin. 30 pirates, each holding a wooden doll and whispering. Can you imagine 30 unshaven, foot-picking men holding life-size wooden dolls and rubbing their ears and temples together? Moreover, they looked sincerely affectionate. Possessed? Zhang Tuohai walked over, grabbed the first mate by the collar, and lifted the first mate from the ground. What disease do you have? What's going on? Zhang Tuohai asked coldly. Let me go! Don't interrupt me talking to my wife! The first mate shouted loudly, holding Zhang Tuohai's hand with both hands, his eyes full of madness. Something's wrong! Something's definitely wrong. Zhang Tuohai knew that the first mate was scared to death of him. Yesterday, he didn't even dare to raise his voice when asking about something. Now he dared to talk to him like this. It was absolutely abnormal. Boom! Zhang Tuohai slapped the first mate in the face. The first mate's face instantly became swollen, with a bright red slap mark imprinted on it. But the first mate still looked crazy and grabbed Zhang Tuohai's hand frantically. Zhang Tuohai frowned and threw the first mate to the ground. Boom! The floor was shaken and made a dull sound. Even the first mate's ribs were broken. However, the first mate acted as if nothing was wrong, twisted and crawled towards the puppet in the corner, mumbling, Lily! My Lily! Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai turned to look at the puppets. Those puppets were all ordinary wood carvings. The workmanship was relatively simple. They were almost all long wooden blocks, and the joints were connected with ropes. Except for their larger size, they were almost the same as children's toys. No difference. The only thing that felt wrong was the doll's face, which was painted very delicately and looked almost the same as a real person. Such a beautiful face is depicted on such a simple body, which seems to be inconsistent. And the most weird thing is that no matter which angle he stands, Zhang Tuohai always feels that a doll is looking at him, and the corners of his mouth are slightly raised, with an expression that is half smiling, which makes people feel an inexplicable anger in his heart. Combustion. This doll is not normal. There is definitely a problem. Zhang Tuohai looked at the doll and made a judgment in his mind. Master, what should I do? Asked an unsullied one following him. Close this cabin and lock it with a chain. No one is allowed to enter or exit. I will go to the shore to check the situation. Zhang Tuohai felt that if he wanted to find out the crux of these pirates, he still had to go ashore. He became more interested in the city of dolls. Do you want to take a few people with you? The unsullied asked. Forget it. Ordinary people like you. Don't follow us. Otherwise problems will arise. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. You just stay on the ship and watch the ship. No one is allowed to get off the ship. And no one is allowed to get on the ship. If anyone wants to disobey the order, kill them directly. Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Yes. The unsullied immediately responded. After making arrangements, Zhang Tuohai got off the ship and entered the port area. The port area of the City of Dolls is no different from the port areas of ordinary cities. They are both bustling markets with piles of goods. The only distinctive feature is that there are many stalls with many dolls. These dolls are made of cloth or wood. There are also clay ones. Some are very simple, and some are colored. Some are beautifully made. Some are simple, and each looks unique. If it weren't for the clothes of the people around him, Zhang Tuohai would have thought he had arrived. Doll fair. It doesn't look like much at all. Zhang Tuohai walked over, picked up 1 or 2 dolls at random, and asked about the price. Rough dolls only cost 1 or 2 dinars, and exquisite ones cost a dozen or even dozens. Generally speaking, they seem fair. However, the dolls here are all ordinary dolls. But there are no dolls like those held by pirates. Let me ask where there are larger dolls in the city. Preferably life-size dolls. Zhang Tuohai asked, throwing down 2 dinars. We have to go to the shops in the city to ask about this. They will accept custom orders, no matter how big or small. We need to carry them back and forth every day, so they are all small. The stall owner said after collecting the money. Thank you. Zhang Tuohai nodded and walked along the corridor towards the city. The layout of Doll City is very simple. A wide main street, with shops mainly concentrated on both sides. On the outside are some normal shops, such as bakeries, pubs, etc. Once inside, there are gradually all kinds of doll shops. Moreover, there are some stores that specialize in products, such as all clay doll stores, all metal doll stores, and all wood carved doll stores. Zhang Tuohai searched one by one, hoping to find the same pirate dolls. Chapter 1160 The Weird Tavern. The City of Dolls is not a very big city, and its streets are not long. Zhang Tuohai walked to the end in half an hour. But Zhang Tuohai visited every doll shop on the street, and couldn't find the kind of dolls in the hands of the pirates. That's weird. They're not sold in the store. So where do these guys' dolls come from? Zhang Tuohai wandered around the street for 2 times, but couldn't find the source of the problem. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Tuohai thought it would be better to go back to the ship to have a meal and think about what to do. As for the things in the doll city, he was not going to eat them until he found out the root cause of the matter. What if those pirates became like this because they were drunk? Liquor! A flash of lightning flashed in Zhang Tuohai's mind. Is it possible that these pirate dolls were obtained in a tavern instead of a regular doll store? After all, with the character of these pirates, they wouldn't go to a doll store, would they? With a new breakthrough, Zhang Tuohai wanted to check it out immediately, but found that the pubs in the city were closed during the day and only opened at night. Then wait until tonight. Zhang Tuohai slowly returned to the ship. How is the situation? Zhang Tuohai asked. Everything is normal. No one wants to get on the ship, and no one wants to get off the ship. Even the pirates are very quiet. Everyone is hugging their dolls and not even moving, said Polly the parrot. So obedient? Let me go and take a look. Although he knew that those pirates had become abnormal, Zhang Tuohai was still shocked that these pirates who had started competing to climb the mast out of boredom the day before were actually able to stay in the cabin all day the next day. This is already a distortion of human nature. Zhang Tuohai quickly came to the door of the cabin, and two fully armed Unsullied were guarding the door. "No one has come out?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "No one came out. They didn't even have the intention to come out. Miss Elizabeth even came over once to deliver a meal, which was freshly made roast chicken. But no one ate it. They all hugged the doll and never let go for a moment." One of the Unsullied said. "Open the door and let me take a look," Zhang Tuohai said. The Unsullied opened the door. After the door opened, the scene inside shocked Zhang Tuohai again. The pirates were all lying on the floor, holding the puppets in their arms and murmuring in a low voice. There was a bucket of cold roast chicken on the table next to them. The roasted chickens were all in the same condition as when they were delivered. Even the oily skin was not lost. This is simply unimaginable. You know, when Elizabeth took over the kitchen and cooked roast chicken for the first time, the pirates chewed up all the chicken bones and ate them without wasting any. It is simply unimaginable that it can be placed here without moving at all. The most frightening thing is that the puppets in the pirates' arms are all staring directly at Zhang Tuohai, with the same half-smiling expression on their faces, which makes people feel chills running down their spines. After staring at the puppets for a while, Zhang Tuohai asked the Unsullied to close the door. Although he barely lacks men now, and controlling the sails has allowed him to save a lot of manpower, it is not unacceptable to lose this group of pirates now. But after all, it is a team that started its career. If possible, Zhang Tuohai would not want to lose it so quickly. He planned to go to the tavern in the city at night to find the root of the problem. It would be best if he could solve it. If he couldn't solve it, he would think of other solutions. First, guard them tightly and temporarily close their contact with the outside world. If anyone wants to come out, kill them directly, Zhang Tuohai said to the guard at the door. Clear. The Unsullied nodded in response. That's what's good about them. They can faithfully carry out all Zhang Tuohai's orders, whether they are reasonable or unreasonable. After having dinner on the boat, Zhang Tuohai moved a chair and sat on the deck to watch the sunset. After the sun went down, the lights in the doll city gradually went out, and the lights in several pubs in the dock area turned on. It's time to head out and have a look. Zhang Tuohai stood up, got off the White Bird and walked into the port area. After finding a brightly lit tavern, Zhang Tuohai walked in, pushing open the heavy wooden door. There was no heat wave or noisy drinkers as expected. On the contrary, it is deserted. Strangely deserted. Zhang Tuohai thought at first that there were no customers, so the tavern was very quiet. But when he glanced at the lobby, dozens of tables were almost filled with drinkers. All of them were unshaven and looked like sailors who had been wandering the sea all year round. They were all wearing shabby clothes, and they were all sitting there drinking without saying a word. After discovering that the door of the tavern was opened, these people all stared at Zhang Tuohai with half-smiling expressions. Regarding this situation, Zhang Tuohai felt his scalp numb, because the smiles on their faces are very much like the smiles on the puppets' faces. Isn't this the 8th percentile? Zhang Tuohai had a guess in his mind. He placed one hand on the demon's roar and stepped towards the bar. New guest? The first beer is free, so I treat you. But you need to pay for the rest, the bartender said as he placed a glass of golden beer on the table. You can ask your boss to come out, or the puppet seller. Zhang Tuohai sat on the chair, but did not touch the glass of wine. The bartender didn't say anything, but kept wiping his glass. At this time, a man in simple clothes walked over slowly, sat next to Zhang Tuohai, and said with a smile, This guest, if you have anything to do with the boss, why don't you go to me? Why don't you go to me? Let's do something interesting. As the Luing said, his hand had already been placed on Zhang Tuohai's thigh, and he touched it upward. Roll. The next second, Zhang Tuohai had already put the gun in his hand on the head of the wandering warbler. However, the Luing did not show the appropriate panic. Instead, he looked at Zhang Tuohai with a half-smile. The expression was the same as that of the dolls around the pirates. Grass. Zhang Tuohai felt like he was suffering from PTSD. Seeing this expression, he subconsciously pulled the trigger. Moreover, the pyrotechnic mode was also activated. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and a huge fireball hit the woman's head. The woman's head was immediately shattered. However, the expected scene of blood and flesh splattering did not appear. Instead, there was a scene of sawdust crumbling. The woman's bumpy body also turned into a wooden doll connected with hemp ropes. The doll fell to the ground, just like the dolls around the pirates, except that it was missing its head. Chapter 1161 Goth Doll. The gunshot was like turning on a switch. The drinkers who were drinking all put down their glasses and walked towards Zhang Tuohai with weird smiles on their faces. Their joints were very stiff, like puppets. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Tuohai had already mentally prepared himself. Raised the devil's roar and pulled the trigger one after another at the drinkers. Fireballs the size of rice bowls hit the drinkers. The fireballs hit the drinkers one after another and then exploded. Every drinker who was hit had half of his body shattered into pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. If a normal human being saw this situation, no matter how nervous he was, he would frown. But the drinkers didn't seem to see it. Even if their bodies were covered with flesh and blood, even if they were affected by the fireball and one of their arms was burnt, they still looked like painless zombies with smiles on their faces. He walked slowly towards Zhang Tuohai. It's really hard to hold on. Zhang Tuohai was speechless and could only continue to pull the trigger and kill these drinkers. Fortunately, there were not many drinkers. Only a few dozen people. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Tuohai killed them all. Call. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. Looking back at the bartender, I found that the bartender was drinking a glass of wine. Before Zhang Tuohai could speak, the bartender suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of fire towards Zhang Tuohai. The raging flame swept towards Zhang Tuohai rapidly. Grass. Zhang Tuohai quickly raised a table to resist the flames. But soon, the table was completely burned by the flames. So domineering? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. The flames that the bartender could spit out were actually more powerful than his pyroblast fireball. The bartender probably spit out the flames, raised his head, and started pouring tons of wine. Zhang Tuohai shot the bartender backhand. Boom! The bullet shattered the bartender and his glass. The remaining half of the bartender's body was also ignited by the spilled wine, and was burned cleanly, leaving no trace. Is this alcohol or a white phosphorus bomb? Such a powerful weapon. Zhang Tuohai marveled at the power of the flames. Looking around the tavern, there was no living creature still standing. The broken limbs and splattered flesh and blood disappeared, replaced by puppet fragments all over the floor. The enemy was eliminated. But Zhang Tuohai was not happy, because the problem is not solved. Neither the person behind the scenes nor a solution has been found. The only gain is that his gun can kill these puppets. That's all. But he actually lost 30 pirate men. We need to find the mastermind behind this and compensate me for my losses. Zhang Tuohai kept rummaging around in the tavern, trying to find hidden secret rooms and secret doors. After some searching, Zhang Tuohai found a very hidden handle on the ceiling. Perhaps because it was pulled frequently, there was a slight color difference between the handle and the dusty ceiling around it. Zhang Tuohai found a table and chairs, jumped on them, and pulled the handle. The secret door was opened and a telescopic ladder fell down. Zhang Tuohai held the devil's roar in one hand and walked up cautiously. As soon as he reached the attic, Zhang Tuohai felt a strong wind behind his head. Zhang Tuohai ducked down to avoid the attack, and then pointed the muzzle of the gun in the direction of the attack from behind. By the light of the lantern, Zhang Tuohai saw the attacker. It was a doll-like girl wearing a black and white gothic dress. The girl is about 1.2 meters tall, and her clothes are extremely gorgeous. She is completely different from the drinkers outside. She is holding a black parasol with lace trim in her hand. The most important thing is that her body is a kind of, it looks like it's made of plastic, but has a completely different texture. Especially the exposed finger joints are an obvious mechanical structure, and not a normal human hand. It was obvious that his attacker was another doll, not a real person. Boom! Zhang Tuohai shot the goth doll girl. However, the bullet hit the girl's body and only made a hole in her clothes. But it did not penetrate the body. Instead, it made a crisp sound, and the bullet made of ice shattered directly. So hard! Is the body made of armor plates? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. His gun could penetrate the breastplate of elite infantry, and even the all-brass shield had a certain chance of penetrating. But in front of this gothic doll, the bullet disintegrated without even penetrating the body. What kind of material is this guy made of? After being attacked by Zhang Tuohai, the gothic doll was stunned for a second, and its head slowly lowered. It looked at its clothes with a hole in it, and then its pure black eyes instantly turned red. How dare you destroy my clothes? Unforgivable! With the roar of the gothic doll, the black parasol in her hand hit Zhang Tuohai again. Boom! Zhang Tuohai hurriedly jumped back, dodged the attack, and then fired the musket in his hand again. But this time it was in pyroblast mode. Boom! A huge fireball shot towards the gothic girl. who immediately opened her parasol. The parasol was opened, and the fireball was blocked. But the umbrella cover of the parasol was also burned away, leaving only the bare ribs. You actually destroyed my things. That's unforgivable. The Gothic doll threw away the parasol in his hand. One hand fell down, and a stabbing sword with a cold light protruded from the hole exposed on the wrist. The stabbing sword stabbed Zhang Tuohai straight. This one has a hidden weapon. Aren't they all hidden under the skirt? Why don't you follow the rules? Zhang Tuohai hurriedly dodged this swift blow. Swish. Brush. Brush. The Gothic doll swung its stabbing sword at Zhang Tuohai, and dealt Zhang Tuohai a heavy blow. It has to be said that although the Gothic doll is not big, his sword skills are very sharp, and his movements are fast and powerful, without any sloppiness. Every attack is just right, without any unnecessary movements. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't conducted special cold weapon combat training in the spiritual realm, he would have been a bit overwhelmed. Zhang Tuohai kept retreating back to keep the distance, but the Gothic doll pressed forward step by step, chasing in a hurry, and did not give Zhang Tuohai a chance to distance himself. Are we going to summon the ultimate move here to get her out? Zhang Tuohai looked around at the space on the second floor of the attic. Even summoning a Viking warship could collapse the house. By then, let alone the Gothic doll, he himself would have to be buried in the ruins, and he would have to be pulled out of the ruins by the Viking spirits. Just as Zhang Tuohai was thinking about countermeasures, the Gothic doll suddenly burst into flames. Chapter 1162 Doll's Heart. Why is it on fire? Zhang Tuohai was stunned at first, thinking it was a trap by the Gothic doll. But later he realized that it was the effect of his own skill. Fire torture. Anyone who engages in close combat with him has a chance of catching fire. The Gothic doll stabbed himself several times, which was considered a close combat with him. So this special effect was naturally triggered. Will this guy be burned to death by the flames? Zhang Tuohai took the opportunity to distance himself from the Gothic doll, pointing the gun at the Gothic doll. A minute later, the flame slowly extinguished. The originally gorgeous Gothic dress was completely burned, and a doll with a full body of metal came out of the flames. Burning my clothes is unforgivable. The other hand of the Gothic doll also fell off the body, and a pipe protruded from the gap in the arm, aiming at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai swore that if he saw it correctly, it must be a hand cannon. Boom! The hand cannon exploded loudly, and a small shell shot out from the hand cannon, grazing Zhang Tuohai's side and shooting a hole the size of a wash basin in the wall behind Zhang Tuohai. After one shot missed, the Gothic doll frowned and began to adjust its direction. This can't go on like this. Zhang Tuohai saw that the other party had already demolished the house, so he didn't hold back anymore. He took out an orange and 2 devil bombs. He stuffed the oranges into his mouth and threw 1 devil bomb at the other party's feet, between the opponent and himself. He turned around and jumped out along the big hole that was made. Outside the big hole was the street. Zhang Tuohai fell to the ground and rolled to remove the impact. The next second, the 2-story tavern exploded. Rumble. The tavern collapsed, with all kinds of rubble scattered everywhere. Wow! Suddenly, a metal doll stood up in the rubble, staring at Zhang Tuohai with red eyes. Summon the ghost ship! Zhang Tuohai directly used his ultimate move to summon the ghost ship. A sailing battleship with a displacement of 1,000 tons appeared from the void, and then directly ran over the metal doll. Boom! The huge battleship rolled over the metal doll like a train. The metal doll is really powerful and hard, and can even withstand a demon bomb. But facing a sailing battleship with a displacement of 1,000 tons and a hill-like shape, it is still as ridiculous as an ant trying to shake an elephant. It was directly crushed into a discus. 40 undead pirates jumped off the ship, each holding a musket and a scimitar in their hands, with blazing soul fire in their eyes, waiting for Zhang Tuohai's order. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to waste the appearance time of these undead pirates, so he said directly, "Go! Check the surrounding taverns, and kill all the guys with weird smiles on their faces." After receiving the order, the undead pirates immediately dispersed and moved towards the surroundings. 10 minutes passed quickly. When the time was up, the ghost ship Coconut disappeared, and the undead pirates also disappeared. Zhang Tuohai walked over and started checking his loot. In the gravel pit, Zhang Tuohai found a steel doll that had been crushed into a discus. The entire doll was pressed very flat by the coconut, just like a steel plate pressed by a hydraulic press. However, the attentive Zhang Tuohai still discovered something strange. That is, there seemed to be a slight bulge in the center of the steel plate. What is this? It can actually withstand being crushed by a sailing battleship? Zhang Tuohai was a little curious, So he summoned a Viking ship and asked the Viking heroes to help him break the steel plate. Under the steel plate, there was indeed a red gem. Zhang Tuohai picked it up. Doll Heart left a world-class wonder. A gem with magical energy, which can make people around you spontaneously fall in love with making dolls. People with Doll Heart will have the ability to control dolls. The doll's abilities are based on the making of dolls, compatible with the basic materials. Note: the doll can be activated by implanting the Doll Heart into the doll's body. The activated doll will be continuously strengthened by the Doll Heart and have the ability to control the doll. Zhang Tuohai put the gem in his hand and looked at it carefully twice. So, someone made this doll. Who is the producer? Also, where is the heart of the other doll? Zhang Tuohai thought. Did you destroy my sister? A cold voice sounded from behind Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai suddenly turned around and found a long-haired lady standing behind him. Behind the long-haired lady stood many puppets with joints made of hemp rope. Each puppet had a weird smile painted on its face. And the puppets the pirates hugged were all the same. Seeing the person who appeared, and then looking at the puppet behind her, Zhang Tuohai knew that this guy had not escaped. Since it's you, there's nothing else to say. Goodbye. Zhang Tuohai directly summoned the Coconut Ghost ship. The Coconut Ghost ship rushed out of the void and ran over it like a hill. The long-haired lady didn't expect such an unexpected attack. She didn't react at once and was crushed to pieces by the huge warship. Some of the puppets following her were also followed, crushed to pieces. Although some escaped the impact, because the controller died, they also lost energy, and they all fell to the ground, motionless. After canceling the summons, Zhang Tuohai walked over. The body of the long-haired lady had been crushed to pieces. The material should be a mixture similar to natural rubber and resin. The color was a bit like skin, but also a bit strange. Soft, with a steel frame and a blue gemstone at the heart. Doll Heart, right, a world-class wonder. A gem with magical energy, which can make people around you spontaneously fall in love with making dolls. People with Doll Heart will have the ability to control dolls. The abilities of dolls are based on the making of dolls, compatible with the basic materials. Note: the doll can be activated by implanting the Doll Heart into the doll's body. The activated doll will be continuously strengthened by the Doll Heart and have the ability to control the doll. Zhang Tuohai looked at the two doll hearts in his hand, one on the left and one on the right. The two should be one. Right. What would happen if they were combined? Zhang Tuohai put the two gems together. Don't want. Suddenly, a rickety figure appeared at the end of the long street, staggering towards Zhang Tuohai, as if he wanted to stop Zhang Tuohai from combining the two gems. Unfortunately, it was too late. As he shouted the words, the two gems had already bloomed with bright white light, and then slowly rose into the sky. The last beam of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating half of the sky. Chapter 1163 Extraordinary Objects. Such a big formation? Zhang Tuohai looked up at the light that shot straight into the sky. He estimated that this light beam could be clearly seen hundreds of miles away. And then the news would probably spread throughout Xia Yahai. Doll the city will become a place of right and wrong, and staying here will cause trouble. Zhang Tuohai decided to leave overnight after taking his things and never stay again. The beam of light slowly dissipated, and a brilliant gem fell in front of Zhang Tuohai. Doll Heart, true a superworldly wonder. The person who fuses the Doll Heart will have the ability to control dolls. All dolls will become your subjects. As the king of the dolls, you can improve the quality of the dolls, so that they have greater power to serve you. This thing. Looking at the description of this item, Zhang Tuohai's heart beat a few times faster. You know, the blue pyramid was a world-class rare object back then, and it already gave him the ability to control cables. Moreover, this is only the first step of change, and there will be continuous strengthening in the future. And this doll's heart is a superworldly wonder, one level higher than the previous one. So the effect is not too bad. Zhang Tuohai thought about it, and put the doll's heart on his chest. The radiant gem slowly melted into liquid, and merged into Zhang Tuohai's body. Zhang Tuohai felt more comfortable than ever before. His body felt strengthened. And he also had two more skills in his body. One is the command doll. He can directly activate dolls, and make those dolls have consciousness and serve him. Another skill is dollization. He can turn a person into a doll. The transformed person will become a doll, and lose the concept of vitality. All the parts on the body are removable. If something is broken, just replace it with a new one. There is no problem, as long as it is not completely destroyed. It can be repaired. However, this transformation is irreversible. Once turned into a doll, it can never be returned to a human being. This skill is somewhat useful, but you have to think carefully about where to use it. Zhang Tuohai read the skill description several times and already had some ideas in his mind. But he still needed to think carefully about how to operate it. At this time, the rickety figure on the street finally panted and ran to Zhang Tuohai. He pointed at Zhang Tuohai with a trembling hand. You actually stole my doll's heart. You know that I wanted to let the doll's heart go away. How many resources and efforts did it take to complete the transformation of the heart and become a world-class existence? How dare you ruin my good deeds? Did you arrange this doll's heart? In other words, you also made these two dolls? Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai pointed at the metal doll and Yujie doll. Of course, this is a masterpiece that took me more than 10 years to find the materials to make. The rickety figure said tremblingly. That's right. They caused irreversible damage to my crew. Let's settle the bill. How do you plan to compensate? Zhang Tuohai said. What? You robbed my things and you still want me to compensate you? The rickety figure almost vomited blood from anger. What do you mean I robbed your things? It was obviously your doll that attacked my crew first. My crew members are still unconscious. This account must be calculated clearly, including medical expenses, lost work expenses, nutritional expenses, and mental losses. Fei, you must give me an explanation. Zhang Tuohai said lazily. Very good. Very good. No one has dared to talk to me like this for many years. Since you want to die so much, then I will make it happen for you. The rickety figure stuck his crutch on the ground. A huge buzzing sound came from the crutch and spread rapidly to the surroundings. Then, the doors of every house opened, and the residents walked out of their homes, walking toward Zhang Tuohai with strange smiles on their faces. Seeing the residents slowly walking towards me, Zhang Tuohai was startled. You actually turned all the residents in the town into puppets? It took me more than 10 years to accomplish this. How about it? The rickety figure said with a sneer. Uh-huh. Compared to you, I think you are more like a pirate who kills people and sells goods. The Empire should put a wanted notice on you. Zhang Tuohai said with a frown. Humph. It's about a rare thing that transcends the world. What do the people of a mere town matter? The rickety figure's face was full of disdain. Hand over the doll heart, and I will give you a chance to become my slave. The rickety figure said. You forget that I am now fused with the doll's heart, and these dolls are mine now. Zhang Tuohai said, and used the skill to command the doll. However, those people had no intention of changing and instead continued to walk towards Zhang Tuohai. Ha ha ha. Do you think I haven't considered this situation? How could I make all the people in the city into dolls? Wouldn't that be a waste of money for you? These are all living corpses I refined. Although they look like it's similar to a doll. But it's not a doll. Although the doll's heart is powerful, it still can't control living corpses. So give up. Ha ha ha. The rickety figure laughed and said, Is that so? Then I'll kill you. Zhang Tuohai said, pulling out the devil's roar and pulling the trigger at the rickety figure. Boom! A huge fireball shot out, directly smashing half of the body of the rickety figure into pieces. However, although this guy was killed, the living corpses were still walking towards Zhang Tuohai. A citizen opened his mouth and laughed. Stop dreaming. I will not die. How could I hand over my defenseless self to the enemy? No matter how many times you kill me, I will be resurrected. Put the doll, give me your heart. As the citizen spoke, he quickened his pace and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Don't even think about it. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger on that guy. Boom! With a gunshot, half of the citizen's body was blown to pieces. Then, Zhang Tuohai summoned a Viking warship, and the speeding warship crushed a dozen living corpses into pieces. Form a battle formation and cover me out of here, Zhang Tuohai said. Roar! The Viking heroes formed a battle formation, covering Zhang Tuohai in the middle, and rushed outside. Stop him! I can't let him run away! Shouted a citizen standing on a windowsill. More and more citizens ran out of the room and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Seeing these people with their mouths open and enthusiastic, Zhang Tuohai felt as if he had entered the world of Resident Evil. Chapter 1164 Bombardment. The fighting power of Viking heroes is very powerful, and they have proven this many times. Whether facing zombies, the Royal Navy, or players, they are heroic and invincible existences. Roar! Accompanied by war cries, they fought their way through the crowded corpses and escorted Zhang Tuohai out of the port area and to the dock. But the rickety figure seemed to have been prepared. The pier was already crowded with citizens, and the entire pier was packed. There was no gap at all, and they all stared at Zhang Tuohai with weird smiles. Ha! Do you think I didn't expect this? The dock is the only passage to the outside world. How could I not defend it? I have set up the strongest defense here. If you have the ability, come over and try it out. Can you break through my defense? The rickety figure laughed and said, Cable! Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly. Whoosh! A long cable of the white bird was untied from the mast and swung in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the cable. Let's go! The cable was suddenly lifted upward, directly pulling Zhang Tuohai into the air, and then using inertia to bring Zhang Tuohai back to the ship. Boom! Zhang Tuohai stood firmly on the deck with both feet and turned around without forgetting to give the rickety figure a middle finger. How is that possible? The eyes of the rickety figure almost popped out. He never expected that the defensive measures he had worked so hard to defeat would be easily broken by Zhang Tuohai. And he would also take his most important doll heart with him. This means that everything he has worked hard for more than 10 years has come to nothing and completely collapsed. Puff! The rickety figure spat out a mouthful of blood. Raise anchor and set sail! Zhang Tuohai turned the steering wheel and controlled the ropes on the ship, completing the actions of pulling out the anchor, raising the sail, and turning on his own. The ship slowly left the port. No! I absolutely cannot let you leave! The rickety figure roared angrily, controlling the living corpses to climb up the other ships in the port, as if they wanted to chase them to the end. It's really difficult to deal with. It seems like it won't work if I don't kill you completely. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the living corpses climbing onto the ship and summoned the coconut. This was the first time that the coconut was called out at sea. The huge coconut was moored next to the white bird, which was more than twice the size of the white bird. Carry out a covering bombardment of the port. Kill all the living corpses, especially the ships. Sink them all, and don't let them have a chance to catch up. Zhang Tuohai ordered. The coconut took action after receiving the order. Soon the coconut aimed its guns at the nearest ship, loaded the shells, and lit the match. At such a close distance and shooting at a fixed target, there was no possibility of the coconut missing the target. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the deafening sound of cannons and smoke from the muzzles. The waterline of the nearest ship was directly penetrated, leaving dozens of large holes. The gurgling sea water surged into the ship, without damage control rescue. In this case, the ship sank directly. Boom! 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 The coconut opened fire one after another, and the sound of artillery was heard. Amidst the sound of artillery, one ship after another was sunk, and the living corpses also fell into the water. After sinking the ships in the port, the artillery began to extend into the port area, and explosive bombs exploded among the living zombies, causing the group of living zombies to suffer heavy losses and had to retreat backwards. Seeing the distance between the two sides, Zhang Tuohai sneered and drove the white bird towards the distance. With his current power, it would not be difficult to kill this stupid guy. Just wash out the doll city and kill all the living corpses. But this will inevitably waste a lot of time. The light beam that shot into the sky just now will definitely attract the attention of others. The Royal Navy, bounty hunters, adventurers in this world, and those players who join in the excitement will definitely swarm here. Being blocked here by them, it would be difficult to leave. Therefore, for safety reasons, Zhang Tuohai still thought it was better to leave first. As for this guy, he is so big on living corpses here that he has turned the entire town into living corpses. I am afraid that the Royal Navy will not let him go. So let them go dog eat dog. After Zhang Tuohai drove the white bird and left the doll city, he considered where to go. It is definitely not possible to take the normal route. It is easy to encounter the Royal Navy and adventurers coming here. If others are walking in one direction, and you are walking in the opposite direction, it will look suspicious and may cause unnecessary trouble. For safety reasons, Zhang Tuohai decided to take a detour and continue driving along the coastline. Even if he met people, they were mostly players' small paddle boats. Although Zhang Tuohai's ship is not as good as the battleships of the Royal Navy, it is not a problem to bully the players' smaller ships. Being close to the sea also makes it easier to hide your tracks. Zhang Tuohai thought about it again and again, and finally made the decision to rely on the coastal route and continue searching for small cities. After the storm has passed, consider returning to normal routes. The ship sailed close to the coast. Zhang Tuohai took the helm for a while, handed over the steering wheel to the cable control, and entered the cabin to check on the pirates. At this time, because the owner died, all the puppets lost their function and were scattered on the ground. They were no different from ordinary puppets. Even the weird smile disappeared and turned into a normal smile. As for the pirates, they were all lying on the ground, exhausted because they had lost control of their minds before. Take good care of them and let them return to combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the status of these pirates and said, "These pirates are very strong. As long as they don't die, they will be good men again in a few days. Plus Elizabeth's roast chicken and his oranges and rum. There is no reason why they can't recover." After leaving a pile of oranges behind, Zhang Tuohai left the cabin and returned to the slipway. At this moment, a signal came from the observation deck. Several galleys were found in front, heading in their direction. The other party's ship also flashed lights, hoping to board the ship for negotiation. Galleries? Locals or players? Zhang Tuohai took a look at the binoculars. There were 2 galleys opposite. They were both long-sailed galleys. Each one had more than 30 people in it. Their equipment and clothes were very messy. They were all tall, short, fat and thin. They were all men, women, old and young. Yes, it doesn't look like a regular army. Zhang Tuohai compared the strength of the 2 sides. Although the pirates on his side could not play, and the singing and dancing girls had no fighting ability, the Unsullied were online, and the Unsullied alone was enough to deal with these people. Let them come up and ask about the specific situation. It just so happened that Zhang Tuohai also wanted to learn more about the situation in the nearby sea from the other party's mouth. Chapter 1165 Miscellaneous Fish. The white bird slowly stopped, and the 2 galleys came closer, one on the left and the other on the right. The Unsullied lowered the rope ladder, and soon a group of people climbed up from below. The leader was a man wearing a breastplate, carrying a sword and a musket at his waist. He had a wide-brimmed hat on his head and a pair of leather gloves on his hands. His face was full of rebelliousness. "Which of you is the captain?" the man asked very rudely. "It's me. What do you think?" Zhang Tuohai walked to the railing of the poop and asked condescendingly. "We are going to the direction where the light beam appeared just now. Take us there," the man said calmly. "Huh?" After hearing the other party's words, Zhang Tuohai somewhat understood the other party's identity. Anyone who could speak like this was either a player or a robber. Normal ordinary people would not speak like this. "What if I don't take you with me?" Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer. "Humph. It's polite to let you take us there. If you don't appreciate it, don't blame us for being rude." Following the man's words, the group of people behind him drew their weapons one after another. "Are you bandits or pirates?" Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. "Is there any difference?" the leader asked. "It makes no difference to me, but to other people, it's different." Zhang Tuohai turned his head and followed the parrot Polly on his shoulder and said, "Go and tell Linda that a bandit has boarded the ship. The first lesson will be held today." Polly the parrot flapped his wings and flew towards the kitchen. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's disapproving look, the leader felt that he had been neglected, and he was a little worried about his face. He shouted angrily, "Go ahead and kill all the disobedient ones. Leave the leader to me. I will chop him down with my own hands. Take his head off." The leader drew out the sword from his waist and said loudly, "Roar." The people following him also took out the scimitars from their waists. However, at this moment, a large number of Unsullied people ran out of the cabin and stood in front of the poop in a 3-stage shooting array. Everyone held a long musket in their hands. At the front, there is a row of Unsullied ones holding shields and throwing spears. For convenience, these Unsullied ones wear the uniforms of lobster soldiers, and with their neat formation, they really look like lobster soldiers. Royal Navy? Seeing the neat and tidy Unsullied opposite, those on the opposite side immediately thought of this term. These people are all nearby Lord players. They originally developed alone. Later, officials from the Empire came to collect taxes. These players are used to having fun. How could they just hand over the tax when someone collects it? They directly resisted the tax, and some even directly killed the tax collector and robbed the tax collector of his money. This made the local governor angry. How can anyone actually dare to touch their own money? The local Imperial Infantry Regiment was directly dispatched to suppress it. It is conceivable that facing the well-trained Imperial lobster soldiers, those player stragglers are no match at all. Basically all of their men were killed, and the rest were captured and sold as slaves. The village can take everything that was left was transported away, and everything that could not be taken away was burned to the ground. In one day, dozens of villages were reduced to scorched earth. Although these player lords escaped, they also suffered from a traumatic response to the lobster soldiers. As soon as he saw the lobster soldier, he couldn't help but tremble. In order to survive, these people gathered together and became bounty hunters. They did missions when there was a mission, and became pirates when there was no mission. They also made a lot of money. Otherwise, they would not be able to equip themselves with such equipment. Today, They saw the light beam in the direction of the doll city and thought there must be something good. They wanted to go there and grab a chance. When they saw Zhang Tuohai's boat, they wanted to grab a boat to save some energy. But unexpectedly, he suddenly hit the iron plate. Is this a misunderstanding? Is there anything we can discuss? The leader felt his legs shaking a little when he saw the neat muzzle. Misunderstanding? That's not what you said before. Shoot! Zhang Tuohai waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the group of players were knocked down by the intensive musketry, and most of them lay on the ground. Although most of the people inside were not dead, they had also lost their combat effectiveness. A round of gunshots was fired, and the Unsullied rushed forward, throwing spears and bayonets pinned those players to the deck. A few players at the back moved quickly, jumped off the boat, and swam towards the shore. Do you want to catch up and kill them? The leader of the Unsullied asked. Forget it. It's a waste of time. Throw the bodies into the sea and burn the ships. We still have to hurry, Zhang Tuohai said coldly. Clear. The Unsullied began to clear the decks, throwing the bodies onto the galley, which was set on fire. At this time, Linda rushed out of the cabin with a rapier in her hand. Where is the horse bandit? Where is the horse bandit? It's a little late. This group of horse bandits are not very resistant. They were wiped out in one shot. Let's wait until next time. However, I can't let you come in vain. From now on, you can follow the Unsullied for training. Zhang Tuohai looked at Linda's slightly chubby body and said, Really? That's great. Linda, who was still disappointed because she didn't kill the horse bandit, had excitement shining in her eyes. She had long wanted to learn the skills of horse-killing bandits. But unfortunately Zhang Tuohai prohibited her from practicing because she was too weak, and only let her help in the kitchen. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tuohai was so good today and actually let go, which made her excited. Although you can train with me, you can't delay your kitchen work. Otherwise you will be punished, Zhang Tuohai said. He actually didn't want Linda to be exposed to these things too early. Being on the front line of fighting all year round would inevitably lead to problems. Even if he had healing products like oranges and rum, there was no guarantee that Linda would always be safe and sound. If Linda could always be in the kitchen, he could at least ensure that Linda would be safe and sound while he was there. However, this is the fate of Linda's own choice. And Zhang Tuohai is not very good at interfering. This may be your destiny. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the excited Linda, but ultimately did not say these words. After cleaning the ship, the White Bird raised its sails and continued sailing toward the distance. The White Bird had just left for a while when the raging fire attracted a small caravel. The boat was not big, with only one sail. It was about the same size as a fishing boat, but it was very fast, like a barracuda, speeding across the sea. There were only two people on the boat, a man and a woman, both wearing green hunting attire, with bows and arrows on their backs and scimitars at their waists, looking like jungle hunters. Sister, there's a ship on fire over there, the boy said. Come on, let's go take a look, the woman said. Chapter 1166 Bounty Hunter. The caravan slowly approached, and then they saw the burning ship and the corpses stacked on the ship. This must have been done by pirates. These pirates are so abominable. The young man couldn't help but clenched his fists when he saw the scene in front of him. Follow the smell and look for them. We want to avenge these innocent victims. The girl nodded, her eyes filled with angry flames. Both of them were survivors after pirates massacred their village. When they grew up, they learned some skills by chance and became bounty hunters, specializing in hunting pirates. I smell it. In that direction. The smell of blood is the strongest. The boy pointed in the direction of the White Bird and said, Okay, let's chase in that direction. We won't leave until we kill all the pirates in this area, the girl said as she adjusted the sails, and the light sailing ship quickly sailed in the direction where the White Bird left. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai handed over the steering wheel to the cable and prepared to return to the captain's cabin to rest for a while. Even though he has the endurance specialty, he can't endure it for a long time without resting. He still needs to rest to restore his physical strength. He had just returned to the captain's cabin, lying on the comfortable big bed, ready to sleep for a while, when the warning of the cable appeared in his mind. Unidentified people climbed aboard. Zhang Tuohai sat up immediately. What he hated most was this kind of guy who disturbed his sleep. She doesn't come early. She doesn't come late. She just comes when he's sleeping. Don't let me catch you! Zhang Tuohai jumped up from the bed and ordered cable to start. When he came to the deck, two people were suspended in front of him by a cable. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the two men. They were two young men. A boy and a girl. They were carrying bows, arrows and daggers, looking like hunters. What's wrong with you? You secretly climbed onto my boat in the middle of the night. What do you want to do? Zhang Tuohai asked angrily. You damn pirate! I want to avenge the victims you killed. What's the point of a sneak attack? If you can, let me down, and let's have a fair fight. The boy shouted loudly. Are you sick? Zhang Tuohai was speechless looking at this hot-blooded young man. Avenge the victims you killed? Who did I kill, and you want to avenge me? Zhang Tuohai was a little strange. He couldn't remember what survivors he had left recently. Doll City, and the group of players they met before would not be so quick even if they wanted revenge. Where did these two stupid young men come from? You still dare to quibble? Did you kill the people on the two galleys in the south? You are a pirate who kills people and sells goods. I will kill you to avenge them, the young man said while twisting his body, trying to break free from the constraints of the rope. However, what entangled them was a special cable on the ship that was thicker than a thumb and could pull a huge sail weighing several hundred kilograms. It was easy to tie two people up, and no matter how much they twisted, they couldn't break free. People on the galley? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. Did you think that I was a pirate just after seeing the corpses and the burning flames on that boat? Is there something wrong? The boy said loudly. No. What makes you think that those who were killed must be good people? Couldn't they be pirates who wanted to rob? And then I killed them? According to your logic, those pirates who were hanged on the dock by the Royal Navy were also pirates. Good guys. And the Royal Marines who killed them were pirates? Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Then why did you set the fire? The boy asked loudly. I'm happy. But do you care? Zhang Tuohai was a little speechless. I felt uncomfortable looking at their corpses and found them an eyesore. So I just wanted to burn them on fire. Is there anything wrong with them to save them from getting in the way? Zhang Tuohai said. Humph! The young man looked unconvinced. But he couldn't find a suitable reason to refute Zhang Tuohai. So he had no choice but to turn his head and not look at Zhang Tuohai. Hey, you really think of me as a pirate? Well, if you really think of me as a pirate, then I will comply with your wishes and really become a pirate for once. Zhang Tuohai smiled. What do you think? If I really am a pirate and catch you too, what will happen to you? Zhang Tuohai asked with a sneer. Should I treat you as slaves and drag them down to the market to sell them? Or should I cut off the meat piece by piece and eat them clean? Or tie you to the mast and make it a delicious meal for the crows? The young man stopped talking, but stubbornly turned his head, refusing to admit defeat. He's quite stubborn. It seems I need to give you something powerful to show you. I don't believe I can't cure you. A smile appeared on Zhang Tuohai's face. Who are you? Your faces are somewhat similar. You should be relatives. Right. Brothers and sisters? Zhang Tuohai walked up to the girl next to him and held her chin. The girl wanted to turn her head, but her chin was pinched by Zhang Tuohai, and she couldn't move at all. What are you going to do? Let go of my sister and come at me if you have anything. The young man shouted loudly when he saw this. What do you think I would do if I were a real pirate and saw such a beautiful girl? Moreover, this is still in a situation like yours that has no ability to resist. Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. After hearing his words, both the boy and the girl changed their colors. They are not innocent teenagers who are ignorant of worldly affairs. They had also seen what the pirates did after massacring the village. Thinking of those miserable scenes, I couldn't help but tremble. No! The girl shouted. Don't you think I'm a pirate? So what if I do something befitting a pirate? It makes sense, doesn't it? Zhang Tuohai said, reaching out to touch the girl's face, then down to her neck, and continued downward. You're not a pirate. Please, you're not a pirate. I believe you're not a pirate anymore. The boy shouted hurriedly. The voice is too low, and there is no energy. Where is the voice that wanted to duel with me just now? Shout louder. Zhang Tuohai asked with a sneer. You're not a pirate. The boy shouted loudly. You are very energetic. Zhang Tuohai slapped the young man on the face. The boy's face instantly became swollen. This slap will make you sober up. You must use your brain when doing things in the future and sort out the causes and consequences before taking action. If you hadn't met me, you might have had countless innocent souls on your hands. Those who do evil are certainly hateful. But those like you who do evil without knowing it and think you have done good deeds and are complacent are the most hateful. Zhang Tuohai said and kicked the boy again. Then controlled the cable and threw the two of them directly into the sea. Plop! Plop! The two fell into the sea around the carafe, causing huge waves. Chapter 1167 Replicate Food. Sober up, and use your brain when doing things in the future. Zhang Tuohai's voice came from the ship. And then the white bird continued to sail into the distance without stopping for a moment. Sister, are you okay? The boy swam to the girl's side and asked. It's okay. I was wondering if everything we did before was wrong. The girl shook her head, staring straight at the white bird's farther and farther figure. There is no investigation. We just do things based on what we see in front of us and our own likes and dislikes. What is the essential difference between us and those pirates? The girl murmured. Sister, you won't be confused by him. Will you? The boy said, shaking the girl's shoulders. No. I am really reflecting on whether everything we have done is really correct. Such as whether those two galleys are really pirates or innocent people. I want to go back and see. The girl said then. He swam onto the caravel, turned around, and headed towards the area where the two galleys were on fire. On the white bird, Zhang Tuohai yawned and returned to the captain's cabin and fell asleep. Linda, who was hiding aside, saw everything. What you see with your eyes may not be true. Even good intentions can do bad things. Is the world so complicated? Linda hid in a corner and fell into deep thought. If she hadn't met the captain, she felt that her best ending would have been like those two people, embarking on the path of a bounty hunter. However, relying only on her own preferences and subjective assumptions to make judgments, she might end up becoming a bounty hunter without realizing it. Become an accomplice of evildoers. The world is indeed too complicated. Fortunately, I met Mr. Captain. Linda thought this way. Zhang Tuohai didn't know that his bad taste had affected several people. He had a good sleep and then came to the restaurant. The pirates had almost recovered. They were all sitting at the long table and eating with wooden bowls. When they saw Zhang Tuohai walking in, they stood up quickly. Captain. Everyone. Sit down. What are you going to eat today? Zhang Tuohai asked. Chicken liver braised in red wine. Elizabeth said. I didn't know until I read Mr. McAnuff's notes that offal could be so delicious. You don't usually eat offal? Zhang Tuohai asked. Nobles don't eat it. But servants will still eat it. Meat is very precious to them. Wherever they choose, they eat whatever is available. However, the method is not so particular. They wash it and mix it with vegetables. Stewed together. It doesn't taste very good, Elizabeth said. The bad taste means that the processing method is wrong. If you want the internal organs to be delicious, they must be marinated. Later I will teach you how to marinate chicken gizzards, chicken intestines, chicken livers, chicken necks, and chicken feet. Once done, these things are better than chicken eat. And I'll check to see if all the seasonings are complete. If so, I'll teach you how to make stew and curry. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he took a bite of chicken liver braised in red wine. How should I put it? It was not as delicate as foie gras and a bit dry. But the taste was okay, and it was edible. Elizabeth, who is good at baking, can do this for the first time, which is pretty good. Really? The captain also knows these things? Elizabeth's eyes were filled with stars. She was very obsessed with various recipes, and she became energetic when she heard this. What's so difficult about this? If it weren't for that damn game, I would still be running my family's tofu shop and braised meat shop. Zhang Tuohai's face was full of memories. If he hadn't been selected, he might still be running his family's store. Although he was very busy, he was very fulfilling. Unlike now, when your head is tied to a belt every day, your life will be lost if you are not careful. Tofu fong? What is that? What else is braised food? Elizabeth was confused. Tofu. Let me tell you. This is a good thing. It is versatile and will satisfy your cravings. As the old saying goes, the tofu will roll 3 times, and the gods will not be able to stand still. I will go shopping when we dock and try to get the tofu-making machine back, Zhang Tuohai said. Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt that inventing tofu seemed to be a good idea. Not only does it satisfy your own cravings, it also brings a change to the world. There are also various braised dishes, including chicken necks, chicken feet, chicken racks, etc., all arranged for Elizabeth to try making them. And maybe she can gain some attribute expertise or something. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't sit still. He finished his meal hastily, returned to the slipway, controlled the steering wheel, and continued to drive forward. Along the way, Zhang Tuohai saw many abandoned villages on the shore. All of these villages had been burned by fire, and the ground was covered with ruins. Are there so many pirates here? Why are there signs of being plundered everywhere? Zhang Tuohai stepped up his guard and prepared the Unsullied for battle. The ship continued to move forward for a few hours, and a small city appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Behind the city are vast fields. At first glance, it looks like a huge agricultural city. Zhang Tuohai looked at the sea map, but there was no sign of this city on it. The chart provided by the system is too simple, isn't it? Even this city is not marked. Zhang Tuohai adjusted the White Bird's course and approached the city's dock. Because some materials needed to be purchased this time and needed to be moved manually, Zhang Tuohai took 20 Unsullied off the ship this time. The group of people walked in the port in a mighty manner, and after asking around, Zhang Tuohai found the stonemason's shop. Zhang Tuohai bought a millstone and asked a carpenter to order some raw materials, planning to build a handmade tofu-making machine by himself. Asking the Unsullied to move these things back, Zhang Tuohai went to the market to buy soybeans. People in this world are not very enthusiastic about soybeans. They have no taste when stewed, and they can easily lead to bloating if eaten too much. People in this world will not use soybeans as a staple food, and they are usually used to feed livestock. When the seller saw Zhang Tuohai buying so many soybeans, he thought Zhang Tuohai was a large farmer and actively pushed other ingredients to Zhang Tuohai. After being inspired by the stall owner, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. Yes, his boat is not too small, and he can definitely raise some livestock. You can't raise more than that, but it's enough to raise 1 or 2 cows, 1 or 2 dairy goats, and a few hens specialized in laying eggs. After wandering around the market, Zhang Tuohai bought 2 cows, 2 dairy goats, 10 hens, and a milk-producing donkey. Elizabeth looked at the animals being led onto the boat with a curious look on her face. I can understand cows and sheep, but what does donkey mean? Can donkey milk be eaten? Why can't you eat it? Donkey milk is not only edible, but also very expensive. The cheese made from donkey milk has a unique flavor. If you don't like it, you can also make donkey meat and grill it. It will definitely not be wasted, Zhang Tuohai said. Chapter 1168. Gain Expertise. Burning donkey meat? What is that? Elizabeth looked curious. Burning donkey meat is also a kind of delicacy. It has a crispy crust on the outside and sauced donkey meat on the inside. Sauce and vegetables are also added. It is best to add chopped green onion, coriander and cucumber slices. Take a bite, the taste is mellow, and the mouth is full of fragrance. It's not just about roasting, making steamed dumplings, or stewing in sauce. It doesn't even taste good. As the old saying goes, dragon meat is in the sky and donkey meat is on the ground. Zhang Tuohai said. Then you see, this donkey seems to be very unaccustomed to life on the ship. Let's kill it now. Elizabeth pointed at the confused donkey and said, Donkey, come on. I'm still counting on this donkey to produce milk. If you want to eat it, I'll buy 2 more. Zhang Tuohai got off the boat again, bought 2 donkeys, bought a lot of spices, and killed, stripped, washed, and pickled them together with several singing and dancing girls. These singing and dancing girls work very quickly and are very clever. Zhang Tuohai only needs to demonstrate many things once or even mention a few words to basically understand them and do them well. Zhang Tuohai even felt that it was a waste of talent for these singers and dancers to learn dancing, and they should learn cooking instead. With the busy work of several singing and dancing girls, the 2 donkeys were quickly finished cooking, cutting what needed to be cut, marinating what needed to be salted, and blanching what needed to be done. Even the donkey whip was cleaned and marinated in wine. Can this thing be eaten? Elizabeth looked curious. It tastes good after being processed cleanly, but only when it is processed cleanly, Zhang Tuohai said. He looked around, and then said, I'm leaning on the shore today. There's nothing to do. I'll teach you how to make a donkey feast. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands. Zhang Tuohai's grandfather is the chef of the village banquet. What he is best at is making donkey meat. Zhang Tuohai learned all the skills of making donkey meat from his grandfather. If there were not fewer and fewer people in the countryside, the village banquet would become worse and worse. Even if he doesn't know how to make tofu and sells braised food. Full donkey feast? Elizabeth was confused. Here, let's start with the first cold dish. Donkey lips in sauce. Zhang Tuohai found a few pieces of ginger from the seasoning bag and said, Cut these gingers first. Elizabeth followed Zhang Tuohai's instructions and started cutting ginger. I have to say that Elizabeth is indeed very talented in cooking. She can learn a lot of things by clicking on them. You can understand most of the ingredients by touching them in your hands and tasting them, coupled with the assistance of 10 singing and dancing girls. After working for several hours, 8 tables of complete dishes were cooked. Of course, only Zhang Tuohai's table is the complete version, and the rest are abridged versions. Zhang Tuohai had all the tables moved out, and everyone drank and ate on the deck, drinking to their heart's content. Zhang Tuohai took a bite of the donkey saint with abalone sauce. Not only was it smooth and fragrant, it didn't have any weird taste at all, and it was almost the same as the one he made by himself. You ate the best dish, abalone sauce and donkey saint, and gained a special physique. Physique expertise. After obtaining this expertise, your physical strength will be doubled, your resistance to blows will be doubled, and your resistance to negative states such as pain and fatigue will be doubled. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai was extremely happy and took a bite of each dish. But it is a pity that out of the 12 dishes on the table, only 2 dishes were of the highest quality. In addition to the Baoji Donkey Saint, there are the 4 treasures of Aphrodisiac Donkey. Let Zhang Tuohai gain strength expertise, doubling Zhang Tuohai's strength. This makes Zhang Tuohai a little regretful. If all 12 dishes are top-notch, he can become a Superman just by brushing up his expertise. But it doesn't matter. The days are long and there is plenty of donkey meat. If you cook more, you will definitely be able to make more delicious dishes. A group of people were eating and drinking on the deck, and the sea breeze blew by, spreading the aroma. What smells so fragrant? People on the harbor twitched their noses, looking for the source of the fragrance. Then, they followed the smell and found Zhang Tuohai's white bird. What do they make? Why does it taste so good? Wait a minute. Sailors can also eat such good food? I wonder if they can recruit people anymore. If I can eat this kind of food every day, I am willing to go without paying. A sailor said. Stop dreaming. If it's your turn to have this kind of food every day, I'll give you the money to go. Why are we both sailors? Why is the gap between humans and dogs still bigger than the gap between humans and dogs? A sailor looked at the broth in his hand and suddenly felt that it didn't smell good. He was obviously happy just now to be able to drink the broth with bacon. However, these sailors were envious, but they only talked under the boat and did not dare to actually do anything. Anyone with normal intelligence will know that these 7 tables of strong men are not soft persimmons, coupled with a dozen or so beautiful women on the boat. It looked like a noble was going to sea for fun. This kind of power was not something that little sailors like them could provoke. But just because they don't dare to move doesn't mean that others don't dare to move. Grumman looked at the dishes on the ship and the beautiful singer and dancer next to Zhang Tuohai, and couldn't help but lick his lips. Go and call the port guards over. I want to use them, Grumman said to the guards around him. Lord Grumman, they may be nobles from outside. It may not be good if they rashly turn against each other. The guard hesitated. What's wrong? My father is the governor. Here, I have the final say. What happened to the nobles? The sea is rough and the waves are rough. It is normal for a few nobles to drown. Just go and call for people. No more nonsense. I'll sink you into the sea, Grumman said coldly. Yes. The guard went immediately. After a while, a port guard of 200 people came to Grumman. Each of these people wore half armor, helmets on their heads, and carried muskets. Wait a while. Come on board with me. Everyone will be captured. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Remember, don't kill women. I'm useful. Also, try to keep those dishes, Grumman said. Yes. The guards responded loudly. Set off. The guard team rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's white bird. Someone is coming. A singing and dancing girl who pulled over said as she glanced in the direction of the port. It's okay. Keep eating. Don't worry. Zhang Tuohai picked up a piece of burnt donkey tongue and put it in his mouth. Da-da-da. The men of the port guard stepped on the gangplank and rushed onto the white bird. They raised their muskets and pointed them at everyone. Upon seeing this, the pirates and Unsullied took up their weapons and confronted the port guards. Grumman strode onto the white bird, glanced at everyone present, and said with a sneer, What do you want to do? I am the port prosecutor of this city, and my father is the governor of this city. Lord Imperial, you going to rebel if you dare to point weapons at officials of the Empire? Why don't you put down your weapons for me? Chapter 1169 300,000 dinars. Grumman thought that by shouting these words, he would make the opponent put down their weapons. After all, the Empire is still at its peak, and the Royal Navy is unrivaled across the 7 seas. The officials of the Empire are the local emperors. If they dare to attack the officials of the Empire, it is tantamount to rebellion. The whole family will be implicated. They will be hanged, and the whole family will be sold into slavery. Therefore, No one dares to disrespect imperial officials. Grumman also used his identity to bully business travelers. He originally thought that it would be the same today, with his status as an imperial official and the 200 elite port guards behind him. Wouldn't he be able to capture a passing minor noble? Unexpectedly, this kick hit the iron plate. Instead of surrendering and offering his wealth, the opponent actually dared to take up arms to resist. Was he going to rebel? Aren't you afraid of being pursued by the Royal Navy? Grumman pointed angrily at the people on the White Bird, trying to suppress them with his identity. Imperial official? Zhang Tuohai smiled upon hearing this. If you were not an imperial official, I might not be familiar with you. But since you are an imperial official, there is nothing to say. Zhang Tuohai snapped his fingers. The cable that had been quietly prepared suddenly surged, hanging Grumman and 200 port guards in the air. Especially Grumman, who was still hanging upside down. You are an imperial official. Right. Your father is the governor. Right. Then your family must be very rich. Right. Zhang Tuohai came to Grumman and asked coldly. You? What are you going to do? Put me down quickly. Let me tell you. I am an imperial official and my father is the governor. If you dare to touch me, it will be regarded as rebellion and you will be hunted to death by the Royal Navy. Grumman said loudly. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai smiled. Do you think I'm not wanted by the Royal Navy now? Let me tell you. My bounty is 100,000 dinars. So, I won't ask you for more. You will pay 100,000 dinars yourself. I have 1,000 dinars each. A total of 300,000 dinars. If you get the money, everything will be easy. If you don't get the money, I will tie you to the cannon and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer. 300,000? Why don't you go and grab it? Grumman yelled angrily. Am I not robbing you? Also, don't try to challenge my patience. My patience is limited. If there is one less dinar, I will chop off your arm. After speaking, Zhang Tuohai controlled the cable and lowered a guard. You go and report the news. If I don't see the money within an hour, then let the governor go to the bottom of the sea to collect the corpse. Zhang Tuohai said coldly. The guard did not dare to neglect and hurriedly ran towards the governor's mansion. Isn't it bad for us to blackmail imperial officials so blatantly? Elizabeth asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Zhang Tuohai said nonchalantly. If he doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, will I blackmail them? Don't worry. They will only blame me and won't implicate you. If you are scared, I can take you off the ship if you find a chance, and you can find other merchant ships to return to Orleans. I'm not going back. Elizabeth shook her head quickly. When I go back, I have to get married and have children. That kind of life is too boring. I have to travel all over the 7 seas to find all the delicious food in the world. What about you? What do you think? Zhang Tuohai turned to Linda and asked. I don't know. Linda shook her head. She instinctively felt that blackmailing imperial officials was not a good thing. But when Grumman came up and pointed a gun at them, she didn't understand. They were just eating on the ship and didn't provoke anyone. Why did Grumman come to cause trouble for them? Right. Wrong. Good and evil are entangled in Linda's heart, leaving her not knowing how to face it. It doesn't matter. If you can't figure it out, just think about it slowly. If you see it a lot, you will eventually figure it out. Zhang Tuohai said calmly. The Unsullied and the pirates ate faster, cleared the table after eating, picked up their weapons, and prepared for battle. They both knew that a battle would soon begin. Zhang Tuohai was still eating slowly. The governor's mansion moved quickly. In less than 20 minutes, a group of infantry rushed out of the barracks and rushed towards the port. At the same time, a group of people walked out of the governor's mansion, carrying large boxes and rushing towards the pier. Everyone spread out! The infantry team arrived at the dock and began to drive away the people on the dock. Seeing this situation, the sailors dared not stay anywhere and dispersed in a hurry. Some returned to the ship and some hid in the tavern. The huge dock was quickly cleared. After a while, the people who came out of the governor's palace came to the pier. A middle-aged fat man came to the White Bird. I came with good intentions. We will offer a ransom and ask you to return the person to us. The middle-aged fat man said with a smile. Let's look at the ransom first, Zhang Tuohai said. Okay, bring it up. The fat man waved. A team of servants brought up the boxes one by one. The boxes were opened, and each box was filled with shining dinars. This represents our sincerity, the fat man said with a smile, looking at the boxes full of dinars. The pirates couldn't help but take a deep breath, and everyone's eyes were filled with light. After all, This is 300,000 dinars of real money. And it is quite impressive when stacked together. The total amount of money they have passed through in their lifetime may not be that much. Seeing the looks of the pirates around him, the fat man was filled with disdain. They were indeed a group of poor people who had never seen money. Is it so easy to get money from the governor's mansion? I'll make you all spit it out right away. However, his face was still full of smile. I wonder if you are still satisfied. I'm a person who always does things fairly. Since I said I would let him go after receiving 300,000 yuan, I will definitely let him go. Zhang Tuohai snapped his fingers. He grabbed the rope and threw Grumman and the guards to the ground. Ah, dash! Grumman screamed and covered his arm. He felt that his arm was broken. The fat man's face twitched slightly, and he forced a smile and said, Now that the deal is completed, I'll take my leave. After saying that, the fat man trotted away from the white bird. If Grumman is let go, will they retaliate against us? Elizabeth asked quietly from the side. Don't worry. I have arrangements, Zhang Tuohai said after taking a sip of donkey meat soup. At this moment, 2 second-class cruisers of the Royal Navy suddenly appeared outside the port. The gun windows were opened one by one, and the black cannons were pushed out and aimed at the white bird. Everyone on board listen. Immediately put down their weapons and raise their hands in surrender. Otherwise they will be punished with treason, shouted a lobster soldier with a giant bullhorn. Chapter 1170, Leveraging the Foundation of the Empire. Humph. Let you humiliate me. I'll see how you run away this time. Grumman was helped up by the guards, and said with a grin on his face, Master Grumman, you'd better go back. The fat man said respectfully. No, I'm right here. I want to see him get caught. I want to step on his face with my leather boots. I want him to kneel down and beg me for forgiveness. How dare you take my money? Grumman said through gritted teeth. Master Grumman, please rest assured. The governor has mobilized the garrison. I believe that under the encirclement and suppression of the 2 cruisers, a mere merchant ship will not be able to escape our hands. The fat man said respectfully. What should we do? With 2 cruisers, we may not be able to get out, Elizabeth said looking at the battleships outside the port. Don't worry. I have a solution. Zhang Tuohai used his skill to summon a ghost ship. The battleship Coconut sailed out of the void and then crashed into a cruiser at lightning speed. The cruiser didn't expect that a battleship would suddenly appear out of the void. When it saw the battleship clearly, the battleship's collision angle was already less than 10 meters away from them. At this distance, it was already too late to dodge. Boom! Click! With a harsh friction sound, the Coconut's collision angle broke open the side armor of the cruiser, and then moved forward like a knight holding a lance. Everything encountered by the collision angle, whether it was the gun deck or the mast, was smashed into 2 sections. The starboard side of the cruiser also tilted due to the pressure, and the deck formed a 30-degree slope with the sea level. Then the Coconut relied on the huge impact force and rushed up along this slope. Immediately afterwards, a violent breaking sound was heard. The cruiser couldn't bear the weight of the battleship and broke suddenly, and the entire ship was broken into 2 pieces. In this case, even the gods could not save the cruiser. In the blink of an eye, the second-class cruiser sank to the bottom of the sea. Everyone in the port and the people on the other cruiser were dumbfounded. First of all, they didn't expect that a battleship would suddenly appear. The second was the shock of the cruiser sinking. It was a cruiser of the Royal Navy that was invincible across the 7 seas. The most invincible navy in the world. When was the last time a cruiser sank? It was at least 10 years ago. Today, a Royal Navy warship sank in front of them, which was tantamount to a heavy blow to their outlook. How is this possible? Grumman was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Royal Navy on the other cruiser didn't expect that it was just an easy catch in a jar. As a result, within 5 minutes of the appearance, a battleship sank. This made them feel like they were dreaming, and they couldn't react for a while. They couldn't react. But the Coconut was not idle. After ramming and sinking a cruiser, the Coconut was on the T-head of another cruiser. All the broadside guns were aimed at the stern of the other cruiser. Fire! Boom! 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 The Coconut's side guns fired a salvo, and dozens of shells were fired into the rear of the cruiser. Cruisers are famous for their high speed, high attack, and low defense. And their stern defense is even worse among their shortcomings. After these explosive shells were fired from the stern of the ship, they even rushed into the center of the gun deck without any hindrance, and then exploded. The scattered shell fragments, like steel fragments, took the lives of its gunners. The entire gun deck was in chaos. As luck would have it, A shell hit the propellant. The flames ignited the piles of propellant powder. Boom! The propellant exploded, and the huge explosion directly broke the keel of the ship. The cruiser broke into 2 sections and sank quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 Royal Navy cruisers were completely destroyed and sank to the bottom of the sea. At this time, those people on the shore were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the battleship sinking into the sea, filled with questions. How did the mighty Royal Navy sink? They don't understand. After sinking 2 cruisers, the Coconut did not stop there, but began to turn and aimed its guns at those on the shore. Run! The fat man saw that something was not going well, so he turned around and wanted to run away. But it was already too late. Boom! 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 Clouds of gunpowder smoke exploded, and exploding bombs fell into the port. The neatly arranged port guards were blown directly into the sky. Grumman was directly hit by a shell. His body was shattered, and his limbs and arms were flying everywhere. Boom! Boom! The Coconut's artillery has been roaring, and they have only one goal at this time, which is to shoot out all the cannonballs within the time they exist. Cannonballs exploded in the harbor. By the time the Coconut's existence time expired and the Coconut dissipated, the entire port had become like the surface of the moon. Come on! Let's go ashore and take a look. Zhang Tuohai stood up, took the Unsullied off the boat, and stepped on the land at the dock. There were body parts everywhere, and there was a burning smell everywhere. A group of people walked into the city, thanks to the previous determination of the governor to capture Zhang Tuohai. All the garrison in the city were transferred to the port, so that they were all wiped out by Zhang Tuohai's shelling. Now, apart from the symbolic guards at the governor's mansion, there was almost no available soldier in the entire city. Seeing Zhang Tuohai leading his men to kill them, the guards dropped their weapons and disappeared. The governor was also missing. Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to pay attention, and directly broke open the door of the governor's mansion and moved out all the things inside. All the useful ones were moved to the ship, and the rest were distributed directly to the civilians throughout the city. Zhang Tuohai didn't care whether the divided things would be snatched back by the governor, as long as the conflict between the governor and the civilians was planted. Zhang Tuohai discovered that his enemy was the entire empire. If he wanted to leverage the empire, he would have to rely on himself alone. One ship was not enough. With just one of his ships, no matter how powerful he was, how many ships and fleets of the empire could he defeat? It doesn't take much. The empire only needs to send 10 cruisers to chase him, and he will have no choice but to escape. To reverse this situation, we must pry the corner of the empire from its foundation. Only by making the empire's rule unstable and unable to care about him can he find opportunities to develop and grow. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will be strangled to death by the empire's army. And distributing the governor's wealth to the common people is only the first step. He now wants to follow the path of a king. Get close to the common people at the bottom. Attack wealthy merchants and governors, and get his name out, changing his identity from a pirate that everyone shouts about to a rebel who works for heaven. Only in this way can he reverse the situation of being an enemy of the entire world. Chapter 1171 Dragon Cliff. Zhang Tuohai had his own considerations in dividing the wealth accumulated by the governor, but Linda didn't think that far ahead. She only saw Zhang Tuohai distributing the governor's money to the common people, as a civilian exploited by various taxes. Linda stands on the opposite side of the governor from a natural standpoint. Now that I see Zhang Tuohai doing this, my admiration for Zhang Tuohai has increased even more. Is this the purpose of being a pirate? Not to rob civilians, but to rob rich people and officials, and return the wealth they exploited from civilians to civilians. This is a true thief, a Robin Hood-like person. Linda looked at Zhang Tuohai with stars in her eyes, hoping to become someone like Zhang Tuohai in the future. As for Elizabeth, she didn't have much idea. She just wanted to travel across the 7 seas, collect recipes, and make various dishes. As for other things, she really didn't have that many ideas. As for Muriel, her eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Tuohai's behavior. She saw from Zhang Tuohai's various behaviors that Zhang Tuohai was dissatisfied with the empire. So can he support me in restoring my country? Muriel thought to herself. Originally, she did not expect Zhang Tuohai to be able to do this, because it's too far away. But seeing how easily Zhang Tuohai captured a city, she felt that it was not so far-fetched. She wanted to find time to talk to Zhang Tuohai. Gone! Zhang Tuohai drove the white bird and left the port. Continued towards the cross marked on the chart. It was already getting late when we left the port, and after driving a certain distance, it became completely dark. Watching the ship sail on the correct channel, Zhang Tuohai handed over the control of the ship to the cable and returned to the captain's cabin, ready to take a good rest. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Who is it? Zhang Tuohai was curious about who would knock on his door at night. It's me. Moriel's voice came from outside the door. Why are you knocking on the door so late? Zhang Tuohai was confused, but he still opened the door. Standing outside the door was Moriel in black robe. What's the matter? Zhang Tuohai let Moriel in and poured a glass of water for her. I want to ask you to support my restoration of the country, Moriel said. Restore the country? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Yes. I am a princess whose country was destroyed. My homeland is a city-state called Longya. It is famous for taming dragons. Although it is a city-state in name, it still controls dozens of city-states. The actual control strength is not small. But due to the poor fertility of dragons, the number of dragons raised was getting smaller and smaller. After the last dragon of my father's generation died, the Empire launched an attack on our country, destroying the Dragon Cliff and surrounding it. The land became a colony, and I became a wandering princess. I would like to ask you to help me restore my country. I do not expect to restore the period of complete victory in Longya, but at least restore Longya City, Moriel said. Restore the country? Zhang Tuohai thought. If Moriel wants to restore the country, this does not conflict with him. Moreover, if Moriel really succeeds in restoring the country, it will also serve as a model for other places. There are bound to be former senators and wandering nobles like Moriel in other places. Following Moriel's example, they will also try to restore the country. As long as there are a few more successful cases, it will be like pushing dominoes, and the entire empire will be in flames. By then, the empire will be in dire straits and will have no energy to take care of it. This is a win-win situation for him and Moriel. After pondering for a while, Zhang Tuohai said, to restore the country, we need land and people. The land is there. It is easy to occupy a piece of land, but the difficult thing is how to hold it. If the empire loses its land, it will inevitably send an army to conquer it. Do you know how to resist the empire's counterattack? Also, if the territory wants to develop, it needs a lot of people, a lot of materials, and a lot of money. Where are you going to find these people and these materials? Have you ever thought about these? Zhang Tuohai asked. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Moriel was stunned. She was just a princess, and the education she received did not include these. Moreover, her country was destroyed by the empire when she was a child. Even if she wanted to understand, there was no way. However, it doesn't matter. She knows that she can't solve it herself. She just needs to find someone who can. If Zhang Tuohai can raise these problems, he will probably be able to solve them. Or at least, he will have ideas to solve them. As for how to persuade Zhang Tuohai to help her, she also had a way. As the princess of a country, she has been a tool for marriage since she was born. The most basic teaching she received was to observe the emotions and how to please men. I don't know any of these, but I know you will help me. Right. Moriel unbuttoned her black robe, revealing her body underneath. There is only one leg ring and a lace collar on the whole body, which is a symbol of chains and a symbol of surrender. Everything I have is yours. Even if Longya is restored, you are still the actual controller of Longya. All I need is the title of honorary king. Moriel climbed on Zhang Tuohai. Sleepless night. Zhang Tuohai and Moriel finalized a plan to help Moriel restore Longya. The first step in the plan is to make Alduin come of age. The symbol of Dragon Cliff is the dragon. As a ruler, Moriel cannot do without the dragon. So she must first let Alduin reach adulthood. But how to make a dragon reach adulthood quickly? As a member of the Dragon Cliff royal family, Moriel naturally knows some of the secrets. The simplest one is to eat a lot of meat. The more you eat, the faster you grow. Of course, there will be some side effects. However, time was running out, and Moriel couldn't care less. She let Alduin grow up first, and the rest would naturally be figured out later. Zhang Tuohai also opened up his supply to Alduin, assigning half of the meat on the ship to Alduin's rations. After receiving permission, Alduin hugged a piece of ham and started chewing it. With an ample supply of meat, Alduin's growth rate increased rapidly. In just 2 days, he changed from the size of a lizard to the size of a crocodile, and his body size increased several times. He could also spit out small flames from his mouth. However, it is still far from being a true adult and being able to fight. It will probably take some time for Alduin to come of age, Moriel said. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, you only need to bring Alduin with you. You don't have to let Alduin personally participate in the battle. Of course, participating in the battle in person will definitely have better results. Zhang Tuohai said while hugging Moriel. I thought of a way to make Alduin grow up quickly. Moriel suddenly remembered something and said excitedly. Chapter 1172 Emerald City. What solution? Zhang Tuohai asked. In the Emerald City, which was once a city-state under Longya, there was a cave there with things that could make dragons grow quickly. Because I heard about this from the elders, and I have never been there myself. So not very sure, Moriel said. It doesn't matter, as long as you have a general goal. Where is the Emerald City? Zhang Tuohai asked. Here. Moriel looked at the chart for a while and pointed to a location. Is it here? Zhang Tuohai looked at the location on the map. It happened to be on his route. If everything goes well, he would be able to get there in the afternoon. I understand. Get ready. We'll be there in the afternoon, Zhang Tuohai said. Really? That's great. I can't wait. Moriel was a little excited. If, in the Emerald City, she could make her dragon grow up instantly, her hope of returning to the country would be even greater. Zhang Tuohai was thinking. Since that cave can allow dragons to grow quickly, is it suitable for phoenixes? He looked at the little phoenix that was parasitic in his body. It was still like a free-range chicken. A ball of fur. Not looking like a phoenix at all. I hope that cave can also be useful to phoenix. The white bird drove slowly and finally arrived at the port of Emerald City in the afternoon. Emerald City is a resource-based city, famous for producing beautiful jadeite, and is also good at processing various high-end jewelry. Many famous craftsmen live there. Because the added value of the goods is high, the city is very wealthy. Therefore, a large number of merchant ships have gathered here. The merchant ships transport specialties from various places here, hoping to sell them at a good price. This is a good place. If it is occupied, it will be a good source of tax revenue. Looking at the densely packed fleet in the port, Zhang Tuohai secretly estimated the value of this city. Where is the mine? Zhang Tuohai took Moriel off the boat. It should be over there. It was accidentally discovered when the mining area was digging for jade ore. Moriel pointed to the Emerald Mountain not far away and said, Then go and have a look. Zhang Tuohai led Moriel towards the Emerald Mountain. Because businessmen often like to go directly to Emerald Mountain to select raw ore, Zhang Tuohai and Moriel were not blocked and entered the Emerald Mountain smoothly. The hillsides are filled with mining slaves and merchants picking raw ore. Those merchants selected suitable ores under the guidance of experts. Once they were selected, slaves would help dig them out. Money is calculated based on weight. As for what can be dug out, it all depends on luck. Because this method involves gambling on luck, it has attracted some gamblers to participate. Rumors circulated in the city every day that a penniless poor boy cut a piece of top-quality jade, turned into a big businessman, and married the governor's daughter. But in fact, there are more corpses that were sunk to the bottom of the sea without any money. Zhang Tuohai and Moriel were wandering around the Emerald Mountain, ostensibly looking for ores, but actually looking for the cave. Where is it? Zhang Tuohai looked around. The Emerald Mountain is not small even if it is small. If you just look for it aimlessly, it must be a huge project. Zhang Tuohai was checking on the hillside. Suddenly, he saw a group of guards armed with muskets standing guard in front of a forest. Zhang Tuohai looked around. In the entire Emerald Mountain, only a group of guards were guarding here. There were no guards in other places, several mines, or even the edge of the cliff. Only this forest had a group of guards standing there. This was obviously not the case. Too normal. There must be something fishy. Zhang Tuohai decided to test it out. He took Moriel and pretended to pick stones, and approached the area while picking. When they were still 20 meters away from the area, two guards came over. This area is a restricted area. No approach is allowed. 80% yes, Moriel whispered. What? Zhang Tuohai asked. Alduin is yearning for that place. I can't hold it anymore, Moriel said. What are you still mumbling about here? Didn't you hear that this is a restricted area? Go away quickly, the guard said, pushing Moriel. His hand was originally aimed at Moriel's chest, but it ended up hitting something hard. Roar! A young dragon emerged from Moriel's black robe and roared at the guard. Dragon! It's a dragon! The guard was startled and took 2 or 3 steps back. Then his face was full of joy. This is the remnant of Longya. Hurry up and capture her and give her to the Empire in exchange for a bounty. When the other guards heard the words, they rushed forward. When they saw the baby dragon in Moriel's arms, their faces showed excitement. It's actually a real dragon. Now I'm rich. How can I hand over a dragon? Exchange it for 100 dinars? A guard said. My horizons are too small. This is a dragon. And it's the only dragon left in the world. It costs at least 10,000 dinars. Another guard said disdainfully. 10,000 dinars? Rich. Not only the dragon, but also the remnants of this dragon cliff. They can be exchanged for at least a few thousand dinars. As a group of guards spoke, they formed a half-moon shape and surrounded Zhang Tuohai and Moriel. It seems that people here don't have a strong sense of identity with Lamia. Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. A bunch of ungrateful people. When Lamia was here, I gave them the best treatment. But when the Empire came, they were the first to rebel. When I restored Lamia, I must give these guys a good look. Moriel said angrily. You don't have to wait until then. You can do it now. Zhang Tuohai said, and summoned the Viking dragon ship. A huge Viking ship rushed out of the void and rushed directly into the group of guards, directly crushing the few guards in the middle into pieces. Roar! The Viking heroes roared and jumped off the ship, rushing towards the surrounding guards. Before those guards understood what was going on, the axe of the Viking spirit arrived. Click! 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 The brains of each guard were chopped into pieces. Come on. Let's go in and take a look. After glancing at the few remaining guards, Zhang Tuohai knew that the overall situation was decided. So he didn't bother to pay attention and pulled Moriel into the woods. The woods were not deep. After walking a few dozen meters, I passed through the woods. In front of me was a cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff, there was a cave with a faint light emitting from it. The dragon in Moriel's arm stretched its neck toward the cave with excitement on its face, as if there was something inside that was attracting it. Chapter 1173 Phoenix Nirvana. Looks like this is the cave. Zhang Tuohai looked at Alduin's appearance and made a basic guess. How should we get across? Moriel looked at the bottomless cliff. They actually demolished the suspension bridge. These damn guys are really amazing at what they did. There should have been a suspension bridge on the cliff. And there were the remains of a wooden bridge close to both sides of the cliff. But it had been demolished at this time, leaving only the wooden piles at both ends. This cliff is more than 30 meters wide. It is difficult to reach the sky without crossing it through a bridge. I'm afraid we have to occupy this place, and then find someone to repair the broken bridge before we can cross. Moriel said. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Zhang Tuohai put his arm around Moriel's waist. Hold on tight. After saying that, a water column spurted out from Zhang Tuohai's feet, sprang Zhang Tuohai high into the sky, and then from high in the sky, Zhang Tuohai threw the skill grappling hook. A grappling hook suddenly appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand, and he grabbed it straight towards the pillar of the wooden bridge opposite. The two fell down the cliff. On the way down, the grappling hook caught the thick pillar, and the two people followed the inertia and crashed towards the cliff. If a normal person were to mount it like this, he would definitely be seriously injured, and then lose strength in his arms and fall under the cliff. Hold on tight. Zhang Tuohai used torrent again against the cliff, and a water column sprayed out from the cliff, hitting Zhang Tuohai's body and reducing the speed at which Zhang Tuohai hit the cliff. This allowed Zhang Tuohai to fall onto the cliff at a relatively low speed. Hey! Zhang Tuohai retracted the grappling hook and dragged the two of them up the cliff. Huh? Finally came up. Moriel was lying on the edge of the cliff, feeling that her legs were weak. Although the time just now did not exceed 30 seconds, she felt like a century. She was on the verge of death every second. If she was asked to do it again, she might not have the courage anymore. Ho-ho dash. Alduin in her arms stretched his neck toward the cave, obviously eager for the inside. Let's go in. Zhang Tuohai pulled Moriel up from the ground and walked deeper into the cave. There are traces of artificial excavation on both sides of the cave. Mural paintings were originally painted, but they have been daubed by people, leaving large traces of black charcoal. There was a faint light shining inside the cave. The two of them walked forward for more than 500 meters. After turning 2 turns, the front suddenly became clear. In front is a huge crystal. The crystal is so huge that the exposed diameter is at least 10 meters. Moreover, it is not known how much is buried in the rock. The crystal emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the entire cave. Inside the crystal, there seemed to be a vaguely human-shaped thing, but it was too close to the inside to make it clear. There are already some cracks and some white spots on the crystal, which look like marks from weapons. After Alduin saw the huge crystal, he immediately pounced on it, opened his whole body, pressed against the crystal, and made a joyful sound. Alduin's body is also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This crystal is really magical. It can actually stimulate the dragon and accelerate its growth. I just don't know if it has any effect on humans. Zhang Tuohai looked at Alduin and said curiously, My ancestors have done a lot of experiments since they discovered this place. But they all have no effect. It seems to have no effect on people. You see. Muriel put her hand on the crystal. And there was no strange change. Only on Alduin's side. As Alduin absorbed energy, the crack seemed to get a little bigger. But it was only a little bit. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. Amazing crystal. Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the crystal. It was cold and smooth. The water head was full. And it felt good in the hand. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to take his hand back, he suddenly felt a huge force in the crystal sinking into Zhang Tuohai's body. To be precise, it is not integrated into Zhang Tuohai's body, but integrated into the phoenix body inside Zhang Tuohai. Massive energy is integrated into the phoenix's body, allowing the phoenix to continue to grow and grow. The cracks on the crystal are also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and are spreading rapidly towards the depths. What's going on? The crystal also stimulates the growth of the phoenix? The phoenix and the dragon are both extraordinary creatures. So it makes sense. Zhang Tuohai's mind changed quickly, and he put his other hand on the crystal. The energy flowing into Zhang Tuohai doubled. The phoenix in Zhang Tuohai's body is also gradually growing. When the phoenix grew to its limit, it suddenly turned into a ball of flames, burned, and finally turned into a red egg among the ashes. With the injection of energy, the egg cracked open again, and a little phoenix hatched out of it. Then with the injection of energy, it continued to grow and become larger. And finally Nirvana became an egg. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai always feels that every time he reaches Nirvana, the phoenix's feathers add a hint of gold. With the passage of energy, the cracks on the crystal are getting bigger and bigger, from being as wide as a grain of rice, and a few meters long to now being as wide as a thumb and more than 10 meters long. It can be said that Zhang Tuohai consumed more energy in this short period of time than all the ancestors of Muriel put together. Moreover, this has no intention of ending. The phoenix continues to Nirvana in Zhang Tuohai's body. Zhang Tuohai pressed his entire body against the crystal, and quietly watched the phoenix in his body reborn. He wanted to see what it would look like in the end. How could this happen? What happened? Muriel had no idea what was happening and just stood there stupidly. Just then, there seemed to be shouting coming from outside the cave, as well as the barking of hunting dogs. What should I do? People from Emerald City seem to be coming, Muriel said in a panic. Don't worry. There is a cliff outside. They can't get over it, Zhang Tuohai said calmly. He didn't bother to pay attention to the guards in the Emerald City outside. There was a cliff across the road, which was enough to give them a headache. They had demolished the wooden bridge themselves, and it was time for them to swallow their own bitter pill. Sure enough, on the other side of the cliff, the guards of Emerald City, who were chasing after them, were complaining to each other. Are you sure you have entered the cave? Asked a leading captain. The hounds tracked them here. If they didn't jump off the cliff, they must have reached the cave on the opposite side, said a captain holding a dog. Damn! How did they get over? I told you not to demolish the wooden bridge and leave a way out. But those nobles didn't know what they were thinking. They insisted on doing something absolutely right. Now that the bridge is broken, they have left a way out. We are blocking the outside. What should we do? The captain asked. How do I know? It's your job to catch people. I'm only responsible for guiding the direction, said the captain who was holding the dog. The leader of the team looked at the cave opposite, gritted his teeth, and shouted to the back. Go and pull up the city defense artillery. Chapter 1174 Elementalization. The conversation of the leaders was overheard by Muriel, who sneaked to the entrance of the cave. She quickly ran back and reported to Zhang Tuohai. Oh no! They are going to pull the city defense artillery over. What if they blow up the cave? Muriel asked worriedly. Don't worry. I've seen it. Emerald City is far away from here. It will take a while for them to pull the artillery over. This time is enough for us to operate, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Go and watch outside. If there is any trouble, tell me. Understood. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, Muriel felt mentally confident and returned to the entrance of the cave to watch quietly. Is there enough time? Asked another leader. I heard my father say that it takes more than half a day for people from Longya to come here every time. If we hurry up, we should be able to make it in time. We can only do our best and hope that we can catch up, the team leader said. Several guards ran back to report the news. Sure enough, as Zhang Tuohai expected, Although Emerald City attached great importance to this matter, it also sent a large number of manpower to transport the artillery. But the road to the cliff was too tortuous, and the city defense artillery was too heavy. They had to recruit a large number of manpower to transport the artillery. Of course, in addition to the artillery, there is also a musketeer team of 300 people, and a sword and shield soldier of 300 people. A group of people were waiting on the edge of the cliff. The artillerymen began to level the land, build artillery firing positions, adjust the firing angle, and load propellant. The musketeers also kept aiming their muskets at the hole to prevent anyone from rushing out and destroying the artillery. The shield soldiers were at the front holding their shields. Just when the artillery began to load propellant, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the cave. Roar. The loud sound caused many people to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Many musketeers were unprepared and pulled the trigger with a trembling hand. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of muskets sounded scattered, and lead bullets flew everywhere, losing their accuracy. The musketeers hurriedly reloaded their ammunition, but it was too late. A huge black dragon rushed out of the cave. The dragon was several times bigger than a large SUV. After rushing out of the cave, it spread its wings and rushed forward. The guards guarding the cannon quickly crouched down. The giant dragon flew over everyone's heads and kicked the newly set up artillery aside with a pair of big feet. The huge artillery rolled down from the gun mount and crushed several nearby gunners to death. "It's a dragon! Run!" The captain's face turned pale, and he called his men to retreat. Everyone stood up, threw down their weapons, and ran down the mountain huffing and puffing. But Alduin made a circle in the sky, flew back again, swooped down from the sky, and opened his mouth to the fleeing crowd. Call. A 7 to 8 meter long flame spat out from Alduin's mouth, igniting a large number of fleeing soldiers. Those who are lucky will be burned into coke in an instant, while those who are unlucky will be caught in fire and die in pain. Ha ha ha. Alduin swooped down again and again, chasing all the way down the mountain, burning all the guards into ashes. Then he made a satisfied circle in the air and flew back to the cave. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was still deep in the cave, and the originally huge blue crystal had disappeared. The phoenix in his body has experienced hundreds of nirvana and has completely turned golden. Even the flames it spurts out are golden and can easily burn hard rocks. But this guy just stayed in Zhang Tuohai's body and didn't like to come out. Zhang Tuohai also found a hint in front of his eyes. The player's body has gone through Phoenix Nirvana more than 100 times. After being tempered by the fire of the Phoenix, his physical fitness has reached the limit, and he has the ability of Nirvana. After each death, he will be reborn immediately as long as he has enough energy. Does not take fire damage. Skill, Elementalization. Players can transform their entire bodies into fire elements in a short period of time. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded. Players gain the expertise of fire affinity in places where the fire element is abundant. Their combat effectiveness is doubled. Zhang Tuohai felt that all the values of his body had been rapidly improved, whether it was strength, speed, or physical fitness. Now it's not a problem to punch through the steel plate. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai once mastered this power with the help of Lilith, so he has enough experience in controlling this power, and will not lose control of his power, such as accidentally crushing a glass or causing his own injuries due to his speed being too fast. Hitting the wall happens. Apart from these, Zhang Tuohai turned his attention to the depths of the cave. He clearly felt that there was a person lying there, an existence in the originally dark blue crystal. Zhang Tuohai walked over slowly. He found that it was a fair-skinned girl with long silver hair, wearing a black trench coat and a pair of boots. The hem of the trench coat was surrounded by a metal edge with very sharp edges. She wore gloves on her hands. The joints are also covered with spikes. Who is this guy? Why is he in the crystal? Zhang Tuohai, who had achieved Phoenix Nirvana, became a lot more courageous. He squatted down and pushed the girl's shoulder. Wake up! Wake up! The girl slowly opened her eyes, and her black pupils were like an abyss, making people unable to help but get lost in them. Even Zhang Tuohai was slightly in a trance. Who are you? Why are you here? Zhang Tuohai took the lead. Who am I? The girl was obviously stunned. He stared straight at the top of the cave, and after a few minutes, he slowly opened his mouth. Zero. My name is Zero. Then why are you here? And what is your purpose? Zhang Tuohai continued to ask. Why? Purpose? Zero chewed on these two words slowly, and then slowly said after a while, I don't know. I should have something to do, but I forgot. Anything else you can think of? Maybe I can help you with something. Zhang Tuohai said. Zero shook his head slowly. It looks like you have lost your memory. But it doesn't matter. Many amnesias are short-term mental trauma and can be recovered through long-term recuperation. You must have no place to go during this period. So why not walk around with me? Come and see the scenery around the world with me. Maybe you will see some places that will remind you of something. Zhang Tuohai said. He felt that the girl in the crystal was definitely not simple. And maybe it might be helpful to have her with her. Okay. Zero nodded. Then, let's go. Zhang Tuohai stretched out his hand. Zero was stunned when he saw the hand stretched out in front of him. After a while, he stretched out his hand. Chapter 1175 Zhang Tuohai's Dragon Training Method. Zhang Tuohai took Ling's hand and pulled him up from the ground. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai turned around and walked out of the cave. Zero tilted his head and followed. Although she did not search for Zhang Tuohai's existence in her memory, she felt a sense of closeness to Zhang Tuohai. So she followed Zhang Tuohai out of the cave without resisting. At the entrance of the cave, the giant dragon Alduin was holding his neck, holding his head high with a proud expression. Moriel was standing next to him, trying to climb onto Alduin's back. But she was not tall enough. Seeing Zhang Tuohai coming, Moriel waved to Zhang Tuohai. Help me quickly! I can't climb up! Here we come! Zhang Tuohai smiled and walked over. However, he did not help Moriel, but walked up to Alduin, grabbed the scales on Alduin's neck, and grabbed it hard. Alduin felt severe pain in his neck and lowered his head. Crack! Zhang Tuohai opened his bow from left to right and gave Alduin 2 big blows. The blows made Alduin's head buzz, and Alduin felt as if 2 heavy hammers hit his head. What are you pretending to be here with me? Lower your head and lie on the ground. With that said, Zhang Tuohai pushed down with one hand and directly pushed Alduin's head to the ground. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. If ordinary people dared to do this to Alduin, Alduin would have opened his mouth and eaten him. But facing Zhang Tuohai, he didn't dare, because it felt that there was a violent and surging force in Zhang Tuohai's body. Once this force broke out, it would leave nothing behind. This power made it feel fear from the depths of its soul. Therefore, even if it was treated so roughly by Zhang Tuohai, it remained as docile as a puppy, with its head lying in the pit and its body prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. Okay, you've been trained. Let's go up, Zhang Tuohai said to the dumbfounded Moriel next to him. Moriel was completely stunned. The core content of the education she received since childhood was to get along well with dragons. They are our partners and friends. We should treat them kindly, be tolerant of small tempers, and help the dragons take care of themselves. Anyway, the core is to treat the dragon well, so as to gain the dragon's love and help. It would be unthinkable for Zhang Tuohai to treat Long so roughly, or even beat him directly. However, judging from Long's current performance, Zhang Tuohai's training method seems to be good. Not bad? What are you waiting for? Go up and fly around twice to try it out, Zhang Tuohai said to the stunned Moriel. Oh, okay. Moriel climbed onto the dragon's back, because Alduin lay on the ground obediently. He climbed smoothly this time. Alduin also used his tail to push behind, allowing Moriel to sit on her back with very little effort. Alduin, take off! Moriel patted Alduin on the back and began to control Alduin according to the method left by her ancestors. Alduin stood up, spread his wings and flew towards the sky. Roar! Alduin roared to the sky, and the mountains echoed with the dragon's roar. The huge black dragon covered the sky and cast a huge shadow onto the ground. Seeing the giant dragon in the sky, the people in the Emerald City fled in all directions, running towards their homes. Moriel rode on Alduin's back and felt the wind around her. She let out the breath she had been holding in her heart since childhood and felt unprecedented relief. Looking at the low house on the ground, Moriel felt very high-spirited and felt that rebuilding Longya was no longer such an unattainable goal. When it lands, it's the biggest house, landing on the square in front of the door. Moriel was referring to the current location of the Emerald City's governor's palace. Roar! Alduin circled in the sky and slowly fell to the ground. The current governor of Emerald City had long kneeled down on the square in front of the governor's palace with his officials. The consul of the Emerald City, Augustus, greets Her Majesty Queen Longya. A fat white man in a gorgeous robe knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Humph. You still know that you are a consul, not some bullshit imperial governor. Originally, I wanted to burn you all to ashes, but because of your attitude of admitting your mistake, I will spare you for the time being and kneel down first. Muriel felt very comfortable. This feeling of being able to decide life or death with just one word was simply so satisfying. No wonder the last order before escaping was to restore Longya. This feeling of controlling power is really hard to let go. Muriel glanced at the people on the ground and turned around to pick up Zhang Tuohai. She has not forgotten where her rights come from. If she loses Zhang Tuohai's support, everything in her hands will be like a castle on the beach. And a wave can destroy everything. Just when she was about to turn back to pick up Zhang Tuohai, she found Zhang Tuohai slowly flying down from the cliff. Behind Zhang Tuohai is a pair of huge golden wings. Under the sunlight, there is a halo of light, like the arrival of a god. Zhang Tuohai originally wanted to summon the phoenix, so he took Ling down the mountain on the phoenix. But Phoenix was too lazy to come out, so he lent his flying ability to Zhang Tuohai. So there was this scene. The people kneeling in the square secretly saw Zhang Tuohai, who was like a god descending from heaven, and all lowered their heads. The giant dragon alone is not something they can resist, let alone another existence with golden wings that looks even more powerful. As a commercial city-state, their other abilities are not good, but their ability to assess the situation is indeed passable. Zhang Tuohai slowly landed on the ground, released one hand, and Zero landed firmly on the ground. A pair of leather boots stepped on the stone floor, making a crisp sound. Looking at Ling standing next to Zhang Tuohai, Muriel felt an inexplicable feeling of jealousy in her heart. I should have been the one standing in that position. However, many years of wandering life taught Muriel to be patient and respectful. Muriel climbed off the dragon's back and quickly came to Zhang Tuohai. My dear, forgive me for coming here without your permission. These are the governors and officials at all levels of Emerald City. How do you want to deal with them? I will listen to you. After speaking, Muriel stood on the other side of Zhang Tuohai, took Zhang Tuohai's arm, and raised her eyebrows at Ling demonstratively. However, her behavior was completely useless. Zero couldn't understand her behavior at all. Zero's brain couldn't analyze such a complicated thing at this time. She observes the world like a curious baby, absorbing all the information around her. Chapter 1176 Emerald City Surrenders. Emerald City Officials. Zhang Tuohai looked at the group of kneeling officials below, walked back and forth twice, and then slowly spoke. Are you locals the only ones in charge of the Emerald City? Who was sent by the Empire to supervise? Zhang Tuohai asked. There is a shadow governor and a finance minister. The fat white man at the head said quickly. Which one is it? Bring it out, Zhang Tuohai said. Quick, pull them out, Fatty Bai said to the guard not far away. The guards immediately ran over and pulled out two middle-aged men wearing gorgeous robes. What are you doing? We are officials sent by the Empire to manage this place. You have no right to arrest us. Let us go! Two middle-aged men shouted loudly. You guys, kill the two of them. Stab each of them once, and no one will be spared. Whoever is spared will be a lackey of the Empire, and will be executed together with them. You make your own choice. I will give you 10 seconds to choose. 19. As Zhang Tuohai counted down, Fatty Bai and his men looked at each other and made up their minds. The fat white man pulled out the rapier from the waist of the guard next to him and came to a middle-aged man. What are you going to do? The middle-aged man was scared. I am the shadow governor sent by the Empire to manage this place. If you dare to kill me, it will be regarded as rebellion. Are you ready to face the revenge of the Royal Navy? Then the whole city the island will be razed to the ground. The houses will be burned. All the people will be sold into slavery. And the entire island will cease to exist. You have to think clearly. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. Without saying a word, the fat man stabbed the middle-aged man in the abdomen with his sword. Well, blood flowed from the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. The fat man suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed the second middle-aged man. The second middle-aged man still wanted to resist, but his arms were twisted by two guards, and he couldn't move at all. The fat man's sword directly penetrated his heart and lungs. Fatty Bai let go of the sword in his hand and stood behind. The political officer stood up second, drew his sword, and stabbed the shadow governor and the financial officer each with one sword. Next came a series of officials such as the captain of the guard, the commander-in-chief of the fleet, and the chief craftsman. Each of them stabbed two people with their swords. After the last person finished, Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction. Go and hang the two corpses on the city wall so that everyone can see it. And hang the Longya flag. If not, just do it. If I can't see Longya's flag flying at the top of Emerald City tomorrow, then there is no need for Emerald City to exist. Do you understand? Zhang Tuohai asked coldly. I understand. I understand. Fatty Bai responded quickly. If you understand it, do it. Yes. 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 Fatty Bai responded quickly. Please go to the city lord's mansion to rest. Fatty Bai said respectfully. Don't worry about where I go. Just do your own thing. I will conduct random checks from time to time. If I find that you are not doing well. Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly when he said this. Turned around and left without saying anything further. Moriel quickly followed. Roar! Alduin roared at the fat white man. Then quietly followed behind Zhang Tuohai with his wings folded. Zero looked around. Turned around and followed at the end. Why do you just let them go like this? Moriel asked curiously. I'm not questioning what you did badly. But there are a few people in there who had rebelled. If you just let them go like this, will it happen? The treatment is too light, so that there is no psychological burden when other people react. The main reason is that time is too tight now. And there is not much time to replace people. If you want Emerald City to be effective, you have to rely on these experienced people. However, after waiting for this period of time, we stopped the Royal Navy's first round by counterattacking. We will have time to organize our internal resources. And then we can find other reasons to deal with these people. When we gain a firm foothold, aren't these people the food on the plate that we can manipulate? When employing people, it is better to set a wise example. In addition, they have already handed in a certificate of surrender, and everyone has taken action against the imperial officials. In the eyes of the Empire, they are traitors. Where else do they want to jump? If they don't follow you, they will die. Now they are determined it's not you, but them who are fighting against the Empire. Because you failed, you can pack your butt and ride on the dragon and leave. They can only wait to die on the island. Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer. So that's it. Moriel nodded understandingly. So where do we go next? Advance along the shipping route and regain the ruling area of Longya. Which city is closest to here? Zhang Tuohai asked. The closest one to here should be Scallop Island, which is a place rich in scallops. It's not far from here. Just go northeast. Moriel thought about it and said. Understood. Zhang Tuohai nodded, took Moriel back to the ship, set sail, and sailed towards Scallop Island. At the same time, the consul of Emerald City led everyone back to the consul's residence. Go! Change the sign of the governor's palace to the consul's mansion. Burn all the flags of the Empire. Remove all the decorations related to the Empire. And rush to make the flag of Dragon Cliff overnight. If I can't see Dragon Cliff tomorrow, the flags are hanging all over the city. So I will hang all the tailors on the city. I can't live. And no one can live. The fat white Archon shouted loudly. At this time, the captain of the guard came over. Your Majesty the Consul, don't you need to make such a big show? I see that their ship has left here. If we change the flag like this, will it cause dissatisfaction with the Empire and really send the Navy to attack us? We can't bear the Empire. Navy attack. Huh? Leave? Fatty Bai sneered. They have flying dragons. Do you know how fast dragons fly? You think they have left. But there is a chance that they will land on top of you in the next second. And, do you think we still have a way out now? Each of us stabbed the Shadow Governor with a sword. In the eyes of the Empire, we are all rebels. After being caught, even if we surrender, the only way is to be hanged. We all family members will be auctioned off as slaves. So, we can only win, not fail. Then our military strength is indeed insufficient. Then go buy it, Fatty Bai said coldly. We have money, but our own military strength is not enough. So we go to other city-states to buy soldiers, mercenaries, ships, artillery, and weapons and equipment. As long as we can buy, yes. Buy them all for me. And remember not to be afraid of spending money. Once the money is spent, you can continue mining. But if the battle is lost, all of us will die. Chapter 1177 Dragon Cliff. The Emerald City is preparing intensively for the Royal Navy's counterattack. Zhang Tuohai also drove the White Bird to Scallop Island. Scallop Island is just a small island, with a population of less than 10,000. Most of them are fishermen, and the rest are merchants on merchant ships. Regarding Scallop Island, Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to deal with what was available, and simply asked Moriel to fly to the sky above Scallop Island on Alduin. Seeing the giant dragon hovering in the sky, the people on Scallop Island recalled the years when they were controlled by Longya, and quickly took out the etiquette of the time when Longya controlled them to welcome Morel. Following Zhang Tuohai's example, Moriel immediately followed suit and captured the Shadow Governor and financial officer sent by the Empire on Scallop Island. and asked the Aboriginals on Scallop Island to receive certificates of voting one by one. Then the corpse was hung to tell the world, and the flag was changed to show Longya's return. Under the pressure of the dragon, Zhang Tuohai and Moriel were unstoppable. They defeated 12 city-states in 3 days, and restored most of Longya's power. But this momentum stopped on Ironborn Island. Ironborn Island had few resources, was desolate and poor, and was originally on the fringes of Longya's sphere of influence. It just happened to be within the territory, and they occupied it directly without much control. The only thing that counts as a resource on the Ironborn Island is the people, because of their bravery in fighting. They are called Ironborn. After being incorporated into the Empire's rule, the Empire took a fancy to the Ironborn's combat capabilities, and specially organized and trained an infantry regiment with the Ironborn as its foundation and core, plus several mercenary regiments. This became the Ironborn's largest source of income. Therefore, when they saw the dragon coming, the Iron Men did not change their banners, but instead raised their weapons and prepared to resist. What should I do? Looking at the Iron Men holding spears from the air, Moriel didn't know what to do. It has always been smooth sailing, but unexpectedly, it hit a snag here. Since I have enjoyed greater benefits in the Empire, I will naturally not think about the past, Zhang Tuohai said calmly. If it's normal times, there are many ways to deal with it. You can put it aside. You can give benefits. You can invest in improving their lives, and make them feel that they are better under our rule than in the Empire, and they will naturally turn to us. It doesn't cost a single soldier. It just requires time and money, Zhang Tuohai said calmly. It's a pity that what we lack most now is time. The news of Longya's return has spread. Everyone is waiting and watching, wanting to see how you do it. If an Iron Man stops us, we will give up. If you don't care, then everyone will no longer be afraid of us, and they will secretly collude with the Empire and betray you in exchange for a chance to survive. Aren't they afraid of dragons? Aren't they afraid of my revenge? Moriel asked. That's the crux of the problem. If a timing can stop you, what else do they have to be afraid of? So, it's not that we are cruel. It's that the Ironborn appear where they shouldn't, Zhang Tuohai said. The iron-blooded power is still a loose federation that seems to be in harmony but is inseparable from each other. It depends on your choice, Zhang Tuohai said. I see. Moriel clutched Alduin's scales with both hands. I blame you for blocking my way. Alduin, kill them, Moriel yelled. Alduin, who had been depressed for several days, received the order, roared, and dived down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking at the dragon rushing down, the Iron Men formed a phalanx and raised their spears, while throwing spears at Alduin. This is the phalanx they rely on for survival. They even use this phalanx to defeat Imperial infantry. However, this hedgehog-like phalanx has no effect at all in front of Alduin. Alduin rushed down, opened his big mouth, and spit out a stream of dragon flames from one end of the phalanx to the end of the phalanx. The entire phalanx turned into coke. Destroy everything, Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Moriel controlled Alduin to rampage across the Ironborn Island, turning the entire island into a flaming purgatory, carrying the flag of time and Tao. Zhang Tuohai and Moriel flew to the nearby Coral Island. This is what happens when you resist. Moriel planted the Ironborn flag upside down in the dirt. Surrender or die. Moriel raised her voice. The governor of Coral Island and his officials looked at each other and knelt down to express their submission. With the news that Ironborn Island had been destroyed, Moriel's next trip to gather the original forces of Dragon Cliff was extremely smooth. Almost everywhere you go, you can see local governors offering their loyalty. It was a bit smoother than before. Sometimes blood is given to prevent more blood being given, Zhang Tuohai said in Moriel's ear. Moriel thought about it, and it was indeed the case. What should we do next? All city-states have been recovered, Moriel said. No, there is another place, Zhang Tuohai said. Where? Moriel wondered. Dragon Cliff. However, that place has been destroyed by the Empire, and it has become a ruin, Moriel said. Even if there are ruins there, they are still Longya. If you want to inherit the name of Longya, Longya must be occupied again, Zhang Tuohai said. I understand. Moriel nodded. The white bird turned and headed straight for Dragon Cliff. Longya is an island with a rather peculiar shape. The center and east of the island are plains with vegetation, water sources and beaches. In the west of the island is a towering, almost vertical cliff. There are caves of various sizes on the cliff. When Moriel's ancestors came here and built a city, those giant dragons were tamed in the caves on the cliffs, because the cliff is full of dragon nests. This cliff is also called Dragon Cliff, which gradually became the name of the island and the power. After the Empire captured Longya, Longya City was burned to the ground, and the residents on the island were sold into slavery, leaving the island completely desolate. Looking at the ruins of the city below from high in the air, Muriel felt a sense of sadness filling her heart. This is where I grew up. I still remember there was a pond there, and I accidentally fell into it while rowing. There was a rockery there, and I liked to hide there the most. The grapes near the cliff were the most delicious, and I often take a nap over there. Looking at the familiar places, Muriel felt that scenes from her childhood were back before her eyes. Suddenly, Muriel paused. No, there is someone on this island. Where did you see it? Zhang Tuohai asked. There is a newly built house over there, obviously in the Empire style. It was definitely built later because my family hates Empire style things. When they were there, they would never allow such a building to appear. Chapter 1178 Dragon's Tomb. A new building in the Empire? Do you know where it was originally? Zhang Tuohai asked. If I remember correctly, it should be near the Dragon Tomb, where the bones of dead dragons are buried, Muriel said. The tomb of the dragon skeleton? Go over and have a look. Zhang Tuohai felt that this house must not be simple, and there might be something fishy in it. Alduin slowly landed on the ground. Zhang Tuohai and Muriel came to the house. This is a two-story villa. The appearance of a villa in this ruin is indeed a very strange thing. It is difficult for people not to think of something. Boom! Zhang Tuohai kicked the door open. Inside the door is a living room, where several guards are leaning on chairs and dozing off. Hearing the knock on the door, he opened his eyes drowsily. A guard rubbed his eyes and said, Today is not the time to deliver supplies. Why is it so early? When he saw Zhang Tuohai's face clearly, he was shocked and quickly touched the musket at hand. However, Zhang Tuohai was faster than him. The moment he kicked him away, he pulled out the rapier at his waist. The stabbing sword instantly penetrated the throat of a guard. The guard clutched his throat and fell to the ground, unable to even make a sound. Then, Zhang Tuohai continued to thrust out, withdraw, thrust out, and withdraw with the speed of human beings. There are no fancy sword moves, just the simplest straight thrust. 2 seconds later, all the guards in the room fell to the ground clutching their necks. Only one guard was choked by Zhang Tuohai. What are you guarding here? We don't know either. A group of bachelors are researching inside. They don't look down on us at all. They won't tell us anything they find. We just follow orders and guard here. We don't know anything else, the guard said hurriedly. Where are they? Zhang Tuohai asked. In the basement. Just go in through that door. The guard pointed to the wooden door not far away and said, Crack. Zhang Tuohai pinched the guard's neck. It would be nice if you could answer the question without thinking about reaching for the gun. Zhang Tuohai threw the body to the ground, walked straight to the wooden door, and pulled the handle. Perhaps he did not expect that the ruined island would be invaded. So the door here was not protected at all, and there was not even a lock on the door. Zhang Tuohai just pulled it gently and opened the door. What appears behind the door is a long and deep staircase. This staircase leads to the dragon's tomb. Because I have been here, I remember it very clearly. They didn't even change it. They just added a house on top to cover the entrance, Muriel said. A group of palace scholars are studying in the dragon's tomb. What else are they studying? Could they be tinkering with the undead bone dragon? Zhang Tuohai quietly walked down the stairs. Muriel followed closely. But Alduin was left outside because he was too big. The stairs are deep and long. But fortunately, there are many lanterns hung along the way, which provides a lot of light. The two of them went straight down the stairs. After walking down for about 200 meters, the front suddenly became clear. What appeared in front of the two people was a large and vast space, with columns supporting this huge underground space. The graves here are as far as the eye can see. All are huge sarcophagi. However, now these stone halls have been opened, and huge bones have been taken out and stacked together, with small bones scattered everywhere. Palace bachelors in gorgeous robes were walking around, busy doing something nervously. In the center is a huge altar with countless dragon bones stacked on it. I don't know what it is for. They are blaspheming, Muriel said angrily. Then punish them with justice. Zhang Tuo let out a devil's roar, switched to pyroblast mode, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. A series of fireballs hit the palace bachelors. Many palace bachelors were unprepared. Before they understood what was going on, they were hit by the fireball, and then half of their bodies were shattered. Bang bang bang. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger one after another, and each of the palace bachelors was beaten into pieces. with flesh and blood flying everywhere. After the gunfire rang out, the palace bachelors looked for cover. Their huge numerical advantage helped them by enough time. Relying on the delay of the slow-moving palace bachelors, they found a bunker they thought was suitable. There are only 2 intruders, and there are many of us. As long as we fight back together, we will be able to kill the intruders. A court bachelor poked his head out of the bunker, looked out and shouted. Boom! The next second, the palace bachelor's head was shattered by a bullet. You talkative guy. Zhang Tuohai was a little dissatisfied. However, the words of the court bachelor reminded others. When they discovered that there were indeed only 2 intruders, they became bolder and opened their own forbidden books to use their own spells. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. 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 Waves of strange magic greeted Zhang Tuohai. At the beginning, it was relatively normal fireballs, ice arrows, acid missiles, chain lightning, etc. But the subsequent spells gradually became distorted. Zhang Tuohai can still understand the falling stone technique, spike technique, piranha summoning, and giant scallop summoning. But what happens when a piece of cake suddenly falls in front of him? What happens if another husky charges up? What if the husky ate the cake and died suddenly on the spot? Zhang Tuohai looked familiar at these tricks. Then he remembered. Wasn't this the skill he had used in the demon fortress before? The world stone says that these skills are not compatible with this world, so they cannot be brought in. But what's going on? Zhang Tuohai called out the behind-the-scenes operation. However, now he also has a way to break the situation. He took out devil bombs one after another in his hands, and threw them towards the bunker where the palace bachelors were hiding. What cover can be found here? It's just a stone coffin. These coffins could barely block horizontal bullets, but they were powerless against airburst bombs. Under the impact of the shock waves of the airburst demon bombs, the chests of each bachelor were squeezed out. Blood and broken corpses were scattered everywhere. After throwing out a round of demon bombs, Zhang Tuohai directly summoned the Viking spirit. A huge Viking ship rushed into the tomb. 20 Viking heroes rushed off the ship and attacked the palace bachelors hiding in the bunker. Although the palace bachelors who survived were all caught twice, they were still picked out and killed one by one under the fierce and fearless attack of the Viking heroes. Chapter 1179 Ambush of the Royal Navy. It has to be said that although the individual abilities of the court bachelor are not very good, and they are limited by only one skill, there will be shortcomings in various aspects. However, when the palace bachelor appears on a large scale, and the various abilities are brought together, it is still possible. Very scary. In particular, various abilities complement each other's strengths, producing the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. For a moment, Zhang Tuohai was a little overwhelmed. However, under the impact of the Viking heroes, who were not afraid of death, these palace bachelors, who had not received special group combat training, were quickly defeated one by one and turned into corpses on the ground. As the Viking heroes continue to advance, the resistance of the court bachelors gradually decreases. After Zhang Tuohai replaced the Viking heroes in 3 batches, he finally pushed the battle line to the innermost position. Zhang Tuohai deliberately left the Viking heroes with 3 court bachelors. Tell me your purpose here. Zhang Tuohai grabbed a bachelor's collar and said, I won't tell you even if I die. The palace bachelor was very stubborn and scratched his neck. Really? Then I'll let you have your wish. Zhang Tuohai directly broke the opponent's neck with one hand. Then, it's you next. Zhang Tuohai threw down the body and turned to the next bachelor. I said, we are conducting potion experiments. The bachelor's bones were obviously not that hard, and he said quickly. What test? Zhang Tuohai asked. Aphrodisiac. His Majesty the Emperor has been childless for many years. According to the palace bachelor, it is necessary to use dragon bones as medicine to regain his glory. Therefore, we have been experimenting here. The bachelor said quickly. Do you think I will believe such nonsense? Zhang Tuohai used one hand to break the neck of the palace bachelor. So, it's you now? What do you have to say to me? Zhang Tuohai grabbed the last bachelor. It's true. It's really an aphrodisiac. His Majesty the Emperor has been childless for many years, and the entire inland sea area knows about it. It's not a secret at all. Anyone who asks around will know it. We are really studying an aphrodisiac, the palace bachelor said. Is that so? Zhang Tuohai nodded. When will the next supply be? 2 days later. The court bachelor didn't know why Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked an unrelated question, so he answered subconsciously. Then it's useless for you. Zhang Tuohai directly broke the neck of the last palace bachelor. You just heard that the Emperor of the Empire will definitely take advantage of these skeletons again for the sake of his heirs. Therefore, the best way is to completely destroy them. As long as the skeletons no longer exist, they will have no motivation. We are facing the pressure will be less, Zhang Tuohai said. Okay. Moriel also knew that staying here would definitely be trouble, so destroying it was the best way. How to deal with it? Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge pit and borrowed the power of the phoenix fire to burn all the corpses and bones into ashes. Then he asked the pirates to come over and help him transport the ashes and scatter them into the sea. What surprised Zhang Tuohai was that the phoenix fire burned all the dragon's bones. But the forbidden books were still well preserved, and even became brand new because the dirt was burned away. Some even shimmered with metallic light. This banned book is interesting. Zhang Tuohai discovered that this book was definitely not as simple as it seemed now. He found pirates and moved all the forbidden books to his room, planning to take some time to conduct experiments to see if he could discover the secrets hidden inside. After removing the banned books, Zhang Tuohai and Moriel closed the door to the tomb, but rejected Moriel's suggestion to destroy the house. Keep it for now. There will be a supply ship from the Empire in 2 days. After ambushing this ship, we will destroy this place, Zhang Tuohai said. Okay, I understand. Moriel nodded and agreed to Zhang Tuohai's arrangement. After returning to the ship, Zhang Tuohai made arrangements. The white bird left Longya port and hid behind the cliff, and he himself stood with his people on the top of Longya mountain, looking into the distance. 2 days passed, and at noon on the 3rd day, a large number of sails were seen on the distant sea level, and a huge fleet sailed from a distance. How many ships are these? There are at least 20. Right. We only have 1 ship. Can we not defeat it? Looking at the connected sails, Moriel felt a little weak. Don't worry. Most of them are cargo ships, and the draft is very shallow. They should be empty ships. It seems that they are here to transport the keel away. They probably discovered that the surrounding islands have changed their behavior, and they are afraid that the incident on Longya will be discovered. Then get ready to move things away. Zhang Tuohai said. There are several battleships, and there are also battleships. Can we really defeat them? Looking at the giant battleship that looked like a hill, Moriel was still a little uneasy. It doesn't matter. It's just a few battleships. No matter how powerful the battleship is, no matter how large the caliber of the cannon is, it can only shoot flatly. As long as Alduin maintains a good height and does not send it towards the muzzle of the cannon, there will be no problem. Zhang Tuohai said calmly. This is your battle to become famous. Zhang Tuohai patted Moriel on the shoulder. Although those forces changed their flags, they were just under pressure. If you can't win a big victory and defeat the Royal Navy, some other thoughts will arise. Therefore, if you want to stabilize these losers, you still have to rely on strength as a backing. Today is just the beginning. If you don't dare to sell at this step, you should just stay on the ship and be a gold medal. Canary. I understand. Moriel nodded, climbed onto Alduin's back, and stared at the sailboat in the distance. The ships were getting closer and closer, and the formation of ships could already be seen clearly with the naked eye. 2 battleships, 6 cruisers, 20 transport ships, and 2 clipper ships. The lobster soldiers that can be seen are at least 6 infantry squadrons, and the court bachelors have at least 4 on each ship. This time the Royal Navy is under after a lot of effort. If this fleet can be killed in an organic form, the Royal Navy's power in Xia Yahai will be greatly reduced, and Longya's restoration will be smoother. Zhang Tuohai looked at the approaching fleet and analyzed the situation. When the sailboat was about to arrive at the island, Moriel looked at the flag of the Royal Navy flying on the bow and the lobster soldiers on the deck, and her eyes were almost on fire. It was these guys who drove me out of my home back then. Today, I can finally take revenge. Alduin, let's go. Today we will teach these damn lobster soldiers a lesson and tell them that Dragon Cliff is not destroyed. Roar. Alduin let out a thunderous roar, spread his wings, and soared from the Dragon Cliff, just like his ancestors. Chapter 1180. The fleet is destroyed. Roar. Alduin roared loudly and charged towards the Royal Navy fleet. What's the sound? The busy sailors on the ship raised their heads curiously, and then saw the giant dragon hovering in the sky, and couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. You know, the last time the Royal Navy took action, it took advantage of the death of the last dragon in Longya. Therefore, no one in the Royal Navy fleet has actually fought against the dragon. Many people have only seen the bones of giant dragons at most. Now that I saw a giant dragon that could really fly, I was so shocked that I was speechless. The captain who led the team even frowned. No one has combat experience, so they can only rely on themselves to explore everything. The musketeers gather on the deck. The court bachelor prepares, and the spearmen form a spear phalanx to prevent the dragon from landing on the deck. Under the captain's order, the lobster soldiers took action. As an invincible army across the 7 seas, the lobster soldiers showed their due qualities. Although they faced a dragon that they had never seen before, they still overcame their inner fear, formed their formation, and prepared to fight the dragon. Courage is admirable, but stupid, Zhang Tuohai said calmly as he looked at the lobster soldiers. Alduin, charge! Moriel shouted, clutching Alduin's scales. Roar! Alduin roared angrily, leaned over and rushed towards a cruiser. Fire! The captain saw the dragon rushing down and quickly issued an order. Bang, bang, bang. The musketeers, who had completed their formation, pulled the triggers on the giant dragon. A series of lead bullets were fired at Alduin intensively. However, Alduin's scales were very thick, and the lead bullets hitting Alduin's scales were like raindrops hitting the glass, without causing any damage to the scales at all. Roar! Alduin was angry, although it didn't care about these attacks. Those lead bullets were as annoying as flies to it. Alduin opened his mouth, spit out flames, and then flew from the bow to the stern of the ship. The entire cruiser was ablaze, from the bow to the poop, from the sails to the deck. Fires were burning everywhere. The lobster soldiers on the deck also ignited fire. Everyone struggled and shouted and jumped into the sea. However, the battleship had lost the ability to continue sailing and could only stop quietly at sea, waiting for the flames to completely destroy it. Engulf. Seeing that she had succeeded in one attack, Moriel became excited and controlled Alduin to attack the next ship again. Call. Violent dragon flames ignited the second cruiser. Then came the third and fourth ships. Under Alduin's dives again and again, Moriel became more confident and even began to enjoy this feeling. Is this the crushing brought about by absolute power? Back then, if there was even one dragon in Longya, it would never be what it is today. I want to avenge my ancestors. Die all you scumbags. Moriel controlled Alduin to dive again and again, turning each battleship into a burning inferno. The 6 cruisers were turned into burning coffins first, followed by the 2 sailing battleships. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the 2 clipper ships wanted to escape, but they were discovered by Moriel, who controlled Alduin to chase after them and killed the 2 clipper ships first. The 20 cargo ships were in a mess on the sea, and Moriel controlled Alduin to hunt in circles. One by one, they started burning from outside. If any ship wants to escape, set the other ship on fire first. In the end, they even only lit the opponent's sail, making the other party feel the despair of the ship being swallowed up by the fire bit by bit. Come on! Moriel controlled Alduin to dive again, but this time, he did not spit out dragon fire. Alduin just swooped over the battleship, but did not attack the battleship. What's going on? Why don't you attack? Moriel asked Alduin loudly. Well, it no longer has flames to spit out. Even if it is a giant dragon, the amount of flames it can spit out every day is limited. Just like a human being, no matter how talented he is, the number of times is limited. You can't force it, otherwise you will only be squeezed dry, Zhang Tuohai said to Moriel. However, there are still some ships that have not been attacked. They will run away. Moriel looked at the remaining merchant ships below with some reluctance. It doesn't matter. There are just some merchant ships left. We can use other methods, Zhang Tuohai said, summoning the Coconut Ghost ship. Destroy those cargo ships. Zhang Tuohai issued the order. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery on the Coconut Ghost ship roared, and exploding bombs roared and smashed into the cargo ships. Under Alduin's repeated attacks, the people on the merchant ships were frightened. Some got into the cabin for fear of being attacked, while others jumped into the sea long ago. There were few people on deck, so it was almost impossible to mount any effective response to the Coconut's attack. One after another, the explosive shells directly smashed through the ship's planks, shot into the cabin, and opened large holes in the side of the ship. Sea water poured into the hull crazily, and the cargo ship slowly sank. Watching those warships slowly sinking into the water, Moriel felt her heart suffocating. All the grievances she had suffered during so many years of wandering were vomited out at this moment. She can finally return to Longya. Don't be too happy or too arrogant. The war with the Empire has just begun, Zhang Tuohai said. It doesn't matter. The Empire is nothing to be afraid of. It just has more ships. As long as Alduin is there, as many ships as they come will be destroyed. As long as you give me enough time. I can push it all the way to the capital of the Empire and sit on it. The throne of the Emperor. Moriel, who had just wiped out an Imperial Royal Navy fleet, was obviously a little distracted. Ha ha. Just rely on one dragon to destroy the Empire? Do you think too highly of yourself? Or do you think your ancestors are all fools? If the Empire is really so easy to destroy, then how come your ancestors only maintain a loose alliance of city-states instead of a direct attack on Huanglong pushed the Empire? Your ancestors had more than just 1 or 2 dragons. Why didn't they do this? Haven't you thought about the hidden meaning in this? Also, Alduin's continuous combat capability is so strong. He will be unable to deal with less than 30 warships at a time. What if he encounters 50 or 100 warships? How should you fight? Besides, you don't think that you are invincible if you can resist the muskets, do you? What if the Empire develops new weapons and equipment? For example, strengthened muskets, or even artillery that can shoot into the sky. How will you resist them? Zhang Tuohai's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Moriel's head, which made her sober up a lot. Then what should we do? Moriel took Zhang Tuohai's arm and asked. Don't worry. Proceed slowly according to my plan. Chapter 1181 Mysterious Island. Don't worry. Since I said that I can restore you to the glory of your ancestors, I will definitely make Longya stand on this land again. Zhang Tuohai said with his arms around Moriel's waist. What should we do? Moriel hugged Zhang Tuohai's arm. The first step is to find a place to occupy the hill. Then build warships, train the army, organize forces, and wait for the Empire's counterattack. After you use your true strength to eliminate the Empire's counterattack, you can basically trust the local strength. I believe that you can stand firm here, and then I will be willing to follow you from the bottom of my heart. By then, you will be the master of this area. Then you will clean up the ruins and rebuild Dragon Cliff. Zhang Tuohai said. That will take a long time. Moriel sighed. There is no way. After all, the Empire is too powerful, and everyone is used to living under the rule of the Empire. It is not that easy to break through the rule of the Empire. Zhang Tuohai said. Furthermore, I just briefly talked about the process. Maybe the Empire's counterattack is not once, but 2, 3, or even more. Therefore, we must be prepared for long-term operations. Okay, where should we organize our forces now? Moriel asked. Don't worry. The Empire's power is not so easy to gather. When the news is sent back, it will take at least a month for the Empire to react. It is time to gather strength and organize troops. Taking advantage of this time, we can go and collect the map first. The treasure on the mountain has been dug up. After all, organizing an army requires the support of money. Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the cross on the chart. Coming from modern times, he knows very well that when fighting a war, you fight for logistics, and you fight for money and food. Who will follow you if you don't have money or food? Well, the distance is not close. If you want to get there, you have to hurry up. Moriel glanced at the chart and said, The White Bird departs. Zhang Tuohai returned to the White Bird, raised the sails, turned the ship's bow, and drove quickly towards the direction marked on the chart. Because of Alduin, Zhang Tuohai is no longer afraid of the Imperial Navy's small fleet. On the contrary, the Imperial Navy should be afraid of meeting him at this time. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai's White Bird sailed openly on the road without any intention of avoiding any taboos. Even Alduin was lying on the deck to bask in the sun openly. Zhang Tuohai wanted to let the passing ships spread the news Longya was back. As for the Imperial cruisers encountered along the way patrolling the territory, once discovered, Alduin was asked to burn them without any leeway. These are all future opponents. If you can take the opportunity to eliminate some of them, that's just one part. For a time, Longya returned, and news of a head-on battle with the Empire spread in Xiaoyahai. Some people who were dissatisfied with the Empire took notice. Many horse bandits and pirates were ready to take action after getting the news. The governors of various cities gathered their troops and strengthened their alert. For a time, the whole Xiaoyahai was in a state of trembling, as if a storm was about to come. As for Zhang Tuohai, the initiator of all this, he was driving the White Bird rapidly towards the place marked on the map. After 7 days and 7 nights of sailing, the White Bird finally arrived at the location marked on the map. There is nothing here. Are you going the wrong way? Moriel looked into the distance. Surrounded by the vast sea with rough waves, and no trace of land could be seen. It can't be wrong. Zhang Tuohai was very confident in his driving skills. He could steer the ship on the right path with his eyes closed. He was certain that this was definitely where it was marked on the chart. And it was definitely correct. Is it underwater? Is it a sunken ship or something? If it is a sunken ship, how will it be salvaged? Moriel continued to speculate. Probably not. Zhang Tuohai asked someone to measure the depth of the nearby seawater. The water depth in this area exceeded 200 meters. This was no longer a place that could be reached by diving with bare hands. The place marked by the system should not be the kind of place that goes beyond the scope of normal human beings. There must be a way to get there. Don't worry. Stop here first and observe for a while, Zhang Tuohai said. The white bird stopped on the sea. And Zhang Tuohai also carefully observed the chart, trying to find relevant clues from the chart. After carefully reading the chart several times, Zhang Tuohai saw a sentence that had been erased on the chart. When the full moon rises, a black furnace will appear in the world. This sentence was written on the chart with charcoal, but it was erased again, leaving only shallow traces. Is this the mystery of this place? The full moon is rising? Then, Zhang Tuohai looked out the window. At this time, a huge moon slowly rose from the sea level, and its cool moonlight shone on the sea. Along with the moon rising, there is also a black silhouette. Could that be what's marked on the chart? Go over and have a look. Zhang Tuohai immediately rushed to the slipway and drove the white bird in the direction of the moon. Not long after, Zhang Tuohai saw a black island appearing in front of him. The island was full of seawater, as if it had just emerged from the water. The water vapor on the island was steaming and smoke was swirling, and it seemed that the temperature was not low. It should be right here. Zhang Tuohai had a guess in his mind. So he moved the white bird closer and followed the rope ladder to the black island. Stab! As soon as Zhang Tuohai landed on the island, there was a harsh sound under his feet and a burning smell. Zhang Tuohai looked down and found that the boots under his feet had been burned by the hot ground, simply because he had fused with the phoenix and had full fire resistance. His body did not suffer any damage. This place is really interesting. You don't want to come down. Zhang Tuohai stopped the Unsullied, who wanted to follow. There's something weird about this place. I'll come and see for myself. Zhang Tuohai threw away his boots that had been burned off and walked onto the island. The temperature of the island is very high, and there is mist formed by the steaming seawater everywhere. But Zhang Tuohai only feels slightly hot when walking on it, and there is no discomfort. The island is full of black obsidian. The edges of these stones are sharp and sharp, like steel knives. Even if a normal person wears shoes, his legs will be cut to pieces when walking on them. But after Zhang Tuohai's fusion of Phoenix, his physical fitness has reached its limit, and coupled with the blessings of physical fitness, endurance and other specialties, it has reached an inhuman state. Therefore, these sharp obsidian did not cause any trouble to Zhang Tuohai. When Zhang Tuohai walked on them, he felt like he was walking on a cobblestone path that massaged his feet. Chapter 1182 Summoning the Hydra Guards. Zhang Tuohai stepped on the hot obsidian and walked towards the center of the island. In the center of the island is an obsidian mountain peak with billowing white steam, and there seems to be a faint red light shining through the steam. Is there something there? Zhang Tuohai climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. The road leading to the top of the mountain is full of sharp obsidian, crisscrossing like sharp knives and swords, and densely packed like a mountain of knives. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to move in such an environment. If you just take a few steps, you would be covered in bruises. But Zhang Tuohai was different. His skin was much harder than the sharpness of obsidian. To him, these obstacles were no different than a massage. Holding on to the sharp obsidian, Zhang Tuohai climbed all the way up. The higher he climbed, the more Zhang Tuohai felt the temperature rising. When he reached the top of the mountain, it was already a heat wave, and big beads of sweat fell on him. There was a tinkling sound on the obsidian, and then it was evaporated into water vapor in an instant. A red light shines ahead. Zhang Tuohai looked toward the flashing red light. It was a huge furnace, filled with hot magma and scorching flames. Before he got close, he felt a rolling heat wave coming, and all the water in the air was evaporated. The dry, hot air seemed ready to burst into flames at any moment. The clothes on Zhang Tuohai's body began to smell burnt. Small flames appeared from time to time, and the fiber clothes began to spontaneously ignite. What is this place? The entrance to hell? Zhang Tuohai looked around and walked towards the furnace. Congratulations on discovering the Forbidden Book Furnace. A superworldly strange object. Forbidden Books Furnace. You can put multiple ordinary forbidden books into it to obtain higher level forbidden books. The more you invest, the greater the success rate of synthesizing high-level forbidden books, and the higher the level of the forbidden books. Occurrence time, full moon night. This thing is interesting. Zhang Tuohai happened to have a large number of forbidden books in his hand. most of which were obtained from the court bachelors in the Dragon Cemetery. And some were obtained from the court bachelors of various city-states and the Royal Navy fleet. These forbidden books are useless. Each forbidden book records a kind of extraordinary ability. But if you want to say that it is useful, every extraordinary ability is really useless. At least most of the banned books in Zhang Tuohai's hands are not as useful as artillery. Even if there are a few powerful ones, they are not as powerful as Alduin. Generally speaking, if you can't do something high, you can't do something low. For Zhang Tuohai, it is a useless existence. In most cases, he can only throw the bottom tank as ballast. Now that we have this furnace, we have a chance to smelt. If we can get a good forbidden book, it is better than being a ballast stone. Zhang Tuohai immediately ran back, borrowed the space ring from Elizabeth, packed up all the forbidden books, and returned to the furnace. Zhang Tuohai directly threw all the thousands of banned books into the furnace. The flames in the furnace instantly grew stronger, and the forbidden books that were impervious to water and fire slowly melted under the flames of the furnace. Zhang Tuohai squatted next to the furnace and waited. The flames in the furnace continued to lick the forbidden books one after another, turning them into liquid. I don't know how long it took, but the flames in the furnace gradually turned from red to golden, and a forbidden book was slowly taking shape. Stab! With a muffled sound, a forbidden book fell out of the furnace. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly picked up the forbidden book from the ground. The temperature on the book was so high that the surface changed from rusty bronze to pure silver, and the silver pages inside also turned into pure gold. A line of game prompts popped up. Advanced forbidden book. Summon Hydra guards. Summon Hydra guard. Summon a Hydra as a guard to protect the safety of the surrounding area. Lasting 1 hour. Advanced forbidden book? It looks so advanced. Hydra looks very powerful. Can you find a place to test it? Zhang Tuohai picked up the forbidden book and was about to test it. At this moment, the island beneath his feet shook. Zhang Tuohai was caught off guard and almost lost his balance. Boom! Along with the roar, the island began to sink. This island is sinking! Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly ran back to the ship. At this time, the obsidian island finally sank into the deep sea and disappeared among the waves. Zhang Tuohai looked up, and the moon had already set in the west, and the sky was white. Sure enough, it can only appear on a full moon night. Zhang Tuohai stood on the slipway and looked at the calm sea. The Royal Navy must be driven out of this area. This was Zhang Tuohai's second thought. This thing has a great effect on Zhang Tuohai, and the same goes for the Royal Navy. If the Royal Navy is allowed to obtain this thing, with its huge stock of banned books, even if it is a small amount, it can collect basically powerful banned books, and then it will be in trouble. Therefore, the Royal Navy must be driven out of this area. The Royal Navy must not discover this place. Otherwise, its advantage will be weakened. How to get the Royal Navy out of here quickly? Zhang Tuohai had an idea. Turn the ship! The steering wheel in Zhang Tuohai's hand spun, and the white bird made a 180-degree turn on the sea, heading rapidly in the direction it came from. Where are we going? Moriel asked. Go to Port Royal, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Port Royal? That is the core port of the Royal Navy in the Chara Sea. It is the backbone of the Royal Navy here, and the anchorage of the 7th Fleet, Moriel said in shock. It is precisely because of this that we have to destroy this place, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Only when the Royal Navy is hurt will they gather together and be eaten by us in one bite. If they are allowed to be scattered throughout the S for the entire Xia Yahai, it will be difficult for one of our ships to annihilate their main force. And even if we want to do it, it will take too much time. So I am ready to go straight to Huanglong. Is it really possible? Moriel asked. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, it'll be fine. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai controlled the rope and pulled up the sail. The White Bird's speed reached its maximum speed and headed rapidly towards Port Royal. Port Royal is located on Gem Island, which is fertile and rich in minerals, especially gemstones. The largest jewel in the King's Crown was produced here because of its rich resources, good hydrological conditions, and the fact that it guards the transportation artery of Xia Yahai. This place has naturally become the core of the Empire's rule in Xia Yahai and the anchorage of the 7th Fleet. There are many masts in the entire military port, and they are as dense as a forest. A huge barracks was built on the shore, and an elite regiment was stationed here for a long time. The Empire's most advanced large-caliber artillery is installed in the fort high on the mountain, which is enough to show how much the Empire attaches importance to this place. Chapter 1183 Destruction of the 7th Fleet. Ronald is a guard in Port Royal. His favorite thing is to lean on the fort and enjoy the sea breeze, drink beer, and eat fried fish. Although boring, it can be regarded as leisurely and comfortable. Originally, he thought that life would continue to be carefree until he finished his service, and then rely on his family connections to find a job in the training camp, and just hang out like this. It is a pity that this beautiful day was broken a week ago. The governor suddenly issued an order, and Port Royal entered a state of martial law. Not only did it strictly restrict the people entering the port, impose a curfew, but also cut off the alcohol ration for all soldiers. Not the rum or the beer. Not even the grape juice. The reason is that someone is planning to attack Port Royal. It is now in a state of war, and everyone is prohibited from drinking until martial law is lifted. On the day the order was issued, gendarmes wearing white hats removed all the stored wine from the fort, saying that it was being sealed for storage. But in fact, that night, this batch of wine flowed into the black market. Why does Ronald know so clearly? Because when he secretly went to the black market to buy wine, he discovered that the wine he bought for 3 times the usual price was actually the same batch that was confiscated by the military police. The stains on the bottles were exactly the same, and the name tags were not even torn off. Ronald suspected that this was just an excuse for the military police to make a fortune. These damn insects! Wait until I finish my service! Ronald took a big sip of rum and angrily thought about how to retaliate against the military police. As for someone attacking Port Royal or something, he didn't take it to heart at all. The Empire has conquered Xia Yahai for more than 10 years. And now the locals have basically surrendered. And the period of crisis has long passed. Besides, where is Port Royal? This is the core area of the Empire's rule in Xia Yahai. There is also an elite infantry regiment stationed on land at the anchorage, where the 7th Fleet is stationed. Who wouldn't think of attacking this place? Even if Xia Yahai was attacked, the group of natives would start from the fringe areas ruled by the Empire. Not here. A bunch of cowards who only want to make money. Ronald drank all the wine in the bottle, staggered to the edge of the fort, and prepared to throw the bottle down. As soon as he reached the edge of the fort, he saw a sailboat approaching slowly outside the port. Is there a sailing ship coming at this time? Is it a cargo ship belonging to the governor's relative? How much money can I make if I transport a ship of wine to the black market? Ronald thought wildly. He threw down the wine bottle in his hand and was about to leave when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a black shadow rising up from the ship. What is it? Dazzled? Ronald rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. I was shocked to find a huge black dragon flying from the ship. Under the cover of the glow, it suddenly flashed a bunch of huge wings and flew towards the fort. Wait! Dragon! Ronald sobered up immediately. Since he came to serve here, he has heard various legends about dragons. But that's all. He has never seen a real dragon. Not even bones. He always felt that dragons, and all that were made up by bards to deceive people. It's just a story to coax children. However, today, a dragon really appeared in front of him. He rubbed his eyes carefully to make sure he was not dreaming after drinking too much. The dragon really existed and was flying towards him. The dragon is coming! Ronald shouted, dropped his musket and ran away. He wanted to leave the fort. However, at this time, everything was too late. Alduin had already arrived near the fort. Call. The blazing dragon flame swept across the fort, igniting everything that could burn, including the gun mounts, powder barrels, and shell boxes. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. An orange-red mushroom cloud rose from the open-air fort, and the entire fort collapsed due to the huge explosion. Half of the fort rolled down the cliff along with rubble and corpses. The remaining parts were also caught in the raging fire. The people in the city were stunned by the sudden explosion and looked in the direction of the fort in panic, not knowing what was happening. Roar! Alduin roared, flapped his wings and flew towards the military port. Dang dang dang. The alarm bell on the warship rang, and the sailors stationed on the ship came out of the cabin. But when they saw the giant dragon flying in the sky, they were all dumbfounded. They are the elite Imperial Navy, well-trained, and can fight even if they face several times more enemies. However, that is only if it can hurt the other party. Who will tell them now how to fight the dragon? They have never received such training, and there have never been dragons among their enemy targets. Musketeers, prepare! The captain issued the order bravely. The musketeers began to line up. But by this time, Alduin had already charged down. Call! A long line of dragon flames burned from the bow to the stern, and the entire battleship was set on fire. The musketeers in the center of the dragon flames turned directly into charcoal, and those nearby also turned into barbecue, even if they had a chance to escape by diving in advance. The warship has been burned and it will be difficult for sailors like them to exert their strength in a short time. Call! 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 Under Zhang Tuohai's guidance, Alduin only set fire to the outer 2 circles of warships and left. Its dragon breath is really limited, and it would be difficult to destroy the entire 7th Fleet ship. However, as long as these ships are trapped in the port with fire, Zhang Tuohai can handle the rest by himself. Zhang Tuohai summoned the Coconut Ghost ship. The Ghost ship is parked outside the military port and carries out coverage attacks on the warships parked inside. When Port Royal was originally designed, it considered how to respond when it was invaded by foreign enemies, and also specified many contingency plans. But unfortunately, the defensive fort on the top of the mountain was removed, and the fire that broke out in the port blocked the view of the warships parked in the port. In addition, the incident happened suddenly, and there were not enough manpower on the ship, so they almost had to stop where they were and passively be beaten. Let the Coconut stop in place and perform. Okay, output without interference. When the time for the Coconut's call came, the Coconut had completely sunk 6 battleships and damaged 8. A large number of ships blocked the waterway, completely turning Port Royal into a dead place and killing the Empire's 7th Fleet. Deadly sealed inside the port, Zhang Tuohai kept summoning the Coconut and fired round after round of artillery fire at Port Royal, turning the entire port into a sea of fire. When the sun set on the sea level, the entire port had turned red like the setting sun. The powerful 7th Fleet in Xia Yahai completely sank to the bottom of the sea and turned into a paradise for swimming fish. The ship has been destroyed. Now it's time to land. Zhang Tuohai put down the telescope in his hand. Chapter 1184 Pirate's Ambition. Are we going to log in now? Are there too few of us? Moriel asked worriedly. Zhang Tuohai has proven that he has a huge advantage in naval battles. But what about land battles? Port Royal is stationed with a legion of the Empire, more than 20,000 people, and is also equipped with artillery and cavalry directly under the legion. For many city-states, it is an army that can destroy the country. Just with the more than 30 pirates and 40 unsullied on board, can you really beat it? Moriel was worried. It doesn't matter. It's just a levy corps station overseas. If you don't dare to face them, I'm afraid you won't even have the courage to do anything when facing the elite standing corps of the Empire. Just use them to try the effect of the new skills. Zhang Tuohai controlled the White Bird and arrived at the port. The pirates put down the gangplank, and Zhang Tuohai followed the gangplank and stepped onto Port Royal. At this time, the streets in Port Royal were deserted, and the originally noisy streets became very deserted. It was as quiet as a ghost town. Just then the sound of leather boots came from the corner of the street. Da-da-da. A group of lobster soldiers came out from the corner, densely packed, blocking the street tightly. Schwa! Thousands of muskets were pointed at the crowd. Several artillerymen even launched several artillery pieces from behind and aimed them at everyone. At the same time, lobster soldiers also appeared from the houses on both sides, holding muskets and aiming at everyone. In the distance, the faint neighing of horses could be heard, as if cavalry were approaching. Seeing this formation, the pirates following Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel frightened, and their legs trembled. Although they had gained a lot of knowledge following Zhang Tuohai during this period, and had defeated many lobster soldiers of the Empire. They had previously sank the transport fleet sent by the Empire to Longya, and the 7th Fleet stationed in Port Royal. However, these were all done by Zhang Tuohai or Alduin. They were just spectators. In their hearts, they still regard themselves as ordinary pirates, and they have a natural sense of fear when facing the Imperial army. In addition, Alduin was tired, and without the dragon flame, they lost their biggest support. Alduin can be unafraid of muskets, but they can't. After a volley, Alduin could flap his wings and leave. But they might have to confess. Put down your weapons immediately and raise your hands to surrender. Otherwise, I will hang you on the mast and let the crows eat your corpses. The commander of an Imperial infantry regiment, wearing a big 3-cornered hat, shouted loudly. Brush! The lobster soldiers behind him set up a standard 3-stage shooting array. The black muzzles of their guns were aimed at everyone. The triggers were already open. They could only give an order, and the guns fired. The lobster soldiers on the roof were also ready. The cuirassiers in the distance also drew their sabers and lined up to attack. Wow! There was an unusual sound behind Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai looked back and saw that a pirate had thrown his musket to the ground in panic. Zhang Tuohai frowned when he saw this and said coldly, Pick up your weapon and see how you look. Do you still look like a pirate? Prepare to fight. However, as soon as Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, several more pirates dropped their weapons. The remaining pirates also trembled. What do you mean? Surrender? Zhang Tuohai became angry when he saw the appearance of these pirates. Captain, we only have so many people. There are too many people on the other side. We are no match at all. Let's vote. Hand over the things you got. Maybe you can come out after a few years of hard labor. If you continue to resist, there is only death. One piece, the first mate said bravely. Zhang Tuohai was happy when he heard the first mate's words. Ha ha. I usually eat my food, drink my food, and take my money. I have never seen you so timid. Now you know how to be afraid? What have you done? You still want to use my things in exchange for your dog's life? You guys, is it worthy? Captain, although you also have some extraordinary abilities, they are all on the ship. Now that you are far away from the white bird in the sea, how much can you use your abilities? No matter how powerful you are, you could have thousands of. Are you a rival to the Royal Navy? It's better to surrender as soon as possible. If you perform well, you might even be able to become a privateer. The first mate continued. Oh, have you even thought of a way out? It seems that you have already made this plan? A sneer appeared on Zhang Tuohai's face. Pirates can't continue to be pirates after all. The only way is to sneak into the Royal Navy, said the first mate. It seems that you are determined to become the Royal Navy? You are really a group of ideal pirates. In this way, I will give you a chance. Now you can choose. If you choose to be the Royal Navy, you can leave now. But when it comes to fighting, don't blame my men for being ruthless. Zhang Tuohai looked at the many pirates below with a smile. The pirates looked at each other, then turned their attention to the first mate. Let's go! The first mate gritted his teeth, dropped the musket in his hand, raised his hands, and walked towards the lobster soldiers on the opposite side. Don't kill us! We are surrendering. And there is important information. The first mate shouted loudly as he walked away. The other pirates looked at each other, dropped their muskets, and followed the first mate towards the lobster soldiers on the opposite side. Seeing this look, the commander of the lobster soldiers showed contempt. It is indeed a ragtag group of pirates. Even the most powerful pirates will tremble in front of the muskets. The commander of the lobster soldiers snorted coldly and said loudly, If you want to prove your sincerity, then capture your captain too. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will all be hanged from the mast. The first mate paused when he heard this. He had seen how powerful Zhang Tuohai was. The former captain was killed with one move. His muskets were always on target. And he also had mysterious bombs, and oranges, and rum that could heal injuries. All these prove that Zhang Tuohai is still an ordinary pirate. At least an extraordinary person like a palace bachelor. If possible, he would never want to regard such a being as an enemy. However, if you don't do this, the guns of those lobster soldiers will beat you into a sieve in the next second. Compared with the black muzzle, Zhang Tuohai alone didn't seem so scary. He was now so far away from the white bird that the cable could not reach them. With so many people on his side, and the distance so close, it seems that he can directly capture the captain as long as he swarms up. Even losing a few people is no big deal. When the time comes, if you reveal your finances and secrets, you might be able to become a privateer. Thinking of this, the first mate's eyes lit up. Brothers, for the future, rush! Chapter 1185 Hydra. More than 30 pirates, led by the first mate, rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Of course, most of the pirates were thieves. They shouted loudly, raised their legs high, and ran away without even taking a step forward for a long time. Everyone has seen what Zhang Tuohai is capable of, and they also know that the first one to rush forward will definitely die. So they are all waiting for others to go up and die first, draining Zhang Tuohai's magic power. And then, they can go up and pick up what is ready. Even the first mate thought so. It doesn't matter if only 1 or 2 people think this way. Their plan might actually come true. But unfortunately, all pirates think so. This resulted in a very embarrassing scene. The pirates shouted loudly, but no one rushed forward. Everyone stayed where they were. The first mate led the way, waiting for the pirates behind to rush forward. However, after waiting for a while, no one came up. He slowly turned around, and was shocked to find that the pirates behind him were also following his example, all waiting for others to die so they could reap the benefits themselves. Fake! The first mate gritted his teeth. Pirates are pirates! We can't count on them at all. It seems we have to rely on our elite infantry. Everyone is aiming and preparing. No one is left behind. The commander of the lobster soldiers pulled out his saber and raised it high. The lobster soldiers put their index fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any time. The farce should end. Zhang Tuohai took out the advanced forbidden book, summoning Hydra guards, and injected huge magic power into it. Hiss! Along with a gust of cold wind, a huge hydra suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This hydra was several hundred meters long. Its body was thicker than a main battle tank, and each of its 9 heads was comparable to a small cruise ship. It was raised high and let out an earth-shattering roar. The huge body of Hydra not only crowded the street, but even squeezed the houses on both sides and collapsed, leaving the whole street in a mess. The pirates and lobster soldiers all looked at the sudden appearance of this behemoth, not knowing what to say. A question arose in everyone's mind. What is this? Quick! Quick! Kill this big guy! Shoot! Shoot! The lobster soldier commander picked up the hat that fell on the ground and shouted, waving the saber in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Although the lobster soldiers were extremely afraid of this sudden behemoth, years of training still made them subconsciously obey the order and pull the trigger. Rows of bullets shot into Hydra's body. These bullets may cause huge casualties to unarmored pirates, and may cause heavy losses to a cuirassier detachment. But for a 100-meter-long Hydra, it is almost like scratching an itch. These soft lead bullets deformed after hitting the scales, leaving not even a trace. This discovery made the lobster soldiers stunned. They relied on the muskets, artillery, and smallpox virus in their hands to travel across the 7 seas and occupy countless colonies. They have been taught the belief that there is no immortal enemy with a musket. However, today, they met. The muskets in their hands can't even penetrate the opponent's scales. How can they fight? All the lobster soldiers were at a loss. Those pirates were extremely regretful. Isn't it because they couldn't defeat so many lobster soldiers that they turned against them? If they had known that Zhang Tuohai had such a skill to beat the enemy, he wouldn't have turned against them even if they were killed. Many pirates are wondering how they can jump back to Zhang Tuohai's camp without being beaten to death. Quick! Use the artillery! The commander of the lobster soldiers was a superior after all, so he reacted faster and signaled the artillerymen to prepare to fire. But Hydra was already on the move. The huge body pressed down. The gun mount was crushed. The soldiers were crushed, and the muskets turned into fragments all over the ground. The huge body of the Hydra swam forward, and black blood mixed with mud flowed out from under it. The cuirassiers in the distance were even more frightened. The horses were restless, and their legs were trembling. This is a trained war horse. Ordinary pack horses would have been scared to their knees. Call. The Hydra opened its mouth, and a mouthful of flame spurted out. The rolling flames directly enveloped all the cuirassiers lined up on the street. After the flames dissipated, only the charred corpses and the rich smell of burning were left. This Hydra isn't bad. Seeing that Hydra effortlessly eliminated the rebel pirates and more than 1,000 lobster soldiers, and a group of cuirassiers blocking the way, Zhang Tuohai had a basic understanding of Hydra's capabilities. This is a snake-shaped Gundam. In this era of muzzleloaders, it is invincible. While it was still within the summoning time, Zhang Tuohai quickly controlled the Hydra to kill in the direction of the military camp. As long as the Legion in Port Royal is solved, Port Royal will be an undefended city, and he can make it round or flat as he pleases. After receiving Zhang Tuohai's order, Hydra twisted its body and turned its head in the direction of the military camp. The military camp is not far from Port Royal. The straight line distance is only 500 meters. At this time, the garrison's large troops were gathering in the camp, distributing ammunition and reorganizing their troops. Artillery pieces were also pushed out, and the commanders were busy training their men. Seeing the Hydra rushing towards them, the commanders were so frightened that they almost died. Fire! Fire quickly! An artillery commander shouted. Boom! 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 The artillerymen hurriedly lit the matches. One smoothbore cannon roared. However, due to being too hasty and barely aiming, many cannonballs missed the mark and flew out more than 10 meters away from Hydra. Of course, there were also some artillery pieces that were positioned just right, and a few explosive shells directly hit the Hydra. But after the explosive bomb exploded, there were only some cracks on the scales, not even skin injuries. However, these shells successfully angered Hydra. The Hydra's body suddenly jumped forward, crushing all the houses on the road, and rushed all the way to the outside of the military camp. Ho ho ho. The 9 heads of the Hydra opened its mouth and spit out blazing flames, which intensified and swept back and forth in the military camp. The lobster soldiers assembled in the military camp were engulfed in blazing flames before they even had time to shout. When the Hydra's survival time was up and it disappeared, the entire military camp area had turned into a white field. Not to mention the corpses. Even the houses were burned down by the flames, leaving only broken walls and ashes on the ground, without leaving any flesh and blood. It's really amazing. Zhang Tuohai walked on the hot ground of the military camp, assessing the damage caused by the Hydra. He came to a barrel. The barrel had been melted by the high temperature and twisted out of shape. This damage shouldn't be a problem against Imperial infantry. Zhang Tuohai knew what he was doing. Now that the 7th Fleet and the garrison have been eliminated, the next target is... Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction of the governor's palace. Chapter 1186 Massive Naval Guns. Without the fleet and garrisoned infantry, the entire Port Royal was like a durian with its outer shell peeled off, and could only be left to the mercy of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai once again mobilized the Unsullied from the ship to act as facades, and walked swaggering towards the governor's mansion. The journey was smooth and without any obstacles. When he arrived at the gate of the governor's mansion, Zhang Tuohai was stunned. He originally thought that what he saw would be a closed door, a number of shields, and the guards of the governor's mansion with live ammunition. But that's all. Instead, there was a girl holding flowers, a butler carrying a silver plate, and a governor standing respectfully. After seeing Zhang Tuohai and the neatly dressed Unsullied, the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes standing in the middle immediately came over and said, "Welcome, great conqueror. You have conquered this city. I am the local Governor Ivan. Please allow me to pay my respects." Governor Ivan said and waved his hand. And the butler carrying the silver plate left immediately. He came up and respectfully handed the silver plate in his hand to Zhang Tuohai. On the plate was a dish of salt and slices of bread. This is a symbol of surrender. A symbol of handing over the materials that the city depends on for survival. And everything in the future will be subject to the arrangements of the conqueror. "You can eat it." Zhang Tuohai was not interested in these. So he said to Moriel next to him, "Is this really okay?" Moriel's eyes sparkled. She dreams of conquering a city belonging to the Empire, as revenge for the Empire's destruction of Dragon Cliff. However, the more battles she went through, the clearer she became that it was too difficult to conquer the Empire with just one dragon of her own. Light durability is a big problem. If the Empire wants to deal with her, it can send a large number of manpower. If the consumption is not considered, Alduin can be killed by the consumption alone. Moreover, except for a giant dragon, she herself has no power. The Empire could even send out a few assassins to bypass the dragon and attack her directly. Once she died, Alduin would naturally have no evidence. Especially after Zhang Tuohai summoned Hydra just now. Hydra's powerful combat ability even surpassed Alduin, causing her to lose her last bit of pride. Without her and Alduin, Zhang Tuohai could still control the 7 seas. She even felt that Zhang Tuohai no longer needed her. She could only stay by Zhang Tuohai's side like a lover, in order to ensure Longya's safety. However, just now Zhang Tuohai actually asked her to taste the bread and salt, which symbolized conquest. What did this mean? Do you want Longya to expand to this place? This is a great achievement that the ancestors of previous generations did not complete. Thinking of this, Moriel's body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. "Nothing else. I'm just too lazy to do anything. You can do it for me. From now on, you can just handle these superficial matters. The jurisdiction here belongs to you, even if it is a subordinate city-state of Longya," Zhang Tuohai said calmly. He now has little interest in establishing political power and dividing the territories between different territories. No matter who has been the master of hundreds of worlds, he will not be interested in managing a few city-states. In Zhang Tuohai's eyes, this is no different from playing house. He was too lazy to do this. So he let Moriel step in to help manage and deal with trivial matters. He sat behind the scenes and controlled the overall situation. It was not a bad idea. Zhang Tuohai has no interest in these secular rights. But Moriel does. When Zhang Tuohai said this, her eyes sparkled. What is her dream? Isn't it just to rebuild Longya and let Longya regain its former glory? Taking Port Royal? Isn't this the first step? Moriel excitedly dipped the bread in the salt and ate it. This represented the acceptance of Port Royal's surrender. The governor of Port Royal was relieved when he saw this. If Moriel doesn't eat, Port Royal may be ushered in a bloody storm. Unknown to the people in the port area, the high-ranking officials and nobles of the Empire may have their heads cut off. Now, no matter what, my life is saved. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to kill all the Imperial officials. It's cool, but it's not conducive to future combat. Those Imperial officials who knew that surrender would mean death would inevitably lead the entire city to resist, which was a great disadvantage to him. Simply contain them temporarily to reduce the will of other Imperial officials to resist. As for whether these people are loyal and have any thoughts of rebellion, whether it is conducive to the stability of the future regime, what does that have to do with him? He just used the power of this regime to fight against the Empire. Fine, Mephisto. and then kill him. That's all. As long as he kills Mephisto, he can leave this world, and everything here will become a thing of the past, not worth caring about at all. Several parties had their own thoughts. Under the guidance of Governor Ivan, the group entered the governor's mansion. The Unsullied took over the defense of the governor's mansion. Governor Ivan had already arranged a dinner in the hall, and the huge long table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. Countless noble ladies and maids stood on both sides. After seeing Zhang Tuohai and his entourage, they all knelt down and saluted to show respect. Zhang Tuohai naturally sat on the main seat, and Muriel sat next to him. The governor and his party accompanied him with smiles, and they were chatting and laughing during the dinner. After finishing the food and wine, the governor presented the ledger. These are the supplies currently available in Port Royal. Please take a look. Zhang Tuohai flipped through the ledger, and found that there were more than 5 million dinars in cash alone, and taxes collected from other places totaled more than 80 million. In addition, there are a large amount of food, wood, weapons, artillery, shells and other materials. So much ordnance? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. The supplies on the account were already 100 times more than needed to maintain a port. Even if the garrison is added, it will not consume so much. After all, artillery is not a consumable item. It is not impossible for smoothbore artillery of this era to be used for decades. This is a temporary reserve of the Empire. It is said to strengthen the city defenses in various places, Governor Ivan said immediately. But I always feel something strange. What's weird? The caliber of these artillery pieces are obviously naval guns. To strengthen city defense, we should use larger caliber coastal defense artillery. Moreover, these artillery pieces are all obviously used old cannons. Many of the artillery pieces still have traces of sea salt erosion. They feel like they were discarded from warships, Governor Ivan said. Those who have been eliminated from the battleship. Please take me to see them, Zhang Tuohai said. Please follow me. Governor Ivan led Zhang Tuohai to a warehouse, and found someone to open the warehouse door. The above artillery pieces were piled neatly in the warehouse. All the artillery pieces were naval guns used on ships. Zhang Tuohai even saw a large number of pursuit guns, which were obviously removed from ships in batches. Why so many? Has the Empire decommissioned warships in batches? Zhang Tuohai frowned as he looked at those naval guns. Chapter 1187 Flying Battleship. Looking at the piles of naval guns, Zhang Tuohai felt a little uneasy in his heart. He smelled conspiracy and danger. However, there is too little information now, and nothing useful can be analyzed at all. No, we need to find out more information. We can't just wait. Zhang Tuohai stopped in place for a while, and had an idea. He called Muriel over. From now on, Long Ye's temporary office will be located in Port Royal. We will make use of all these materials. We will recruit a large number of people from tomorrow. Requisition merchant ships, and transform all merchant ships. Install more artillery. Make use of these artillery, and build more small boats at the same time. Each ship has an artillery, and is equipped with dozens of rounds of shells. I believe that hundreds of ships can be built before the main force of the Royal Navy arrives. Zhang Tuohai knew that it would be too late to build a large warship from now on. It is estimated that the Royal Navy would arrive as soon as the keel was laid. Instead of doing this, it is better to build some boats and engage in wolf tactics. Anyway, all they have to do is offshore defense, and they don't expect them to be able to line up a battle line and engage in bombardment with the Royal Navy. Small boats, armed merchant ships, and various coastal defense guns are enough to make the Royal Navy scratch its head. Coupled with Alduin's presence, it shouldn't be a problem to fight and respond to the main force of the Royal Navy in the offshore area. Aren't you going to stay with us? Muriel asked. The Empire seems to be up to something. I have to go find out. I can't just wait passively, Zhang Tuohai said. Then if I stay here, will they? Muriel glanced at Governor Ivan and asked in a low voice. Don't worry. A legion of Imperial infantry and the entire 7th Fleet died here, with the Empire style of behavior. Even if he, the governor, returns, the best result will be to be dismissed and his house will be ransacked. Therefore, his chance to return to the Empire has been no more. Plus he has seen how powerful Hydra is. So as long as I don't die, he will be as submissive as a sheep. Zhang Tuohai pinched Muriel's cheek and said with a smile, Then when are you leaving? Muriel asked. Tonight, before I leave, I will leave 10 Unsullied with you to take charge of your daily life. Together with Alduin, I believe you can rule Port Royal well. I hope that when I come back, a new look for Port Royal. Zhang Tuohai said. Well, okay. I understand. Muriel nodded heavily. Get all the charts of Port Royal. Zhang Tuohai said to Governor Ivan. Governor Ivan immediately ordered a large number of nautical charts to be brought. These charts are much more detailed than the ones in Zhang Tuohai's hands. They include not only the overall chart of Xia Yahai, but also the regional charts centered on each city-state, which are very detailed. In addition, there is a sea map to the core area of the empire. Zhang Tuohai looked at the sea map and found that the Xia Yahai they were currently in was actually the edge area of the empire's territory. From here, if you want to reach the Emerald Sea, the core area of the empire, you must at least pass through the Twilight Sea. And if he wants to reach the Dusk Sea from his current Port Royal, there is still at least 1,000 nautical miles away. It is conceivable how large the territory of the empire is. How many imperial warships are there on this vast sea? It seems that the task still has a long way to go. Zhang Tuohai put away all the charts and prepared to head to the Dusk Sea first. After all, it was adjacent to the core area of the empire, and there might be more news. Before leaving, Muriel naturally pulled Zhang Tuohai and had a lingering relationship as she bid farewell, looking at the white bird gradually disappearing. Muriel, who was standing at the top of the city, felt a surge of pride in her heart. With Port Royal as a foundation and Alduin as a support, she seemed to be able to recreate the legacy of her ancestors. Guangwei even went a step further, expanding Longya's territory to the entire Xia Yahai. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai on the White Bird was sorting out his recent gains. After killing thousands of warlocks, a transport fleet, the entire 7th Fleet, and the Legion stationed in Port Royal, Zhang Tuohai's level was successfully raised from level 9 to level 26. The upgrade experience is 92/2600. Looking at the long experience bar, Zhang Tuohai knew that it would be even more difficult to upgrade without a big battle in the future, because the main damage is provided by the Summon Ghost ship and Hydra. It only has basic experience, and does not provide additional skill points, like the musket trial. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai now only has the 17 skill points obtained from the upgrade. At the same time, because he broke through level 10 and level 20 respectively, Zhang Tuohai also unlocked 2 new skills, summoning chicken legs and making Bodhidharma dolls. Because skill points are limited, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to obtain skill points, Zhang Tuohai feels that he needs to carefully consider the allocation of skill points. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Tuohai abandoned the 2 skills of Grappling Hook and Judgment of Fire. One of these 2 is a melee skill, and the other is a climbing skill. It is very useful when fighting in gangs. However, Zhang Tuohai now mainly relies on summoning creatures and artillery to fight, and also uses muskets at close range. This melee skill is of little use, and Zhang Tuohai gave up on it first. After much deliberation, Zhang Tuohai first allocated a little bit to the Summoning Ghost ship, where he had worked hard and achieved great results. Summon Ghost ship has been upgraded to level 4. LV4 Summon Ghost ship can summon a flying battleship. The main body of the flying battleship is still a wooden structure, but the sails have been adjusted and placed on both sides of the ship's side, and a huge hydrogen balloon hangs on the top, painted to look like a shark. The flying battleship retains the gun windows that a wooden battleship should have, but some of the gun windows are oriented diagonally downwards, making it easier for the flying battleship to shoot at the ground. In addition, there are many hatches opened at the bottom of the ship. These are bomb bays with rails next to them. Huge mortar shells are placed on the rails. Just open the hatch and pull down the block. The huge mortar shells will roar down from the sky, just like a simple bomber. In addition, there are 100 bounty hunters on board. These bounty hunters are equipped with muskets that shoot many bullets. The shooting accuracy is greatly improved, and the combat time is also increased to 20 minutes. Incredible! Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed to see the brand new Summon Ghost ship. With this skill, he could even challenge the main fleet of the Royal Navy. No matter how powerful your Royal Navy is, do you still have air defense weapons? In this era when there are no effective means of air defense, weapons that can fly into the sky are invincible. Alduin is an obvious example. No matter how powerful Alduin is, can he withstand a salvo of artillery fire? It's just flexible and able to fly into the sky. Chapter 1188 Ironclad Ship. After upgrading the Summon Ghost ship, Zhang Tuohai was in a good mood. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and filled up the torrent first. Although this skill does not appear many times, it can be effective at critical moments every time. It can be controlled and used in special places, which is convenient and easy to use. Torrent LV5, full level. A torrent rushes out from the ground, rushing enemies into the sky and causing damage. The skill description has not changed. But the skill effect has been completely changed. The original torrent was just a stream of water less than 50 centimeters in diameter. Now, the maximum diameter of the torrent that Zhang Tuohai can use has reached 50 meters. This is no longer as simple as being able to charge people up. But it can directly charge up ordinary wooden battleships. This strike can directly destroy a battleship. It can also directly destroy an infantry squadron array when placed on land. It is a group damage skill with outstanding effect. Of course, the most important thing is that after reaching the full level, Zhang Tuohai can freely control the flow of the torrent, making it as thick or large as he wants. Whether it is a wide space or a small location, it can be suitable for handling. After filling up the torrent, Zhang Tuohai looked at the skill oranges and filled up the summon rum and summon chicken legs. After the oranges are full, the characteristic gained is that every time you eat one, you can increase your magic resistance. Zhang Tuohai wants to try whether these two skills can also increase other resistances. Although the effect of this skill is not so immediate, but it can be accumulated over a long period of time and should not be underestimated. After maxing out the two skills, Zhang Tuohai was not disappointed. The characteristic of summon rum is that each bottle of summon rum drank will increase the dodge by 1 point. The characteristic of summon chicken legs is that each time you eat a summon chicken leg, your physical defense will increase by 1 point. Although the increase each time is not much, the advantage is that there is no upper limit. Over time, it can directly make Zhang Tuohai's physical body become a saint. After filling up these skill points, Zhang Tuohai still had 5 skill points left. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tuohai directly clicked on the button to make a Bodhidharma doll. The effect of this skill is very simple. It can directly turn a piece of original material into a Daruma doll. No production or process is required. It only takes a second to turn the raw materials into Bodhidharma dolls. Comes with exterior paint. Level 1 can only use wood. Level 2 can use clay. Level 3 can use sand and gravel. And level 5 can use steel. This skill doesn't seem like much. It's just a skill for making dolls in batches. But when coupled with Zhang Tuohai's doll heart, it becomes completely different. By mass-producing Bodhidharma and controlling the doll heart, Zhang Tuohai directly owned a Bodhidharma army. As long as this legion has enough raw materials, it will have enough soldiers. There is no need to worry about battle losses or casualties. Moreover, its execution ability is extremely high and its loyalty is full. The most important thing is that there is no need to worry about them defecting like pirates. It greatly supplemented Zhang Tuohai's increasingly tight manpower gap. The addition of these Bodhidharma dolls instantly expanded Zhang Tuohai's strength. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai had a bold idea about the use of these Bodhidharma, but he still lacked opportunities and could not test it yet. Zhang Tuohai calculated his current abilities. He has group combat, single attack, recovery, single combat, and group fighting. It looks like a ship, but in fact, its combat power is not much better than that of a fleet. Coupled with the flying battleships that can be summoned, it seems that the Emerald Sea can also be invaded. Zhang Tuohai's mind became active, and he decided to go to the Dusk Sea first. If he could push all the way, he would go straight to the Yellow Dragon and head straight to the Emerald Sea. If that doesn't work, then proceed steadily, uprooting the Empire's city-states one by one starting from Xia Yahai, cutting off the Empire's tentacles, constantly squeezing the Empire's survival range, and eating away at the Empire bit by bit. With the 2 sets of plans as support, Zhang Tuohai also let go of his hands and feet and prepared to do something big. The ship moved quickly towards the Dusk Sea. In order to quickly rush to the Dusk Sea, Zhang Tuohai chose the nearest route, completely abandoning nearby ports, city-states and villages. Leave these to Moriel to deal with slowly. And you can also exercise Moriel's abilities. What he needs is a capable assistant, not a vase. He has destroyed the main force of Xia Yahai's Imperial Navy. And with Alduin's assistance, if Moriel still cannot defeat Xia Yahai, Zhang Tuohai will have to consider replacing him. Slowly and hurriedly along the way, the White Bird finally arrived at the junction of Xia Yahai and Dusk Sea after sailing for more than half a month. This is a 30 kilometers wide and 10 kilometers long strait. Because of the different salinity and mineral content of the seawater, the seawater in the Dusk Sea shows a light orange color under the sunlight, like the setting sun shining on the water. Hence the name of the Twilight Sea. Zhang Tuohai originally planned to rush across the strait directly. However, the sight in front of him stopped Zhang Tuohai, because a huge steel battleship is approaching from the opposite side of the strait. The steel battleship removed the sails of the wooden sailboat, but replaced them with 2 huge chimneys emitting black smoke. The gun windows on the side were also cancelled, replaced by 2 turrets that could rotate freely. The sides of the battleship are also covered with thick armor. Zhang Tuohai can be sure that this is definitely an armored ship. Zhang Tuohai felt greatly shocked. This world is obviously the age of discovery with superpowers. Everyone is in the era of wooden sailing ships, smoothbore cannons, and flintlock guns. As a result, an ironclad ship that transcends the times is directly launched on the opposite side. This is straight out of a supermodel. How can a wooden sailing ship compete with an ironclad ship? Explosive bombs can't even penetrate the opponent's armor belt. So how can they fight? It's a direct difference of an era. According to the normal historical process, the emergence of ironclad ships directly swept all sail warships into the garbage heap of history. There is simply no sailing battleship that can compete with the ironclad. Zhang Tuohai frowned. He understood why there were so many old naval guns in Port Royal. It turns out that the Empire has better armored ships, and those old sailing ships are naturally useless. The replaced artillery can only be thrown down to strengthen the city defenses of those city-states. Damn it! Zhang Tuohai was thinking about ways to deal with the ironclad ship. This was related to his future combat method, so he couldn't help but be cautious. However, at this time, the most troublesome thing for him appeared. The turret of the ironclad ship actually started to rotate, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed in the direction where he was. What's going on? Have you been discovered? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows and quickly controlled the sail to change direction, trying to get rid of the armored ship's artillery lock. However, the speed of the sail battleship is too slow, far lower than the rotation speed of the artillery. Boom! The huge cannon made a loud noise. Chapter 1189 Bodhidharma Doll. Call. A shell flew past the main mast of the White Bird, fell into the sea, exploded, and splashed 7 or 8 meters of waves. Although there was no direct hit, Zhang Tuohai was still so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Judging from the spray caused by the explosion of the shell, the power of this shell is more than 10 times stronger than ordinary explosive shells. If it hits directly, I am afraid that one shot will destroy the White Bird. Although there was no direct hit this time, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to bet that he would be so lucky with the next shell. Therefore, we must kill this ironclad ship immediately and quickly. Zhang Tuohai calculated his current skills. Although summoning the ghost ship should be able to kill the armored ship, it would definitely take a long time. His ship might not be able to withstand the next round of artillery fire, so he must choose a method with immediate results. Zhang Tuohai set his sights on the skill of making Bodhidharma dolls. This skill does not limit the form of the material, nor does it limit that the material must be owned by him. Right? Zhang Tuohai set his sights on the battleship, and then used his skills to create a Bodhidharma doll. The magic power is insufficient to turn the entire battleship into a Bodhidharma doll. The game prompt pops up. If the whole thing doesn't work, what about the part? Zhang Tuohai's mind changed, and he immediately focused his attention on the turret where the shells were being loaded. A ray of white light enveloped the turret. The huge and solid turret became soft like a piece of baked ice, melted into a puddle of liquid, and then reshaped itself into a Bodhidharma doll. The lobster soldiers on the armored ship were stunned. They never expected that the powerful new naval gun would turn into a Bodhidharma doll in the blink of an eye. How is this going? Everyone raised their heads and stared blankly at the huge Bodhidharma doll. Boom! The 3-meter-tall Bodhidharma doll jumped up suddenly, and then fell heavily. Although the armored ship is heavily armored, the thick part is mainly the outer armor belt, and the strength of the deck is only so much. There is no problem with normal use. But if you want to withstand the impact of a pure steel Dharma that is more than 3 meters high, it is simply overthinking. The several-ton Deimos smashed directly through the deck and fell into the cabin of the ironclad ship. The sailors in the cabin were stunned speechless by the sudden appearance of Bodhidharma. Many people were frightened by the sudden appearance of the behemoth and sat on the ground. However, the next second, the huge steel Deimo jumped up again, and then hit the deck heavily. Plop! With a loud noise and the sound of steel breaking, Bodhidharma fell to the next deck again. Plop! 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 Accompanied by dull collision sounds. The huge steel Dharma went all the way down and smashed through the hull at the bottom of the ship. Raging seawater poured into the hull. Under normal circumstances, such a huge ironclad ship has waterproof compartments, and with its thick armor, it is quite difficult to sink it. In a normal battle between armored ships, the winner would be determined by bombarding each other for a whole day. But the situation encountered by this ironclad ship was different. It was directly smashed through by Bodhidharma from top to bottom, and seawater could flow into each cabin without restriction. Waterproof compartments are only found in the bottom cabin. When seawater pours into all decks, the situation has reached an irreversible point. The entire ship was filled with seawater, and the ship began to sink slowly. Looking at the turret raised high at the stern of the ship, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. The threat from this ironclad ship was finally lifted. However, he soon thought of a deeper question, which was how many battleships of this level the Empire had. It would be okay if there were only 1 or 2 ships, but if dozens of ships could be pulled out casually, then his route to the Emerald Sea would have to be changed. Also, why did the ship open fire as soon as it saw itself? It obviously didn't have a pirate ship logo on it. Normally, it could sneak in at other ports. Why was it attacked just after entering the dusk waters? Zhang Tuohai controlled the white bird to move closer, and controlled the cable to pull several lobster soldiers who had fallen into the water to the deck. Tell me, why did you attack me? Zhang Tuohai asked, grabbing a lobster soldier. I don't know. We just obey the orders given by the commander, the lobster soldier said with a grimace. Where is your commander? It should be in the bridge command room, said the lobster soldier. Zhang Tuohai turned to look at the armored ship. At this time, most of the armored ship had sunk into the sea, and a whirlpool was formed on the sea, sucking everything into it. If the white bird got close, it would also be damaged. Looking at the sunken armored ship, Zhang Tuohai knew that he couldn't ask what was going on, since he couldn't find out anything about the situation here. Zhang Tuohai was going to go to other towns in the Dusk Sea to inquire about the situation. Ordinary people don't know, but the local garrison, governor, and naval generals should know some information. It's better than knowing nothing at all. Zhang Tuohai adjusted his course and headed towards the Dusk Sea, looking at the navigation map in his hand. Zhang Tuohai selected it and finally chose a town, Candy City. This town is rich in cane sugar, and then it developed a series of candies. It is a very prosperous commercial town. The candies here are exported to many sea areas. Zhang Tuohai has also heard the name of Candy City in Xiaoyahai. Zhang Tuohai felt that in such a commercial town, there should be more ships coming and going, and the information would be better informed. The most important thing is that there are many merchant ships passing by, making it easier for him to blend in among them. After driving for another day and night, when it was getting late, Zhang Tuohai arrived at the outer sea of Candy City. After approaching Candy City, Zhang Tuohai sighed that it was indeed a well-known commercial town, and its image design was unique. The lighthouse guiding navigation near the port was made into a giant candy shape and painted in colorful colors. You know, dyes in this era were very expensive, and considering sea salt corrosion and the like, if you want to maintain the color, you have to repaint it every once in a while. This kind of continuous investment is unaffordable for many towns. What's more, Candy City is not just a lighthouse, but the entire town is painted in 7 colors. From a distance, it looks like a huge fairy tale paradise. This Candy City is really rich. Are all the towns near the core area so rich? Zhang Tuohai piloted the white bird and slowly approached the Candy City while getting the Unsullied ready. After all, I don't know what the situation will be, so it's better to take more precautions. The ship approached the port of Candy City. The closer it got to the town, the more ships there were around. With their masts like a forest, the ship docked at the pier. And just when Zhang Tuohai was about to get off the ship to find out what was going on, Elizabeth wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. Are you going ashore? Bring me some sugar. We have run out of sugar in the kitchen. Chapter 1190 Candy City. Tang! Zhang Tuohai glanced at Elizabeth and said, Let's take Linda off the boat and walk with me. It's been a long time since you guys got off the boat, so it's just a change of mood. Is this okay? After all, it is a strange place, and it is still close to the core area of the Empire. Elizabeth was a little worried. What's the point? We are just serious businessmen. Don't we even dare to set foot on the land of the Empire? Don't worry. There will be no problem, Zhang Tuohai said nonchalantly. He now has several identity documents on him, all of which are documents issued by the Empire that cannot be authentic. There are no photos in this era, so it is not difficult to impersonate them. Elizabeth thought about it, and it was the same. Moreover, Linda had been on the boat for a long time and had never gotten off the boat. It was time to go down and get some fresh air. Then I'll call her. Elizabeth returned to the cabin, and after half an hour, she changed into a lady's dress, holding Linda in her hand, who was wearing a small skirt. Linda was being held by one hand, and the other hand was constantly pulling on her skirt, and her body was moving around. It was obvious that she was not used to the clothes she was wearing. After all, when she used to run around in the village, She always wore clothes that were altered by her brother. Whenever she wore such a dress with complicated decorations, she always felt unusually awkward. Stop moving! Just be patient, and it will be fine. I was not used to it before, Elizabeth said, while holding Linda's hand. So are you used to it now? Linda asked, raising her head. No, I can bear it longer. Elizabeth also looked sad. Can I tell you that part of the reason why I ran away from home was because I no longer wanted to wear such a tight and suffocating dress? Elizabeth looked helpless. That's it. Linda's face lost its luster again. Don't be so sad. Let's get off the boat and buy you some sweets. Zhang Tuohai led the two of them off the boat. The people on the dock are bustling, and the stalls near the port are no different from those in commercial cities, selling specialties from all over the world. However, as you keep walking toward the city, you will find more and more candy shops, which are filled with a dazzling array of candies. Gingerbread, lollipops, and rainbow candies are already the basic products. Each one also has its own specialty candies. Zhang Tuohai even saw gummy candies and bubble gum. You must know that these are products after the invention of edible gelatin, and I don't know how these handicraft shops make them. Zhang Tuohai wasn't very interested in these candies. He just bought a few boxes in bulk as energy supplements. Elizabeth and Linda were very interested in these, especially Linda. She looked at the colorful candies and bit her fingers with curiosity on her face. Zhang Tuohai couldn't bear it and bought a lot for Linda. Elizabeth has no feelings for those colorful candies. She prefers to buy ordinary white sugar and rock sugar, and taste the sweetness of these sugars one by one. Why did you buy all the sugar? Zhang Tuohai asked. I saw that there is a caramel chicken dish in Mr. Mackenzie's notes, and I want to try it. It is said that good white sugar is needed to make it delicious. Caramel chicken? Is it too sweet? Would it be better to change it to sweet and sour? Zhang Tuohai imagined the chicken covered in syrup, and felt that it didn't look too delicious. Jealous? What is that? Elizabeth was curious. A sour seasoning. You can think of it as lemon juice. It's actually quite delicious when made into braised pork. Buy some rock sugar, and I'll teach you how to stir-fry the sugar later, Zhang Tuohai said. Really? That's great. Elizabeth was very excited when she heard this. The last time Zhang Tuohai taught her how to cook, she had been obsessed with Zhang Tuohai's recipes and couldn't help herself. She always wanted Zhang Tuohai to teach her more things. But Zhang Tuohai was always busy, either busy with fighting or busy with sailing, and could not spare any time. Today I finally opened my mouth to teach her. How could I make her unhappy? Then we've agreed. When will it start? Elizabeth asked excitedly. If she wasn't still on the street now, she would have wanted to take the pot out of the storage ring and start right now. When we get back to the ship, we'll buy the materials first. Zhang Tuohai's enthusiasm for Elizabeth is also a bit overwhelming. Sometimes he couldn't understand that a noble lady would actually like to cook. And it's not the kind of interest. It's true love. Zhang Tuohai has seen Elizabeth still studying recipes in the kitchen in the middle of the night more than once. If I hadn't been born in this era, I might have become a cooking master, Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. As a group of people walked on the street, Zhang Tuohai turned on the shopping mode and took whatever he liked. Anyway, I have made a lot of money recently, and there are no pirates to share the salary, so I can spend it as I like. The Unsullied who followed had already moved several rounds, carrying boxes upon boxes of candies to the boat. A group of people were shopping on the street, and suddenly a group of lobster soldiers came in front. Seeing the lobster soldiers, Elizabeth was instinctively nervous. Don't be afraid. We are legal merchants now. What do we have to worry about when we buy something? They still have to provide convenience for us. Zhang Tuohai patted Elizabeth and said, That's right. Elizabeth recalled her previous shopping experiences ashore and relaxed. There was no portrait of herself here, and there was no note on her head. How could these lobster soldiers know that they were pirates? So I relaxed and continued to pick candies. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly discovered that the lobster soldiers were holding something like an iron box in their hands, shaking it towards the people around them. What is this for? Zhang Tuohai was confused. The group of lobster soldiers got closer and closer. When one of the lobster soldiers pointed the iron box at Zhang Tuohai finally saw it clearly. There was a black hole on the iron box, and inside the hole was a blood-red eye. When the eye saw Zhang Tuohai, it immediately let out a piercing scream. Wanted criminal! Here is a wanted criminal from the Empire, with a bounty of 100,000 dinars. The sudden scream startled everyone around, and the panicked crowd dispersed around. The lobster soldiers were stunned for a moment. Then they all took off their muskets from their backs and raised them. Grass! What is this? Seeing this posture, Zhang Tuohai knew that he had been discovered, and without caring about anything else, he directly pulled out the devil's roar from his waist and pulled the trigger on the lobster soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets roared out, and the lobster soldiers were knocked to the ground before they could react. Chapter 1191 The Weird Box. After knocking over the lobster soldier, Zhang Tuohai did not run away immediately. Instead, he ran over quickly and picked up the box that fell on the ground. It was a palm-sized metal box, engraved with blood-red runes, exuding a hint of cold air. A round hole opened at one end of the box, revealing a blood-red eye. The eyes seemed to be a living thing, and they kept turning around after being taken into Zhang Tuohai's hand. What are you? Zhang Tuohai asked. The metal box didn't reply, but kept repeating, Wanted criminal. Here is a wanted criminal from the Empire, with a bounty of 100,000 dinars. Can't communicate? Zhang Tuohai threw it into the air, raised his hand and fired. Boom! The metal box was hit by pyroblast bullets and turned into fragments flying everywhere. Toot toot! A sharp whistle sounded in the distance, and a group of patrolling lobster soldiers blew their whistles and rushed over. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai released the dragon boat of the Viking heroes. The Viking heroes rushed towards the pursuing lobster soldier patrol, while Zhang Tuohai took Elizabeth and Linda and ran towards the port. Zhang Tuohai is not afraid of the lobster soldiers. For him, at least the number of these people is not large enough. They are all delivering food. But the strange box in the hands of those lobster soldiers made Zhang Tuohai wary. This strange thing can actually clearly determine his identity as a wanted criminal just by taking a photo of him. Functionally, this is comparable to big data face recognition. Right? Zhang Tuohai is able to wander on the sea and wander in and out of the city freely because of the backward person tracing technology of this era. There are no ubiquitous cameras, no identity query function on the internet, and there is not even a photo on the ID. He can only simply use text describing physical characteristics. In addition, the cost of counterfeiting is very low, which gives Zhang Tuohai a lot of room to operate, allowing him to get 5 or 6 identities and switch freely. 1 second, he was a pirate traversing the 7 seas. The next, he was a law-abiding businessman. And the next moment, he could turn into a majestic Imperial Navy officer. What identity you want depends entirely on what identity Zhang Tuohai wants to use first. However, this operation seems to be stuck in Candy City. With this strange box, he has nowhere to hide. Zhang Tuohai now urgently needs to find out whether this kind of box is a specialty of Candy City, or whether it is available in every city in the Dusk Sea. What is the specific quantity? Is it very precious or can it be manufactured in large quantities? It depends on his future plans. If he doesn't understand this, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Of course, before all this, he had to get Elizabeth and Linda back to the ship. The two of them were fine fighting alone, but they were far worse when facing the lobster soldiers with live ammunition, and they were easily injured by accident. It would be better to return to the ship. The group of people ran all the way forward. There were panicked pedestrians all around, and Zhang Tuohai, Elizabeth, and Linda mingled among them without being conspicuous. We are almost approaching the pier. Suddenly, a group of lobster soldiers rushed out from the corner of the intersection ahead. These lobster soldiers blocked the road in infantry lines. Everyone raised their muskets and hung a gleaming bayonet on the front of the muskets. The commander of the lobster soldiers standing in front of all the infantrymen pulled out the bayonet from his waist and shouted loudly, Everyone should stop advancing immediately and squat on the ground with their heads in their hands to be inspected. Otherwise, everyone will be treated as wanted criminals and will be killed without mercy. A gorgeously dressed businessman held up a bag of money and said with a foreign accent, I am a merchant from the Tulip Caravan. I have something urgent to get back to the ship. Let me go there immediately. Your governor and I. Puff! Before the businessman could finish his words, a stabbing sword was inserted into his throat. Blood flowed out from the wound. The businessman covered his neck in pain and could not say anything. Brush! The lobster soldier commander pulled out his rapier, shook off the blood on it, and let the businessman's body fall to the ground. Whoever dares to break in will be punished like this. Now, everyone will immediately squat down with their heads in their hands. Anyone who is still standing there after 3 seconds will be treated as a wanted criminal, shouted the lobster soldier commander. The lobster soldiers behind him also put their hands on the triggers. When other people running on the street saw this scene, they all squatted down with their heads in their hands. A palace bachelor slowly walked over from a distance, holding a metal box in his hand. which was exactly the same as the one Zhang Tuohai blew up just now. Can't wait any longer. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai knew that if he continued to hide among the crowd, he would definitely be caught. The only way now was to strike first. Zhang Tuohai glanced around and got an idea when he saw the blue stones all over the ground. Dharma doll making. Zhang Tuohai used the skill. White light shrouded the blue stones on the ground. Those extremely hard blue stones all melted and turned into Bodhidharma less than half a meter tall, staring at the group of lobster soldiers with eager eyes. The lobster soldiers were all stunned when they saw Bodhidharma suddenly appearing, and were stunned by the strange sight in front of them. But those Bodhidharma didn't give them a chance to think. They jumped up from the ground one by one and smashed towards the lobster soldiers. Although these Bodhidharma are not tall, less than half a meter tall, they are all made of bluestone. Each piece weighs 200 to 300 kilograms. If it is smashed down hard, normal people will not be able to bear it. Click, click. There was a sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, dozens of lobster soldiers were smashed to the ground. Some had their legs broken, and the unlucky ones had their heads smashed and died. The commander of the lobster soldiers was even more intensively cared for. He was hit with a headbutt by Bodhidharma and flew out. He was photographed on the wall. There was a dent the size of a football on his chest. It was obvious that he would not survive, being suddenly attacked. And with the commander killed in action, the lobster soldiers were in chaos. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai stood up and shouted loudly, "There is a monster. Everyone, run away. If we stay, we will be killed by the monster." People follow blindly when they are in a panic. The fleeing crowd had been frightened by various events one after another. At this time, they heard Zhang Tuohai's call and subconsciously chose to follow. A group of people stood up from the ground and ran away, directly scattering the intercepting array of lobster soldiers. "Let's go!" Zhang Tuohai took Elizabeth and Linda and ran outside together. However, while running, Zhang Tuohai made a detour. He ran up to the palace bachelor holding the square box, kicked the palace bachelor to the ground, and snatched the square box and the square box from the opponent's hand. Banned books. Chapter 1192 The Polluter. After grabbing the box, Zhang Tuohai turned around and ran away without even looking carefully. The robbed court bachelor was stunned. He wanted to reach out to stop him, but Zhang Tuohai had already disappeared. Taking 3 steps at a time, Zhang Tuohai ran back to the White Bird with Elizabeth and Linda. Only then did Zhang Tuohai have time to study the box in his hand. The box was the same as the one that was broken before. It was a palm-sized metal box with red runes engraved on it. There was a small hole on one side, and a red eyeball could be seen from inside. The eyeballs were staring at Zhang Tuohai, and he kept shouting from the box, "Wanted criminal. Here is a wanted criminal from the Empire, with a bounty of 100,000 dinars." Repeated over and over again, seemingly with no intention of stopping. Zhang Tuohai took out a knife and pried the box open, trying to open it. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded next to him. "I seem to have seen it before." Zhang Tuohai turned around suddenly and found Ling, wearing a black windbreaker, standing next to him, a pair of red eyes staring at the metal box in his hand. "Have you seen this thing?" Zhang Tuohai asked quickly. "I can't remember clearly, but the breath on it gives me a familiar feeling." Ling paused for a while and said slowly, "Then take a closer look and see if you can recall anything." Zhang Tuohai handed the box in his hand to Ling. He didn't have a clue anyway, so it would be great if Zero could think of something. Zhang Tuohai felt that the Zero Energy seal in the pile of crystals must be an extraordinary existence in itself. But now there is no memory, and it cannot be developed. Maybe this metal box is a breakthrough. Zero took the box, and a burst of ice came out of his hand, freezing the box. The surface of the metal box was covered with a layer of blue frost. Zero brought the box to his eyes and observed it carefully. After a moment, the box frozen by the ice suddenly cracked into thin ice fragments, which dissipated without a trace under the blow of the sea breeze. "It's pollutants," Zero said. "Pollutants?" Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. "Well, it's a strange energy that can initially give ordinary items magical abilities, allowing ordinary people to gain extraordinary power. However, using this energy does not come without a price. If you use items containing polluted energy for a long time, or are exposed to the radiation of polluted energy, people will degenerate into polluters. The initial polluters will have their minds eroded, unable to think rationally, lose their memory, and can only rely on act on instinct. All the contaminated have a common goal, which is to kill all uncontaminated living things," Zero said. Can't think. Can only act on instinct. Killing uninfected people. It sounds like a zombie. Zhang Tuohai analyzed. What about their mobility? Zhang Tuohai asked. It's what it was like before it was contaminated. It won't change. It just loses the sense of pain and won't be afraid of danger. Zero said. That's right. Zhang Tuohai nodded. I just heard you talking about the initial polluter. Which means there are subsequent variants. When the pollution concentration increases, level 2 polluters will appear. Ling Liang nodded. The level 2 polluters will gain physical enhancement. The specific degree of enhancement is related to the contaminated items they come into contact with. At the same time, level 2 polluters will also be used for the IQ of children. Later, there are level 3 polluters with truly extraordinary abilities and normal IQs. Level 4 polluters who have become crazy and more powerful. Level 5 polluters whose bodies have become gigantic. Level 5 polluters who can control other polluters. And so on. So many? Zhang Tuohai was speechless. Well, I feel like there should be more later. But I can't remember it for a while. Maybe I can remember it when I see more similar things. Zero said while rubbing his temples. Then that box just now. A common first-order pollutant. Zero said. Is the first level so strong? Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth wide. The effect of this thing is already comparable to that of a face recognition device. But it is only at the first level. What about second and third order pollutants? He didn't even dare to think about it. It's indeed only the first level. Zero nodded. That's really bad. Zhang Tuohai sighed. He originally thought that with his current strength, he could push back the Empire. But now it seems that many variables have been added out of thin air. By the way, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a question. Those lobster soldiers are holding these pollutants. Could they have been subtly contaminated? No. Maybe. Definitely. They are already here. Zero pointed into the distance. Zhang Tuohai looked into the distance and saw a large group of lobster soldiers coming from a distance. The eyes of these lobster soldiers were full of ferocious looks. They staggered on the streets. They rushed into shops and houses one after another, dragged out civilians who had not been contaminated one by one, and then bit them with their teeth. The hands tore these civilians into pieces. Then find the next target and repeat the process. Sure enough, it has been contaminated. Then we can't keep them. Zhang Tuohai knows very well that these polluters should be killed once they are discovered. Otherwise, if they are allowed to do whatever they want, the entire island will become a dead city. Zhang Tuohai still needs these cities as a source of supplies and cannot let the cities fall like this. Zhang Tuohai ran up to the captain's bridge, controlled the cable and began to adjust the direction of the gun, load the shells, and light the match rope. Boom, boom, boom. Round after round of shells shot out, shooting towards the lobster soldier polluters in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by bursts of explosions. The lobster soldier polluters were blown to pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The polluters that were blown to pieces shook a few times on the ground and then stopped moving. It's okay. It will kill you even if it hits a vital point. It's not as perverted as a zombie. Zhang Tuohai had a general understanding of the strength of these first-order polluters, and then controlled the artillery to carry out covering strikes towards the places where the polluters gathered. Boom! The explosion roared and smoke flew everywhere. Soon, those polluters were almost eliminated. Zhang Tuohai won the first round. However, Zhang Tuohai was not happy, because what is being killed now is only on the surface. Who knows how many more are hidden secretly? He is sure that there must be more than 2 such square boxes in the Toy Island. And this does not include other similar products that may exist. No one knows how many people on the entire island were contaminated. With so many polluters, they cannot all be level 1 polluters. There may also be level 2 or even level 3 polluters among them, and they need to be dealt with carefully. The only thing that makes Zhang Tuohai happy is that an ordinary first-level polluter can actually give 2 points of experience, which is comparable to the elite soldiers of the Empire. This means it becomes a little easier for him to level up. Chapter 1193 Upgrade. Zhang Tuohai looked at his experience level. It was now LV26, 692/2600. In just a short time, he had completed more than a quarter of the upgrade target. If all the polluters in this city were wiped out, maybe he could go up a level and get another skill point. This is a huge temptation for Zhang Tuohai, who is currently having difficulty upgrading. Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment and summoned a Viking dragon ship, and 20 Viking heroes appeared in front of him. Blow the horn, draw out the polluters, and kill them, Zhang Tuohai said. 20 Viking heroes all raised their horns and blew the horns. Toot toot. The low and long sound of the horn spread throughout the Candy City. This huge sound is undoubtedly a provocation to the irrational first-order polluters. Following their instincts, these polluters came out of their hiding places and rushed towards the direction where the horn sound came from. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing a group of first-order polluters rushing towards them, the Viking hero took out the throwing axe, throwing spear and other weapons from his waist, and greeted those first-order polluters. Under the garbage sea of Viking heroes, those first-order polluters were chopped into pieces before they even got close. Then, the Viking spirits continued to blow their horns to attract the next batch of polluters. Under the constant attraction of the Viking heroic spirits, those first-order polluters came out of their hiding places in batches, and were then killed by the Viking heroic spirits. Later, the corpses piled up into a mountain, and the polluters continued to climb towards the mountain of corpses. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai adjusted the demon's roar to the pyroblast mode and fired 6 shots at the mountain of corpses. The huge fireball ignited the mountain of corpses, and the raging fire began to burn, burning the corpses and polluters. After burning the mountain of corpses, Zhang Tuohai found that he had actually upgraded. The current experience has become LV27, 6/2700. And there is one more skill point. Zhang Tuohai looked at his skill list and focused on the skill of summoning a ghost ship. Summon ghost ship, LV5 skill effect. Number of summoned ghost ships +1. Skill duration +10 minutes. Huh? Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened. He originally thought that LV5 would summon some kind of battleship, but he didn't expect that it would actually be an enhancement of his previous skills. The number of summoned ghost ships is +1, which means that you can summon 2 ghost ships at once, and the power is directly doubled. In addition, the duration of the effect is increased, which means that the duration of the battle is increased, which saves more magic power and also increases the strength in disguise. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Tuohai discovered that when he clicked the summon ghost ship to level 5, the word maximum level did not appear. Could it be said that this skill can continue to be upgraded? Can its power be increased further? Thinking of this possibility, Zhang Tuohai couldn't sit still. He now urgently needs a skill point to try it out. The easiest way is to keep killing polluters and level up. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai looked at the city. There were still a large number of polluters hiding there. This was all based on experience. Be sure to get them all. Zhang Tuohai tried the new skill, and sure enough, he summoned 2 Viking dragon ships at once, and 40 Viking spirits were at his command. Keep blowing the horn and hunting the polluters. Zhang Tuohai commands the Viking heroes. Whoa! The dull horn sounded again in the sky above Candy City. Zhang Tuohai led his men to kill from noon to dusk. After waiting for half an hour, no new polluters were found. Zhang Tuohai estimated that all these first-level polluters may have been killed. And even if there were any left, they must be stuck in strange locations. What Zhang Tuohai had to do was to pick out these polluters one by one and kill them. Of course, there may be second-level polluters hidden, and Zhang Tuohai needs to be careful about this. Zhang Tuohai led 40 Viking spirits along the long street and began to search and clean up. Not to mention, Zhang Tuohai actually discovered 5 or 6 polluters. These polluters are stuck in strange places. Some in cabinets, some in cellars, and some connected together like human centipedes. These polluters were turned out by the Viking heroes and killed one by one. When Zhang Tuohai arrived at the gate of the governor's mansion, he finally succeeded in reaching level LV28 and successfully obtained a skill point. Zhang Tuohai tried to put his hand on the summoning ghost ship. The skill flashed and the level became LV6. It can indeed be upgraded. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the effect of LV6 summon ghost ship, armor +1. Summon quantity +1. Summon duration +10 minutes. Zhang Tuohai dispersed the Viking spirits and then chose to summon them again. 3 Viking dragon ships rushed out of the void and stopped in front of Zhang Tuohai. 60 Viking heroes stood there waiting for orders. Originally, the Viking heroes wore breastplates and horn helmets, with only linen clothes covering the rest. Now they have arm guards, hand guards, shin guards and other parts, and a layer of leather armor inside, which significantly improves their defense capabilities. To a level. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction. The Viking heroic spirit can summon 60 people. If he is a bounty hunter, he can summon 300 people in one go. The number has reached the level of a squadron. With the Daruma doll, he can also make an army by himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai looked at the governor's palace on Candy Island. Now that we are here, it would be a pity not to go in and take a look. Zhang Tuohai stared at the governor's mansion for a moment. then waved his hand and shouted to the Viking heroes in front of him. Charge into the governor's mansion and kill all those who dare to resist. Roar! The Viking heroic spirit roared and rushed into the governor's mansion holding a shield. Bang bang puff puff. There were sounds of fighting coming from inside. Did Zhang Tuohai kill a polluter and gain experience tips? As expected, the governor's mansion has also been polluted. So let me help you clean up the pollution. Zhang Tuohai walked into the governor's mansion. At this time, the Viking heroes had already cleared the first floor and were fighting their way up the stairs. There are many lobster soldiers stationed inside the governor's mansion, and coupled with the advantage of being at a commanding height, under normal circumstances, they may cause some losses to the Viking heroes, but they have been polluted at this time. They can only use instinct and cannot use firearms. If they want to use these to fight against the Viking heroes, they are simply seeking death. Soon, these contaminated lobster soldiers were cleaned up. Everyone rushed all the way to the third floor. On the third floor is a huge bronze door that is so strong that not even a Viking spirit can break it open. You can't break the door open. Right. Then just break through the wall. Zhang Tuohai summoned the coconut. 3 coconut ships rushed out of the void and hit the wall. Chapter 1194 The Third Cursed Gold Coin. The moment Zhang Tuohai summoned the coconut, he realized a problem. That is, the stair corner was a bit small, and it seemed that the 3 coconuts could not be accommodated. However, it was too late to recall him at this time. Boom! 3 coconut ships appeared in the corridor of the governor's mansion, directly squeezing through the walls of the governor's mansion. A large number of the outer walls of the governor's mansion collapsed, and half of the governor's mansion was reduced to rubble. The huge bronze door also fell to the ground without the support of the wall, revealing the existence behind it. Zhang Tuohai turned around and looked over. Behind the bronze door, there was originally a room, like a study room. However, it had turned into ruins. Only the long table and chairs in the middle were still intact. There was a strong man sitting on the chair. The strong man was wearing gorgeous clothes, but his bulging muscles made the clothes tight. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that the strong man's arms were thicker than the average person's thighs. The muscles on his arms were bulging. His hands were bigger than cattail fans. Through his clothes, he could see the undulating muscle ribs, which were bigger than devil's muscles. People still want to be devils and fleshy people. Is this a polluter? These muscles are definitely beyond the reach of normal people. Zhang Tuohai looked at the governor up and down. You were the one who demolished my governor's palace? It's unforgivable. The man opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of flames. When Zhang Tuohai saw it, he immediately pulled 7 or 8 skeleton pirates in front of him. Those skeletal pirates, wearing breastplates, didn't even withstand a round before being burned into ashes by the blazing flames. Zhang Tuohai rolled on the spot and took advantage of the situation to pass through the flames. Superpower? 3rd level polluter? This power is too strong. This flame is comparable to Alduin. Are all polluters that strong? If so, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the skeleton pirate, who was burned to ashes, looked solemnly. Don't run! The 3rd level polluter turned around suddenly and opened his mouth in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. Call! A burst of flame swept through. Zhang Tuohai waved one hand, and a Bodhidharma doll made of stone rose up from the ground and stood in front of Zhang Tuohai, blocking the flames. Roar! The 3rd level polluter roared angrily and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai, breaking bricks and stones wherever he passed. However, before he could even take 2 steps forward, a torrent surged out from the ground and rushed him 50 meters into the sky, before suddenly disappearing. The 3rd level polluter shouted and had a free fall. Plop! With a muffled sound, the 3rd level polluter fell into the ruins. A huge human-shaped hole was made. That's it. The 3rd level polluter is not dead yet, trying to stand up with his hands and feet. Isn't this guy's body too strong? He fell from a height of more than 10 floors and didn't fall to his death? Zhang Tuohai took out a few demon bombs and threw them into the pit. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded in the pit. Smoke and dust billowed from the explosion. When the smoke cleared, the 3rd level polluter was covered in flesh and blood. But he still seemed to be able to move. Such a strong vitality! I don't believe I can't kill you! Zhang Tuohai rubbed a dozen more demon bombs and threw them over, then pulled out the demon's roar, adjusted to the pyroblast mode, and pulled the trigger on the 3rd level polluter. Bang bang bang. A series of fireballs hit the 3rd level polluter. A raging fire ignited the level 3 defilers. The fire burned for dozens of minutes before it was finally extinguished, and the devil's fleshy man turned into ashes all over the floor. A line of game prompts popped up. Destroy the third level polluters and gain 50 experience points. 1 skill point. The reward is not bad. Zhang Tuohai looked at the game prompts and nodded. This experience value is quite rich. Of course, the most important thing is this skill point. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and chose to continue summoning the ghost ship. At this time, the number of ghost ships he could summon at one time reached 4, and his combat power was once again improved. However, it is a pity that there is no prompt to increase the armor this time. Is there only a special promotion every 5 levels? Zhang Tuohai guessed. These are just guesses, and he still needs to test them one by one with skill points. Zhang Tuohai saw that there seemed to be light shining in the pile of ashes. Out of curiosity, he walked over and picked up the shining things. It was a gold coin with a sailor's head on it. Cursed gold coin, sailor. A gold coin stained with the blood of a legendary captain. There are 7 cursed gold coins in total. You may gain something after collecting them all. This thing again? Zhang Tuohai played with the gold coins in his hands. He already has 3 of these things. And every time he explains nothing except one sentence. If you want to know the answer, you can only know it after gathering it together. However, there were no clues about this thing, which gave Zhang Tuohai a headache. Forget it. Let it go. Zhang Tuohai put the gold coins away. Later, Zhang Tuohai asked the skeleton pirates to search through the entire governor's mansion, looking for valuable things. It must be said that these pirates were professionals. They dug out 6 boxes of dinars, 2 sets of gold utensils, 3 porcelain bottles, 2 paintings, and several woolen blankets from the ruins of the governor's palace. These are all in good condition and can be sold for money. As for those that were broken and worthless, they were thrown aside. Not bad. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with this and asked the skeleton pirates to move these things to the ship. At this time, Zero didn't know when he appeared next to him again. How is it? Zhang Tuohai asked. The city has inspected it. All pollutants have been cleaned up, and all polluters have been dealt with, Zero said, without any fluctuations in his tone. Well, let's do that. Let them handle the affairs on the island themselves. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai greeted everyone back to the White Bird. At this time, most of the ships in the port had escaped. The remaining ships were either lacking manpower and could not gather enough sailors to sail the ship, or the captain died in the commotion. Without the captain, the ship could not set sail at all. Can stop here. Zhang Tuohai turned the steering wheel, and the ship slowly set sail, leaving the waters of Candy City. Where will we go next? Zhang Tuohai flipped through the chart of the Dusk Sea. His original plan was to find out about the ironclad ship. As a result, no news about the ironclad was found, and the existence of pollutants was discovered. The situation in the entire Twilight Sea area becomes more and more complicated. Zhang Tuohai decided to play it safe and go to a nearby city to inquire about the situation. He flipped through the map. The nearest city was called Turkey Town, a town famous for raising turkeys. The turkeys raised in this small town are not as woody as ordinary turkeys. The meat is very delicate and full of flavor. It just so happens that there aren't many ingredients for roast chicken on the ship. Let's go get some. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind and set off for Turkey Town. Chapter 1195 Turkey Town. Turkey Town is not far from Candy City, only about half a day's journey. Zhang Tuohai controlled the ship and sailed all night, and finally sailed into the port of Turkey Town in the early morning. Compared to the Candy City with its forest of masts, there are far fewer cargo ships here. The pier is not big either. Zhang Tuohai controlled the White Bird and quickly found a berth. Turkey Town is called Town, but it covers a large area, several times larger than Candy Town. However, this is not because Turkey Town has a large population. On the contrary, the population here is less than 1/10 of Candy City. This place is different from the Candy City where there are many small buildings. Most of the buildings are huge breeding farms. Each family has a large piece of land planted with grass and a large group of turkeys, separated by fences. It is precisely because of these large farms that Turkey Town occupies such a huge area. However, the buildings in the port area are similar to those in other cities. Several breakfast stalls have been pushed out, and the aroma is exuding from the big pots. What does it smell like? Is it so fragrant? Zhang Tuohai got off the boat out of curiosity and came to the stall. The freshly cooked chicken porridge is sweet and smooth. All the guests who come and go like my porridge. Some people even travel thousands of miles across the ocean just to have a bowl of porridge from me. An old woman wearing an apron stirred the soup in the pot with a big spoon. The soup in the pot is rolling with bubbles, and the white rice grains are as shiny as pearls. The The strands of chicken shreds are rolling in the hot soup, exuding aroma, and are dotted with chopped green onion and chopped vegetable leaves, adding to the color of the porridge. Seeing the fragrant porridge, Zhang Tuohai felt as if he had returned to the bustling morning market. Okay, then bring me a bowl and let me see how your porridge tastes. Zhang Tuohai pulled up a wooden stool and sat down. Wait, it's coming. The old woman filled a large bowl of porridge in a wooden bowl and placed it in front of Zhang Tuohai. The aroma became even stronger. Zhang Tuohai felt like he couldn't hold back his saliva. He picked up a wooden spoon, filled it with a little, and took a gentle blow. He was about to drink it when he suddenly noticed that the porridge in the spoon seemed to have some black spots. Is it dusty? Zhang Tuohai poked with his hand, trying to get the dust out. However, this poke turned a grain of rice over. Where is the dust? It is the original color of the rice grains. Is this rice moldy? Zhang Tuohai wanted to take out the rice, and pushed another grain of rice over. There will also be a distant black spot on that grain of rice. Is it all moldy? Zhang Tuohai had an ominous premonition. He pushed several grains of rice in succession. There was a round black spot on the back of each grain of rice, with the same size and shape. Zhang Tuohai checked the pearl rice in the bowl and found it looked the same. Zhang Tuohai picked up a grain of rice with his hand, squeezed it gently, and there was a crisp sound. The grain of rice exploded and the juice splashed out. Zhang Tuohai's hair stood on end. What kind of rice is this? This is the eyeball of a chicken. At this time, the old woman came over with a smile on her face and asked with a smile, Drink. Why don't you drink? It tastes best when it's hot. Why? Do you think you dislike my craftsmanship? The old woman asked with a smile. I remembered something else, so I stopped drinking. Zhang Tuohai took out a few dinars and threw them on the table, then turned around and left. At this moment, he heard a gust of evil wind behind his head. Zhang Tuohai turned around quickly to avoid the strong wind. When he looked back, he saw a kitchen knife hitting the table. At this time, how can that old woman still look kind and kind? Her head completely transformed into that of a turkey, with a huge crest, long feathers, a pointed mouth, and a pair of empty eye sockets, with blood constantly flowing out. One of her hands completely turned into chicken claws, holding a sharp kitchen knife, and she kept shouting, Drink! Why don't you drink? Don't you like the porridge cooked with my eyes the most? Why don't you drink? The half-human, half-chicken monster dropped the knife in his hand. The clothes on his back tore open, and a pair of wings suddenly spread out, with a flap of its wings. The half-human, half-chicken monster suddenly jumped into the air, and a pair of sharp chicken claws grabbed Zhang Tuohai fiercely. The chicken claws shone like steel, and Zhang Tuohai was sure that if he were caught, he would be injured. However, how could he face such a monster face to face? Zhang Tuohai took a step back, and then a torrent rose into the sky in front of him, pushing the monster that had been pounced downwards into the sky again. Cluckta! The half-human, half-chicken monster screamed and rushed high into the sky. Then the water flow suddenly disappeared, and it fell rapidly downwards. The half-human, half-chicken monster flapped its wings desperately, trying to slow down. I forgot you still have wings! Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes, pulled out the devil's roar, and pulled the trigger one after another. Bang, bang, bang. A series of fireballs hit the monster's wings. The monster's body was very strong, and even though several fireballs hit it, it didn't suffer any obvious injuries. But while its skeletal muscles are strong, the same cannot be said for its feathers. Its feathers burned quickly after encountering the fireball, and the monster's entire body was immediately enveloped in flames. The flames go as quickly as they come. By the time the monster landed, the flames had gone out. Along with the flames, the feathers on the monster's body disappeared. At this time, the monster was smoke black, like a pig's trotters roasted by a blowtorch. I'm going to kill you! The monster roared angrily. Go! Zhang Tuohai used torrent again. A torrent surged out from under the monster's feet, pushing the monster into the sky again. Ah! The monster wanted to repeat its old trick, flapping its wings again and slowing down. However, this time, there is a little difference from last time. Its feathers were burned away. There were no feathers, so no matter how hard it flapped its wings, it still fell rapidly from a height of 50 meters. Boom! The monster made a deep hole in the ground. As usual, Zhang Tuohai rubbed 7 or 8 demon bombs and threw them in. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded one after another, and after the explosion stopped, a line of game prompts popped up. Kill the 3rd level polluter and gain 50 experience points. It turns out that every time you kill a 3rd level polluter, You will definitely get experience points. It seems that the skill points were obtained last time by killing with Demon's Roar. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the game prompts and was confused about the rules. Gain a deeper understanding. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to take a deep breath, he felt that something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. He raised his head and looked around. At this time, many people had gathered around him. All of them had chicken heads and sharp claws. Just like the old woman just now. Chapter 1196 Turkey Charge. What? Is this town also polluted? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he saw those monsters with chicken heads and human bodies. Cluck dash! A monster yelled, and suddenly flew towards Zhang Tuohai with its wings flashing, and its sharp beak struck at Zhang Tuohai like a hook. Go to hell! Zhang Tuohai kicked the monster in the chest and kicked it away. At the same time, he shot the monster in the head with his backhand. Boom! The ice bullet shot into the monster's eye and then exploded in the opponent's head. The monster shook twice, and its body fell to the ground. Killed a 2nd level polluter and gained 20 experience points. Cluck dash! Another chicken-headed monster rushed over from Zhang Tuohai's left side. He opened his sharp beak and bit Zhang Tuohai's wrist. Zhang Tuohai thrust the muzzle of the gun into the other person's mouth with his backhand, pressed it against his throat and pulled the trigger. Boom! The ice bullet shot directly into the opponent's head. Killed a 2nd level polluter and gained 20 experience points. Cluck cluck dash! At this time, the surrounding monsters had gathered around and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai hurriedly summoned the Viking dragon ship. Whizzing! 4 Viking dragon ships rushed out of the void and crashed into the group of monsters, crushing several monsters, blocking the bows into chicken breasts on the spot. Then, 80 Viking heroes jumped from their ships and rushed towards the monsters waving axes and shields. Zhang Tuohai kept firing cold guns at the side, killing the monsters. After a bloody battle, all these monsters were finally killed. But 7 or 8 of the Viking heroes around Zhang Tuohai died. Are secondary polluters already that powerful? Zhang Tuohai was secretly speechless as he looked at the decorated Viking heroes. You know, even when faced with heavily armed lobster soldiers, the Viking heroes have never suffered such losses. It can be seen that secondary polluters are powerful. It seems that the level of the summoned ghost ship is not high enough. Just facing level 2 polluters will cause losses. How about facing level 4 and level 5 polluters in the future? Although the Viking heroic spirit suffered a loss, the gain was not small. Zhang Tuohai gained 2,300 experience points at this stop, and now his experience value has reached LV28, 2312/2800. He can upgrade as long as he fights again. Where can I collect experience points? Zhang Tuohai raised his head and looked around, wanting to see if there were any polluters he had missed. Just then, he heard a loud noise in the distance. He looked up and his jaw almost dropped. The farms in the distance opened their gates, and monsters with chicken heads and human bodies were driving large groups of turkeys towards Zhang Tuohai. The turkeys were so densely packed that I couldn't even count how many there were. The chickens ran past, and smoke and dust flew up. Those who didn't know it thought it was heavy cavalry rushing over. Zhang Tuohai scanned the area briefly, and saw that there were tens of thousands of turkeys alone. This was simply not something that he and the 80 Viking heroes could deal with, let alone the countless 2nd and even 3rd level ones hidden among them. Polluter. It's time to put your new skills to the test. Zhang Tuohai cancelled the Viking heroes and summoned 4 flying battleships again. 4 warships that looked like Kirov airships flew over the chickens. The magazine partitions opened one by one, whizzing, one after another. The mortar shells made a shrill whistling sound and crashed downwards, falling into the group of monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Groups of flames symbolizing death exploded among the chickens, and flames of flesh and blood splashed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the menacing chickens were in chaos. Kill a mutated turkey and gain 2 experience points. Kill a mutated turkey and gain 2 experience points. Kill a 2nd level polluter and gain 20 experience points. Lines of game prompts popped up, constantly refreshing the screen in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai was so fast that he couldn't see clearly. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded, and a black figure rushed out of the smoke and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai, shouting loudly, "If you dare to kill my family members, take your life." What? Zhang Tuohai hurriedly released a torrent in front of him. A thick column of water rose from the ground, rushing the black figure high into the sky. It was only then that Zhang Tuohai saw clearly what the dark figure rushing towards him was. It turned out to be a bat with blue-black skin and a chubby body. Forget it if it's just a bat. The most unacceptable thing is that this guy actually has a human face and a round bat body. No matter how you look at it, it makes people uncomfortable. What? A new breed of polluter? Zhang Tuohai looked at this new monster curiously. The time for the torrent has come. And the water column suddenly disappears. The monster was dodged by the sudden disappearance of the water flow, and was caught off guard and almost fell down. However, the opponent reacted very quickly, and flicked the wings on its back several times, and managed to maintain its flying state. Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed to see that Torrent did not complete the maximum damage. However, he used his backhand to hit the monster with a grappling hook. A steel structure quickly flew out of the hand and grabbed the monster. The monster was unable to dodge, and the bat wings behind it were directly pierced by the grappling hook, and a supporting bone was directly broken. The monster lost its balance and fell from the air. However, that monster was also a ruthless creature. It actually adjusted its direction in the air and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai, as if it wanted to use Zhang Tuohai as a backstop. How could Zhang Tuohai play such an extreme one-for-one game with him? He raised his hand and fired a few shots at the monster. Then, while retreating, he released the torrent in front of him, playing the game of King Qin circle around the pillar with the monster. The monster couldn't catch up and fell to the ground, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. Are you dead now? Zhang Tuohai looked at the monster lying motionless on the ground. At this time, the game prompts are in the screen refresh state again, and it is impossible to confirm whether the opponent is dead or not. Zhang Tuohai walked around half a circle, rubbed 2 demon bombs, and threw them over. The bat-like monster was pretending to be dead, trying to trick Zhang Tuohai over and kill him in one fell swoop. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai didn't fall for the trick and even threw bombs at it, the bat monster couldn't hold it anymore. The bat monster held its head with both hands, shrunk its body into a big ball, and then rolled towards Zhang Tuohai. What kind of trick is this? Zhang Tuohai used the skill map mark on the monster. This skill has no other function, except that it can pull the enemy back to the position it was in seconds ago. Zhang Tuohai felt that this skill was of little use, so he just clicked it casually and threw it away. I didn't expect to use it today. The bat meatball, which was getting closer and closer to Zhang Tuohai, returned to the starting position in the blink of an eye, just at the impact point of the bomb. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose. Chapter 1197 Skill Improvement. 2 explosions rose up from the bat's flesh ball. The bat meatball was blown to pieces with blood and flesh, and the bones were deeply visible in many places. However, it still maintained its basic shape, which made people sigh at its powerful vitality. The most surprising thing is that the bat's injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the bat wings that were scratched by the grappling hook have returned to normal. You can't kill me! Just offer me your blood! As the bat spoke, it shrank into a ball again and launched a flesh bomb attack on Zhang Tuohai. What the hell? Has such a strong recovery ability? Zhang Tuohai frowned and used map markers and devil bombs to drag the bat meat ball back to the original place and explode it again. This time, the bat ball recovered quickly and continued to attack Zhang Tuohai. Are you coming? Okay, then let me see which one is better, your recovery ability or my bombs. Zhang Tuohai once again dragged the bat back to the original position and blasted it into the sky with a devil bomb. You can't kill it like this! A cold voice sounded from behind. Zhang Tuohai turned around and found that it was Zero. Do you know what this is? Zhang Tuohai asked. I remember that this seems to be a symbiotic creature. It will not die unless all its relatives are killed. Its relatives are his blood bags, and they will continue to contribute their flesh, blood and life to it, even if it is bombed with only a drop of blood left. As long as there is still a family member, it can continue to be resurrected, Zero said slowly. So powerful. Zhang Tuohai took a deep look at the bat monster when he heard this. He didn't expect that this guy was so ugly, but his ability was not weak at all. It was almost as good as being reborn from a drop of blood. Kill all the family members? Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment, and suddenly remembered that the first thing the bat said when he rushed out was that he dared to kill his relatives. Does that mean that those mutated turkeys and so on are all his relatives? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the battlefield in the distance, and issued an order to the 4 flying armors. Full firepower, leaving no one alive, killing all polluted turkeys and polluters. After receiving Zhang Tuohai's order, the 4 flying warships also opened the gun bays on the sides. Cannons stretched out and fired shells at the turkeys below, blowing pieces of turkey into the sky. At the same time, the idle bounty hunters also jumped off the flying battleship, armed with muskets and bayonet swords, and joined the ranks of strangling turkeys and finishing blows. Under these multiple strangulations, the flock of turkeys became smaller and smaller, and finally they were squeezed into a narrow area, unable to advance or retreat. Seeing this situation, the bat monster couldn't sit still and flew away without daring to fight anymore. "Want to run now? It's too late." Zhang Tuohai marked the map and pulled the bat monster back again. Then he used the torrent to rush the bat monster into the sky, and then used the grappling hook to pull it back to the ground. Then detonate the prepared devil bomb and let the bat fly back to the sky in the earth plane. This set of controls makes the bat monster so ecstatic that it becomes impossible to escape. Boom! When another bomb went off, the bat monster turned into a pile of rotten flesh and never recovered. Dead? No. There is no prompt. Zhang Tuohai checked the game prompts and found no information about killing the bat monster. "You dare to cheat death with me?" "Right." Zhang Tuohai sneered. "Come and pile all the monster corpses together and burn them all for me. In addition, organize manpower to search the entire island. No cracks can be missed. Be sure to search every corner. You must not let this guy go," Zhang Tuohai said. Yes. 400 bounty hunters conducted a dragnet search across the island, and the remaining people piled all the corpses together, poured oil on them, and set them on fire. A raging fire began to burn. 400 bounty hunters searched the island twice, and finally found a turkey in a hidden cave. The turkey was huddled behind a rock, looking fearfully at the people outside. If the bounty hunter hadn't searched carefully enough, he really wouldn't have found it. The bounty hunter brought the turkey to Zhang Tuohai. "You're hiding well. Let's see where you run this time." Zhang Tuohai shot the turkey in the head and threw the body into the fire. Kill a 4th level mutant and gain 100 experience points and 1 skill point. A game prompt pops up. "I finally got rid of this guy. He was really difficult to deal with." Zhang Tuohai wiped his sweat. This guy was not very strong. He was just too stubborn. If he let it slip away accidentally, it seemed that he would have to be more careful about these weird guys in the future. After completely killing this guy, Zhang Tuohai began to sort out his harvest. In this battle, he killed tens of thousands of turkeys. Although each turkey only had 2 experience points, they couldn't handle the large number. Coupled with the 2nd and 3rd level polluters hidden in it, he directly gained more than 40,000 experience points in this battle, which directly raised his level from level 28 to more than half of level 39. Reached LV 39, 2100/3900. A total of 12 skill points were also obtained. In addition, since he broke through level 30, Zhang Tuohai has another skill, Flame Spray. The skill effect is to summon a gourd that spits out flames. Zhang Tuohai pondered for a while, and first set the Summon Ghost ship to level 10. At level 10, the number of Summon Ghost ships was increased to 7. The duration was extended to 80 minutes, and a feature was added to increase the attack. The most obvious improvement of this is that the weapons of bounty hunters have changed from flintlock guns loaded with mini bullets to double-barreled shotguns. The flying battleship's bombs have also changed from mortar shells to real aerial bombs. Although they are still iron bombs, their power is several times higher than that of mortar shells. In addition, the artillery of the flying battleship has also been upgraded, from the cannon of the sailing battleship to an 88mm high-level dual-purpose cannon. Although the caliber of this artillery is smaller than the original artillery, its power is increased because of its large diameter. In addition, it can be fired continuously, which greatly increases the attack power of the flying battleship. The Viking heroic spirit that Zhang Tuohai often used has also evolved into a Viking grenadier. In addition to the original throwing axe and throwing gun, grenades have also been added. Let the Viking hero's weapons undergo preliminary modernization. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied when he saw the greatly improved Summon Ghost ship. With this skill, he had the courage to touch even a dreadnought, let alone an armored ship. After upgrading the Summon Ghost ship, Zhang Tuohai still had 9 skill points left. He thought about it, and filled up the flame spray points first. When he faced the bat monster just now, he felt that his skills seemed a bit weak. It seemed that he could try this new skill. Zhang Tuohai invested 5 skill points into it. Chapter 1198 Sea Restaurant. Zhang Tuohai invested 5 skill points into it. Flame Spray LV5, full level summon a gourd to spray flames. Spray range, 120 degree fan-shaped area in front of the gourd as the starting point. Spray distance 50 meters. Temperature 1200 degrees. The effect of the skill is very good. But what surprises Zhang Tuohai is not the skill itself, but a prompt that pops up. Congratulations. You have upgraded 2 fire skills to full level flame spray. Gunpowder barrel. Your companion pet Phoenix feels very satisfied. If you can upgrade 3 fire skills to full level, you may have unexpected gains. Unexpected gain? Zhang Tuohai became more energetic. He scanned his skill list and found that the only fire skill left was Torture of Fire. This skill is a melee skill with little room for use. It has been left there since I clicked it at level 1. It's time to give it a try. Zhang Tuohai threw in the last 4 skill points. Torture of Fire has been upgraded to LV5. Congratulations. You have upgraded 3 fire skills to full level. Your companion pet Phoenix is very happy. It swallowed 3 skills, and you have gained the new skill of Flame Control. Fire Control. You can control the flame form at will. Each time you upgrade to a level, 1 more control form will be added. There is no upper level limit. Initial level 1. Initial form Fireball. Note, the Fireball God cult is the eternal god. Fireball? Zhang Tuohai tried it. And with one hand, a slap of fireball appeared in his palm. The fireball was about the size of a baseball and glowed orange red. Zhang Tuohai felt his palms were warm, not burning. It's a bit small. Zhang Tuohai tried to inject magic power into it. The fireball expanded rapidly, from the size of a baseball to the size of a watermelon, then to the size of an ocean ball, and finally to the size of a hot air balloon. So big? It should be quite powerful. Right. Zhang Tuohai aimed the fireball everywhere, and finally selected the pile of corpses that were still burning. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai threw the fireball over. Call. The huge fireball engulfed the pile of corpses. The imaginary explosion did not appear. Only a white light was seen rising. The next second, the flames went out. Along with the flames, the pile of corpses disappeared like a hill. Heap. At this time, everything turned into gray-white ashes. The breeze blows and disappears without a trace. So strong? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. He originally thought that this skill was just a simple fireball, roughly the power of a grenade, or at most the power of a mortar shell. What else could it be? As a result, the power of this fireball was beyond his expectation. It was not so earth-shattering. It just burned quietly, instantly burning the hill-like pile of corpses to ashes. You know, with so many corpses, even if they are poured with gasoline, they may not be able to burn so cleanly. Apart from atomic bombs, the only way to achieve this is incendiary bombs. But the time consuming of incendiary bombs is much longer than this. Zhang Tuohai walked over. The ground was hot, and a lot of sand had crystallized into glass. The temperature must be at least 1,000 degrees. Zhang Tuohai guessed. He is very satisfied with this new skill. Judging from the current effect, it is more powerful than the 3 skills combined. He has another way to attack difficulties. If you encounter that bad monster again, you don't have to go to such trouble. Just use a fireball to get rid of it. Moreover, this is only the initial level, and there is still huge room for development in the future. The final thing is that there is no level cap, and the development potential is theoretically unlimited. Alas, it seems that the skill points are still not enough. Zhang Tuohai fell into the trouble of happiness. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to leave, he noticed something shining in the center of the stone. He walked over and found a gold coin. Cursed gold coin, pirates! A gold coin stained with the blood of a legendary captain. There are 7 cursed gold coins in total. You may gain something after collecting them all. Is this the 4th one? What can I do after collecting them all? Summon the dragon? As the number of gold coins obtained gradually increased, Zhang Tuohai became more and more curious. He really wanted to see what he could do with the cursed gold coins. However, there was no pattern in the location of the gold coin. If he hadn't gained control of the flames this time, he might not have been able to find the gold coin if he experimented with the pile of corpses on a whim. Forget it. Let it go. Zhang Tuohai put away the gold coins. By this time, the bounty hunters had searched the entire island. All the turkeys and people on the island are dependents of the bat monster. The food on the island is basically contaminated, and even the water sources are filled with large amounts of dead turkeys and turkey droppings. The entire island became an island of death where no one could survive. This guy is really amazing at what he did. Zhang Tuohai was helpless. Even the water source was polluted. The island could no longer be used. He could only wait for time to slowly recover. He didn't have much time to wait, so he had to get on the boat and go to sea again. The people left, but the purpose this time was not completed, which was to replenish poultry ingredients such as chickens and ducks. Zhang Tuohai rummaged around on the map and suddenly discovered an interesting place, a restaurant on the sea. This is a large ship floating on the sea. It cruises in the nearby waters on a regular basis. The food cooked on the ship is so delicious that it makes people forget to leave. Many people come here by ship from thousands of miles away just to taste the delicious food in the sea restaurant. So exaggerated? Zhang Tuohai looked at the markings on the map and couldn't believe it. However, after checking the cruise route of the ship, Zhang Tuohai decided to take a look. First, the ship is very close to my location and can be reached in less than a day. Secondly, if it is true, he can gain a few more specialties. In this world, there are rewards for eating delicious food. Zhang Tuohai adjusted his course and headed towards the anchorage of the sea restaurant. The ship traveled for a long time, and at noon, Zhang Tuohai finally saw the restaurant on the sea. This ship is very huge, more than 200 meters long. Unlike ordinary ships, this ship only has one mast at the front and the middle, which means that the speed of this ship is much higher. On the deck, except for the pilot house at the stern, the forward deck was flush with tables, and a large number of diners were sitting at the tables to enjoy their meals. Surrounding the big ship are dozens of small boats, with people passing between them via the gangplank. Among the diners, Zhang Tuohai even saw a few people who were obviously dressed as pirates or the Royal Navy. But these people had no intention of doing anything, and were all eating their own food honestly. This place is interesting. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai became interested and drove the boat towards the big ship. Chapter 1199 Pollution. Zhang Tuohai walked to the deck of the ship, followed by Elizabeth, Linda and Zero. Is this the restaurant on the sea that is rumored to be unforgettable after you eat it once? And you will miss it even if you are thousands of miles away? Elizabeth looked around. Why? Have you heard of this place? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Well, when I was attending the banquet, I heard a big businessman and an Imperial Navy officer say that they both praise this restaurant very much. Every time they pass by this place, they must come here for a meal. I wonder what it is about the dishes that makes them so unforgettable. Elizabeth nodded in response. So, you really need to try it. Seeing Elizabeth's high praise, Zhang Tuohai also became interested. It took a lot of effort for several people to find an empty seat. What do you want? A waiter came over and asked. One of all the signature dishes. Zhang Tuohai took out a bag full of dinars and threw it on the table. Okay, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. When the waiter saw that he was a big customer, the sweetness of his smile increased by 2 plus points. With the blessing of money, the food was served quickly, and the table was quickly filled. The variety of dishes is dazzling. Let's try them all. Zhang Tuohai picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. You have eaten fish that is rich in pollution, and the pollution degree is +1. Tip. When the pollution degree increases to 100, you will become a polluter. The pollution triggered the flame affinity. The flames burn the pollution, and you return to normal. Zhang Tuohai, is this fish actually a pollutant? Could it be a radial fish? Zhang Tuohai was worried that there was something wrong with the ingredients. So he stopped a few people who were about to eat, and picked up another chopstick of mushrooms. You have eaten mushrooms rich in pollution. Pollution degree +1. The pollution triggers the flame affinity. The flames burn the pollution, and you return to normal. You have eaten chicken that is rich in pollution. Pollution degree +1. You have eaten squid that is rich in pollution, and the pollution degree is +1. Zhang Tuohai tasted the entire table of dishes, and every dish contained high-energy pollution, without exception. If this is true for only 1 or 2 dishes, it may be due to improper selection of ingredients. But if it is true for every dish, then there is a problem. Zhang Tuohai glanced around. All the people eating looked like devout believers. They all had orgasmic expressions before they even took a bite. One person even fell down on the spot after eating, and his body was deformed. A fat man with a height of 1.5 meters and a height of 260 centimeters was stretched into a sugarcane with a height of 260 centimeters. But neither he nor the diners around him showed any strange expressions, and they still lowered their heads and ate their food with big mouthfuls. Gone! Zhang Tuohai felt that it was hard for him to talk. What kind of restaurant is this? This is a manufacturing base for polluters. Walk! Zhang Tuohai stood up immediately. There is no way to stay in this place of right and wrong. If we stay any longer, Elizabeth and the others may be polluted and become polluters. Is there a problem? Seeing Zhang Tuohai's look, Elizabeth knew something was wrong. I'll tell you when I get back. Good. Several people stood up and prepared to leave. However, as soon as they stood up, the waiter stopped several people. Several guests, according to the rules of the sea restaurant, cannot leave until they have finished their meals. What? Are you still going to force us? Zhang Tuohao let out a devil's roar and pressed it on the waiter's head. Roar! Looking at the gun on his head, the waiter's body instantly swelled up, and his original skin was torn, revealing a body full of black scales. When the skin fell away, a monster with a snake head and a body covered with black scales was revealed. Go back and finish the food, or I will eat you as food. You choose one. The monster growled lowly. I don't choose either one. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunfire rang out, and an ice bullet shot from the monster's left eye, penetrated into the brain, and then exploded inside. With a pop, the body fell to the ground. The sound of gunshots alerted the surrounding waiters to the situation, and they all dropped their things and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. The nearby diners also dropped their tableware, drew their weapons, and surrounded Zhang Tuohai. All come! You asked for this yourself. Zhang Tuohai condensed a large fireball with a diameter of 2 meters in his hand and threw it forward. The huge fireball moved forward, swallowing up everything in its path, turning everything into ashes. Whether it was waiters or customers, even the deck on the ground was set ablaze, and a raging fire broke out. The ship was ablaze. Walk! Zhang Tuohai said. The fire is too big. You have set all the escape routes on fire. Where should we run? Elizabeth asked loudly. This is simple. Zhang Tuohai swung the grappling hook towards the mast of the sailboat next to him, tied the other end of the rope to Elizabeth's waist, pushed Linda into Elizabeth's arms, and finally kicked Elizabeth on the butt. Let's go! Elizabeth screamed and flew out, across the ship and onto the White Bird. Would you like me to give you a ride? Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Ling. 0_. A pair of red eyes stared straight at Zhang Tuohai. Silent and silent. A few seconds later, 0 touched the ground with his feet, jumped into the air, grabbed the cable on the ship, swung along the cable to the opposite ship, then stepped on the heads of several polluters, flew all the way, and jumped back to the White Bird on the number. His skills are really good. Zhang Tuohai was amazed, seeing that everyone had passed by. Zhang Tuohai was about to leave. At this moment, the kitchen door was kicked open. A heavy figure was taken away from inside. Who is causing trouble on my territory? Zhang Tuohai turned around and looked over, and found that it was a huge monster with a height of more than 2 meters. A pig's head and a body, dragging a 2-meter-long bone-cutting knife in his hand, which was stained with blood. Go to hell! The pig-headed monster raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand and jumped high, then slashed at Zhang Tuohai's head. Coming? Zhang Tuohai opened his hands, and a huge fireball appeared in his hands, hitting the pig-headed monster. When the pig-headed monster saw this, a sneer appeared on the corner of its mouth, and the bone-cutting knife in its hand slashed towards the fireball. The bone-cutting knife in his hand was an enchanted weapon, specially designed to break spells. Dozens of palace bachelors had already died under this knife. He couldn't wait to see Zhang Tuohai's stunned expression. However, his inevitable victory failed. The fireball was not split, but engulfed him directly. Chapter 1200 Sea Kitchen. Call. The blazing fireball completely engulfed the pig-headed monster, killed the 3rd-level polluter pig demon, and gained 100 experience points. What a pig monster! Zhang Tuohai gathered another fireball with his backhand and threw it at the kitchen. Then he threw the grappling hook and jumped back to the White Bird. By the time Zhang Tuohai returned to the White Bird, the restaurant on the sea had completely burned down. The raging fire had completely engulfed the entire ship, and many ships docked at the restaurant on the sea were also set on fire. Zhang Tuohai's screen was flooded with killing prompts, all of them prompting him to kill the polluter, except for the ships docked at the sea restaurant, which were locked by iron chains. Many of the outer boats were only connected by cables. The polluters, who stayed on the ships, cut off the connecting ropes and broke away. Zhang Tuohai naturally would not let them leave. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and used the skill to summon the ghost ship. 7 shark-painted flying battleships lined up in the sky. Sink all the ships around you! Zhang Tuohai issued the order. Yes! The 7 flying warships opened their gun windows, and the 88mm high-level and flat dual-purpose guns stretched out their slender barrels. Dong dong dong. A series of cannonballs shot out. This continuous fire artillery can even penetrate the armor of heavy tanks, so it is no longer a problem to deal with this old-era wooden sailing ship. One ship was struck directly by shells from the top deck to the bottom keel. Many ships had their keels directly broken, causing their hulls to break and sink under the fire of this high-performance artillery. Those wooden sailing ships did not even last 10 minutes before they all sank to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the various pieces of wood floating on the sea, Zhang Tuohai sighed. It's not a sigh. It's mainly a pity that I couldn't get the expertise. However, this time there was no gain at all. The level was successfully upgraded to level 40, and a skill point was obtained. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and used his skills to summon the ghost ship. Increased the number of ghost ships to 8, and increased the duration to 90 minutes. Zhang Tuohai was about to leave, when he suddenly saw something shining on the sea. Zhang Tuohai controlled the cable to roll up the object. The thing looked like a crystal house, with all kinds of cooking utensils in it. See kitchen, a strange object. A kitchen that contains all cooking utensils. After choosing fusion, the chef on your ship can even make a piece of shit into a state banquet level dish. Note, it cannot be dismantled after fusion. It can only be separated out after the ship is destroyed. This is a good thing. Zhang Tuohai carefully looked at the crystal kitchen in his hand. If you want to give this thing to others, you may have to hesitate on which ship to install it on. If you want to change ships in the future, it means that the ship will be dismantled, which is a big loss. But Zhang Tuohai doesn't have so many worries. Anyway, he only has this one ship. Due to the radiation of the Blue Pyramid, the cost of changing ships is very high. There is basically no change across the ages. Zhang Tuohai will not change ships easily. Install. Zhang Tuohai injected magic into the crystal kitchen. The crystal kitchen turned into a pool of liquid and integrated into the hull. After a moment, Elizabeth ran screaming from the cabin. Captain! Captain! Something big happened! Don't make a fuss. I got a new strange thing. It's the kitchen of the sea restaurant. Do you want to try it out? Zhang Tuohai asked. Is it really the kitchen of a restaurant on the sea? Elizabeth nearly jumped. She loves cooking and kitchen utensils from the bottom of her heart. The kitchen of the sea restaurant is like a holy place in her heart. Being able to work in the Holy Land was both exciting and scary for her. Let's go and try out the new kitchen together. I'll see if your skills have improved. Zhang Tuohai took Elizabeth back to the kitchen. Can I really use these things? Elizabeth touched this and that, her eyes twinkling. Of course. Everything here is yours. You can use it as much as you like. Don't worry, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Elizabeth took a deep breath, picked up the barbecue fork, and prepared to cook the Orleans roast chicken she was most familiar with. Skillfully marinating, applying sauces, and baking. Each process is accurate to the minute. Elizabeth is familiar with everything, and the movements are smooth, without any feeling of delay and unfamiliarity. Watching Elizabeth cook is like looking at a work of art. A special relief. Soon, the roast chicken was brought to Zhang Tuohai. Try it. Elizabeth stood in front of Zhang Tuohai with her hands behind her back, like a student waiting for the teacher to judge her grades. Let me try it. Zhang Tuohai tore off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Oily but not greasy. Tender but not woody. The taste is moderate, which keeps the taste of every inch of meat at a suitable texture without any obvious difference. Zhang Tuohai could clearly feel that Elizabeth's craftsmanship had reached a new level. You ate the divine Orleans roast chicken and gained the expertise of swiftness. Swift, your speed is unmatched. Note, not everything is better as fast as possible. Sometimes slowing down is also a good enjoyment. I actually got another specialty. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he saw the prompt. This was really unintentional. He just came to accompany Elizabeth to try out the kitchen. But he unexpectedly picked up a new specialty. What do you think? Just say something. Seeing Zhang Tuohai speechless for a long time, Elizabeth became a little anxious. His hands twisted nervously. Yeah. It's delicious. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Really or not? Are you perfunctory with me? Elizabeth looked suspicious. Really? I was so shocked by how delicious it was that I was speechless just now. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Zhang Tuohai pushed the plate over. Elizabeth gently put a small piece of chicken into her mouth. The next second, her eyes curved into crescent moons. It's so delicious. Is this really made by me? Elizabeth was a little shocked. Linda saw the two of them looking like they were jumping up and down in the melon field because they couldn't get any melons. Try it too. Elizabeth pushed the plate over. Linda also pulled off a piece of meat. Wow! Sister Elizabeth, how did you make such delicious food? Why didn't you notice it before? Are you finally willing to show your true skills? Can you teach me? Linda was also shocked by Elizabeth's craftsmanship. I don't know. That's what I did. Elizabeth also looked confused.